Global announcement. The Sea Beasts have fully landed. The Neon Nation, Ice Nation, and Bear Nation battle zones have all succumbed to their assault. Other battle zones. Hold your ground until the final moment. Report from the commander of the Bear Nation's First Fleet. 1 minute ago, all our mechs perished. And the Great Ivan nuclear detonation has been initiated. Brothers, farewell. Eternal wings of flame. Carry me away from the abyss of humanity. Report from the Dragon Nation's Apocalypse-class mech, Wukong. I have witnessed all mech from the Neon Nation joining the ranks of the Sea Beasts. They are not human. I repeat, they are not human. United Nations announcement. I am Guo Xiangdong, President of the United Nations. Within humanity has emerged humanoid sea beasts. The world has entered a dark forest moment. Trust no one but yourself. Others are hell. Others are hell. Report from the Neon Nation's third-generation mech Satan. Oh God. What manner of monster is this? Attention, Space Mech Fleet do not return. This is not home. Report from the Dragon Nation's Calamity-class mech Qinglong. Initiating the Shanhai Jing plan, the restriction on non-mech pilots has been lifted. All surviving humans may seek nearby mechs to pilot. Let's fight for our homeland until the very last moment. KM Artificial Intelligence Monitoring Report. An unknown advanced civilization has appeared within the solar system. Data analysis predicts this civilization to be of level 2.5. KM Artificial Intelligence Detection Report. Several level 10 sea beasts have appeared at the United Nations base, which has completely fallen. KM Artificial Intelligence Detection Report. All space mechs lost contact 30 seconds ago on New Year's Eve of the Calamity Era 2035. Humanity's mech forces have been utterly defeated. Yu Xingzhou, like other defeated pilots, felt the last flicker of hope extinguish upon hearing that the entire space mech fleet had lost contact. Struggling to climb out of his Calamity-class mech, he gazed blankly at the night sky. What should have been an inky black expanse was, at this moment, astonishingly bright. On this day, humanity, on New Year's Eve, beheld colossal spacecraft in the cosmos with the naked eye. Those were the destroyers of a higher, unknown civilization. Is this what it means for a higher civilization to rear sea beasts, as if they were mere insects? Alas, before advanced civilizations, humanity is nothing more than an ant. They know that the beings they casually discard as insects can bring about humanity's utter ruin. With a bitter smile, Yu Xingzhou retrieved a crumpled cigarette from his pocket and lit it for himself. No one could have anticipated that among humanity there lurked sea beasts. How did these silicon-based entities manage to infiltrate? Before Yu Xingzhou could ponder this further, a nearby level 6 sea beast unleashed a torrent of searing breath in their direction. As he watched the impending inferno approach, he took a deep drag from his cigarette and silently addressed his comrades beside him. Gentlemen, Happy New Year! On this day, December 3rd, 2030, in the era of catastrophes, the Dragon Kingdom's third-generation mech, Crimson Storm, successfully vanquished the third-tier sea beast known as Heavenly Calamity in the city of Weihai. The father of Asian technology, Chen Qiming, announced that humanity has fully mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology, heralding the dawn of a comprehensive nuclear-powered era for beast-hunting mechs. Research conducted by the Extraterrestrial Civilization Research Institute of the Bear Nation has confirmed that sea beasts are silicon-based life forms, with genetic sequences that do not belong to Earth. They presented relevant data for analysis, revealing that these sea beasts are bugs cast upon Earth by an alien civilization. The United Nations stated that the frequency of sea beast landings has significantly increased. All remaining humans in coastal cities are urged to contact the nearest military unit immediately and evacuate to the Wall of Hope inland. Heavenly Calamity? The Wall of Hope? 2030? As Yu Xingzhou listened to the voices around him, a damp, somewhat foul odor filled his nostrils. He slowly opened his eyes, and once his vision focused, he discovered himself in a cold, dark, and damp cell. On the wall hung a precariously dangling old television set, a relic from the 1990s. Is this cell 95 of Jing Shui prison? How'd I end up back in this wretched place? I thought I was dead. Yu Xingzhou felt a wave of confusion wash over him, then immediately pinched himself hard, discovering the pain to be strikingly real. Next, he glanced at the calendar resting on his single bed. December 3rd, 2030. Suddenly, a bold thought blossomed in his mind. I have been reborn. Surveying the familiar surroundings of his cell, Yu Xingzhou accepted the reality of his reincarnation. Damn it, if I am to be reborn, couldn't I at least be reborn after my release? With this timing, I still have 8 months until I am free. Yu Xingzhou felt a twinge of frustration. While others are reborn to ascend to the pinnacle of life, he found himself returned to the last place he wished to revisit. Jingshui Prison is the most stringent prison in the Dragon Kingdom, with no history of successful escapes. This is unacceptable. I must leave this place at once. I need to inform the Sea Beast Research Institute that the sea beasts are not only gigantic, but also possess humanoid traits. Recalling that humanity's complete downfall was due to the infiltration of humanoid sea beasts, along with the emergence of an unknown advanced civilization in the solar system, Yu Xingzhou grew increasingly anxious. For the sake of humanity and his own future, he urgently began shaking the cell door. Hey, let me out. I am innocent. The first did not plagiarize any research results. Yu Xingzhou's voice was loud, quickly drawing the attention of the prison guard. The on-duty guard, wielding a baton and visibly enraged, approached Yu Xingzhou's cell, his eyes ablaze with fury. You damned plagiarist! What are you shouting about in the dead of night? The research you stole belongs to the father of Asian technology, academician Chun. Do you still dare to claim your innocence? He'll tell you this. Every successful plagiarist here might be wrongfully accused, but you're the one person who cannot be innocent. The guard spat vehemently and warned. Keep making noise at this hour, and you'll have a rude awakening tomorrow. Yu Xingzhou gazed at the departing prison guard, his visage suffused with indignation. That old wretch, Chen Qiming. He muttered, fully aware that he was now in a position where words failed him. All his research achievements had been usurped by his mentor, Chen Qiming, who had further condemned him to incarceration under the pretense of stealing classified national scientific findings. Yet, in this moment, Yu Xingzhou harbored no thoughts of vengeance against Chen Qiming. His sole desire was to escape this place and inform the researchers at the Marine Beast Institute of the existence of anthropomorphic marine creatures, utilizing the knowledge from his previous life to save the Earth and humanity. However, to leave this place, one must either serve their sentence or produce significant scientific breakthroughs. Yu Xingzhou's gaze sharpened as he fell into deep contemplation. That instant, a colossal blue tree diagram and a myriad of texts suddenly materialized in his mind. This deluge of knowledge surged through Yu Xingzhou's entire consciousness. In the next moment, an unfamiliar mechanical voice resonated. Level 9 civilization system successfully activated. Host Yu Xingzhou has been bound. Binding rewards dispatched. Reward: activation of civilization technology tree. A complete set of powered exoskeleton armor. Current civilization technology tree level 1. Civilization technology tree has now mastered technologies: controllable nuclear fusion materials, plasma propulsion, efficient solar technology, and comprehensive development of rare elements. P.S. Mecha levels include Generation 1, Generation 2, Generation 3, Primordial, Apocalypse, Cataclysm, Calamity, Ancient, Divine, Planetary, Stellar, Black Hole, and Star Domain. Marine beast levels range from Tier 1 to Tier 10. Location of consciousness storage. Chapter 2. Fully enclosed powered exoskeleton armor. The incessant mechanical sounds reverberating within his mind, coupled with a torrent of knowledge threatening to overflow, left Yu Xingzhou momentarily frozen in place. After a brief pause, he finally began to assimilate the deluge of information and regained his composure. Rebirth. And it even comes with a technological tree system? Currently, Earth's civilization stands at a mere 0.75 level, yet the technology tree is at level 1, allowing me to comprehend all knowledge pertaining to first-level civilizations. Yu Xingzhou had grasped the formidable nature of this system, which enables him to understand more advanced civilizations. Subsequently, in his quest to further comprehend the civilization technology tree, Yu Xingzhou once again endeavored to visualize the so-called civilization technology tree in his mind. Current civilization technology tree level 1. Points needed for upgrade: 1,000 technology points. Task: complete the blueprint for the primordial level mech and ensure 1,000 humans fully understand the basic operational principles of the primordial level mech. Upon receiving this new prompt, Yu Xingzhou was utterly astounded. The civilization technology tree is upgradable, and the requisite for this upgrade is termed technology points. by fulfilling the assigned tasks. He could earn technology points to enhance the civilization tree, relying on the informational advantage provided by his rebirth. Even if he were to inform the leaders that humanoid sea beasts are infiltrating humanity, their beliefs might be swayed. Yet they would likely lack the means to address the situation, potentially alerting even more advanced sea beasts. Moreover, prior to humanity's utter defeat in his past life, an unknown civilization emerged within the solar system. This implies that once the sea beasts completely dominate Earth, the unknown civilization will make its full appearance. Thus, it is imperative not to provoke them hastily. Otherwise, Earth would stand no chance of resurgence. Yu Xingzhou realized that to alter the tragic fate of his previous existence, the civilization technology tree he currently possesses would be pivotal. With these thoughts clarified, he recognized that he must first escape from prison. Otherwise, how could he fulfill the system's tasks? Teaching a group of death row inmates the principles of the primordial level mech? What a farcical notion. Furthermore, at this juncture, the third-generation mechs had only been unveiled for 2 months, and the concept of the primordial level mech had only been introduced 2 weeks prior. The United Nations did not yet possess a complete conceptual blueprint. Thus, completing this task within the confines of a prison was nothing short of a pipe dream. To validate that what resided in his mind was not mere fantasy, Yu Xingzhou procured paper and endeavored to transcribe the knowledge swirling in his mind. After several minutes, he gazed incredulously at the sheet before him. Is this truly my creation? The depiction of the primordial level mech astounded him, leaving him momentarily speechless. In a surge of exhilaration, he proceeded to sketch 4 or 5 additional blueprints in one go. A comprehensive diagram of the circular turbine plasma thruster, a conceptual illustration of the railgun's principles and forms, the foundational structure of a space elevator. All these posed insurmountable challenges for humanity at present. Yet Yu Xingzhou managed to render them all within the span of just over an hour. Alas, Master Zhou, I have succeeded, Yu Xingzhou exclaimed fervently, calling out for the prison guard. Release me. I have made a significant breakthrough in my research. With great excitement, he produced a detailed diagram of a circular turbo plasma propulsion system and shook it at the door, urging the guard to listen. Indeed, he intended to use this blueprint, which could propel humanity's technological advancement, to escape this cursed place. Since the monstrous sea beasts had invaded 5 years prior, humanity had been compelled to expedite the iteration and evolution of mechas to prevent annihilation by these creatures. Consequently, the United Nations issued a declaration. In the era of natural disasters, technology surpasses all. Following this proclamation, even death row inmates could be granted clemency if they produced research capable of advancing human technology, potentially becoming chief scientists of entire nations. Upon hearing Yu Xingzhou's cries, the guard, Feng Jun, approached with a scowl, wielding his baton. I've just warned you not to shout again, or you'll regret it. You really don't value your life. I have made a breakthrough. You must go to the research department immediately. Once it's approved, I will be exonerated. Just because you claim to have made a discovery, does that make it true? Yu Xingzhou, weary of his taunts, threw the diagram at Feng Jun and pointed at the camera in the corner of the ceiling. According to prison regulations, when an inmate submits research findings, the guard must deliver them to the research department without delay. Feng Jun, you wouldn't want the warden to hear about this, would you? Feng Jun, momentarily taken aback, contemplated his response before retorting coldly, Fine, I'll send it along. Let us see what kind of nonsense you, a plagiarist, have conjured up. With that, he took the diagram and turned away. Yu Xingzhou awaited the notification of his release in silence, anticipating that just a few more hours would grant him freedom from this hellish place. Returning to his duty station, Feng Jun wore a sinister smile. He carelessly tossed the diagram onto his desk and glanced at his watch, realizing it was nearly time for his shift to end. Yu Xingzhou, with your lack of respect, you think you can just waltz out? I couldn't care less about the validity of your research. The research department will never see this diagram. After changing his clothes and exchanging pleasantries with his colleague on the next shift, he exited the prison. Hours passed, and Yu Xingzhou had yet to receive word of his release. Hey, Feng Jun, did you actually submit my diagram to the research department? He called out, gripping the iron bars tightly. As fate would have it, Feng Jun arrived just in time for the shift change and sneered as he passed Yu Xingzhou's cell. You really are something else. You think I'd waste my time submitting your worthless drawings? Feng Yu. Yu Xingzhou finally grasped the truth. Feng Jun had played him for a fool. Damn it. With a sudden outburst of frustration, Yu Xingzhou found himself increasingly anxious. If he could not escape the prison immediately and endure the remaining 8 months, even with his advanced civilization technology tree. He would not have enough time to elevate its level. Just then, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, recalling the rewards bestowed upon him upon binding the system. Besides activating the civilization technology tree, there was a fully enveloping powered exoskeleton armor. Yu Xingzhou narrowed his eyes and summoned his consciousness. In the next instant, a suit of silver-gray exoskeleton armor materialized within his cell. Towering at nearly 2 meters, its surface shimmered with a metallic sheen, with each component seamlessly welded together. The armor was currently in an expanded state, ready for human attachment upon contact. The intricate electronic devices within the exoskeleton resembled those found in the cockpit of a colossal beast-hunting mech. Before Yu Xingzhou could take any action, the exoskeleton swiftly adhered to his body. Shortly thereafter, an electronic display appeared before him. Laser cutting ray emitter charged 100, vacuum missiles X2, heat-seeking missile, arc pulse cannon, freezing beam. As he gazed at the array of data on the screen, he almost burst into laughter. Without a moment's hesitation and after a brief contemplation, he promptly activated the vacuum missiles, plunging his cell into a state of vacuum. Utilizing the exoskeleton armor, he commenced digging. Thus, the outside world would remain oblivious to any sounds. It seemed a real-life rendition of the Shawshank Redemption was about to unfold. Yu Xingzhou grinned, and in the blink of an eye, a man-sized pit had formed beneath his feet. At this rate of excavation, he would successfully escape within half an hour. With that, he leapt down, vanishing from his cell. At that moment, the only remnants within Yu Xingzhou's cell were scattered sheets of advanced technological blueprints. Chapter 3. Entering the era of primal-class mechas within the confines of the cave. Yu Xingzhou deftly maneuvered the exoskeleton suit enveloping his body, as an array of automated excavation tools sprang forth from its mechanical arms. When confronted with formidable boulders, he employed lasers to slice through them with precision. The pace of excavation surpassed his expectations by a considerable margin. Should such a fully encasing powered exoskeleton be mass-produced, those engaged in clearing the battlegrounds of marine beasts and hunting mechas would find their tasks significantly expedited. As he excavated, Yu Xingzhou murmured to himself, his gaze intent upon the route displayed on the electronic screen. Through sonic probing, he discerned that only a mere 90 meters remained before he could escape from the confines of the Silent Water Prison. Silent Water Prison, Block 9. Guard's Duty Room. Feng Jun had just changed out of his work uniform, preparing to hand over his duties to his colleagues. As he stepped outside, he encountered a group approaching him. Leading the way was Chun Qingsheng from the Strategic Science and Technology Department of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, accompanied by the warden of Silent Water Prison, Gong Zheng. Academician Chun, Warden Gong. Feng Jun stood at attention, offering a precise military salute to Chun Qingsheng. However, Chen appeared preoccupied with pressing matters, merely nodding in acknowledgement before continuing onward with his entourage. Feng Jun paid it no mind. Understanding that figures of such stature would hardly remember him, Gong Zheng escorted Chen Qingsheng into the duty room and then, with a serious demeanor, stated, "Old Chun, please hold on a moment. I have dispatched someone to locate the individual you wish to see. He is in the maximum security cell. Make it quick. You know that every nation is tirelessly developing new technologies. The advancement I am pursuing is merely a step away from completion," Chen Qingsheng responded, currently engrossed in research pertaining to plasma thrusters. However, several intricate details in the schematics remained unresolved. Once these details were finalized, the primal-class hunting mecha could potentially be unveiled ahead of schedule. His visit to Silent Water Prison was indeed motivated by the presence of an expert in the field of plasma technology confined within its walls. Years prior, this expert had been sentenced to life imprisonment for divulging state secrets to enemy nations. While waiting, Chen Qingsheng's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a blueprint resting on the table. It was the very schematic that Yu Xingzhou had previously given to Feng Jun, an exhaustive diagram of the annular turbine plasma thruster. Instinctively, Chen picked it up for closer inspection, and upon a mere glance, his aged pupils constricted with astonishment. This is... After thoroughly examining the blueprint, his frail body began to tremble uncontrollably. His lips quivering, he recognized this design with an intimacy surpassing that of his own visage. This was the annular turbine plasma thruster he had devoted 7 years of his life to studying. Yet many details were perplexingly unfamiliar, for this was the complete schematic. Unlike the incomplete versions housed within the Research Institute, without a moment to spare, Chen seized a pen from the table and began to derive calculations on a scrap of paper. He understood all too well that if these figures could be validated through formulaic proof, it would herald humanity's entry into the era of primal class mechas. Observing the peculiar actions of Chen Qingsheng, Gong Zheng could not help but approach with concern. "Old Chen, what are you?" Silence. Chen Qingsheng immediately interjected, halting Gong Zheng's inquiry as he focused intently on the calculations before him. 5 minutes later, Chen Qingsheng gazed upon the results of his meticulous verification, unable to restrain his tears of joy. "It cannot be wrong. It cannot be wrong. This conclusion is undoubtedly correct." Gong Zheng cautiously inquired, "Old Chen, what has transpired? What is this?" "This is the annular turbine plasma thruster I have been researching for nearly a decade," Chen Qingsheng exclaimed passionately, before abruptly turning around, his eyes ablaze with emotion. "Whose blueprint is this? Whose is it?" Gong Zheng, uncertain of the intricacies of turbines and plasma, only recognized that Old Chen appeared to have made a monumental breakthrough. He promptly raised his voice to question those in the control room of Area 9. "Whose blueprint is this?" However, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, and none dared to respond. At that moment, the team leader of the control room quietly remarked, "Director Gong, that is Feng Jun's desk. It must belong to him." "Who is Feng Jun?" "The prison guard who just greeted you and Old Chen." Upon hearing this, Chen Qingsheng slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Quick, find him, now, immediately." In his excitement, Chen Qingsheng succumbed to a fit of coughing. Gong Zheng, realizing the gravity of the situation, swiftly retrieved his walkie-talkie, connecting it to the prison's loudspeakers. "All units, locate guard Feng Jun and bring him to the Area 9 control room immediately." He then instructed his subordinates, "Hurry and bring Feng Jun back." "Yes." As everyone rushed to find Feng Jun, Gong Zheng hurriedly poured a cup of warm water for Chen Qingsheng. "Old Chen, please drink some water. Your health is paramount." "No. My health pales in comparison to the nation and the advancement of human civilization." "Director Gong, do you comprehend how many scientists around the world yearn to break through with the annular turbine plasma thruster? With it, the power and agility of the primordial-grade beast-hunting mechas will experience a revolutionary leap." "Primordial-grade mechas," Gong Zheng exclaimed in astonishment, finally grasping the reason behind Chen Qingsheng's fervor. Chen Qingsheng nodded emphatically. "I never anticipated that within this prison there would exist such talent. A mere guard surpasses the intellect of so many scientists." Feng Jun was brought back to the Area 9 control room, bewildered as he surveyed the crowd. He had barely stepped out of the prison when a guard team intercepted him and swiftly escorted him back to the control room. "You are Feng Jun?" "Yes." "That's me, Old Chen." Chen Qingsheng, disregarding his earlier composure, stepped forward excitedly and grasped Feng Jun's shoulders. "Tell me, how did you deduce the IUS vortex results? What dimensions and proportions did you use to substitute into this blueprint for the OD-91? Moreover, this blueprint, you actually drew it by hand. What is this 0D? What is this vortex shape?" "Chen Lao, I have no understanding of what you are referring to." A sheen of perspiration adorned Feng Jun's forehead. He was utterly bewildered by the current predicament. Observing Feng Jun's clear yet devoid of the sagacity characteristic of a scientist's gaze, Chen Qingsheng felt a weight settle in his heart. This comprehensive diagram of the annular turbine plasma propulsion system was not drawn by you. This. Feng Jun glanced at Gong Zheng and then back at Chen Qingsheng, fully aware that lying at this juncture would inevitably lead him to a military tribunal. His knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground. Chen Lao, this is not my work. It was created by an inmate named Yu Xingzhou in my ward. He instructed me to submit it to the research department, but I had not yet managed to do so." Slap. Gong Zheng, upon hearing this, delivered a resounding blow to Feng Jun's face. "Fool, do you not realize that if an inmate submits scientific achievements, the prison guards must immediately relay them to the research department?" Feng Jun sought to justify himself, but Chen Qingsheng interrupted him directly. "Take me to that inmate's cell, quickly." Yes, Chen Lao, I shall lead you there at once." Feng Jun scrambled to guide everyone towards Yu Xingzhou's cell. Upon unlocking the door, they were all taken aback by the sight before them. In the center of the cell lay a vast pit, and papers were strewn about haphazardly. Yu Xingzhou was nowhere to be found. "What? Where is he?" Feng Jun was dumbfounded. Had an inmate from his ward escaped? Chen Qingsheng furrowed his brow, gathering the scattered papers from the floor and rapidly flipping through them, disbelief clouding his eyes. How could this be? Diagrams of the railgun principles and forms. structural blueprints of the space elevator, and derivation formulas for high-temperature fusion materials. Chen Qingsheng could no longer articulate his feelings, ignoring the dull ache in his chest. He summoned the last vestiges of his strength to shout at Warden Gongzhang, "We must locate this individual. It is imperative that we find him. He is humanity's hope for completely eradicating the sea beasts." Gongzhang promptly retrieved a miniature remote control from his pocket and pressed the button. "Seal off the entire prison. All personnel to assume the highest level of alert. We must search every inch of the ground to find Yu Xingzhou." Chapter 4. The Successful Escape and the Ascendance of the Technological Tree. Gongzhang, accompanied by a fully armed team of prison guards, leaped into the pit within Yu Xingzhou's cell. At Chen Qingsheng's insistence, he joined them. "Feng Jun, how could you not notice such a large pit in the inmates' quarters of your prison?" "Warden, I passed by here before my shift ended and detected no anomalies at all." "Stop your nonsense. How could such a massive hole go unnoticed?" Gongzhang erupted in fury, the veins in his forehead bulging. Feng Jun, drenched in cold sweat, realized that if Yu Xingzhou was not found, he would likely face dire consequences. Just as Gongzhang was about to berate Feng Jun further, Chen Qingsheng, observing the excavated wall of the pit, intervened. "Warden Gong, this is not his fault. You have already investigated, and there are no missing tools in the prison. Moreover, the excavation marks do not resemble manual digging. It is evident that professional equipment was used." Gongzhang was momentarily taken aback. "That cannot be. To dig out of here, even with the most advanced equipment, would take at least a day. How is that possible? Given that someone capable of designing scientific blueprints that even the world's foremost scientists cannot surpass could achieve this, we must believe in the possibility. We need to expedite our efforts to locate that inmate." Soon, they reached the exit, but there was no trace of Yu Xingzhou. Gongzhang immediately accessed the surrounding surveillance footage, swiftly retrieving images from 20 minutes prior on his military-grade tablet. Suddenly, a silver-gray figure emerged from the ground. Its excavation equipment still deployed, reminiscent of a character from a film, Iron Man. The figure surveyed its surroundings, and with small jet thrusters emerging from its calves and back, it soared out of the camera's view in an instant. Is that a fully enclosed powered exoskeleton armor? No wonder it could excavate such a hole in such a short time. The technology on that armor is comparable to that of a third-generation mech. The back-mounted thrust vectoring system converted pure electrical energy into light radiation and repulsive waves, achieving genuine non-mass propulsion. The fact that such a compact device could be created is nothing short of miraculous. Chen Qingsheng watched the video, murmuring to himself as his voice trembled. In mere minutes, his worldview had been irrevocably altered by this inmate, Yu Xingzhou. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to Gongzhang. "Warden, please prepare a private plane for me at once. I need to meet with the Prime Minister. And do not cease your search for this inmate. It is imperative that you find him." Meanwhile, Yu Xingzhou, clad in the exoskeleton armor, was soaring away from the confines of Jingshui prison at a speed of Mach 3. As he had escaped, his personal record still bore the identity of a convict. Returning directly to the Hope Wall, unscathed by the impending beast tide, was nearly impossible. Without the protection of mechs, even clad in an exoskeleton, he is highly likely to encounter sea beasts on the perilous journey to the Wall of Hope. For his safety, he must take the risk of traveling to the nearest city, magic capital, to the Silent Water Prison. This locale, with its coastal proximity and dense population, was among the first places in Dragon Country to fall victim to the sea beasts. 5 sea beasts have successively landed in magic capital from the depths of the ocean. Yu Xingzhou sought refuge in an abandoned factory nearby. "Ah, this is the mech factory of Magic Capital?" Upon entering the vast warehouse of the factory, Yu Xingzhou was astounded by the sight before him. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently stumbled into a forsaken mech factory. Following humanity's victory over the second sea beast, the United Nations swiftly proposed a beast hunting initiative, prompting nations worldwide to construct mech factories, pouring all their resources into the manufacture of hunting mechs and the vigorous advancement of technology. Consequently, the quality of human life plummeted, regressing by decades. Task: complete the blueprint for the primordial level mech and ensure that 1000 individuals grasp the fundamental operational principles of the primordial level mech. Yu Xingzhou reviewed the task assigned by the system, and after a moment of contemplation, he recognized that his current predicament necessitated reliance on live streaming to elucidate these concepts to an audience, thus fulfilling the task. He quickly scoured the factory, locating an undamaged computer. Utilizing the electric pencil and other tools carried by his exoskeleton, he repaired the damaged circuits. Subsequently, Yu Xingzhou began to hand-draw the blueprint for the primordial level mech, annotating every component with the relevant formulas and parts. After all, conveying the intricacies of the blueprint to those lacking expertise in the field was no simple feat, however. With his comprehensive knowledge of Level 1 civilization, he could translate all specialized knowledge into terms comprehensible to individuals with a basic education. Several hours later, Yu Xingzhou registered an account on a live streaming platform and initiated the first session of what would soon alter the fate of humanity, a live broadcast on cutting-edge technology. Cutting-edge technology live stream. Explanation of the primordial level mech blueprint. To avoid being recognized by officials, Yu Xingzhou crafted a simple mask to conceal his identity. Welcome, esteemed viewers, to my live stream, where I will explain the primordial level mech blueprint, ensuring that within half an hour, each of you will comprehend its structural principles. Within just a few minutes, a handful of spectators entered the stream. Explanation of the primordial level mech blueprint? What a ludicrous title. The United Nations can barely manage this. Yet this streamer claims to have it? Indeed, the streamer had displayed a blueprint accompanied by a plethora of incomprehensible formulas, which appeared to lend some authenticity to his claims. Perhaps this is a conceptual drawing he devised himself? Observing the budding discussions among the viewers, Yu Xingzhou cleared his throat and commenced his explanation. Are you familiar with LH Pytle's rule? If not, fret not, as it bears no relevance here. What we have is a toroidal plasma thruster. This is referred to as the G3M chest cannon, which utilizes a principle of derivation that can be likened to placing an apple on a table. Yu Xingzhou has adeptly simplified complex knowledge and formulas into numerous relatable examples from everyday life. Consequently, the number of viewers in the live broadcast steadily increased, from a mere handful to dozens, then hundreds. Simultaneously, within the highest military conference room of the Dragon Nation, the long table was teeming with individuals. Half were high-ranking military officials, while the other half comprised esteemed experts and academicians from various scientific fields. Seated at the head of the table was the nation's supreme leader, Qin Guozhong. Qin, what urgent matter necessitates such a late meeting? Inquired a member of the Academy of Sciences. 2 hours ago, a prisoner escaped from Jingshui prison. Is it truly necessary to mobilize so extensively for the escape of a single prisoner? Moreover, as researchers, should this not be a matter for the military to handle? Qin Guozhong remained silent, merely ceding his position to Chen Qixing, who wasted no time. He instructed his assistant to activate the holographic projection. Ladies and gentlemen, while the escape of a prisoner may ostensibly concern us little, this individual left behind several blueprints prior to his flight, which I would like you all to examine. In the next moment, the blueprints left in Yu Xingzhou's cell materialized before the assembly. Many scientists, upon witnessing the documents, became visibly agitated, rising from their seats with wide eyes. These are the comprehensive diagrams for the annular turbo plasma propulsion system, the principles and conceptual diagrams of the railgun, the foundational structure of a space elevator, the concept of a beast-hunting mech capable of bearing charged particle cannons. All present were profoundly astonished by the documents and diagrams laid before them. They were acutely aware of the significance of these works, though many remained merely in the conceptual stage, as current technology does not support the formulation of any substantial theories. Most notably, several projects that scientists worldwide have yet to conquer were now presented with complete blueprints and the verification results for each formula mentioned therein. They observed clearly that the outcomes of each formula verification were logical and operationally sound. In essence, these blueprints were unequivocally authentic. Academician Chen, are you suggesting that these projects, which no scientist on Earth has yet surmounted, were developed by a prisoner? Chapter 5. The creation of mechs indeed. All of this was discovered within that prisoner's cell. Initially, he submitted his research findings to the guards in hopes of securing his release. But the guards delayed their submission, prompting the prisoner to escape. Chen Qixing nodded and then retrieved the surveillance footage of Yu Xingzhou's escape. When the impeccably designed, fully enclosed powered exoskeleton armor appeared on Yu Xingzhou, a profound silence enveloped the room. The fully enclosed powered exoskeleton armor. If this footage hasn't been manipulated by Photoshop, then I surmise that this armor is primarily constructed from nanomaterials, an insight first recognized by a materials science expert. Following closely, a scientist specializing in power systems remarked, "The size of the vortex thruster on his back is astonishing. How can it support such high-power flight? What kind of reactor is compact enough to be housed within the armor?" Exoskeleton armor was proposed as early as the last century, and humanity has successfully developed various forms, even some applicable for battlefield assistance in single-soldier operations. However, the fully enclosed powered exoskeleton armor depicted in the surveillance footage has only ever existed in theoretical concepts, as current human technology is incapable of addressing the complexities involved, such as power systems, weaponry support, and armor materials. All present were distinguished figures in the realm of technology within the Dragon Country, and it was evident that the blueprints and the exoskeleton armor had left them all in awe. This was precisely why I insisted on convening a meeting at such a late hour. Chen Qingxing continued with an unusually solemn expression. I believe that if we can locate this prisoner, the technological advancements of Dragon Country, and indeed, the entirety of human technology, will experience a staggering leap. He could very well become the pivotal figure in humanity's ultimate triumph over the sea beasts. Chen Qingxing then transmitted Yu Xingzhou's personal information onto the computers before everyone. Here is the profile of the prisoner. Please take a look. The assembled military personnel and scientists diligently examined Yu Xingzhou's profile. Soon, the materials science expert who had previously stood up raised a question. Isn't this the graduate student who plagiarized Professor Chen Qiming's research a few years ago? As a student of Professor Chen, he was imprisoned for stealing multiple research achievements from his mentor. Who would have imagined that he possesses such capabilities? I wonder if this latest research is merely a result of further plagiarism from others? Upon this statement, the previously quiet conference room erupted into murmurs. Professor Bai's point was well taken. The file clearly indicated that many of Professor Chen Qiming's research accomplishments had been misappropriated and published under Yu Xingzhou's name. I also believe that since Yu Xingzhou was sentenced to 4 years in prison and has 8 months remaining, this recent endeavor was likely an attempt to secure an early release, only to be thwarted by the guards, leading to his desperate escape out of shame and anger. A plagiarist presenting scientific achievements is indeed hard to believe. If he truly possesses such capabilities, why resort to stealing Professor Chen's research in the first place? Indeed. Upon hearing the murmurs of those around, both Chen Qingxing and Qin Guozhong frowned. This question had crossed their minds, yet within the confines of a prison. Whom could Yu Xingzhou possibly plagiarize? Furthermore, Yu Xingzhou was confined to a solitary cell, leaving him with little opportunity to interact with other inmates. Before encountering Yu Xingzhou, let us refrain from jumping to conclusions. Qin Guozhong's voice resonated powerfully, instantly silencing the previously noisy conference room. He then commanded, regardless of the circumstances, "We must locate Yu Xingzhou. Even if he has indeed plagiarized from others, we must hear from him directly about the origins of his theft. General Situ, I entrust you with the formation of a special task force to locate Yu Xingzhou in the shortest possible time." Situ Chong immediately rose. Understood. Qin Guozhong nodded and continued issuing orders. Today's meeting is confidential. The matter of Yu Xingzhou must not be disclosed to outsiders. Additionally, esteemed academicians and professors, please expedite the development based on the blueprints left by Yu Xingzhou. The remaining diagrams will surely be obtained once we find him. Perhaps the first primordial-grade mech will be birthed in our Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, Yu Xingzhou's live stream had been ongoing for 4 hours, with the audience swelling to over 1,300 participants, as he vividly illustrated and continuously simplified the principles behind the formulas. 600 individuals had already come to believe that the primordial-grade mech blueprints he had drawn were genuinely feasible. Well, I just researched extensively online based on the host's explanations and found no discrepancies. I genuinely believe this primordial-grade mech can be manufactured using this blueprint. Who is the host? Is the nation testing the waters for a nationwide push towards active technological learning? Such comments flooded the live stream, yet opposing voices emerged as well. What nonsense! No matter how vividly the host speaks, even if all the formulas can be computed by a machine, it remains mere theory. Exactly. If this blueprint were authentic, why not present it to the nation or the United Nations for immediate production of the primordial-grade mech? The host is merely a fraud. Someone with a modicum of scientific knowledge attempting to deceive us. Let us disperse. As he read these comments, sweat pooled in Yu Xingzhou's palms. An hour prior, the system had alerted him that 500 individuals had fully grasped the fundamental operating principles of the primordial-grade mech. Yet now, an hour later, that number remained unchanged. Yu Xingzhou understood well that the remaining individuals had not failed to comprehend the principles. Rather, they were unwilling to believe or to seek understanding. These individuals believe that even if all the formulas and logic depicted on the blueprints are sound, they ultimately exist only on paper. Unless Yu Xingzhou can truly fabricate a primordial-grade mech based on this design, delivering it to the state for production may prove futile. He fears that upon submission, that old curmudgeon Chen Qiming will accuse him once more of plagiarizing his research. Yu Xingzhou mused, fully aware of Chen Qiming's influence within Long Country and on the international stage. Should he act carelessly now, he risks falling into the same trap as several years prior, when he was falsely accused by Chen Qiming. In pursuit of fulfilling the task assigned by the system and ascending the technological ladder, Yu Xingzhou resolved to undertake a daring decision. Given the skepticism surrounding the authenticity of this blueprint, he would heed the demands of the masses and construct a primordial-grade mech from it. Chapter 6. The Father of Asian Technology. Upon the utterance of these words by Yu Xingzhou, the entire livestream room erupted in fervor. Host, are you truly aware of what you are proclaiming? One individual wishes to fabricate a mech? While it is well acknowledged that the assembly process is entirely executed by mechanical arms and robots, how can you, a solitary person, manage such multi-threaded operations? Indeed. And what of the materials required for constructing a mech? Does the host genuinely believe that he embodies an entire nation? If it were truly so effortless, mechs would have long since inundated the world. The creation of mechs is but a falsehood of yours. In response to the skepticism expressed by the viewers in the live chat, Yu Xingzhou chose not to elaborate, merely asserting that he would return to livestream at the same time the following day. He then concluded the broadcast. The concerns raised by the viewers were certainly not lost on him. After his release in a past life, he had successfully ascended to the ranks of a mech pilot, thanks to his formidable skills. All mech pilots are acutely aware that numerous black market traders operate within the restricted zones plagued by sea beasts. These traders subsist by scavenging the remains of sea beasts and the discarded components of damaged mechs. Their organization operates with meticulous precision. Once a battle between sea beasts and mechs concludes, these individuals hasten to the battlefield to collect the necessary parts at lightning speed. Due to the potent radiation emitted by deceased sea beasts, which lingers for a considerable radius, dissipating only after a minimum of 12 hours, the military refrains from clearing the battlefield until the radiation has subsided, in order to prevent rapid casualties among their ranks. Initially, the authorities contemplated mobilizing volunteers to recover mech parts, but this initiative was swiftly branded as inhumane. The relentless onslaught of sea beasts had already decimated the human population from 80 billion to a mere 45 billion. Ultimately, the United Nations announced the cancellation of this volunteer endeavor, lest humanity face extinction not at the hands of sea beasts, but through internal collapse. Experts in sociology had long declared, under apocalyptic conditions, the human psyche becomes exceedingly fragile. Should there be any inclination towards self-abandonment among humans, the survivors may gradually gravitate towards extremism. To avert such a scenario, the existence of volunteers was eradicated, giving rise to organizations composed of black market traders. To mitigate the risk of radiation fatalities, the authorities would only dispatch recovery teams once the radiation from the deceased sea beasts had dissipated. However, by that time, many valuable components would have already been claimed by the black market traders. These traders are often marginalized individuals, enduring abysmal living conditions in the cities, with many preferring death over their current existence. Simultaneously, they firmly believe that sea beasts will ultimately obliterate humanity. Thus, they reason that it is better to live a few less years, braving the lethal radiation to collect the remains of sea beasts and mech components, thereby exchanging them with the authorities for resources, allowing them to exist in their own personal paradise amidst the apocalypse. Within the sphere of black market activities, there is little that cannot be procured. In regions frequently beset by battles with sea beasts, the presence of black market traders is assured by seeking them out for materials. One could nearly construct a mech. As for the colossal workshop dedicated to assembling mechs, the factory I am currently in possesses all the necessary equipment. Yu Xingzhou scoured the factory and discovered that the machinery was in good condition, although some circuits had encountered issues. However, armed with the complete technological knowledge of a level 1 civilization, repairing a circuit posed no challenge for him. After spending several hours rectifying the damaged circuits, he proceeded to modify the factory's communication devices. True to expectation, he soon managed to establish contact with the black market merchants operating in the city. Naturally, Yu Xingzhou did not possess currency or goods to trade with these illicit merchants, but he held invaluable knowledge that could significantly enhance their status. Thus, he proposed a transaction. He could provide them with blueprints for the equipment they required, facilitating their subsequent retrieval of mech parts and remnants of sea beasts. You must have your own modification personnel, right? Yu Xingzhou inquired tentatively after sending the blueprints. If they lacked such personnel, it would complicate matters, as he would have to undertake the modifications himself, consuming precious time. To his surprise, the response came swiftly. You need not worry about that. We will deliver what you require shortly. How long will it take? Can it arrive within a day? He pressed. Buddy, what you requested includes mechanical arms and various components weighing dozens or even hundreds of tons. Even if we are not far apart, such a swift delivery is implausible. Moreover, making such a large movement might attract the sea beasts. Yu Xingzhou was momentarily taken aback but quickly replied. I can provide you with 2 additional detailed blueprints for low-altitude braking hoist transporters. I will deliver them by tomorrow afternoon. His eyelid twitched as he thought, all right. So you're a money grubber, are you? After completing these arrangements, Yu Xingzhou found a spot to lie down. He had not had a proper rest since his escape. Within minutes, he began to snore softly. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom had dispatched over 1,000 personnel to search for Yu Xingzhou's whereabouts around Silent Water Prison. Little did they expect that he would flee to the Forbidden Zone, a place designated 2 years prior, wrought with the threat of sea beast landings. After all, a sea beast several dozen meters long could flatten the area within hours. Professor Chen, you have been working for 15 consecutive hours. You should take a break. Your health is the foundation of your endeavors. Chen Qiming's assistant entered the laboratory, concern etched on his face. Chen Qiming removed his glasses, wearily massaging his temples, and sighed heavily. Alas, I cannot afford to stop. If we are to manufacture primordial class mechs and ultimately defeat the sea beasts, I must persevere. But if you continue like this, your health will inevitably deteriorate. I understand. I will rest once I derive the results of this equation. Yet, no sooner had Chen Qiming spoken than the screen before him displayed an error message regarding the results. Chen Qiming stared blankly at the screen. His aged eyes filled with disappointment. For the 1025th time, he had failed yet again. A sense of despair washed over him. Over 3 years ago, he had discovered that his graduate student, Yu Xingzhou, possessed an extraordinary talent for research. Many topics that Chen Qiming himself had failed to unravel were, astonishingly, solved by Yu Xingzhou alone. That day, Yu Xingzhou excitedly approached Chen Qiming, holding his research papers aloft. Professor, look at these accomplishments I achieved after a month of hard work. I have meticulously verified many of the formulas, and they are sound. If submitted, they would undoubtedly contribute significantly to the development of the 2nd generation of mechas. Upon reviewing these papers and diagrams, an insidious idea took root in Chen Qiming's mind to claim them as his own. As a mere university professor, his status had plummeted drastically after the sea beasts invaded and humanity retreated to the Hope Wall. The only way to regain his standing in society was through the development of new technologies. Thus, he patted Yu Xingzhou on the shoulder, feigning sincerity, and said, Xingzhou, why don't you give these to me? I will help you submit them. By the way, I still have the 2 papers you provided me last time. Could you fetch them for me? I will ensure your name is included. Of course, Professor. I will get them right away. However, as Yu Xingzhou went to retrieve the papers, Chen Qiming reported him, accusing him of plagiarizing his research. As a seasoned professor with a history of academic presentations, his words were believed without question. Yu Xingzhou found himself defenseless, ultimately imprisoned. Subsequently, Chen Qiming relied on the results of Yu Xingzhou's research, publishing findings every few months, and swiftly rose to prominence as the most renowned chief scientist in Longhua. He was even hailed as the father of Asian technology on the global stage. Yet now, having published all his scientific successes, Chen Qiming sought breakthroughs in new fields. However, he struggled for half a year on the final formula without success. As Chen Qiming became lost in thought, his assistant's words jolted him back to reality. Professor Yu Xingzhou, who once stole your research, escaped from prison just a day ago. What? Chen Qiming's heart dropped, and his pupils constricted in shock. Chapter 7. The anthropomorphic sea beast Yu Xingzhou has escaped from prison. Upon hearing this news, Chen Qiming was instantly jolted into awareness. What did you say? Yu Xingzhou has broken free? Yes, Professor, and it is rumored that the military is searching for him everywhere. If he shows any signs of resistance during the pursuit, he may very well be shot on sight. As Chen Qiming absorbed his assistant's explanation, the tension in his heart finally eased. He felt a surge of elation. Initially, he had worried that upon his escape, Yu Xingzhou might reveal the events of the past. Even if no one believed him, it would inevitably attract the interest of those with ulterior motives. If they were to investigate deeply, the truth from that time could be exposed. However, with the military now on the hunt for Yu Xingzhou, and the possibility of him being killed if he resisted, Chen Qiming could hardly contain his excitement. If Yu Xingzhou were to die, the truth of that year would remain forever concealed. I thought Yu Xingzhou was merely of questionable character. Who would have imagined he would dare to escape? Truly mad. Chen Qiming maintained his facade of righteousness. His assistant nodded in agreement. Indeed, but I suspect Yu Xingzhou is as good as dead. The Silent Waters prison lies beyond the Wall of Hope, near the area of the Magic City, which has long been designated a forbidden zone. He could easily be shot by the military or trampled by the sudden emergence of a sea beast. Poor child. A look of regret crossed Chen Qiming's face. Yet internally, he was already reveling in delight. He then instructed his assistant, "Please prepare some hot water for me. I shall bathe and then rest." "Certainly, Professor." "Oh, by the way, a few hours ago, the chairperson convened a meeting and originally invited you to attend. However, following your directive, I declined the invitation on the grounds of your research commitments. Yes, continue to refuse any subsequent meetings. We are now at a critical phase of breakthrough. I have no time for such gatherings." Chen Qiming nodded, dismissing the matter from his mind. Little did he know that his absence from the meeting that evening resulted in him missing crucial information regarding Yu Xingzhou's escape. Upon waking, Yu Xingzhou began to preemptively set up the programming needed for assembling mechas in the factory. Under normal circumstances, assembling a single mecha would require hundreds of researchers to simultaneously operate countless complex procedures. However, drawing upon the extensive knowledge from the technological tree in his mind, Yu Xingzhou developed more advanced and refined functionalities, allowing him to complete the work previously needing hundreds of individuals, all on a single computer. Simultaneously, he spent several hours utilizing the workstation to create over a dozen intelligent heavy-duty robots. During the assembly process, many areas that would typically require manual welding could now be handled by these robots. The preparations are nearly complete. I merely need to wait for those fellows to deliver the necessary supplies tonight, and I can commence assembling the mecha. Yu Xingzhou glanced at the time. There were still 3 hours remaining until the agreed-upon hour. He exchanged parts from the second-generation mech with black market traders, along with 2 limbs from the Horizon Watcher, a third-generation mech from the Dragon Kingdom. Yu Xingzhou recalled vividly that the Horizon Watcher was the second third-generation mech manufactured by the Dragon Kingdom, which tragically met its demise during its inaugural mission, encountering 2 third-tier behemoths simultaneously. Before reinforcements could arrive, the Horizon Watcher was torn into fragments, and its pilot was ruthlessly crushed by the sea creature. Subsequently, those black market merchants salvaged the intact limbs, leaving the remaining parts for the state to recover. Around 6 in the evening, Yu Xingzhou finally awaited the arrival of the goods from the black market traders. A loud bang resonated outside the factory. For safety's sake, Yu Xingzhou donned his exoskeleton armor to preempt any last-minute changes of heart from the black market merchants. Although such situations had never occurred when they dealt with official entities or other organizations, Yu Xingzhou understood that the reason these merchants had never reneged was that their counterparts were always organized groups. Yu Xingzhou, however, was alone. Should the traders discover this fact, the outcome could be dire. Upon reaching outside the factory, Yu Xingzhou discerned that the source of the earlier commotion was a group of heavy-duty robots towering nearly 10 meters high. Their rather rudimentary appearance led Yu Xingzhou to speculate that these were constructed internally by the black market traders for transportation purposes. Among these robots stood a mech over 5 meters tall. Yu Xingzhou surmised that this small mech was likely a creation of the organization's scientific personnel. "Hey, you must be the one we're trading with, right?" One voice from the small mech inquired. "Yes, you can leave the items here," Yu Xingzhou replied. "You're alone?" came the astonished voice from within the small mech. Yu Xingzhou narrowed his eyes slightly, quietly beginning to charge his weapon. "What's the matter? Is that a problem?" Sensing the hostility in Yu Xingzhou's tone, the trader chuckled lightly. "Don't be alarmed. Although our name includes black, we never engage in unscrupulous dealings." With that, the trader input commands for the heavy-duty robots to unload the equipment Yu Xingzhou had purchased, intending to depart immediately. However, just as he turned, he glanced back to caution Yu Xingzhou. "Considering the numerous modification blueprints you've provided to our organization, I'll kindly advise you to leave here promptly. If you lack a bunker, your survival here will be fleeting. Those sea creatures are more intelligent than humans can fathom." "What do you mean?" Yu Xingzhou's gaze sharpened. clearly taken aback by the trader's words. Literally, the transaction is complete. Farewell. The trader, showing no inclination for further conversation, activated the small mech and led the heavy-duty robots away. More intelligent than humans can fathom? Yu Xingzhou murmured, his thoughts racing as he realized that these black market traders were far more complex than they appeared. Yet, at that moment, he had little inclination to dwell on such matters. At present, his foremost objective is to construct the inaugural colossal mech and fulfill the initial task assigned by the system. In doing so, he will be able to demonstrate his capabilities directly to the officials of the Dragon Nation, thus liberating himself from the shadows and enabling him to swiftly elevate the nation along the technological ladder with utmost efficiency. However, there looms a grave concern. When exactly did the anthropomorphic sea beasts infiltrate humanity? With a contemplative gaze, Yu Xingzhou found himself pondering this perplexing question. Chapter 8: The First Mech, the Pioneer of Civilization. Yu Xingzhou utilized the heavy-duty robots he had constructed to transport the enormous components from outside to the vast assembly workshop's workbench. Subsequently, after donning his mask once more, he commenced the live broadcast punctually, even taking the liberty to modify the stream's title to Live Construction of a Primal Class Mech. Given that Yu Xingzhou had previously announced his intention to conduct the live stream for the construction of the Primal Class Mech at this time, numerous viewers had anticipated his arrival in the streaming room. To their astonishment, the broadcast indeed began. Could the host truly possess the capability to create a Primal Class Mech? What a jest! My friends, I took the liberty of researching this matter. The United Nations has predicted that it will take at least 3 more months to finalize the blueprints for a Primal Class Mech. I find it hard to believe that the host could surpass the world's foremost scientists single-handedly, even if we were to entertain an unlikely scenario. Merely assembling such a colossal mech would necessitate an adequately expansive workbench, something only a gigantic workshop could provide. How could an individual, apart from the state, possibly construct such a facility? Yet, Yu Xingzhou paid no heed to the viewers' comments, instead focusing on adjusting the camera. Soon, after fine-tuning the camera angle, he stepped back several paces. In the following instant, the previously bustling chat room fell into utter silence. The viewers beheld Yu Xingzhou standing before a complex computer, his back to the camera. Before him lay the immense workshop that had been mentioned by numerous spectators. Inside the vast workshop, countless mech components were arranged like slumbering steel behemoths, quietly resting at the edge of the workbench. A gigantic mechanical arm, suspended above the workbench, slowly descended, picking up the mech parts with a crisp sound of metal colliding against metal. What in the world? This is indeed a gigantic workshop. I apologize for my earlier outburst. Who is this host? If I am not mistaken, the piece being grasped by the mechanical arm must be the arm from our Dragon Nation's 3rd-generation mech. The Horizon Watcher, right? Not only that arm, but also the L-23 heavy mortar. It belongs to the 2nd-generation mech of the Bear Nation, the Angel of Judgment. As some viewers in the streaming room began to recognize that most of the components were from previously defeated mechs, Yu Xingzhou slowly spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, the blueprints I have drawn for the Primal Class Mech are genuine, but the creation of such a mech is no simple task. The materials I can procure are merely these discarded components from the defeated mechs. Henceforth, I shall construct a rudimentary Primal Class Mech using these parts, not only to demonstrate its authenticity, but also to earn your trust in the legitimacy of this Primal Class Mech. After Yu Xingzhou finished speaking, his fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard to initiate the startup program. Moments later, the mechanical giant arms within the workshop commenced their operations. As the machine tools whirred to life, the cutting heads moved with precision and swiftness, slicing through a massive alloy of iron and copper and tungsten carbide, sparks flying as they gradually conformed to the shape Yu Xingzhou had predetermined. To speak candidly, I have come to believe that the extraordinary mecha blueprint presented by the streamer is indeed authentic. Is there any official personnel from the state overseeing this live streaming platform? Currently, the official assembly of a mecha takes a minimum of 28 days, with an average production time exceeding 40 days and at times extending to 2 months. Are we truly expected to watch a live stream for over a month? Upon reading this comment, Yu Xingzhou clarified to the over 1,000 viewers in the live stream, it indeed requires more than a month to construct a standard mecha. However, the majority of components I am utilizing are prefabricated parts from several other manufacturers. My task is merely to upgrade the chassis, welding methods, and power system according to the extraordinary mecha blueprint. The remaining work, in a sense, is simply assembling these components on the workbench. Furthermore, The official multi-threaded assembly program is excessively slow. I have modified it so that the procedure, which initially required numerous researchers operating multiple computers in a matrix control setup, can now be executed with just a single computer. Therefore, under these conditions, the extraordinary mecha can be constructed in just 3 days. To elucidate the straightforward principles involved, Yu Xingzhou presented a simplified equation he had prepared in advance. He once more illustrated the formula with relatable examples, explaining it to the audience in the livestream. Initially, only 500 individuals grasped and accepted this explanation, but now the number had risen to 700. Yu Xingzhou felt a surge of excitement within. He understood that the completion of the extraordinary mecha would coincide with the fulfillment of the system's first task. During the assembly process, Yu Xingzhou remained intensely focused at the computer, continually inputting commands to control the mechanical arms on the workbench. Time flew by swiftly, and in what felt like an instant, 3 days had elapsed. Unbeknownst to Yu Xingzhou, the livestream audience had grown from a mere 1,000 to over 4,000, with the numbers steadily increasing. Throughout these 3 days, to ensure that no unforeseen incidents occurred during production, he hardly rested. As the mechanical arms and heavy-duty robots affixed the final Vortex nuclear drive reactor into the chest of the mecha, the 2L-23 heavy mortars on its shoulders were also successfully welded. The first extraordinary mecha had officially come into existence. My heavens, is this truly the extraordinary mecha? The streamer has really made it. How could the prior technological assessments have failed to uncover such talent? What is the streamer's true identity? To be ahead of scientists worldwide? 3 days ago, when the stream began, I started recording, and now I shall forward this to the Mecha Research Institute. The comments in Yu Xingzhou's live stream were flooding in, as all present were astounded by the completed extraordinary mecha. Simultaneously, a cold mechanical voice echoed in Yu Xingzhou's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and successfully acquiring 1,000 technology points. Current civilization technology tree level 125. Upgrade requires 3,000 technology points. Upon learning of the technological tree, Yu Xingzhou experienced a momentary shock as his level surged from 1 to 125, nearly causing his heart to falter. It is noteworthy that humanity's current civilization level stands at a mere 0.75, a milestone achieved after millennia of effort. Thus, Yu Xingzhou was profoundly astounded. Having merely completed a modest task, he had elevated his technological tree by 0.25 levels. From the grand perspective of human civilization, this was nothing short of a miracle. After a brief period of astonishment, Yu Xingzhou redirected his focus back to the computer before him. Soon, after he designated a name for the mecha, all data pertaining to this primordial-grade mecha was displayed. The audience in the live stream was entirely captivated by the data panel. Name: Pioneer of Civilization Model, 4th Generation Mecha, Primordial Grade, Status: Not yet deployed. Height: 72 meters. Weight: 1,680 tons. Power source: Vortex Electric Nucleus Drive Reaction Device Processing Core. Xingzhou GX Sea Beast Mecha Processing Core Cockpit. Mecha Head. Chapter 9. The Emergence of Sea Beasts. The name Civilization Pioneer holds a certain intrigue. The Vortex Electric Core Propulsion System, I took the liberty to investigate, is also the designation for the power unit of the 3rd-generation aircraft. However, the ancient blueprint distinctly indicates that the ancient class mecha must replace its power system. Indeed, the largest 3rd-generation aircraft measures merely 60 meters, and now it has been elevated by an additional 12 meters. Would it not incur a burden if the same power system were to be employed? Observing these skeptical comments, Yu Xingzhou offered a faint smile. Ladies and gentlemen, I have previously stated that I am not a state entity. The materials at my disposal are exceedingly limited. To replace the power system as per the blueprint would necessitate the utilization of more equipment and instruments, along with a greater variety of new materials. Regrettably, I am unable to procure such resources here. This Civilization Pioneer is merely the most basic configuration of the ancient class mecha. After elucidating his point, Yu Xingzhou turned and ascended towards the apex of the colossal workshop, where the mecha operators would enter the cockpit from the head of the mecha. Although the construction of the ancient class mecha was complete, Yu Xingzhou felt a tinge of trepidation within. In his previous life, he had no understanding of mecha manufacturing technology. Thus, even with the emergence of a technological tree in his mind after reincarnation, he could not assert with absolute certainty that the beast-hunting mecha he constructed could be deployed in actual combat. After all, this was his inaugural endeavor to transform theoretical knowledge from the technological tree into tangible technology. Wait, Is the host preparing to pilot the mecha? What a jest. Not everyone can be a mecha pilot. Modern mechas are controlled through neural interaction. Without training, it would be utterly impossible to manage. Upon witnessing Yu Xingzhou's intent to personally test the mecha, many viewers in the live stream began to panic. If one attempts to use neural interaction without prior training, it is highly likely to result in dire consequences. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the reincarnated Yu Xingzhou had already been a pilot of disaster-level mechas. At the highest military command center of the Dragon Kingdom. Situ, have you located Yu Xingzhou? Report to Elder Qin. Not yet. That fellow seems to have completely vanished since leaving Jingshui prison. Situ Chang's expression darkened. He retrieved the document report and said to Qin Guozhong, in order to ascertain the range within which Yu Xingzhou could operate over the course of 3 days, the researchers at the Scientific Institute meticulously analyzed the surveillance footage and the exoskeleton armor he utilized during his escape from prison. What were the results? The results indicate that Yu Xingzhou's exoskeleton armor, given the current pace of human technological advancement, would require at least 20 more years to manufacture. Based on the trajectory of the flames emitted from his armor and the energy output, it can be deduced that in 3 days, he could circumnavigate the Dragon Kingdom 10 times. Upon hearing this, Qin Guozhong was momentarily stunned. Are you implying that within 3 days, Yu Xingzhou could reach any location? Indeed. Hence, the difficulty of our search is immense, and we have yet to uncover any trace of him. Qin Guozhong fell into silence, grappling with the dilemma of whether to report this matter to the United Nations in a bid to locate Yu Xingzhou on a global scale. However, he harbored concerns that if other nations became aware of the genius that was Yu Xingzhou, they might resort to alternative means to capture him and subsequently conceal him. Such an eventuality would impede the progress of human civilization, with advancement only feasible for the nation that successfully located Yu Xingzhou. Just as Qin Guozhong was deep in contemplation, the computer screens in the command center suddenly erupted with flashing red exclamation marks. Warning! Warning! Marine beast signal detected. All personnel hastily began typing on their keyboards, utilizing satellites and radar to swiftly ascertain the coordinates of the marine beast signal. Yet, their expression soon shifted to one of alarm. Situ Chong furrowed his brow, and upon reviewing the results, his countenance darkened. Situ, what is the situation? With a complex expression, Situ Chong promptly replied, report to Elder Qin. According to the United Nations satellite, 7 marine beast signals have simultaneously emerged. Based on their trajectory, the system calculates that one will land in our city of Modu in 5 hours. 7 appearing at once. I recall that previously. The maximum number of marine beasts appearing simultaneously was 5, correct? Situ Chong nodded. Indeed, it appears the marine beasts have evolved. They have yet to land, and their classification remains uncertain. However, the Weihai Mecha Base has dispatched mechs to Modu to await interception. Qin Guozhong pondered for a moment, then instructed, deploy an additional 3rd-generation mech. If Yu Xingzhou is still in the vicinity of the Jingshui prison, the landing of a marine beast there could pose a life-threatening risk to him. Understood. I will issue the command immediately. As Situ Chong proceeded to contact the frontline Weihai Mecha Base, a frown settled on Qin Guozhong's face. Yu Xingzhou, where on earth have you hidden? Unbeknownst to Qin Guozhong, the very individual they had tirelessly sought was currently live-streaming on a platform. Chapter 10. The 3rd-generation mechs, Lords of Ashes, and icebreakers in the presidential conference room of the beautiful nation. Commander Davis of the Mech Joint Defense Department stood to deliver a report. Mr. President, 7 sea beasts appeared simultaneously 4 hours ago, and one is about to land in San Francisco. We have dispatched the 3rd-generation Mech Apollo to intercept it. Have there been any recent movements from the Dragon Nation? President Trump inquired, directing his gaze towards the CC-10 department. This department was established specifically to monitor the technological advancements of the Dragon Nation, with members dedicated to real-time surveillance of its activities. Such organizations exist in abundance within the beautiful nation, each independently tasked with overseeing a specific country. Essentially, they function as espionage divisions. Mr. President, there have been no new scientific breakthroughs from the Dragon Nation recently. However, a few days ago, their military dispatched troops overnight to the vicinity of the Magic City. According to reports, they appear to be searching for an individual. Oh, what is this person's name? I apologize, Mr. President, but this matter seems to involve classified information, and our informants currently lack the clearance to obtain such details. Trump was taken aback. He found it perplexing that the Dragon Nation would mobilize troops under the cover of night to search for someone, utilizing highly classified orders. Otherwise, given the level of espionage the beautiful nation had in the Dragon Nation, it should not have been a difficult task. Continue monitoring the Dragon Nation. We must find a way to uncover information about the individual they are seeking. Understood, sir. Meanwhile, Yu Xingzhou attempted to operate the Civilization Pioneer, finally revealing a look of satisfaction on his face. After testing, every function activated flawlessly. This indicated that the theoretical knowledge imparted by the technological tree could now be realized. Splendid. If he could complete a few more system tasks, the technological tree would reach the level of a second-tier civilization. At this rate, within a year, he could produce disaster-grade mechs, advancing 5 years ahead of the technology of his previous life. Moreover, he could even create more advanced mechs, enabling him to eradicate all sea beasts entirely. Yu Xingzhou felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Just then, the surroundings suddenly shook, accompanied by a muffled thud. Bang! Bang! The muffled sounds came at intervals of a few seconds, resembling the tremendous impact of a giant hammer striking the ground. Wait, was that an earthquake near the broadcaster? What's happening? He recalled that the National Mech Joint Defense Department had released news moments ago, indicating that 7 sea beast signals had appeared simultaneously over 4 hours ago, with one poised to land in the Magic City. A warning was issued for those in the vicinity who had not yet evacuated behind the Hope Wall to take cover. So the broadcaster is in the Magic City, and that noise is the thunderous sound following the landing of the sea beast. Yu Xingzhou was momentarily stunned. Drawing from his prior experience piloting beast-hunting mechs, he quickly discerned that the sound was not produced by the sea beast traversing the land. It was emanating from the beast-hunting mechs. The frequency at which the sea beasts traverse is utterly unpredictable, however, when the mechs are not in combat mode. The pilots typically engage cruise mode, resulting in a remarkably consistent pace of movement. Alas, it appears to be a stroke of ill fortune that merely after the completion of the mech's construction, the sea beasts have made landfall. Yu Xingzhou pondered silently, disinclined to reveal himself to assist. The power unit he procured from the black market was originally from a decommissioned mech, and its energy reserves were already severely depleted, with only half remaining and no opportunity for recharging. Venturing out to confront the sea beasts could very well lead to a scenario where he runs out of energy mid-battle. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems we have a sea beast landing here. The streamer will be signing off. With that, Yu Xingzhou promptly terminated the live broadcast. At the border of the Magic City, the sky was shrouded in a dismal gray, with a persistent drizzle enveloping the surroundings in a veil of mist. Emerging from this fog were 2 colossal third-generation mechs, maintaining a distance of 1,000 meters apart, while simultaneously activating cruise mode. Advancing toward the coastal area of the Magic City. Lord of Ashes reporting, no signs of sea beast life detected on radar. Break Ice reporting, no incidents on my end either. Upon receiving the reports from the 2 mechs, the base of the dangerous sea mechs promptly replied, do not let your guard down. Based on data projections, the sea beasts will land in 15 minutes. Prepare for battle. Additionally, Lord of Ashes, remember to maintain a sufficient combat distance from the port, as your mech is not equipped for underwater combat. Break Ice, you will serve as the primary attacking mech for this operation. Understood, responded the pilots of both the Lord of Ashes and Break Ice in unison. Following this, in accordance with the United Nations request, the battlefield live stream was initiated. As the mech pilots relied on neural interaction for perfect coordination in piloting, prolonged use of such mental exertion could inflict irreversible damage to the brain. The purpose of the live stream was to encourage greater participation in mech piloting training and to allow humanity to witness the annihilation of sea beasts by mechs, thereby instilling hope amid apocalyptic circumstances. It was indeed the Lord of Ashes and Break Ice embarking on this mission. The pilot of the Lord of Ashes, Zhou Feng, was quite formidable, ranking among the top 3 pilots of third-generation mechs. Is this the Magic City? Alas, I did not expect them to land here again. Once the live stream commenced, over 100,000 viewers swiftly flocked to watch, as the primary focus was the impending clash between the mechs and the sea beasts. Soon enough, the 2 mechs arrived at the port of the Magic City. A momentary tranquility enveloped the port. Before long, the radar suddenly detected signals indicating the presence of sea beasts rapidly approaching. Attention, attention, pilots, be advised. The sea beasts will land on the shore in 10 seconds. Prepare for impact. 10, 9, 8, 1. As the countdown concluded within the mech's artificial intelligence system, a colossal shadow erupted from the depths of the sea. unleashing a tremendous force that sent towering waves crashing skyward. The waves dispersed in all directions, and in an instant, the shadow lunged towards the icebreaker. Bang! The collision between the icebreaker and the sea beast produced a deafening roar, accompanied by a spray of sparks. Feeling the immense force of the impact, the icebreaker staggered a few steps, but the pilot swiftly regained control of the mech to stabilize its position. Simultaneously, both the Ashen Lord and the icebreaker received information regarding the sea beast before them. Codename: King of the Underworld. Classification: Tier 3 Sea Beast. Height: 70 meters. Weight: 954 tons. Landing site: Demon City. It was only after the artificial intelligence detected all the details of this sea creature that the Crisis Sea Mech Base and various combat rooms received simultaneous alerts from the AI. Warning! Warning! Sea beasts heading towards India and Neon Country have altered their course and are accelerating towards Demon City. Chapter 11. The Mecca of the Dragon Nation, Pioneers of Civilization. What is happening? How come two more are approaching us? Damn it! Upon receiving this news, the pilots of Ashen Lord and Icebreaker quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Previously, the simultaneous landing of multiple sea beasts in one location had only occurred once before, and even then, it involved merely two beasts appearing unexpectedly. The sudden alteration in course of a sea beast that had previously revealed its signal had never been seen before. The Ashen Lord immediately joined the fray, swiftly assisting Icebreaker in dispatching the sea beast before them. The other two sea beasts are expected to arrive in 20 minutes. Reinforcements have been dispatched and are advancing at full speed. Once those two beasts arrive, you must withstand for an additional 25 minutes. Please hold on and await support. Upon learning of the two additional sea beasts heading toward the Magic City, the Crisis Sea Base promptly sent out support mechas. However, even at full speed, they would not arrive in 20 minutes. This means that if Ashen Lord and Icebreaker do not eliminate the sea beast codenamed Nether King before the arrival of the other two, they will face a daunting challenge: 2 mechas against 3 sea beasts. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream erupted upon hearing the news. This is disastrous. 3 sea beasts at once. What terrible luck. Why must our Dragon Nation endure such calamity? 20 minutes to defeat a third-tier sea beast is simply unthinkable. The current record for the swiftest defeat of a third-tier sea beast was set at 45 minutes by the Bear Nation. The audience in the Dragon Nation's live stream could not help but feel anxious for Ashen Lord and Icebreaker. Simultaneously, the sea beast Nether King launched a frenzied assault on Icebreaker. Its massive silicon-based tail struck the frame of Icebreaker with tremendous force, followed by a deafening roar. Before Icebreaker could react, its forelimbs attacked with astonishing speed, catching Icebreaker off guard. Observing from the rear, Ashen Lord quickly sprang into action, unleashing the titanium aluminum alloy blade from its right arm, aiming directly at the beast's tail. However, Nether King exhibited remarkable reflexes. Just as its tail descended, the blade had yet to strike, and the tail sent Ashen Lord flying. A blinding spark erupted from the body of the Ashen Lord. After a brief exchange with Nether King, the two mecha pilots quickly distanced themselves. Curse it, this sea beast is far more agile than any encountered before. These beasts have evolved. We must end this swiftly. We cannot allow the other two sea beasts to arrive while we are still engaged with it. Facing 3 sea beasts simultaneously leaves us with no hope of survival. The pilot of Icebreaker spoke with grave seriousness, fully aware that if this continued, both mechas would meet their doom here. This would be a tremendous loss for the Dragon Nation. It is essential to note that there are only 4 third-generation mechas available to the Dragon Nation at present. If both were to be destroyed here, the consequences could be unimaginable once the sea beasts made their way inland. The Ashen Lord's pilot quickly interpreted the situation and activated the P3 armor-piercing missile. 20 minutes elapsed, leaving both the Ashen Lord and the Icebreaker pilots panting heavily. Yet, despite their combined efforts, they had merely severed the tail of the Demon King. Just then, a massive wave, towering over 10 meters, erupted from the harbor's surface, toppling the port structures. It was none other than the 2 sea beasts that were originally destined for Neon Country in India. Witnessing this scene, not only did the 2 mecha pilots turn pale, but even the commander of the Weha mecha base was struck with a ghostly pallor. It was over. 3 sea beasts. How long until the support mechs arrive? Report. Another 23 minutes. Upon receiving this grim news, beads of sweat began to form on the commander's forehead. Damn it. Ashen Lord, I will cover your retreat. Do not engage them head-on. Before reinforcements arrive, you must ensure your mech sustains no damage. The icebreaker pilot decisively recognized that a confrontation with the three sea beasts would yield no advantage for them. However, the two newly arrived sea beasts seemed to have anticipated the tactics of the two mechas. Without hesitation, they charged towards the Ashen Lord. One of the sea beasts resembled a gibbon, its movements even more agile than that of the Demon King after emerging from the depths. After a few strides, it gathered its immense bulk and leaped, creating a massive crater upon landing, and hurtled towards the Ashen Lord like a cannonball. The Ashen Lord was unable to evade in time, staggering from the impact and ultimately toppling to the ground. The thud of its descent sent tremors through the earth. Seizing the opportunity, the sea beast mounted the Ashen Lord, extending its claw to remove the P-3 armor-piercing missile launcher from the mech's shoulder. Almost immediately, its hollow gaze shifted towards the head of the Ashen Lord. That was the cockpit of the mech. Alarmed, the Ashen Lord's pilot was engulfed by an unprecedented wave of terror, goosebumps rising on his skin. He struggled against the beast's weight, attempting to escape its grasp. Yet, after several futile attempts, he realized his efforts were in vain. Just as the sea beast's claw was about to rip off the mech's head, it suddenly withdrew. To his astonishment, the pressure weighing down on him dissipated in an instant. It was as if the sea beast, akin to a child frolicking on its mother, had been suddenly lifted away by its father. External pressure and gravity vanished. The artificial intelligence promptly reported the news, leaving the Ashen Lord's pilot no time to ponder as he immediately maneuvered the mech to rise. Once upright, he beheld a mech unlike any he had ever encountered, a beast-hunting mech that was entirely distinct from all operational mechs he had known. The mecha towered over the current beast-hunting machines by more than 10 meters, its surface cloaked in a shade of dark gray. Perched upon its shoulders was the formidable L-23 heavy mortar. As the rain cascaded down, the overwhelming presence of this colossal figure relentlessly assaulted the visual senses of the Ashen Lord's pilot. The pilot's immediate reaction was one of disbelief. Is this a foreign mecha? When the pilot beheld the unfamiliar mecha's right arm, his eyes widened in astonishment, a sharp intake of breath escaping his lips. To his horror, the sea creature that had nearly annihilated him moments before was now decapitated, its severed head gripped firmly in the right hand of the strange mecha. Do not hesitate. Assist your comrades, urged a foreign voice through the communication channel. The pilot quickly deduced that it was the operator of the unfamiliar mecha addressing him. Which country does your mecha belong to? He inquired, his tone laced with urgency. We are from the Dragon Nation, the vanguard of civilization, replied Yu Xingzhou, his voice calm and composed. Chapter 12. Is he truly human? The pioneer of civilization? Upon hearing that name, the pilot of the Ashen Lord was momentarily taken aback. What generation of mechs is this? Why have I never heard of it before? Could it be a clandestinely manufactured mech, which explains why the base has excluded support? But why did the base mention the need for him, an icebreaker, to hold out for 20 minutes? Before the pilot of the Ashen Lord could fully process this information, the right arm of the pioneer of civilization swung out, unleashing a long steel saw, its teeth whirring ominously like a chainsaw from the depths of hell. Without hesitation, the pioneer of civilization charged towards the two other sea beasts. Calling headquarters. Is the pioneer of civilization a support mech? The pilot of the Ashen Lord promptly reached out to the Weihai mech base, knowing that short-range communications only allowed for exchanges between mechs within the area, leaving the base unaware of their conversation. The liaison officer at Weihai base responded immediately. Pioneer of civilization? Are you referring to the unknown mech that just saved you? Yes. The pilot confirmed. It communicated with me over the regional channel, claiming to be a mech from the Dragon Kingdom. What? The liaison officer was taken aback, turning to look at the commander beside him, both wearing expressions of bewilderment. Clearly, no one was aware that the Dragon Kingdom possessed a mech named Pioneer of Civilization. Ashen Lord, please engage in battle immediately and ensure your safety alongside Icebreaker. The origins of the mech called Pioneer of Civilization remain unverified, and you and Icebreaker must maintain a safe distance from it. Understood. The pilot of the Ashen Lord refrained from asking further questions. As a soldier, obeying orders on the battlefield was paramount. After confirming that his weapons and components were free of critical damage, he swiftly made his way towards Icebreaker. At that moment, Icebreaker was already engaged in combat with the third-tier sea beast known as King of the Underworld. Hiss, I should never have come to the Demon City. Yu Xingzhou mused, recalling that in his previous life, he was serving time in prison and had little knowledge of where the sea beasts were landing at this moment. It was an unfortunate coincidence that just as he had completed the construction of his primordial-grade home, he encountered the king of the underworld. In his past life, this sea beast, upon landing, had teamed up with two other beasts that had suddenly changed course to land in the Demon City, collectively obliterating the Dragon Kingdom's third-generation mech, the Ashen Lord. By the time additional support mechs arrived, the Ashen Lord had already been torn to shreds. Subsequently, the three sea beasts swiftly advanced towards the Wall of Hope. Ultimately, the Dragon Kingdom had to request assistance from the Bear Nation, sacrificing two third-generation mechs to eliminate the king of the underworld and the other two sea beasts. Roar. The roar of the sea beast before him jolted Yu Xingzhou from his reverie. With a steely gaze, he thought, "Beast, do you dare to roar?" As he shouted, he raised his arm, and in synchrony with the neural interaction system, the pioneer of civilization lifted its right arm as well. The steel saw struck the shoulder of the sea beast with precision. As the serrated teeth whirled rapidly, countless sparks erupted from the creature's body, alongside its unique azure blood. Sensing the pain, the sea beast raised its claws, intending to retaliate. Yet, Yu Xingzhou, a former pilot of disaster-level mechs, regarded this third-tier sea beast with utter disdain. Moreover, he was currently engaged in a cross-dire annihilation. Thus, he had already anticipated the beast's movements. As he lifted the steel saw, he simultaneously charged the L-23 heavy mortar mounted on his shoulder. Just as the beast's claw was about to make contact with the civilization pioneer, the completion notification of the L-23's charging echoed. L-23 heavy mortar charging complete. Fire. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Xingzhou launched the missiles. Dozens of missiles detonated upon impact with the sea beast's claw, obliterating its entire arm. A gaping wound was torn into its side, and the ethereal blue blood flowed forth. Goodness, what is the name of this mech? Why have I never seen it before? It effortlessly dispatched a sea beast that nearly annihilated the Ash Lord, and now it has swiftly incapacitated this ghost explosion. How extraordinary. Have you noticed that this mech towers over all previously encountered models? Indeed. Could it be a new primordial class mech crafted by our Dragon Nation? Impossible. If such a primordial class mech were to emerge, the United Nations would issue an immediate global announcement. Wait, I recognize this mech. It's called Civilization Pioneer. I need to look up information. There's no record of this mech being in service, not just in Dragon Nation, but worldwide. In the official live broadcast room of the Dragon Nation, everyone was left in awe by the sudden appearance of the Civilization Pioneer, especially its swift attack style and decisive kills, which no active mech had ever achieved. At that moment, the L-23 heavy mortar on Yu Xingzhou's shoulder was completely depleted. All missiles had struck the sea beast codenamed Ghost Explosion. Hiss. Only 7 missiles? Just as Yu Xingzhou was momentarily stunned, the Ghost Explosion let out a roar and suddenly surged forth. Its forelimbs seized the right arm of the Civilization Pioneer, attempting to wrench it apart. Yu Xingzhou reacted swiftly, blocking the creature's other claw with his left arm, then retracting his right arm as the mech's leg thrusters unleashed fiery red flames. The Civilization Pioneer leaped, vaulting over the Ghost Explosion to evade this near-fatal strike. Hiss. In the Supreme Combat Command Center of the Dragon Nation, Situ Chong and Qin Guozhong stood side by side, witnessing the recent performance of the Civilization Pioneer. Both inhaled sharply in astonishment. This agility is astonishing. Even the strongest pilot in Dragon Nation, Li Tianxiu, could not execute such maneuvers with a mech. Situ Chong, his face a mask of surprise, was utterly captivated by this mech of unknown origin. At this moment, the head of the Mecha Research Department remarked, "General Situ, this may not be a discrepancy among the mecha pilots, but rather a disparity in the mecha itself. I believe everyone has noticed that this mecha, named Civilization Pioneer, stands 10 meters taller than the third-generation models. Moreover, the reason this mecha can execute such swift maneuvers is due to the thrusters installed at each joint. While we could also install such devices to ensure that a colossal entity like this mecha moves unaffected by the thrusters, those devices must be designed with utmost precision, capable of controlling every joule of energy output. However, current human technology has yet to develop gigantic thrusters that can operate with joule-level precision or even smaller units of energy. Therefore, the thrusters fitted to this mecha seem to be beyond the capabilities of our present civilization. Who on earth is behind this? Minister Qin. What do you mean? I suspect this mecha is not a third-generation model. Upon hearing this, Situ Chang's expression changed dramatically. How is that possible? If it is not a third-generation model, it must be a prehistoric-level mecha, yet the United Nations has conveyed no such information. He paused. No. To label it as a prehistoric-level mecha would be far-fetched, as its power system is clearly the vortex nuclear drive reactor, the most commonly used in third-generation models. Therefore, according to the current blueprints for prehistoric level mechas, the energy provided by such a power system would be insufficient to sustain a mecha of that magnitude in combat for long. So why can this mecha? Qin Fei adjusted his glasses, his expression grave. This is precisely the predicament we face. If I am not mistaken, this should be its limit. At most, in 1 minute, this mecha will cease all operations due to insufficient energy supply. Beside him, Qin Guozhong, who had initially harbored great expectations, felt his hopes dim upon hearing Qin Fei's words. He had believed that the Dragon Kingdom had unveiled an unprecedentedly powerful mecha and pilot. But now it seemed imminent that they would falter. Everyone was acutely aware that losing kinetic energy in battle against sea beasts equated to a death sentence for the mecha. At that moment, all the mecha researchers watching the live battle broadcast gasped in astonishment. Particularly, Qin Fei, upon witnessing the maneuvers of the civilization pioneer on screen, widened his eyes in disbelief, as if he were witnessing an unimaginable spectacle. How could this be possible? The individual who developed this mecha, could he truly be human? Chapter 13. Genius is merely the threshold of his abilities. Indeed, it was not only Qin Fei, a mecha researcher, who discerned the deficiencies in the power system of the civilization pioneer. Almost all the researchers watching the live broadcast recognized this critical flaw, just when everyone anticipated that the civilization pioneer would completely lose power. It not only sustained its energy but also utilized the power system on its chest to unleash a barrage, obliterating the ghost explosion in an instant. Minister Qin, what is happening? Did you not say its energy was on the verge of depletion? Qin Guozhong's tone was filled with agitation. Qin Fei was momentarily taken aback. Upon regaining his composure, he immediately began a 3D analysis of the civilization pioneer on the computer using the combat data recently transmitted. Please hold on, Elder Qin. I will analyze it right away. I am now seriously inclined to believe that this mecha could indeed be a prehistoric level machine. Qin Fei's voice brimmed with excitement. As a researcher, witnessing technology that surpassed the capabilities of humanity was initially terrifying, but it soon transformed into an insatiable quest for the unknown. Qin Fei tirelessly computed the data of the civilization pioneer. Soon, he shuddered, gazing at the screen with incredulity. So that's how it is. The creator of this mecha is undoubtedly a genius. No, genius is merely the threshold of his capabilities. Qin Fei exclaimed fervently. He then promptly stood, addressing Qin Guozhong and Situ Chong. Elder Qin, if my calculations are accurate, we can conclude that this mecha, known as the civilization pioneer, is indeed a prehistoric level machine. As for its power system, which utilizes the third-generation power apparatus, I suspect it is due to the creator's lack of sufficient materials and equipment. Hence the combination of two third-generation power systems. Logically, two power systems should not be able to overlap, yet this individual has achieved it. His knowledge in mecha technology likely exceeds that of all researchers in the Dragon Nation combined. Just as Qin Fei finished, the command center received updates from various mecha bases across the Dragon Nation. The Weihai base reported, the unidentified mecha appearing in Magic City has been tested and fully meets the standards of a prehistoric level machine. The Tibet base reported, the two vortex electric core drive reaction devices of this mecha have been intelligently analyzed. They originate from the Dragon Nation's third-generation machine White Tiger and the Neon Nation's third-generation machine Inuyasha. The Qinling Mountain base reported, the four-dimensional data of the civilization pioneer has been compiled and is being transmitted to the Supreme Command Operations Center. Upon seeing these reports, Qin Guozhong's frail body trembled slightly, and a glimmer of unprecedented hope shone in his murky eyes. Quick, expedite the support mechas to Magic City. We must ensure the safety of the civilization pioneer and, more importantly, safeguard the pilot's life. Upon hearing this, Situ Chong inquired immediately, Elder Qin. The currently available troops have already been dispatched to search for Yu Xingzhou. Although Qin Guozhong felt somewhat troubled, he issued the order without hesitation. While Yu Xingzhou is undoubtedly significant, the civil pioneer and its pilot are at least visible, unlike the elusive Yu Xingzhou. It is paramount to prioritize the protection of the civil pioneer and its driver. Indeed, after Yu Xingzhou vanquished the ghost explosion, he turned to face the last remaining sea beast, the Underworld King. He furrowed his brow, astonished that the Ash Lord and Icebreaker had not managed to defeat it after such a prolonged struggle. Yu Xingzhou once again unleashed the colossal chainsaw from his right arm. charging forward with the ferocity of a released arrow. The Underworld King attempted to evade, but the Civil Pioneer bent its knee and executed a sliding cut that severed one of its arms. Now was the time to launch a projectile at its tail. Simultaneously, the voices of Yu Xingzhou echoed in the short-range communication channel of the Ash Lord and Icebreaker. The two paused, realizing this was an opportune moment to slay the Underworld King. Without hesitation, they activated the missiles on their backs, aiming at the Underworld King's tail. With a violent explosion, the Underworld King let out a wail, as Yu Xingzhou swiftly adjusted his mech to rise. His left arm activated, revealing a thermal blade that he used to leap and sever the Underworld King's head. The blue blood of the sea beast spilled onto the ground, releasing a noxious smoke, a testament to its corrosive nature. With the last sea beast defeated, the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream erupted in jubilant comments. So cool. Who is the pilot of the Civil Pioneer? Without him, the Ash Lord and Icebreaker may not have lasted until reinforcements arrived. Did you notice the speed at which the Civil Pioneer dispatched those two sea beasts? Together, they took less than 10 minutes. The viewers were animatedly discussing the thrilling event. However, the livestream abruptly cut out. The Ash Lord and Icebreaker received a directive from the chairman. Their next task is to escort the Civil Pioneer to the nearest Crisis Sea mech base at all costs. Following the battle, the base promptly issued orders to the Ash Lord and Icebreaker. Meanwhile, for safety reasons, the livestream was immediately terminated. Understood. The two pilots acknowledged the command and simultaneously opened their short-range communications. Greetings, pilot of the Civil Pioneer. We represent the Crisis Sea mech base of the Dragon Kingdom and would like to invite you to the base. For your safety, we will escort you at any cost. All right, Yu Xingzhou replied calmly upon hearing their voice. Just now, piloting the Civil Pioneer had likely drawn the attention of the higher echelons of the Dragon Kingdom. This was a pleasant surprise. He no longer needed to seek alternative ways to prove his capabilities and earn their trust. At that moment, two mechs arrived belatedly for support, accompanied by dozens of helicopters trailing behind. The Dragon Kingdom, human civilization. This time, I shall not repeat past mistakes. Yu Xingzhou murmured softly within the cockpit, raising his gaze towards the somber sky. Through the multitude of nebulas, he seemed to glimpse the unknown civilization's dreadnoughts that had invaded the solar system before his rebirth. Chapter 14. The Technological Explosion of Human Civilization. Connection established with Lord of Ash's short-range communication. Connection established with Icebreaker short-range communication. Connection established with Lost City short-range communication. Connection established with the command center of Weihai Mecha Base via long-range communication. After Yu Xingzhou rendezvoused with the official forces of the Dragon Kingdom, he integrated his communication system with theirs. Upon establishing the connection, the command center of the Weihai Mecha Base promptly inquired, Vanguard of Civilization. To which nation's mecha do you belong? The Dragon Kingdom. Mecha classification? Primordial level. Upon hearing Yu Xingzhou's affirmation that the Vanguard of Civilization was of the primordial level, the personnel at the command center could not help but gasp in astonishment. They were acutely aware that the conceptual blueprints for the primordial level mecha had only recently been proposed. Numerous intricate details were still being meticulously addressed by the mecha research team, and the United Nations had projected that the first primordial level mecha would not emerge for another 3 months. Yet here it was, already operational on the soil of the Dragon Kingdom. May I inquire your name? This time, Yu Xingzhou remained silent, choosing not to divulge his name before arriving at the Weihai base. Observing his reticence, the interlocutor, after a brief moment of astonishment, swiftly transitioned past the topic. 3 hours later, Yu Xingzhou was escorted to the Weihai Mecha Base by 4 third-generation mechas, accompanied by an array of military helicopters. However, in reality, the most formidable force among them was the primordial-level mecha he piloted, the Vanguard of Civilization. As night fell, torrential rain poured from the sky, and the imposing Weihai Base loomed ahead, illuminated by the beams of searchlights shining upon the runway. The cacophony of the base's loudspeakers mingled with the flashing of various signal lights. Boom! Lightning and thunder erupted simultaneously, slicing through the pitch-black night. It was at this moment that the researchers within the Weihai base glimpsed the full form of the Vanguard of Civilization. Pilot of the Vanguard of Civilization, please follow the signal lights to dock your mecha at the maintenance tower. Our technicians will attend to your mecha's body and any damaged components. The escort team is awaiting you next to the maintenance tower, and you will be promptly escorted into the Weihai base. After acknowledging the message, Yu Xingzhou complied with the instructions and maneuvered the vanguard of civilization into the maintenance tower. However, before exiting the cockpit, he prudently donned his full-encompassing powered exoskeleton armor. With a mere touch of a button on the waist, nanomaterials would envelop Yu Xingzhou within 2 seconds, forming a protective exoskeleton. This caution was warranted, as Yu Xingzhou could not ascertain when the anthropomorphic sea beasts had infiltrated human society. Perhaps it was only after the emergence of 5th or 6th tier sea beasts, or even higher, that anthropomorphic sea beasts appeared. Yet, it was equally plausible that they had already blended into humanity on the very first day of the sea beast's arrival. Civilization's pioneering driver, we are the mobile unit of the Dragon Nation's Weihai base, and your safe passage to the interior of the base will be entirely our responsibility. Upon Yu Xingzhou's departure from the cockpit and stepping onto the ground, he spotted a convoy of armored vehicles stationed at a distance, along with numerous armed soldiers. The sight of Yu Xingzhou clad in exoskeletal armor elicited a mixture of surprise among the onlookers. My apologies, I must exercise caution. This is merely exoskeletal armor. There is no need for astonishment, he reassured them. Very well, please follow us, replied the leading soldier, who promptly opened the door of one of the armored vehicles. Without hesitation, Yu Xingzhou took a seat inside. Through the window, he observed the soldiers still braving the rain, causing his eyes to glisten with unshed tears. In his previous life, at the very moment of humanity's annihilation, these resilient soldiers had steadfastly protected the unarmed populace, not only the hunting mechs. But these soldiers too fought until the bitter end. Yet, they too were flesh and blood. Contemplating this, Yu Xingzhou's gaze grew resolute. Perhaps this was the divine purpose behind my rebirth. In this life, I am determined to save them, to rescue all of human civilization. Old Qin, please wait a moment. Tomorrow morning, the personnel from the Weihai base will escort the civilization's pioneering driver to us with the utmost honor, urged Situ Chong. Accompanied by a group of researchers, as they sheltered Qin Guozhong from the rain, fearing he might catch a cold. Qin Guozhong retorted sharply, disregarding their attempts to restrain him, and stepped directly onto the aircraft. No, this concerns the Dragon Nation and all of human civilization. I must proceed to the Weihai base immediately. We cannot afford any mishaps with the civilization's pioneering driver. Old Qin, the Weihai base lies beyond the Wall of Hope and is near the coast. The security level there is vastly inferior to ours. If several sea beasts were to land simultaneously, it would be exceedingly perilous. Enough. I must personally journey there. Oh, and all professors and academicians from the Mecha Research Institute, accompany me. We shall commence our research on this primordial level mecha at the earliest opportunity. The researchers in the field of mechs, initially held back by Situ Chong, were elated by Qin Guozhong's command. They cared little for their own safety. Their sole concern was to advance their understanding of more sophisticated and powerful mechs. Seeing the scientists abandon their umbrellas and rush into the aircraft, Situ Chong was beside himself with frustration. Realizing that persuasion had failed, he had no choice but to promptly notify the entire base. All fighter jets on the tarmac. Prepare for takeoff in 10 minutes to escort Old Qin to the Weihai mecha base. Should any aerial threats be encountered en route, engage and neutralize them at all costs to protect the aircraft carrying Old Qin. After issuing the command, Situ Chong let out a wry smile and addressed the gathered researchers, esteemed professors. In order to safeguard the scientific advancements within the realm of mecha technology for the Dragon Nation, I kindly ask you to take your seats separately. Situ Chong understood that persuading these obstinate veterans was a futile endeavor, thus, he could only strive to ensure their utmost safety. He was acutely aware of the wisdom in the adage that advises against placing all eggs in one basket. To take an extreme hypothetical, should they travel on separate aircraft? Even in the unfortunate event of an incident resulting in one plane's crash, the entire cohort of experts in the Dragon Nation's mecha domain would not be lost. Subsequently, Situ Chong boarded an aircraft with his loyal troops and Qin Guozhong. Moreover, do not delay the mission to locate Yu Xingzhou. Continue to deploy personnel in the search for him. Perhaps the gods of the Dragon Nation are indeed watching over us, as we have unexpectedly encountered the prodigious talents of Yu Xingzhou and the pilot of the civilization pioneer. Qin Guozhong was filled with excitement. With the presence of both Yu Xingzhou and the pilot of the civilization pioneer, not only would the Dragon Nation benefit, but the technological prowess of all human civilization would experience a monumental explosion of advancement. Chapter 15. My name is Yu Xingzhou. Yu Xingzhou was assigned to the safe house at the Weihai base. where he was informed by the highest authority of the base that the chief of the Dragon Nation would arrive in 1 hour, not long after he had settled in. Numerous researchers from the Weihai base approached him. Sir, we have all watched your live broadcast online. This primordial level mech was reassembled using various third-generation components. But how did you accomplish the reassembly process? Indeed, the rewritten program is nearly 6 times faster than the original assembly protocol we devised. How did you manage to concentrate the multi-threaded assembly program onto a single computer? Logically, such a vast amount of data should be beyond the capacity of one machine. Please, enlighten us on how you assembled the 2 Vortex nuclear drive reaction devices. Moreover, sir, what are the results of the control energy output formula for those thruster devices affixed to the limbs? What about the verification process? The group of researchers gazed at Yu Xingzhou with eyes brimming with a thirst for knowledge, akin to eager students. Yu Xingzhou did not refuse anyone. He attended to their queries with great enthusiasm. He swiftly wrote down principles and formulas on paper to address their questions. In cases of particularly complex issues, he would even sketch diagrams by hand. In merely half an hour, Yu Xingzhou had resolved several inquiries from the researchers. My goodness. May I ask, sir, did you accomplish all of this by yourself? An expert in thruster devices exclaimed, his face a picture of astonishment. Yu Xingzhou nodded. Yes, however, the formula I provided is only applicable to the primordial level mech. Subsequent upgrades to the mech will necessitate a complete overhaul of the formula, requiring new calculations. I understand. Of course, I do. But this formula alone is sufficient for us to study for quite some time. The expert trembled as he added, May I inquire, sir, how old are you this year? Yu Xingzhou's eyes twitched momentarily, silently thinking he was merely 25 years old, and wondering how he could possibly appear to be in his 40s. However, glancing at his reflection in the table's mirror, he felt a sense of clarity. During his incarceration, he had only shaved and cut his hair every 6 months. Now, with half of his face obscured by hair and a beard, he indeed looked older than his years. I am 25 years old. What? The researchers, who had just received enlightenment from Yu Xingzhou, felt their hearts momentarily stop. 25? Are you joking? Even the most exceptional scientists typically achieve academic accolades and dual degrees by the age of 27 or 28. Major breakthroughs in any field usually come after one has reached their 30s. Yet here stands an individual who has surpassed the current global scientific community. Before the researchers at the Weihai base encountered him, they had presumed he was a seasoned scientist in his 40s or at the very least in his 30s. Approaching the age of reason. Yet, astonishingly, he was merely 25 years old. What manner of prodigy was he? One intrepid researcher dared to inquire. May I ask which esteemed institution you graduated from and who your mentor is? At that moment, soldiers stationed at the entrance pushed the door open. Esteemed professors and academicians. You must pause your discussions. I have received word that the chairman has arrived at the base's helipad and will be here shortly, in approximately 5 minutes. Upon hearing this, the assembly reluctantly vacated the safe house. Once the researchers had departed, Yu Xingzhou lifted a cup of warm tea from the table and took a sip. My mentor? My mentor is hardly worthy of the title. He chuckled to himself in self-deprecation. In his previous life, he had not been afforded the opportunities he now possessed, resulting in him serving his full term in the still waters of prison. By then, he had fallen far behind the times and found it impossible to reintegrate into the scientific community, ultimately resorting to training as a mecha pilot. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor outside. Soon, a throng of people appeared at the door. Leading them was an elderly man with a head full of white hair, accompanied by a stern-looking officer clad in military attire. Elder Qin, General Situ, greetings to you both. You recognize us? Qin Guozhong queried, somewhat taken aback. Yu Xingzhou smiled, of course, as a citizen of the Dragon Nation, who would not recognize the nation's elders and General Situ. Such triviality is hardly worth mentioning. We 2 old fellows are but namesakes. In comparison to you, you are truly the spirit of the Dragon Nation. Qin Guozhong waved his hand, his demeanor turning serious. May I inquire, was that advanced mecha, the civilizational pioneer, constructed by you? Indeed, I presume Elder Qin has already witnessed my live stream online prior to your arrival. The entire mecha was crafted in that broadcast. Indeed, upon hearing this confirmation, Qin Guozhong felt a wave of relief wash over him, yet he was simultaneously overwhelmed by astonishment. The unkempt young man before him possessed not only top-tier technological knowledge, but was also an exceptionally skilled mecha pilot. A genius, truly a genius. I never imagined the Dragon Nation would harbor such prodigious talent. I, Qin, sincerely invite you to join our nation, to contribute to the Dragon Nation and the advancement of human civilization through your research. What say you, Elder Qin? My presence here is indeed to contribute to Huaxia and human civilization. However, I must first request certain conditions, otherwise, I may not be able to exert my full potential. Certainly, you are the future of human civilization. Feel free to propose any conditions you desire. Qin Guizhong instinctively asked, however, I must inquire. Your voice suggests you are quite young. May I ask how old you are? 25. Qin Guizhong and Sita Chang's pupils dilated in shock. 25. He is only 25 years old. However, soon a look of astonishment flashed in Qin Guizhong's eyes. You are merely 25 years old as well. To be frank, just days ago, a prisoner named Yu Xingzhou escaped from Jingshui prison. He left behind several blueprints that human technology cannot yet comprehend, even addressing the issue of controllable nuclear fusion materials. He is also 25. However, we have yet to locate him. In the future, if we manage to find him, perhaps the combined efforts of two young talents like you could lead to the complete eradication of the sea monsters. After saying this, Qin Guizhong took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. That saying holds true. Indeed, when the youth are strong, the nation is strong. The technological advancement of Longwa may truly depend on you. By the way, young man, what is your name? I am Yu Xingzhou. Chapter 16. I am a nation unto myself. You are also Yu Xingzhou. Qin Guizhong was momentarily taken aback. Yu Xingzhou offered a wry smile and replied, No, what I mean is, the Yu Xingzhou you have been searching for these past few days is indeed me. What? Qin Guizhong exclaimed in astonishment. Everyone present, including him, had reviewed Yu Xingzhou's dossier, which bore a photograph of a notably youthful man. Yet, the individual before them appeared unkempt, with scruffy facial hair and hair that was nearing shoulder length. It was a challenge for anyone to connect the two images. Noticing Qin Guizhong's confusion, Yu Xingzhou smiled faintly, casually picking up a pair of scissors from the table. In front of everyone, he proceeded to cut his hair and then used a razor to shave off his beard. Moments later, a youthful visage emerged before the assembly. Qin Guizhong's pupils constricted sharply, and the astonishment within him surged like ripples on a tranquil lake suddenly disturbed by a large stone. He gazed wide-eyed, his pupils reflecting Yu Xingzhou's youthful and confident face. The shock within him spread rapidly like expanding ripples. Yu Xingzhou, Qin Guizhong murmured. That name had resonated in his mind like thunder. Prior to arriving here, he could never have anticipated that the person the entire Dragon Nation had tirelessly sought for days would appear in such a manner. You truly are Yu Xingzhou. Qin Guizhong's voice trembled slightly. He endeavored to maintain his composure, yet the surprise and admiration in his eyes were unmistakable. Beside him, Situ Chong and a host of the foremost scientists from various fields in the Dragon Nation also wore expressions of disbelief. Yu Xingzhou smiled lightly, stating, absolutely genuine. So, you are the creator of the Civilizational Pioneer, the pilot of the Civilizational Pioneer, and all the blueprints left in the cell are your research achievements. Yu Xingzhou nodded, a humble smile gracing his lips. Yes, Qin Lao. The Civilizational Pioneer was indeed designed and piloted by me, and the blueprints in the cell represent my preliminary concepts and theoretical data in certain futuristic scientific domains. The astonishment of Qin Guizhong and the scientists was beyond expression. Yu Xingzhou was not only a technological prodigy, but also a top-tier pilot of the beast-hunting mecha. Now it makes sense. No wonder we deployed so many forces these past days and couldn't find a trace of you. We explored every conceivable location. Yet we never anticipated you would hide in the Magic City, a place already designated as a site of sea creature activity. Situ Chong slapped his forehead, finally grasping why they had been unable to locate Yu Xingzhou. Meanwhile, Chen Qixing from the Technology Strategy Department of the Chinese Academy of Sciences hesitantly inquired, Yu Xing. No, Professor Yu. May I ask how long you spent researching those blueprints and formulas? Yu Xingzhou instinctively wanted to say he had only spent an hour. But as the words lingered on his lips, he quickly amended, a small amount of time, perhaps about a month. Silence ensued. The entire safe house was enveloped in an eerie silence. A month's time? What a jest. This was a research endeavor involving hundreds, if not thousands, of scientists from the Dragon Kingdom who had labored for decades without significant breakthroughs. Yet, astonishingly, Yu Xingzhou had managed to conquer it all in just a month. Even more absurdly, he achieved this feat single-handedly. It was no longer sufficient to merely label him a prodigy. The scientists who had perused Yu Xingzhou's credentials were filled with curiosity. With such remarkable accomplishments and capabilities, Why had he resorted to plagiarizing the research of his mentor, Chen Qiming, for years prior? While Chen Qiming's successes were indeed formidable, the breakthroughs Yu Xingzhou had achieved were exponentially more critical. Could there be hidden truths behind this? Observing the astonished scientists, Yu Xingzhou felt a tinge of awkwardness. He mused that this was merely a restrained version of his answer. If they were to uncover the unvarnished truth, they would likely be utterly astounded. Yu Qin Guozhong opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for how to address Yu Xingzhou. Given his abilities and accomplishments, any form of address seemed inadequate. Noticing this, Yu Xingzhou offered a faint smile. Elder Qin, you may simply call me Xiaoyu. Very well. Xiaoyu, from this moment forth, I appoint you as the chief scientist of the Dragon Kingdom. Do you accept this responsibility? Certainly. Without the slightest hesitation, Yu Xingzhou responded, before shifting the conversation, Elder Qin, I not only wish to become the chief scientist, but also require greater authority and your cooperation. You may command anything within my capacity, and I shall endeavor to fulfill your requests. From now on, sever all ties with the outside world, including the United Nations. Sever all connections with the outside world? Qin Guozhong was momentarily taken aback. He had envisioned numerous scenarios and speculated that Yu Xingzhou would likely request that all national scientists align their research to his standards or grant him access to all available resources. Perhaps he would demand the finest living conditions. However, he never anticipated that Yu Xingzhou's request would be to cut off all contact with the outside world. Was this not tantamount to isolating the nation? Nevertheless, Qin Guozhong did not dismiss the proposal outright. Instead, he inquired patiently, Xiaoyu, could you elucidate your reasoning? Elder Qin, all I need is your consent. The reasons are not for you to concern yourself with, as I have my own plans. Before Qin Guozhong could respond, Situ Chong swiftly interjected, vehemently rejecting the summer's proposal. Absolutely not. Severing all ties with the outside world would mean that we would also lose our technological connections with other nations and miss out on essential resource support. Most critically, if a multitude of sea beasts were to land in the Dragon Kingdom simultaneously, we would no longer receive assistance from the international community in terms of hunting mech support. Yu Xingzhou regarded Situ Chong with an unperturbed expression. General Situ, as long as I am present, any technological assistance from others holds no significance for us. There exists no one in this realm who surpasses my prowess in scientific research. As for your concerns regarding a lack of resource support, there is no need for apprehension. For the resources we require do not necessitate their assistance at this juncture. My capabilities are well recognized by all present. I can present to you those astonishing blueprints and formulas, and I assure you, I possess the capacity to yield even more groundbreaking scientific achievements. Those are merely the tip of the iceberg. Despite Yu Xingzhou's assertions, Situ Chong resolutely countered, that is absolutely unacceptable. Severing all ties with the outside world, in my view, serves no purpose. Elder Qin, should you be unable to acquiesce to my request, I can only express my regret. I believe that with my mastery of scientific technology, I would receive the highest regard in any nation I choose to approach. Surely, there exists a country that will entertain what appears to be an unreasonable demand. Yu Xingzhou maintained an expression of serene neutrality, unchanged and unwavering. This plan had been conceived prior to his arrival, for he understood well that the ultimate downfall of humanity stemmed from the presence of anthropomorphic sea beasts within the human collective. Not only among the mech pilots but also within various fields of scientific research, these beings infiltrated. Yet, at present, Yu Xingzhou could discern no flaws in the guise of these anthropomorphic sea beasts and could not ascertain who among them was a human in disguise. Thus, to avert any premature sabotage by these creatures, he resorted to this rather blunt method, cutting off all communication between the Dragon Nation and the outside world. In doing so, even if anthropomorphic sea beasts were among us, they would be rendered completely isolated from external information exchanges. While he could not entirely eliminate the presence of these beings, he could at least minimize their reach. Naturally, Yu Xingzhou could not divulge the existence of these anthropomorphic entities to outsiders. Should any of those present be among them, he could not guarantee that they would not unleash chaos prematurely. Young Yu, your request. Qin Guozhong appeared distressed. The decision between one individual and the entirety of the world is indeed a preposterous dilemma. Sensing Qin Guozhong's trepidation, Yu Xingzhou offered a gentle smile. Elder Qin, I'm fully aware of your concerns. However, my capabilities have been witnessed by all. If I can independently construct a primordial-class mech in 3 days, I undoubtedly possess the ability to enable the Dragon Nation to produce even more advanced mechs within 3 months. As for the prospect of being isolated by the international community, there is no need for worry. When the Dragon Nation grows powerful enough to command the gaze of all, it will not be a matter of their isolation of us, but rather our isolation of the entire world. Elder Qin, I alone represent a nation. Chapter 17, Level 0. 85 of Dragon Kingdom Civilization. I alone embody a nation. This proclamation, steeped in arrogance and bravado, elicited no disdainful expressions from those present. For, given the groundbreaking research achievements presented by Yu Xingzhou, along with his solitary creation of a primordial-grade mech, he indeed possessed ample justification to utter such words. Qin Guozhong regarded the young man before him. Despite the absolute assurance provided, he remained hesitant to acquiesce to the proposition. As the leader of a nation, the fate and future of his entire country were inextricably linked to his decisions. Should he concede to Yu Xingzhou's terms, resulting in the Dragon Kingdom's isolation from the world, he would become a pariah throughout history. Young Yu, I fear I cannot acquiesce to your condition. Very well. However, Qin Lao, I request a mere 3 days. If I can elevate the human civilization's level by 0. 1 within that time, it should sufficiently demonstrate my capabilities. At that juncture, you may consider my request. This statement sent shockwaves through the assembly of scientists. 0-1 level? What a jest! They exclaimed. Indeed. While Yu Xingzhou may currently possess a greater understanding of scientific knowledge than they, it was utterly implausible for him to elevate the entirety of human civilization by 0-1 level in just 3 days. Such a claim was sheer folly. Arrogance, pure arrogance. The scientists vehemently countered Yu Xingzhou's assertion. Each skeptical of his ability to achieve such a feat, yet Qin Guozhong wore a look of contemplation. 0-1 level? Precisely. 0-1 level. Yu Xingzhou responded with unwavering confidence. Nonetheless, Qin Guozhong's expression remained one of uncertainty, for he was not a scientist and lacked familiarity with the concept of civilization levels. Chun Qingxing stepped forward to elucidate for Qin Guozhong. Qin Lao, the so-called civilization level is determined by the degree to which a civilization can harness and utilize energy. Categorizing civilizations throughout the universe, a level 1 civilization, known as a planetary civilization, possesses the scientific and technological prowess to entirely control all available resources and phenomena on their home planet, including weather, rivers, land, other life forms, oceans, and even geological changes. A level 2 civilization, termed a stellar civilization, can fully exploit the energy of its star, exerting complete control over its solar system, living freely across all planets within the system without concern for energy shortages. Currently, after millennia of development, human civilization stands at a mere 0.75 level. Given the present focus on technological advancement, it would require at least another decade, if not longer, for humanity to reach 0.85 level. With Qin Qingxin's explanation, Qin Guozhong finally grasped why the scientists reacted so vehemently upon hearing Yu Xingzhou's claim of achieving a 0.1 level increase in just 3 days. Very well. If you can accomplish what you just proposed within 3 days, I, Qin Guozhong, shall willingly endure any pressure and agree to your demand to sever all connections with the outside world. Thank you, Qin Lao. Soon, the Dragon Kingdom and human civilization shall undoubtedly express their gratitude for the decisions made today. Yu Xingzhou chuckled softly. He continued, stating that time was of the essence. To expedite the realization of their goal, the esteemed professors and academicians present must dedicate themselves diligently over the next 3 days to thoroughly analyze the research data and projects he provided. Except for meal and rest periods, Chun Qingxing was filled with excitement. He harbored no concern regarding whether the Dragon Kingdom would sever ties with the outside world. Nor did he dwell on the commitments between Qin Guozhong and Yu Xingzhou. His primary focus lay on the invaluable scientific knowledge that Yu Xingzhou could impart to him. Professor Yu, the laboratory is over here. The blueprints and formulas you left behind during your incarceration have only allowed us to repeatedly verify calculations based on the formulas. Our current knowledge reserves are utterly insufficient to comprehend the entire derivation process of the company independently. Fear not, for I shall elucidate the principles for you in due course, and will provide further technical insights, Yu Xingzhou replied with a smile. Then followed Qin Qingxing and led the other scientists to the laboratory. Once they departed, only Qin Guozhong and Situ Chong remained in the safe house. Qin Lao, are you truly willing to acquiesce to Yu Xingzhou's absurd demands? Situ Chong expressed his concern. Situ, as Qin academician has just stated, human civilization has taken millennia to reach its current level of 0.75. if Yu Xingzhou can indeed elevate human civilization by 0.1 within 3 days, what right would he lack to lead a nation? In my view, if he can accomplish this, it would not only be the Dragon Kingdom that follows his command, but the world's scientists as well. At that point, not only could we eradicate the sea beasts, but perhaps humanity could also transcend the current technological impasse and venture into the stars. Qin Guozhong's voice rang with conviction. After a brief pause, he continued, for the next 3 days, all scientists collaborating with Yu Xingzhou must be under constant surveillance, strictly prohibiting any contact with the outside world. Should anyone breach this directive, report to me immediately. Understood, Qin Lao. But what if other nations or the United Nations attempt to contact us during these 3 days? Situ Chong inquired. Qin Guozhong pondered for a moment before responding. During these 3 days, the Dragon Kingdom shall not respond to any external communications. I shall bear the consequences of such a decision. In the ensuing 3 days, the Dragon Kingdom refrained from replying to any communications from other nations. Meanwhile, apart from designated rest periods, Yu Xingzhou remained in the laboratory, imparting knowledge that surpassed the current understanding of human civilization to a cadre of elite scientists from various research fields. Initially, these scientists harbored some skepticism regarding Yu Xingzhou's abilities. However, after several hours of collaborative discussion, none of them continued to underestimate him. In their eyes, Yu Xingzhou had transcended the realm of humanity. He appeared to be a harbinger from a superior civilization, conveying knowledge in the most comprehensible manner possible. 3 days later, Qin Guozhong once again met with Yu Xingzhou and the group of scientists. Qin Lao, you may now fulfill your promise. Qin Guozhong inquired tentatively, have you elevated human civilization by 0.1 levels? Yu Xingzhou replied with a subtle smile, no, to be precise, it is the technological civilization of Longwu that has ascended by 0.1 levels. Presently, across the entirety of Earth, the technological standards of other nations remain stagnant at level 0.75, while only Longwu has achieved a level of 0.85. Chapter 18. The challenge is unsolvable by a level 0.75 civilization. What concern is it to my level 0.85 civilization? Is it only the Dragon Nation whose technological proficiency has reached level 0.85? Qin Guozhong's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Yu Xingzhou. The figures swirling in his mind collided violently with his perception of the world. During the 3 days of waiting, Qin Guozhong had sought out a scientist to elucidate the classification of civilization levels in detail. He learned that the categorization of civilizations was far more intricate than the simplistic explanation provided by Chen Qingqing on that day. The scientist who enlightened Qin Guozhong remarked that, throughout the cosmos, it was unlikely that any civilization could achieve such a remarkable leap in their level of advancement within such a brief period. This was no mere technological explosion. If Yu Xingzhou could truly accomplish this, it would signify humanity's ascension in technology. Are you saying the technological prowess of the Dragon Nation has surpassed that of all other nations globally? Qin Guozhong's voice trembled. Yu Xingzhou nodded, his gaze brimming with confidence and resolve. Indeed. Elder Qin, over the past 3 days, the leading scientists in various fields from the Dragon Nation have surmounted challenges and obstacles that had stymied their research for decades. What we require now is time. Given sufficient time, they will transform these theoretical insights into tangible innovations. Qin Guozhong, overwhelmed with excitement, rose to his feet. To verify the veracity of Yu Xingzhou's claims, he made his way to the laboratory. He barely had the chance to inquire of the top scientists in the Dragon Nation when the esteemed academician Chen Qingsheng from the Strategic Department of the Chinese Academy of Sciences approached him with palpable enthusiasm. The elder's face radiated the exuberance of a child. Elder Qin, my dear elder, do you realize? The pursuit I have dedicated my life to has finally yielded answers within my lifetime. Now, all I require is sufficient time to manufacture it, and I, Chen, shall leave this world without regrets. Professor Yu is truly the savior of humanity. With that, Chen Qingqing hurried back to his computer, diligently recalculating and deriving the entire formula. He promptly instructed his assistant to input the newly computed data into the database for immediate experimentation. Qin Guozhong observed that, apart from himself, the other scientists were equally engrossed in their work. Though they appeared busy and fatigued, the excitement in their eyes could not be concealed, affirming Yu Xingzhou's earlier assertions. Yu Xingzhou smiled gently. Elder Qin, this is merely the beginning. Our ultimate ambition is the vastness of the stars and the seas. However, we must first address the imminent crisis, which is to eradicate the sea beasts entirely. Therefore, can you now acquiesce to the request I previously made? Qin Guozhong turned to Yu Xingzhou. Almost without hesitation, he replied, "No problem. From this moment forth, the Dragon Nation shall sever all ties with the outside world." He then summoned Situ Chong to formally issue this command. Despite Situ Chong's profound reluctance, he acquiesced to the demands of Qin Guozhong. Concurrently, at the behest of Yu Xingzhou, a nationwide announcement was made in Longhua, stating, "Effective immediately, Longhua will sever all ties with the outside world. All citizens of Longhua are prohibited from engaging in any form of communication or interaction with foreign entities. Any violators will be treated as war criminals." Furthermore, it was proclaimed that Longhua had successfully manufactured the primordial class mecha, the first of its kind named Civilization Pioneer. Additionally, a breakthrough in the technology of circular turbine plasma propulsion was achieved, with mass production expected to commence in 2 months. Accompanying these announcements, all apps that once facilitated international communication were rendered obsolete overnight. Upon the release of this information, the major online forums in Longhua were inundated with reactions. What is happening? Why are we cutting off all communication with foreign nations, including the United Nations? Goodness, if we violate this regulation, we will be treated as war criminals. If I recall correctly, since the onset of the catastrophe era, being labeled a war criminal equates to a death sentence. The primordial class mecha has been developed. The mecha that annihilated 3 colossal beasts in one blow was indeed crafted by our Longhua. Incredible. They have even achieved breakthroughs in circular turbine plasma propulsion, a feat that the United Nations has yet to accomplish. How has Longhua suddenly become so formidable overnight? Even if our mechas are ahead of the world, does this justify an outright seclusion from global affairs? Various conjectures circulated widely online. However, the official explanation was, all announcements pertain to Longhua's strategic plans. We urge all citizens to remain calm and refrain from panic. In a bid for safety, after Qin Guozhong consented to Yu Xingzhou's conditions, he was promptly escorted to the rear of the Wall of Hope. Should the sea beasts penetrate this stronghold, it would signify the impending fall of the entire Longhua. In the laboratory, General Situ Chong and Academician Chen Qingxing stood beside Yu Xingzhou. General Situ, Academician Chen. There are forthcoming strategic plans I hope you will assist me in executing. Chen Qixing gazed at Yu Xingzhou with reverence, promptly nodding, "Professor Yu, please instruct us." Without hesitation, he affirmed, "Director Yu, we are at your service. We shall brave any peril." Situ Kong also nodded solemnly, "Please give your orders." Yu Xingzhou nodded, his eyes glimmering with wisdom. "First, we must implement the series mecha plan. Each series of mechas will consist of 3 to 5 units forming a mecha squad. Given our current national strength and the pace of mecha production, we are unable to rapidly manufacture a single mecha with exceptionally strong 4-dimensional capabilities. Instead, we shall deconstruct one perfectly balanced 4-dimensional mecha into multiple units, each possessing top-tier, singular abilities, thereby forming a formidable mecha squad. This not only alleviated the pressure of scientific research, but also expedited the manufacturing process. During battles against sea beasts, one could employ a multi-against-one strategy to swiftly eliminate these creatures. Chen Qingxing and Situ Kong exchanged glances, both comprehending Yu Xingzhou's intent. However, Situ Chong raised a question. This proposal was initially put forth by a renowned scientist from a certain prominent nation at a United Nations conference, but it was swiftly dismissed. The reason for the rejection was that humanity's current technological capabilities and construction speed could not support the simultaneous production of multiple mechas. When calculated comprehensively, the time required to manufacture 4 mechas is, in fact, comparable to that needed to produce a single mecha that meets all 4-dimensional data standards. Upon hearing this, Yu Xingzhou's lips curled into a slight smile. That is a conundrum that a civilization of level 0.75 cannot resolve. What concern is it of my level 0.85 civilization? Chapter 19. The Burial of Tang San, the Executioner of Sun, the Annihilation of the 8 Realms. The slaughter of the endless. This was a conundrum that a civilization of level 0.75 could not resolve. What concern was it of my civilization at level 0.85? Yu Xingzhou's expression radiated an extraordinary confidence, reminiscent of the moment decades ago when the Dragon Nation successfully detonated its first atomic bomb. Situ Chong was momentarily taken aback, silently nodding in acknowledgement. "Understood. I shall issue the command shortly. Here, this is the proposal for the first series mecha project." Yu Xingzhou handed the pre-prepared document to Situ Chong and added, "I trust you have also observed that the evolution of marine beasts is accelerating. Had I not proactively developed the primordial level mechas, the Dragon Nation would have suffered the loss of at least 2 third-generation mechas. Therefore, there is no need to maintain mechas below the primordial level. If they are to be scrapped, simply discard them into the recycling depot without wasting time on repairs. All efforts should focus on researching new mechas. I understand. Subsequently, Yu Xingzhou directed Qin Xingsheng on the crucial areas for the Dragon Nation's upcoming research and development, in addition to dedicating the majority of our resources to the development of new hunting mechas. All remaining efforts must be devoted to conquering technologies related to satellites and space stations. We aim to launch a new space station into orbit within a year. Professor Yu, if I may ask, our current crisis is the extermination of marine beasts. Why should we divert our attention to researching space stations? Once we have thoroughly eliminated the marine beasts, we can fully immerse ourselves in aviation endeavors. You are mistaken. The research I require is not for an ordinary space station. It is for a mecha space station. A mecha space station? Qin Xingsheng exclaimed in astonishment. Yu Xingzhou nodded slightly. Indeed, a mecha space station. As the marine beasts grow increasingly formidable, the mecha space station will aid us in better researching and countering them. And it can serve as an advanced research facility and mecha base. In the future, when supporting battlefields located far from our mecha bases, we can directly transport mechas from the space station to the battlefield, which is significantly faster than ground transport. Understood, I grasp your intention. Oh, and we also need to allocate new personnel to the Marine Beast Research Institute. The study of their genes and structural organization must not be neglected. After Qin Qingsheng departed, Yu Xingzhou's gaze flickered. He could not disclose the existence of anthropomorphic marine beasts to anyone beyond himself. What he could do was utilize his plan to trace the whereabouts of these beings. Only when he could confirm their distinction from normal humans and exert direct control over them would Yu Xingzhou dare to make this matter public. Otherwise, if these entities were alerted prematurely, the marine beasts might launch a full-scale assault. At that moment, the cold voice of the system echoed once more in Yu Xingzhou's mind. Current civilization technology tree level 125. Upgrade requires 3,000 technology points. Mission, within 2 months, enable human civilization to possess 15 primordial level mechas. 2 months for 15 mechas? Yu Xingzhou's brow furrowed instantly. This task appeared far from easy to accomplish. Now, considering the strength and resources of the Dragon Kingdom, producing 4 primordial grade mechs within 2 months is already a considerable feat. To manufacture 15 units is simply unthinkable. However, Yu Xingzhou's brow soon relaxed, and a faint smile graced his lips. It seemed that the task was not insurmountable. Sidu Chong, holding the blueprint provided by Yu Xingzhou, arrived at the Mech Research Center. He lifted the pages of the document one by one, his astonishment deepening with each turn. Project name: Journey to the West Series Primordial Grade Mech Squad. Number of mechs in the series: 4. Mech names: Tang Senzong, Support Type Mech. Equipped with an advanced tactical analysis system and various control weapons, used for battlefield command and tactical support. Sun Xingzhe, Mobile Type Mech, designed for rapid strikes and guerrilla warfare. Equipped with lightweight laser weapons, etc. Zhu Beiji, Heavy-Duty Mech, responsible for defense, fitted with heavy artillery and energy shields, etc. Xiao Wujing, Attack Type Mech, primarily providing long-range fire support. Equipped with energy weapons, armor-piercing grenades, liquid nitrogen cooling, and multifunctional missile systems, etc. Power device: Annular Turbine Plasma Reactor. Processing core: Xingzhou GX01 Mech Processing Core. Auxiliary tools: Elbow rockets. Ultra Torque Drive, Back Boosters, Small Caliber Anti-Sea Beast Multi-Linked Missiles. This exquisitely detailed blueprint left Situ Chong in awe. Most importantly, any technology not yet developed by the Dragon Kingdom was clearly annotated by Yu Xingzhou, accompanied by weapon diagrams and data formulas. It was as if Yu Xingzhou had provided the Dragon Kingdom with an examination paper, complete with the standard answers. To alleviate any potential complexity, he even thoughtfully included the derivation processes. Such a meticulous plan made it conceivable for someone like Situ Chong, who lacked a background in research, to feel capable of grasping the fundamentals. A person of such caliber is truly formidable, Situ Chong murmured, before handing the blueprint over to the research department under his command. Today marked the 2nd day since the Dragon Kingdom announced a complete severance of contact with the outside world. Yu Xingzhou stood in the laboratory, tirelessly working on new programs to simplify the mech manufacturing process. Naturally, he could not entrust these tasks to other researchers, Their knowledge was insufficient to accomplish such work. Chen Qixing, despite being over 60 years of age, had been shadowing Yu Xingzhou like an apprentice these past few days. Whenever he encountered something he did not understand, he humbly sought clarification. Upon witnessing Yu Xingzhou simplify yet another multi-threaded program, Chen Qixing could no longer contain his curiosity and posed the question that had been on the lips of all the scientists present. Professor Yu, how is it that you manage to think through so many problems simultaneously in your mind? Many of the results you arrive at do not even require derivation. You can calculate the answers mentally. It is worth noting that the formulas you are utilizing would take several hours to compute. Even with the aid of a frontier supercomputer, the fact that you can calculate them mentally is quite astonishing. Yu Xingzhou wiped the perspiration from his brow, his gaze somewhat bewildered. This was not indicative of his exceptional computational ability, but rather a result of the technological advancements bestowed upon him by the system, allowing him direct access to the answers. However, in order to appease Chen Qixing and the others, he managed a faint smile. Academician Chen, there is no need for such curiosity. I am merely an ordinary researcher. Sooner or later, you too shall reach my level. Professor Yu, you are being excessively modest. You are far from an ordinary individual. You are a pioneer of humanity in the Dragon Kingdom. Yu Xingzhou glanced at Chen Qixing in confusion. Academician Chen, what are you implying? What I meant to convey is that under heaven, I possess unparalleled abilities. Chapter 20. United Nations Conference. Since Yu Xingzhou ascended to the position of chief scientist of the Dragon Nation, he has relentlessly led the nation's scientists in their research endeavors. Concurrently, Yu Xingzhou took the initiative to collaborate with Qin Guozhong to establish a clandestine surveillance division. This department was tasked with monitoring the daily activities of all scientists and active mecha pilots within the Dragon Nation. Young Yu, are you concerned about spies infiltrating our country? Inquired Elder Qin. Indeed, whether in times of peace or war, the existence of a state invariably invites espionage. However, now that the Dragon Nation has severed all ties with the outside world, even if spies exist, they can only gather information without the means to disseminate it. You responded. Qin Guozhong nodded in agreement. That is a valid point, but if that is the case, why continue the surveillance? Elder Qin, I will refrain from divulging the details for now. Should you identify any suspicious individuals, it is imperative that you detain them immediately, after which I shall take over their handling, you instructed. Very well, Elder Qin acquiesced with a sigh. In truth, the establishment of this department was indeed aimed at identifying spies, yet the spies in question were far beyond the realm of humanity. In his previous life, humanity had been oblivious to the fact that humanoid sea beasts had already infiltrated their ranks. The demise of humankind was not merely due to the inability of hunting mechas to keep pace with the evolution of sea beasts, but rather because these humanoid sea beasts had ultimately undermined human combat capabilities and weaponry from within at the critical juncture. By the way, Elder Qin, the technological breakthroughs we have recently achieved should not be announced to the nation all at once. Instead, let us issue a public statement every 2 days, highlighting only one research achievement at a time, you suggested. Qin Guozhong, embodying the wisdom of a seasoned elder, quickly grasped Yu Xingzhou's intentions. You aim to stabilize the public's panic caused by the severance of external communications through this method? Precisely. If we can consistently announce our triumphs in overcoming scientific challenges within a short period, we will swiftly assuage public anxiety and demonstrate that the nation's decision to isolate itself will not render the Dragon Nation obsolete in the global arena. As Qin Guozhong regarded Yu Xingzhou, his esteem for the young scientist surged. This individual not only possessed remarkable research capabilities but also exhibited formidable combat prowess. Most importantly, even when faced with potential side effects, he managed to minimize their impact to the greatest extent possible. After Qin Guozhong departed, Yu Xingzhou approached the floor-to-ceiling windows of the base, gazing out at the azure sky. Based on the comparative evolution rates of mechas and sea beasts from his previous life, it was evident that both were advancing in tandem, akin to military preparedness. In this life, humanity had achieved the creation of primordial-grade mechas nearly 3 months ahead of schedule. At this rate, in 3 months, hunting mechas would surpass sea beasts by 2, perhaps even 3 tiers. Yu murmured to himself, his previously heavy heart beginning to lighten. As long as this momentum could be maintained, humanity would require no more than 2 years to eradicate the sea beasts entirely. In the remaining 3 years, Yu Xingzhou is confident in leading human civilization to attain a Type 3 civilization before the arrival of the unknown civilization's dreadnought in the solar system. By that time, Our roles will be reversed. Your interstellar expeditions will transform into missions of peril. High above the Himalayas, at an altitude of 5,000 meters, a colossal black airship hovers. Following the onset of the era of natural disasters, the United Nations relocated its headquarters to this airship to ensure the absolute safety of the most eminent scientists of humanity. It perpetually soars at altitudes exceeding 10,000 meters, descending only briefly for refueling, thus evading any potential assault from sea beasts. At this moment, the conference room aboard the airship is filled with leaders from various nations possessing beast-hunting mechas. Esteemed leaders, since the conclusion of the sea beast attack 5 days ago, the Dragon Kingdom has ceased all transmission and communication with the United Nations. May I inquire if any nation has received any information from the Dragon Kingdom during these 5 days? United Nations Chairman Barron inquired calmly. However, upon hearing this, the leaders shook their heads in unison. 5 days prior, when the sea beasts appeared, did not 2 of them suddenly alter their course and land in the Dragon Kingdom? Could it be that these 3 sea beasts have utterly devastated the Dragon Kingdom? Kinjiro, you underestimate the Dragon Kingdom too much. The quantity of beast-hunting mechas they possess is 3 times that of your Neon Nation. If you have yet to be obliterated, how could the Dragon Kingdom possibly be flattened? According to satellite imagery, an unrecorded mecha was involved in the battle within the Dragon Kingdom. The leaders of various nations engaged in discussion regarding the situation of the Dragon Kingdom. Only the president of the beautiful nation, Trump, chuckled and stood to speak. Chairman Barron. According to information received by our nation, prior to the Dragon Kingdom's complete severance of communication with the outside world, several national announcements were made. Upon this, Trump's secretary shared the information on the holographic projection on the table. National announcement. As of now, the Dragon Kingdom will cut off all communication with the outside world. All citizens of the Dragon Kingdom are prohibited from any form of exchange or contact with foreign entities. Violators will be treated as war criminals. The Dragon Kingdom has successfully manufactured a primordial-level mecha, named the Civilization Pioneer. The Dragon Kingdom has successfully broken through the technology of the annular turbine plasma propulsion system, with mass production expected in 2 months. Upon viewing this, the conference room erupted into a cacophony of discussions. Is Qin Guozhong out of his mind? He actually ordered the Dragon Kingdom to sever all ties with the outside world. What? The Dragon Kingdom has produced a primordial-level mecha? Is this a joke? The annular turbine plasma propulsion system was initially featured in the concept art of primordial-level mechas. Has the Dragon Kingdom truly developed it? Could it be that the unfamiliar mecha that appeared in the Dragon Kingdom 5 days ago, which was not recorded in the database, is the very primordial-level mecha produced by them? Baron furrowed his brow and slammed his hand on the table, exuding an authoritative voice. Silence. Once the crowd fell silent, Chairman Barron cast a scrutinizing gaze upon the president of the beautiful nation, Trump. How did you acquire this intelligence? Such information has not even reached the United Nations. Chairman Barron, Trump replied, I believe the crux of the matter lies not in how we intercepted this intelligence, but rather in its implications. Pausing briefly, Trump snapped his fingers, projecting the battle scenes of the civilizational pioneers onto the holographic display at the conference table. He then addressed the assembly. Esteemed colleagues, I trust that each of you has brought along your technical advisors, so I shall refrain from delving into extensive explanations. Please observe this unfamiliar mech. I am certain many world leaders will find it quite familiar. Take, for instance, its mechanical arm, an assembly derived from the Dragon Nation's third-generation machine, the Horizon Watcher, which was long ago torn apart by the sea beasts, and the L-23 heavy mortar mounted on its shoulder that belongs to the Bear Nation's second-generation machine, the Judgment Angel, not to mention the power unit embedded in its chest, sourced from Israel. At Trump's revelation, many leaders' pupils dilated in shock. They certainly recognized these components, which represented the fruits of their nation's labor, now amalgamated within a single mech. The president of Neon Nation, Yamamoto Kinjiro, burst into laughter. Ha! How absurd. Is this not merely a mech stitched together from discarded parts? Is this truly what you call a primordial-grade mech? Chapter 21. Mariana Trench, at a depth of 20,000 meters. The voice of Yamamoto Kinjiro resonated loudly, laced with derision towards the Dragon Nation. He continued, it seems quite evident that the Dragon Nation, believing it has constructed such a patchwork behemoth of a mech, feels utterly superior to all other nations, thus dismissing any dialogue with us. What a hubristic attitude. Reminiscent of the Dragon Nation from centuries past. However, Trump interjected abruptly, "Yamamoto, do not rejoice too soon. Our nation's researchers have conducted a meticulous analysis, and this mech can indeed be classified as a primordial-level machine. The technology employed within it is not only beyond our beautiful nation's current capabilities, but is also beyond what the United Nations can achieve at this juncture." Nanny. Yamamoto Kinjiro was taken aback, only to witness Trump presenting a plethora of data and analyses. It then became apparent to all that the mech, named Civilization Pioneer, though constructed from discarded components of various nations, harbored intricate technological details that humanity has yet to attain. In fact, it surpassed the sophistication of the primordial-level blueprints provided by the United Nations. Thus, it became evident that the Dragon Nation indeed possesses a wealth of advanced technologies that remain beyond our reach. After Trump concluded, he took his seat again, his gaze fixed upon United Nations President Barron. When Trump first learned of this revelation, he had been profoundly astonished, utterly unaware of when the Dragon Nation had acquired such advanced technology. The beautiful nation had attempted to establish contact with the Dragon Nation numerous times, yet to no avail. In pursuit of these technologies, Trump resolved to disclose this information publicly at the United Nations Assembly. It was highly probable that the United Nations would compel the Dragon Nation to share its technology, for during the era of cataclysms, any nation hoarding advanced technology was strictly prohibited. As Trump had anticipated, upon Barron's review of the information, his brow furrowed immediately. If this data were indeed accurate, then the Dragon Nation had undeniably outstripped the rest of the world in mastering primordial-level mech technology. Yet, at this critical juncture, they not only refrained from sharing their technology, but had also severed all communication with the outside world. I will continue to reach out to the Dragon Nation after this meeting. During the era of cataclysms, particularly regarding the technology of beast-hunting mechs, it must be unconditionally contributed to humanity. No nation may hoard such advancements, Barron stated solemnly, though his mind was rife with confusion. Historically, the Dragon Nation had always been more generous than others, eagerly sharing any scientific advancements with the world without hesitation. Furthermore, the current president of the Dragon Nation, Qin Guozhong, was an old friend of Barron's, and he held great faith in his integrity. Qin Guozhong was not only devoted to his nation but also to the entirety of human civilization. Yet this time, what could be the reason? At that moment, Yamamoto Kinjiro rose abruptly from his seat, exclaiming, "Chairman Barron, since the Dragon Nation has sealed its borders, it must have considered this issue beforehand. Yet, it has chosen to act with obstinacy, clearly positioning itself against us." "Oh, Kinjiro, what do you imply?" he inquired. "Let us issue a direct warning to the Dragon Nation. Should they fail to surrender the complete schematics of the Hongwang-level mechs, we shall sever the United Nations resource aid and mech support to them, allowing them to fend for themselves. Do they not believe themselves to be ahead of all human civilization? When the sea beasts land upon their shores and they are unable to resist, they should not request any assistance." Upon hearing this, Barron rebuked, "Nonsense. Since the arrival of the sea beasts, humanity's population has already halved to 4 billion. The very fabric of human civilization is at stake. How can we neglect the survival of an entire nation? But they are hoarding the Hongwang-level mechs." "Silence," Barron interjected sharply. After a brief moment, Barron composed himself and resumed, "There may be irreconcilable conflicts within the Dragon Nation. In any case, the United Nations will continue to attempt communication. If there is still no response, we shall take appropriate measures." Following the conclusion of the meeting, Yamamoto Kinjiro promptly contacted the chief scientist of Neon Nation. "Dr. Yuta, the Dragon Nation has developed the Hongwang-level mechs. When can our nation's Yamada no Oroki be completed?" "Prime Minister, we are now left with only the challenge of the power source, which will require at least 3 more months to finalize." 3 months? Are you jesting? In 3 months, the Dragon Nation could potentially manufacture 2 more Hongwang-level mechs. Yamamoto Kinjiro nearly smashed his phone in frustration. He had anticipated that Neon Nation would be the pioneer in this technology, only to find the Dragon Nation had taken the lead. After a few furious breaths, Yamamoto Kinjiro lowered his voice. The individual found beneath Mount Fuji claimed to possess research capabilities that could advance our nation by decades. However, Prime Minister, we have been unable to ascertain his identity. If he is an agent from another country, our pursuit of his suggested direction could lead us to squander invaluable time. Take the formulas and data he provided and perform the derivations. If they prove viable, then we shall proceed with them. Dr. Yuta on the other end of the line fell silent for a few seconds before quietly acquiescing to Yamamoto Kinjiro's request. Meanwhile, in the Pacific Ocean, at the Mariana Trench, a massive fissure suddenly tore open at a depth of 20,000 meters. From within this chasm emerged an enormous beast's claw, ruthlessly widening the crevice. Several towering sea beasts, each 100 meters in height, stepped forth. If Yu Xingzhou were to witness this scene, he would be utterly astonished, for sea beasts of such magnitude had already been classified as level 6. In the previous timeline, the emergence of level 6 sea beasts was still a full 2 years away. After all the 6th-order sea beasts emerged from the fissure, a group of grotesque creatures, standing as tall as humans, crawled out from within. They twisted and contorted their heads for a moment, gradually transforming into a semblance of human appearance. Chapter 22. The silicon-based frenzy on the 8th day of the Dragon Kingdom's severance of ties with the outside world. At the behest of Yu Xingzhou, the government began to announce a successful technological development every 2 days. Initially, the populace was gripped by panic, utterly perplexed by the sudden disconnection from all nations. However, with each national announcement made by daily since the cutoff, it dawned on the citizens that the Dragon Kingdom intended to innovate in isolation. To their astonishment, the nation had covertly readied a primordial-grade mech for battle, only later proclaiming the successful creation of the civilization pioneer. This revelation implied that the Dragon Kingdom had completed the blueprints for the primordial-grade mech at least 3 months prior. Yet, curiosity lingered regarding the identity of the pilot for the civilization pioneer. It appeared that the roster of mech pilots had yet to disclose any names. While the production of the primordial-grade mech was unquestionable, the rationale behind severing communications with other countries and the United Nations remained elusive. Surely, the government could provide us with an explanation? That is a matter for the state. We need not concern ourselves with it, someone remarked. Moreover, have you not noticed? Since the disconnection from the outside, new research achievements have been announced every 2 days. I suspect this is an effort to keep other nations in the dark. Yu Xingzhou observed the comments circulating online regarding the nationwide lockdown, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The current situation was considerably better than anticipated, as no unrest had erupted thus far. Nevertheless, he understood that this was merely due to the brevity of the disconnection. Many remained in a state of observation. They were unaware that the Dragon Kingdom's isolation would persist for an extended duration. When unrest did eventually arise, it would likely be instigated by one of 3 types of individuals. First, foreign spies attempting to incite rebellion among the masses, seeking to persuade the government to lift the comprehensive blockade, thereby allowing them to relay their acquired information back to their home countries. The second category consisted of habitual instigators intent on deliberately disrupting social order. As for the third, Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, a smile playing on his lips. There was a significant probability that the third group inciting protests against the government would comprise anthropomorphic sea beasts that had previously infiltrated human society. This was one of the reasons he had advocated for severing ties with the outside world. In his past life, when the anthropomorphic sea beasts were fully revealed, humanity had been decisively defeated shortly thereafter, resulting in a lack of thorough understanding regarding these creatures. Yu Xingzhou contemplated capturing one of these anthropomorphic sea beasts for study. This endeavor could potentially unveil their characteristics and, more importantly, perhaps reveal the origin of these beasts on Earth. As Yu pondered these matters, his private laboratory door swung open. It was General Situ Chong. General Situ, what brings you here? Situ Chong approached Yu with a complex expression. Professor Yu, since yesterday, the United Nations has incessantly contacted the Dragon Kingdom, inquiring about the reasons for our disconnection from the outside world. We have refrained from responding, as per your instructions. Just an hour ago, the President of the United Nations, Baron, personally delivered a final ultimatum to the Dragon Nation. Should the Dragon Nation fail to respond, the United Nations will immediately sever all material supplies and any technological assistance. Furthermore, in the event that the Dragon Nation encounters insurmountable sea beasts, the United Nations and other nations will no longer provide any military support. Upon hearing this, Yu Xingzhou's expression remained unchanged as he replied, I understand. Let us continue to maintain our silence. However, without the support of the United Nations, relying solely on the Dragon Nation would not suffice for the production of mechas and other weapons, leading to a situation where technology exists but cannot be manufactured. After a brief pause, Situ Chong suggested in a conciliatory tone, I believe we can cut off contact with other nations, but it would be prudent to keep in touch with the United Nations. Yet, as soon as these words were uttered, they were promptly dismissed by Yu Xingzhou. Standing up with utmost confidence, he asserted, The Dragon Nation is now the most technologically advanced country on Earth. Even the research and development capabilities of the United Nations offer us no assistance at this juncture. As for materials, the resources must indeed come from the source. Situ Chang's expression turned bewildered, unable to comprehend Yu Xingzhou's meaning. Yu Xingzhou opened the report provided by the Sea Beast Research Institute, accompanied by his own research conclusions. General Situ, it is well known that we are facing silicon-based life forms, as only silicon can support their massive size. However, recent studies of the recovered remnants of these sea beasts have revealed numerous metallic elements. Professor Yu, could you clarify further? I am merely a soldier and do not grasp this specialized knowledge. Yu Xingzhou nodded and rephrased more plainly. In simpler terms, it is impossible for a normal living organism to contain such an abundance of metallic elements. Yet the presence of these elements within the sea beasts indicates that, upon breaking through certain technological barriers, we could utilize the sea beasts to produce the metallic materials we require. This essentially means we can derive metal from living organisms. Even without scientific understanding, I comprehend that it is implausible to extract lifeless metal from living beings. Situ Chong was astounded. Nevertheless, Yu Xingzhou's demeanor remained composed. Typically, this would indeed be impossible, but the existence of sea beasts represents a phenomenon beyond the current comprehension of human civilization. Their ability to evolve rapidly and the discovery of metallic elements within them, coupled with the fact that each sea beast possesses nearly identical DNA structures, all point to the conclusion that they are artificial creations rather than products of natural evolution. Therefore, the notion of utilizing them to produce metals is not beyond reach. Their surfaces also contain various metallic substances. At this point, Situ Chong experienced a moment of enlightenment, grasping Yu Xingzhou's meaning. He exclaimed with excitement, "So, what you're saying is, as long as we continue to eliminate sea beasts, we will never lack for metallic resources?" Indeed. The technology for utilizing the carcasses of marine beasts to produce metals is currently under development. If all goes as planned, it should be completed within a month. At present, our primary task is to continuously gather these marine beasts. However, they are not ubiquitous. We can only deploy our mech units once they come ashore. Yu Xingzhou smiled broadly, already formulating his own ideas. In the previous era, the pace of human mech iteration was nearly on par with the evolution of marine beasts. Thus, in terms of combat capability, there was no overwhelming advantage over the marine beasts, let alone the prospect of provoking them. Yet in this lifetime, while the marine beasts are still at the third tier, the Dragon Kingdom has developed the primordial level marine beasts. And research into the blueprints for the apocalypse level and beyond is also underway. Actively seeking out marine beasts is no longer an absurd notion. With unwavering determination, Yu Xingzhou made a decision that human civilization had never dared to pursue in his past life. Let us take the initiative to strike and search for these marine beasts. Perhaps, if fortune smiles upon us, we might uncover the depths from which these creatures emerge from the ocean's abyss. Chapter 23. District 59 of the Beautiful Nation. Yu Xingzhou's words instilled a profound sense of confidence in Situ Chong. Initially troubled by the United Nations ultimatum to the Dragon Nation, he now felt liberated from such concerns. Professor Yu, shall we maintain our silence and refrain from responding to the United Nations? Yu Xingzhou nodded, then recalled the task assigned by the system not long ago. Task: within 2 months, enable human civilization to possess 15 primordial grade mechas. He then called out to Situ Chong, who was on the verge of departing. By the way, General Situ, let us publicly disclose the blueprints and detailed manufacturing data for the primordial grade mechas. Huh, why is that? Situ Chong inquired, perplexed. Yu Xingzhou replied calmly, General Situ, what I desire is for the entirety of human civilization to grow sufficiently powerful, rather than merely the Dragon Nation. While other nations may be small-minded, we, the Huaxia, should embrace all rivers. Situ Chong's gaze sharpened, and he nodded solemnly. I understand. Should we also disclose the other technologies we've conquered? All of it must be made public. Concerning the mechas, we must clearly annotate the challenges faced by our nation's researchers, allowing other countries to expedite the production of primordial-grade mechas as much as possible. Once Situ Chong departed, Yu Xingzhou returned to the laboratory to continue his research experiments, simplifying and annotating the complex knowledge that the Dragon Nation's researchers found incomprehensible. The technological prowess of the Dragon Nation was ascending at an alarming pace. United Nations Airship. Chairman Barron, we have sent 30 emails to the Dragon Nation and still have not received a response. Furthermore, through technical reconnaissance. We have confirmed that these emails have been opened and read, leading us to ascertain that the Dragon Nation is deliberately ignoring any external communications. Upon hearing the Secretary General's report, the United Nations chairman furrowed his brow in deep concern. What exactly was the Dragon Nation plotting? What were Qin Guozhong's intentions? Did he not realize that the Dragon Nation's research capabilities rank just below those of the beautiful nation? Without the technological support from the Dragon Nation, human civilization could regress by decades. Baron slammed his palm on the table in frustration, since the Dragon Nation is so obstinate. From this moment forth, notify all nations that were previously supplying resources to the Dragon Nation to sever their resource shipments. The Secretary General's expression turned awkward. Chairman, just a few hours ago, the Dragon Nation outright rejected all the resources that were due for acceptance. What? They proactively rejected these resources? Baron's eyes widened in disbelief. He had assumed that the Dragon Nation, bold enough to sever all external communications, would rely on its formidable research capabilities, wagering that the United Nations would hesitate to cut off resource supplies. But now, the Dragon Nation had audaciously refused these resources. Had they lost their minds? As Baron pondered this, the military tablet in the Secretary General's hands vibrated. Frowning, he checked it, and his face turned pale. Chairman, just moments ago, the Dragon Nation issued a global announcement. Upon hearing this, Baron immediately inquired, "What is the content?" The response was peculiar. It contained numerous documents. Chairman, you may examine them yourself. The Secretary General opened his mouth, unsure of how to elucidate the contents of the global announcement to Baron. As Baron took the computer and beheld the comprehensive details of the announcement, he was engulfed in profound astonishment. Detailed blueprints and data formulas for primordial-grade beast-hunting mechas, circular turbo-plasma thruster schematics, high-frequency light blade manufacturing diagrams, multi-threaded simplified assembly program for beast-hunting mechas, nanomaterials, and theoretical data analysis on potential development directions for space elevators. Aside from these 5 documents, there was nothing else. Yet Baron was acutely aware that these represented technologies humanity had yet to conquer. Taking a deep breath, his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness as he turned to the Secretary General, commanding, "Immediately send these documents to the research department for verification of their authenticity. If the data provided by the Dragon Nation is entirely accurate, we are on the brink of the greatest technological revolution in human history. We must expedite the development of these technologies." The Secretary General nodded solemnly and promptly transmitted the documents to the research department. Within 10 minutes, a response arrived. The Secretary General excitedly reported to Baron, "Chairman, after conducting a comprehensive big data analysis, the research department has confirmed that all formulas mentioned in these documents yield correct results. Moreover, they noted the potential challenges encountered during the manufacturing process and provided detailed solutions. Utilizing this data, theoretically, the production of a primordial-grade mecha could be accomplished in just 15 days. Upon hearing this, Baron could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. All these advancements achieved by the Dragon Nation in such a brief period? Quick, issue an order to integrate the data from these documents into our technological research immediately. The manufacturing of the primordial-grade mecha cannot be delayed. Understood. The Secretary General nodded and swiftly departed Baron's office to relay the orders to the research department. Baron continued to gaze at the documents, his expression filled with incredulity. What on earth has transpired in the Qin Nation? How could you conquer challenges that have eluded humanity for decades in such a short span? Meanwhile, it was not only the United Nations that took notice of the Dragon Nation's global announcement. Every nation was left in shock by the revelations contained within this document. Within the presidential office of the beautiful nation, President Trump found himself confronted by the very global announcement from the Dragon Nation. Mr. President, upon verification, the data within this document overlaps with our current development files by 80, with the remaining 20 representing challenges we have yet to overcome. Damn. When did the scientific and technological prowess of the Dragon Nation become so formidable? Trump uttered an expletive, shattering the glass on the table. However, he quickly regained his composure and instructed his assistant, "Cease all ongoing technological endeavors that have yet to be conquered. Channel all our efforts into the technologies associated with these 5 documents." The Dragon Nation has publicly announced the documents globally, akin to revealing the answers outright. Once other nations recognize the viability of the data contained within these documents, they too will commence their research without delay. We, the United States, cannot afford to lag behind. After a brief silence, Trump lowered his voice and confided in his assistant. It is highly probable that the Dragon Nation has discovered remnants of an extraterrestrial civilization, which has precipitated this rapid technological explosion. I suspect their sudden announcement of closing the nation is to keep this information concealed from the outside world. While we develop the technologies outlined in these documents, dispatch 2 third-generation aircraft to Area 59, we can no longer remain passive. The assistant's gaze sharpened, and he saluted Trump with unwavering determination. Area 59 remains a source of intrigue for the outside world, yet the United States has never acknowledged its existence. Only past presidents are privy to the truths surrounding that place. Chapter 24. Chen Qiming emerges from isolation. His final moments after the recent scientific achievements in the Dragon Kingdom were publicly announced to the world, humanity was left in awe. Particularly within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, the online discourse erupted into a frenzy. Incredible. The authorities have generously shared all the research findings from the past few days with the entire globe. This exemplifies the audacity of our Dragon Kingdom. We have made a significant impact on the international stage. It appears the nation has decided to seal its borders, completely severing ties with the outside world. Possibly as part of a grander strategy. My apologies to the Dragon Kingdom for my previous outspokenness. I have perused the global announcement issued by the authorities, and the plans for the journey to the West series mechs we are constructing have yet to be disclosed. When these mechs finally come to fruition, they will undoubtedly astonish the international audience once more. However, the authorities have yet to reveal which research department or scientist is spearheading these remarkable developments. And my curiosity is piqued. Rumors suggest it is the same streamer who previously broadcasted the construction of primordial-level mechs. What does it mean to live-stream the creation of primordial-level mechs? How was I unaware of this? That streamer is exceptionally talented. Yet it appears the replays of the live stream have been temporarily restricted by the authorities, making it nearly impossible to find without the right connections. The successive announcements from the Dragon Kingdom have effectively calmed the public's anxiety. Initially, there were concerns that such actions might lead to self-imposed technological isolation. However, it has become clear that these worries were unfounded. Meanwhile, the laboratory doors that Chen Qiming had closed for half a month finally swung open. He had lost track of the time spent within those walls. Despite his prolonged seclusion, he still could not deduce the final result of that elusive formula. Chen Qiming even began to doubt whether the derivation left by Yu Xingzhou was indeed correct. After all, Yu Xingzhou was merely in his early 20s at the time. How could he have possibly crafted a derivation for a challenge that stumped scientists worldwide? Yet, Chen Qiming was reluctantly compelled to accept the formula's validity, for he lacked the capacity to formulate a new one himself. Shall we? Chen Qiming groaned as he supported his waist, frowning as he called for his assistant. Before long, Li Tianhe hurriedly emerged. Professor, you've finally come out. Have you calculated the final result? Not yet. I need to request access to a more powerful computer for calculations. The one I am currently using is still too slow. You may not be able to mobilize one for now. You must go to the highest command center to use it. Chen Qiming was taken aback and immediately inquired as to why. It is known that within the Dragon Kingdom, he holds a status comparable to that of a chief scientist. His past research contributions have significantly aided the development of the Beast Hunter mechs. It can be said that without Chen Qiming's scientific achievements, the Beast Hunter mechs would not exist. Thus, Chen Qiming was bestowed the esteemed title of the Father of Asian Technology by United Nations Chairman Barron. In the Dragon Country, he had never faced rejection in his quest to mobilize research equipment and personnel. However, why did the assistant claim it was not feasible this time? Li Tianhe promptly elucidated for Chen Qiming. Professor, during your period of seclusion for experimentation, the Dragon Country issued a nationwide announcement prohibiting all citizens from contacting the outside world. Furthermore, it declared the successful development of a formidable mech, and the majority of the nation's top scientists were reassigned to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Even the most advanced equipment was relocated there, with a strict ban on any external borrowing of equipment, not even for you. Oh, this must be Elder Qin's decision then? It appears that a remarkable scientist has arrived at the Academy, making breakthroughs in a certain project? Chen Qiming speculated instinctively. Li Tianhe nodded earnestly. According to internal sources, it indeed seems to be the case. However, the identity of that scientist is classified. Only those who enter the Academy can uncover the specific details. By the way, just a few hours ago, the Dragon Country issued a global announcement, publicly sharing its recent technological achievements free of charge. Hearing this, Chen Qiming narrowed his eyes slightly. Very well, I must see for myself who possesses such extraordinary capabilities. After all, I am currently focused on developing materials capable of harnessing controllable nuclear fusion energy. Should this research succeed, it would directly enable the creation of apocalypse-class mechs powered by nuclear energy. Nuclear fusion power would elevate the hunter mechs by several magnitudes, far surpassing the current plasma and electric core drives. With a cold snort, Chen Qiming instructed his assistant, Li Tianhe, to prepare a special vehicle as he planned to head to the academy. Li Tianhe drove the specialized vehicle, escorting Chen Qiming to the academy. To ensure Chen Qiming's safety, he was always accompanied by a dedicated armored escort whenever he ventured out. Since the onset of the Cataclysm era, humanity chose to sacrifice the quality of life for its citizens in favor of rapid technological advancement. In such an environment, rebel organizations naturally emerged. Thus, although the area behind the Wall of Hope was free from sea beast attacks, scientists often faced assaults from rebel forces as an act of defiance. As the father of Asian technology, Chen Qiming commanded a considerable escort whenever he ventured out. On the streets, some recognized him and could not help but shout, "Professor Chen, you must develop even more powerful mechs to completely eradicate the sea beasts." Is that Professor Chen's vehicle? He is heading to the academy. It seems he has made yet another breakthrough. The formidable mech must surely be a result of Elder Chen's expertise. Truly, he is the most outstanding scientist in the Dragon Country over the years. Listening to the discussions of passers-by, an expression of immense gratification spread across Chen Qiming's aged face. This was the privilege and power that his esteemed position had afforded him. Often, Chen Qiming had deceived even himself, believing that all the achievements he had presented were the fruits of his own research and invention. Reflecting on this, he gently patted the driving Li Tianhe on the shoulder and said, "Xiaoli, drive a little slower. It has been a long time since I last appeared before everyone. Let them see me. Do not let them worry about this old man." "Of course, Professor." As Chen Qiming sat in the car, he closed his eyes, savoring the accolades bestowed upon him by those around. What brought him even greater comfort was the news that Xiaoli had just relayed, that ever since Yu Xingzhou's escape from prison, there had been no word of him. Furthermore, not long ago, 3 sea beasts had simultaneously landed near the site of Yu Xingzhou's breakout. It was highly probable that Yu Xingzhou had met his demise there. "Oh, Yu Xingzhou, you never succeeded in seeking justice even in death," Chen mused. "However, I shall carry forth all your research achievements and bask in the accolades of humanity." A smug smile slowly spread across Chen Qiming's face, unaware that the journey to the Chinese Academy of Sciences would be the last moment of enjoyment in his life. Chapter 25. Teacher, long time no see. Chen Qiming, accompanied by his assistant Li Tianhe, passed through security and arrived at the highest laboratory of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of all the nation's foremost scientists gathered here, each engrossed in their respective research and experiments. Not even the sound of the door opening drew their attention. "What? All the top scientists have assembled here? This situation is perilous. Has Elder Qin forgotten the protocols?" Chen Qiming was taken aback. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, it was prohibited for the leading scientists from various fields to congregate in one research institute, except during confidential high-level meetings. To his recollection, such an occurrence had not manifested since the onset of the era of disasters. Before Chen Qiming could ascertain the situation, his gaze fell upon the blackboard filled with intricate formulas. Additionally, on the colossal screen before him, artificial intelligence was processing data, causing his pupils to constrict. This is the assembly program for the beast-hunting mecha, and it is being managed by a multi-threaded control system on a single computer for comprehensive calculations. Moreover, it is entirely operated by artificial intelligence, without any human intervention. Chen Qiming felt a bit dazed. He had merely stepped away from his laboratory for half a month to engage with other scientists. How had the technology of the nation advanced so remarkably upon his return to the Academy's main laboratory, were it not for his clarity of mind? He might have questioned whether he had truly spent not half a month, but half a century in the lab. "Ah, Director Chen, have you completed the calculations for the controllable nuclear fusion materials?" Just as Chen Qiming stood there in astonishment, a scientist holding a data report, intending to return to his workstation for further calculations, noticed him. It was Xiao Wang. "I am just one step away from finalizing the computations. However, my laboratory's computing power is somewhat inadequate. I came today to borrow the supercomputer from the Academy." The scientist hesitated for a moment, then, with an apologetic tone, added, "Director Chen, according to Elder Qin's instructions, All equipment in the Academy is currently not available for external borrowing. Perhaps you could conduct your inferential calculations right here. During your seclusion, the pace of research has accelerated dramatically. The daily research speed has increased by a staggering 30-fold. Xiao Wang, you are jesting, aren't you? Do you understand what a 30-fold increase in research speed implies? Chen Qiming found it hard to believe the young scientist's assertion. He chuckled, continuing. If we truly achieved a 30-fold increase in research speed, then our nation would have long surpassed humanity, advancing into a Type 085 civilization. The young scientist was momentarily stunned, casting a puzzled glance at assistant Li Tianhe. Tianhe, did you not inform the director that our nation's research capabilities have reached the level of a Type 085 civilization? Li Tianhe was equally bewildered. During the period of Chen Qiming's seclusion, he dedicated himself to research. Apart from the emails sent by the authorities, Li Tianhe hardly had the time to pay attention to external matters. Consequently, he was quite unaware of the significant events unfolding outside. He presumed that the development of prehistoric-level mechas and the breakthroughs in several major scientific achievements by the Dragon Nation were the pinnacle of recent accomplishments. Little did he expect that, without any forewarning, the Dragon Nation had actually reached a technological level of civilization at 085. What? 085 level civilization? Chen Qiming, possessing far greater knowledge than Li Tianhe, was acutely aware of the astonishing leap from 075 to 085. He could not help but exclaim in astonishment, which subsequently drew the attention of most scientists within the laboratory. It was then that they realized Chen Qiming had emerged from his seclusion. The young scientist, somewhat embarrassed, spoke up, Director Chen, you must have seen the equations on the blackboard. They had not reached a breakthrough before your retreat. But now the results have been calculated and are currently being improved upon. The Dragon Nation has indeed reached a 085 level civilization. Chen Qiming stood there, mouth agape, incredulously absorbing the scene before him. At that moment, as other scientists began to react, they greeted Chen Qiming warmly. Director, you have returned. We have made numerous breakthroughs recently, and surely with your return, our research speed will ascend to a new level. Several scientists, who shared a good rapport with Chen Qiming, expressed their excitement. However, among them were also a few scientists from different fields but of similar standing, whose expressions were markedly complex. These individuals had attended the top-secret meeting organized by Qin Guozhong prior to Yu Xingzhou's arrival at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. At that meeting, each participant had reviewed Yu Xingzhou's personal dossier and were acutely aware of the relationship between Yu Xingzhou and Chen Qiming. Just as many contemplated whether to reveal the truth to Chen Qiming, he suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, splendid. Before I arrived, Shali mentioned that a remarkable researcher had joined our institute. Surely, our rapid technological advancements in the past few days must be largely attributed to his contributions. However, I am acquainted with all of Dragon Nation's top researchers. I wonder who this esteemed scholar is? The young scientist who had previously spoken with Chen Qiming responded eagerly. Director Chen, you may not recognize him, for he was not part of our scientific community until now. Oh, not from the scientific field? Indeed. And he is only 25 years old. Upon hearing this, Chen Qiming's complexion changed abruptly, as an ominous premonition suddenly gripped his heart. He swallowed hard and cautiously inquired. What is his surname? Director, his surname is Yu. 25 years old. And his surname is Yu. These two revelations struck Chen Qiming like a thunderclap to his heart. Instantly, a profound sense of panic surged within him. However, Chen Qiming found it hard to believe that such a coincidence could occur. So he inquired about the full name of the professor with the surname Yu. Unbeknownst to Chen Qiming himself, his voice had begun to tremble. Yu. What was his full name? Teacher, my name is Yu Xingzhou. A familiar voice resonated from behind him, causing Chen Qiming's aged body to quiver, nearly causing him to lose consciousness and collapse. In terror, he turned to look, only to see a young man with a beaming smile standing there. Teacher. It has been a long time. How have you been? Chapter 26. Keep a close eye on old Dang. Allow me to demonstrate once. Teacher. It has been a long time. How have you been? Yu Xingzhou said with a cheerful smile, his tone remarkably calm. However, upon seeing Yu Xingzhou standing before him after a 4-year absence, Chen Qiming appeared as though he had encountered a specter. His face was filled with terror as he stammered. You are not dead? Thanks to you, I almost met my end, replied Yu Xingzhou. Chen Qiming swallowed hard, cursing under his breath, astonished that this individual had not been crushed by the sea creature and had even made it to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Teacher, after all these years, my hair remains black, yet yours has turned completely white. I surmise it must be due to the guilt of having plagiarized your students' research achievements, which has rendered you sleepless at night. As soon as these words left Yu Xingzhou's lips, the scientist within the laboratory erupted in astonishment. Despite the perpetual smile on Yu Xingzhou's face, those present were all exceptionally astute individuals, and they discerned the sarcasm underlying his tone. What is happening? Why does Professor Yu refer to Dean Shen as teacher? Was Professor Yu once a student of Dean Shen? I sense an unusual tension between them. Look at Dean Shen. He has begun to sweat profusely since laying eyes on Professor Yu. Wait. It seems there was a significant scandal during Dean Shen's early career as a mentor, where one of his graduate students plagiarized a research paper he was about to publish. The uninformed scientists began to murmur among themselves, while those in the know exchanged looks of intrigue. During a previous conference, someone had asserted that the blueprints left by Yu Xingzhou during his prison escape could not possibly have been his creation. Otherwise, with such remarkable research prowess, why would he have needed to plagiarize Chen Qiming's work? It now appeared that the events of that time held deeper implications. Nonsense. Yu Xingzhou, do you understand the weight of your words? Do not forget, you are still an escaped convict. What right do you have to speak to Professor Chen in such a manner? Before Chen Qiming could respond, Li Tianhe exclaimed in fury. In his eyes, Chen Qiming was a godlike figure, and he had worked tirelessly to secure his position as Chen Qiming's assistant. Convict? I regret to inform you. I am now the chief scientist of the Dragon Kingdom, not some mere prisoner, Yu Xingzhou replied with a light chuckle. What? Chief scientist? Chen Qiming's eyes widened in disbelief. This title, which he had never attained, had inexplicably been bestowed upon Yu Xingzhou. How could this be? You are the chief scientist? What a joke. The chief scientist is someone who has made extraordinary contributions across various fields of research. What qualifications do you possess to claim such an honor? Has old Qin lost his mind to have granted you this position? Confronted with Chen Qiming's skepticism, Yu Xingzhou remained unfazed. He scanned the entire laboratory, his tone remarkably composed. The primordial-level beast-hunting mech, the annular turbine plasma propulsion system, the blueprints for high-frequency light blades, the multi-threaded simplification program for assembling beast-hunting mechs, the theoretical data analysis on the developmental directions of nanomaterials and space elevators. All these are the fruits of my research. Do they not constitute remarkable contributions across various scientific domains? Furthermore, esteemed teacher, the electric core drive, the EC87 room temperature superconductor, and the superconducting coils capable of providing a 70T strong magnetic field that you have developed, were they not also derived from my research achievements? Should this position of chief scientist be relinquished to you? The room erupted in astonishment, the attending scientists displaying expressions of shock. For Yu Xingzhou's statements implied that all these technological advancements were indeed his scholarly accomplishments. Was the truth of those years that Chen Qiming had appropriated the research of his own student? Was this not a reversal of cosmic order? Upon hearing these words, Chen Qiming was seething with rage. Nonsense. These are the results of years of toil on my part. What evidence do you have that these are all your research outcomes? If I had evidence, I would not have languished in prison unjustly. Chen Qiming sneered, since you possess no evidence. On what grounds do you assert that these are your achievements? Is my title as the father of Asian technology merely a hollow accolade? I assure you, Yu Xingzhou, I am on the brink of developing new materials capable of sustaining controllable nuclear fusion at high temperatures. Do you mean to imply that during your 4 years in prison, I could have pilfered your research? What a ludicrous notion. He then picked up a pen and inscribed on the blackboard the final equation he had derived from the formulas left by Yu Xingzhou all those years ago. Behold, this is the final equation. Do you possess the capability to derive it? However, upon seeing the formula on the board, Yu Xingzhou appeared as though confronted with a monster. His face contorted in shock as he gazed at Chen Qiming. Teacher, this formula, could it have been extrapolated from the drafts I left behind? Oh dear, how embarrassing. The formulas I provided would only lead to a flawed conclusion, incapable of yielding the final result. No wonder you have not disclosed this technology all these years. It seems you have been calculating a faulty equation repeatedly. At this, Chen Qiming's complexion drained of color. What a cruel jest. The formula he had painstakingly derived over the years was erroneous? This was utterly impossible. You are mistaken. This formula is merely one step away from yielding the result. It can be computed using this supercomputer in the lab. Sweat beaded on Chen Qiming's palms. He realized that no matter what he said today, the scandal of the past would inevitably come to light. For Yu Xingzhou's identity and capabilities had evolved beyond recognition. However, he still possesses his final trump card. If he can develop a new type of material capable of withstanding controllable nuclear fusion at high temperatures for the Dragon Nation, he will secure an invincible position. Thus, Chen Qiming promptly approached the most powerful supercomputer currently available in the Dragon Nation, inputting all the formulas and prerequisites. Everyone gazed at the screen, instinctively holding their breath. Those present understood that if this technology could be surmounted, then the beast-hunting mech would usher in the era of nuclear power. The Apocalypse-class mech would no longer remain a mere conceptual blueprint. Regrettably, within 20 minutes, the supercomputer produced 4 erroneous calculations. At this moment, Chen Qiming's back was already drenched in sweat. Observing this scene, Yu Xingzhou grinned. "Teacher, I told you this formula is unworkable. Even if you computed 1,000, 10,000, or even 1,000,000,000 times, you will never arrive at a valid result." With that, he pushed Chen Qiming aside and re-entered the prerequisites and formulas into the computer. "Watch closely, old dang. I shall demonstrate at once." Chapter 27. Welcome to the era of nuclear power. Watch closely, old dang. I shall demonstrate at once. Upon entering all the prerequisites and formulas into the supercomputer, Yu Xingzhou promptly initiated the calculation process. Every gaze in the room was fixed upon the large screen. Apart from Chen Qiming and Li Tianhe, the scientists present were acutely aware of the significance of this moment. Since Yu Xingzhou's arrival at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, every blueprint and formula he had proposed had yielded successful results, with half already in the throes of research and development. The creation of a finished product was merely a matter of time. Problems that had stumped the elder professors were effortlessly resolved by Yu Xingzhou within mere hours, or even minutes. He had yet to make a single error. Should he succeed once more, it would signify humanity's imminent arrival in the nuclear power age. Most crucially, all of Chen Qiming's previously published scientific achievements would be cast into doubt, rendering his long-held title as the father of Asian technology a mere product of theft. Prerequisite verification successful, importing algorithm. Formula verification successful, importing algorithm. As these 2 lines appeared on the screen, Chen Qiming trembled, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. No, it cannot be. These prerequisites are entirely contrary to the original research direction, he murmured, though no one paid him any heed. The screen soon displayed new subtitles. Injecting fusion fuel, heating to high temperatures. Successfully providing hydrogen nuclei with sufficient energy to fuse with helium nuclei. Fusion of helium nuclei successful. Plasma within the reactor is now being controlled by the magnetic field control system. At this point, every attendee held their breath. Plasma remained stable, with no collisions occurring with the reactor walls. Commencing recording of reactor temperature, pressure, plasma density. Reactor energy output calculated. Adjusting reaction conditions. As the rapid succession of subtitles and dazzling data continued to unfold, Chen Qiming found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure, while others remained oblivious. He understood all too well. The speed at which the computer calculated various results was not merely a function of its advanced algorithms. Rather, it stemmed from the fact that these prerequisites and formulas were simpler and more rational than his own. Could it be? Could this truly be the authentic formula and prerequisites? At that moment, the ever-changing numbers on the screen suddenly vanished, replaced by the outcome that Chen Qiming had only dared to dream of. Simulation successful. Please save experimental data and proceed with the experiment. Upon reading this line, the laboratory did not erupt into the anticipated jubilation. Instead, the assembled crowd stood in stunned silence, gazing at the screen, murmuring in disbelief. It succeeded? The high-temperature materials capable of sustaining nuclear fusion have been simulated successfully. Xiaowang, pinch me quickly. Am I truly not dreaming? After decades of relentless human endeavor, is controllable nuclear fusion finally on the verge of success? Good heavens, did Professor Yu already possess the answers? Is the era of nuclear power truly upon us? The discussions of surrounding scientists echoed in Chen Qiming's ears, leaving his mind blank and buzzing. Once he regained his composure, he sank heavily to the ground. No, it can't be. How is this possible? After so many years of research, the results were deduced so effortlessly. I am the father of Asian technology. Sitting on the ground, Chen Qiming murmured to himself in a daze. The smile that adorned Yu Xingzhou's face finally vanished. He approached Chen Qiming, looking down upon him, his tone devoid of reverence, his voice chillingly cold. Chen Qiming, these past days you have deceived everyone, even yourself. Now you believe that the scientific achievements you published were your own research. For years. Do you have any idea how I spent those 4 years in prison? Chen Qiming, in a desperate struggle, shouted, "No. I am the father of Asian technology. Everything I published is the result of my own research. Those are my accomplishments." Just then, the laboratory door swung open, and a group of armed soldiers stormed in, led by Situ Chong. Situ Chong strode up to Chen Qiming, coldly declaring, "Chen Qiming, you are suspected of plagiarizing the research accomplishments of Longwu's chief scientist, Yu Xingzhou, and you are under arrest for theft." "Nonsense. I did not plagiarize." "Do you have any evidence? On what grounds do you accuse me of theft?" Chen Qiming suddenly recalled that he had destroyed all the evidence years ago. Even if he was now reviled by all, even if everyone knew those were Yu Xingzhou's research achievements, without evidence, he could not be imprisoned. "Evidence? Do you think you have been able to remain undisturbed in the laboratory these days because we were unaware of your misdeeds? Ever since Professor Yu's return, Elder Qin has established a special task force to investigate the truth of those years. All the judges and law enforcement officers who conspired with you to frame Professor Yu have been located, and they have all admitted that it was you who approached them back then." Chen Qiming's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Situ Chong. Bang. Chen Qiming attempted to defend himself, but before he could utter a word, an intense pain struck his face. The kick had come from his assistant, Li Tianhe. Upon learning the entire truth, Li Tianhe felt as though his beliefs had crumbled. The figure he had admired for years turned out to be the true plagiarist. "Chen Qiming, you old scoundrel. You are the real thief, yet you still pretend to be a great man. You are enjoying the pinnacle of life and research treatment in the Dragon Kingdom, yet you." Li Tianhe, unable to contain his frustration, delivered 2 swift kicks. Chen Qiming, already nearing 70 years of age, felt as though these blows might hasten his journey to the afterlife. "Li Tianhe, you ungrateful wretch. Are you intent on killing me?" Chen Qiming cried out in agony, sensing that his face was on the brink of shattering. Seeing that Chen Qiming was about to be fatally struck, Situ Chong hastily summoned the guards to restrain Li Tianhe. "Professor Yu, allow us to handle this old charlatan. The nation shall ensure you receive justice in the most satisfactory resolution," Situ Chong said, his face a mask of regret as he glanced at Yu Xingzhou. It was difficult for him to fathom how Yu Xingzhou had been wronged by so many, subsequently bearing the heavy burden of injustice in prison, yet still chose to contribute to the field of research in the Dragon Kingdom upon his release. Nevertheless, Yu Xingzhou's countenance remained devoid of anger. He merely nodded calmly. "General Situ, let you handle this. My sole desire now is to swiftly advance the research capabilities of the Dragon Kingdom." "Very well, Professor Yu, I shall." Situ Chong's words were abruptly cut off as the entire laboratory began to flicker with crimson light. "Warning! Warning! Warning! Marine beast signals detected. 4 marine beasts are about to land from the South China Sea, and 3 will arrive from Hong Kong Island." Chapter 28. The Assault of the Sea Beasts. Sea beast signals detected. 4 sea beasts are poised to land on the South Sea, while 3 will make landfall at Port Island. The warning lights within the laboratory blinked incessantly in a vivid crimson hue. Situ Chun's expression hardened. 7 beasts simultaneously landing in the Dragon Kingdom? Without hesitation, he activated the holographic projection to contact the Supreme Combat Command Center of the Dragon Kingdom. "Aid, what is the situation? Is it confirmed that there is no satellite error? Why are 7 sea beasts landing simultaneously in the Dragon Kingdom?" The aide at the command center wore a look of urgency. "Report, General. It is not only the Dragon Kingdom. There are also several sea beasts simultaneously landing in the United States, Russia, and Australia, totaling 26. Why did the satellites fail to detect the signals of the sea beasts prior to this? We are currently investigating the cause. Other nations have not dispatched beast hunting mechas to the coast in advance. They, like us, did not receive prior satellite detection of the sea beast signals." Upon hearing this, Situ Chun's expression became particularly complex. After a brief moment of contemplation, he promptly issued orders. "Immediately deploy 3rd-generation mechas to the coast where the sea beasts are landing, and send 2nd and 1st-generation mechas as well. General, we cannot ascertain the class of the landing sea beasts at this moment. If they are all 3rd class, the Dragon Kingdom's 3rd-generation mechas are wholly insufficient for this battle. We only possess 5 3rd-generation mechas, and we must retain 1 within the Hope Wall." The aide hesitated before continuing. "General, let us request support from the United Nations. The nearest mecha base in New Delhi has 2 3rd-generation mechas that could potentially assist." Before Situ Chun could respond, Yu Xingzhou quickly interjected. "No, we must not make contact with the outside." But the aide was cut off by Situ Chun. "The New Delhi base can send at most 1 3rd-generation mecha. They too need to retain 1 for national defense. Moreover, the mechas from there are excessively heavy. It would take at least 7 hours for a crane to deliver them. Now, deploy 2 third-generation mechas to each coast and mobilize all available second-generation mechas. Situ-chan added, simultaneously, prepare aircraft for nuclear bomb deployment. If necessary, we must directly drop a nuclear bomb to eliminate the sea beasts. They must not be allowed to approach the Hope Wall. Understood. The aide responded before swiftly issuing the commands. At that moment, other scientists were equally astounded. Since the onset of the era of natural disasters, there had never been a precedent for 7 sea beasts simultaneously landing in a single nation. The laboratory was filled with researchers from various technological fields, yet there were no biologists specializing in sea beasts, leaving them perplexed as to how the creatures had evolved to such an extent. Yu Xingzhou's brow furrowed in thought. Even during his previous life, while he was still confined in the quiet water prison, he had not been fully aware of the external circumstances. However, he recalled that it was around the time he had just been released that more than 5 sea beasts had landed in the Dragon Kingdom. This implies that, according to the normal timeline, such a situation should be utterly impossible at this moment. Yet, why is it that at this particular juncture, 7 sea beasts have simultaneously made landfall? This is in stark contrast to the developments of the past. With the current quantity and caliber of hunting mechs in the Dragon Nation, it is utterly unfeasible to confront so many sea beasts at once. Contemplating this, Yu Xingzhou immediately said, General Situ, we still have the civilization pioneer at the Hongwang level. I shall engage in battle in the South Sea. You must send all the third-generation mechs to Port Island to confront the enemy. Absolutely not. Situ Chong firmly rejected. Professor Yu, you are the chief scientist of the Dragon Nation and the greatest hope for humanity. I cannot allow you to be placed in such perilous circumstances. We are currently hastening our search for pilots capable of neural interaction with the civilization pioneer, and we will have results shortly. However, Yu Xingzhou's expression was grave. Even if we immediately find a pilot capable of neural interaction, it would be too late. They have never piloted a civilization pioneer. Even if they reach the battlefield, they will be unable to unleash the full potential of the civilization pioneer. That is also not permissible. Elder Qin has stated that you must not, General Situ. The civilization pioneer is a Hongwang-class mech, an entire tier above the third-tier sea beasts. There is no need for concern. Yu Xingzhou had anticipated that Situ Chong would acquiesce. However, to his surprise, Situ Chong signaled, and 2 guards promptly rushed over to subdue Yu Xingzhou. I apologize, Professor Yu, but you are the hope of humanity, and I cannot allow you to take such risks. Yu Xingzhou was left speechless by Situ Chong's actions. Thus, he resorted to a decisive move. General Situ, if you continue to obstruct me, I shall have no choice but to cease providing research and technological support to the Dragon Nation and humanity. Furthermore, the simultaneous arrival of so many sea beasts is an exceedingly abnormal occurrence. I must personally investigate the situation on the front lines. Situ Chong's face was fraught with hesitation. This was a monumental decision, and he was uncertain of how to proceed. Should anything happen to Yu Xingzhou, he would become a historical sinner for the Dragon Nation and humanity. Consequently, he resolved to consult with Qin Guizhou. At that moment, Chen Qiming, who had not yet been taken away, finally recovered from the intense pain. Upon hearing that Yu Xingzhou intended to pilot a mech to the front lines, he erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. Yu Xingzhou, who do you think you are? You actually intend to rush to the front lines to meet your demise. Truly believing yourself to be humanity's omnipotent savior? Situ Chong, you should let him go. Let him die there, huh? Seeing the deranged Chen Qiming, Yu Xingzhou furrowed his brow and stepped forward to confront him. Without warning, he executed a high kick, striking Chen Qiming squarely in the face. You insolent fool. Do you think my demeanor is one of goodwill just because I appear to be smiling? With that, Chen Qiming received a forceful kick, losing 2 of his front teeth. His eyes rolled back, and he promptly fainted. Immediately after, Yu Xingzhou adjusted his attire and pressed the button on his waist that activated the nano corset. In the next instant, nanomaterials enveloped him entirely, forming an exoskeletal armor. General Situ, I am not only a scientist of the Dragon Nation, but also its guardian. Prepare all vehicles and aircraft for the retrieval of the sea beast's remains. This time, the sea beasts have come to deliver materials. With that, Yu Xingzhou donned the exoskeletal armor and swiftly departed the laboratory with the assistance of small jet boosters, heading towards the mech tower where the pioneer of civilization was stationed. Throughout the journey, Yu Xingzhou remained perplexed. At which stage had the issue arisen? Had the sea beasts somehow evolved prematurely? Chapter 29. The Onslaught of Third-Order Sea Beasts. In a moment of urgency, Yu Xingzhou found himself with little time to ponder the situation. he ascended in a high-speed elevator to the head of the pioneer of civilization, the entry point to the mecha cockpit. Upon entering, he swiftly donned his gear and immediately pressed the start button. With a resounding click, the pioneer of civilization came to life, its myriad mechanical components disengaging with a cacophony of metallic sounds. Viewed from below, the mecha resembled a colossal steel beast awakening from millennia of slumber, its surface adorned in a lustrous gold coating that ignited a fervor in every man who beheld it. Alas, this once mighty humanoid mecha, so grand in cinematic portrayals, was now grounded in reality, devoid of the rich technological allure, yet imbued with a profound sense of duty. The beast-hunting mecha stood as humanity's final bastion. Should it be vanquished, humanity would have no recourse but to unleash nuclear armaments against the sea beasts. A grim price to pay. Simultaneously, the cockpit's instruments sprang to life, and the artificial intelligence, KM, commenced its report. The infusion of sensory relay gel has been completed. Successful connection established between pilot and mecha disengaged from tower crane. Entering the launch rail, pioneer of civilization calibrated successfully. Pilot Yu Xingzhou, you will depart from the Hope Wall number 3 mecha storage. Best of luck to you. KM, display the map and mark the sea beast signals. The AI illuminated the map, highlighting the locations of the sea beasts. Additionally, it displayed the positions of 4 other third-generation mechas en route to Harbor Island. After selecting the South China Sea as his target, Yu Xingzhou activated the thrusters behind the pioneer of civilization. Propelled by the thrusters, the mecha soared through the skies like a streak of lightning, racing towards Harbor Island. Unlike the first and second generations, which were not equipped with such powerful thrusters, the third generation boasted medium-sized thrusters capable of achieving half the power of a rocket's propulsion. As he flew, Yu Xingzhou meticulously monitored the radar for sea beast signals, analyzing their movements. According to KM's predictions, an encounter between the pioneer of civilization and the sea beasts was imminent, anticipated to occur within the hour, merely 1,000 kilometers from the Hope Wall. At that moment, the voice of Situ Chong crackled through the communication system. Professor Yu, I have dispatched fighter jets to assist you in battle. Additionally, all missile systems are locked onto the target coordinates and will be fired at the earliest opportunity if necessary. Please ensure your safety, Professor Yu. Yu Xingzhou smiled faintly. Rest assured, General Situ. Professor, should you return safely this time, Old Qin will surely prevent you from piloting the mecha personally again. The pilots for the third-generation mechas are already in simulation training. Let these newcomers handle the journey to the West series of third-generation mechas. This battle would be unlike the last. As the civilization pioneer halted amidst the maintenance tower, the mech technician had already replaced the previous steel saw with the newly developed high-frequency light blade. In the brief interlude of conversation, Yu Xingzhou found himself a mere 100 kilometers from his destination. He deactivated the jet propulsion, gradually decelerating until he touched down at 40 kilometers, maneuvering the civilization pioneer to commence its forward sprint. In the final stretch of 10 kilometers, he finally caught sight of the 4 colossal silicon-based sea beasts. Shortly thereafter, the Dragon Kingdom initiated a nationwide battle livestream. Once again, the broadcast commenced. I just saw the official announcement from the Dragon Kingdom, stating that 7 sea beasts had landed simultaneously. 7? My heavens, if all of them are third-tier sea beasts, aren't we doomed? I recall that the Dragon Kingdom possesses only 5 third-generation mechs, right? 2 of which are deployed in the Hong Kong and South China Sea landings. The battle we are witnessing is from the South China Sea, featuring the primordial civilization pioneer. Oh, the Hong Kong side has 4 third-generation mechs, which means only the civilization pioneer is present on our side. The authorities have yet to disclose who pilots the civilization pioneer. My curiosity is piqued, especially since he previously dispatched 3 sea beasts in one fell swoop. With so many sea beasts landing simultaneously, I wonder if the Dragon Kingdom has requested support from the United Nations. The comments in the live stream flooded the screen at a rapid pace, with the majority expressing concern about the simultaneous arrival of 7 sea beasts, asserting that the Dragon Kingdom's mech count is insufficient to cope. At that moment, mechs from the Hong Kong side also reached their destination. The information on all 7 sea beasts was meticulously recorded by the artificial intelligence KM into the database. 7. All third-tier sea beasts. Yu Xingzhou wielded the high-frequency light blade from the right arm of the civilization pioneer, sprinting towards them with great speed. Simultaneously, a metallic plate on his shoulder opened, and a small cannon ascended, securing itself as the flange rotated. Subsequently, it launched a missile. Boom, boom. Boom. Three resounding explosions erupted as the missile targeted the central sea beast. As the Civilization Pioneer approached a mere 200 meters from the sea beast, it suddenly collapsed sideways, executing a kneeling shovel maneuver. The missile detonated simultaneously upon the sea beast, enveloping the area in a cloud of steam and smoke, obstructing the sea beast's line of sight and preventing it from launching an immediate counterattack against the Civilization Pioneer. The four sea beasts emitted furious roars. The Civilization Pioneer had now positioned itself behind them, and with a swift motion, it severed the head of the central sea beast. Due to the extraordinarily high temperature of the high-frequency light blade, the decapitated sea beast emitted thick, charred smoke from the severed neck, while its ethereal blue blood drenched its entire body in a cerulean hue. After delivering this strike, the Civilization Pioneer swiftly retreated, anticipating the lateral sea beast's tail to lash out. When the tail swung through the air, Yu Xingzhou attempted the same tactic once more, but this time it bore no fruit. The sea beast deflected the missile with its resilient dorsal armor. The missile exploded mid-air, causing the Civilization Pioneer to momentarily lose balance, staggering a few steps before quickly regaining composure. However, at that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the live stream of the Dragon Kingdom and various command centers. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. No one could have anticipated that, upon encountering the sea beast, the civilizational pioneer would not first assess the terrain to intercept it, but instead would boldly advance alone and swiftly eliminate one of them in an instant. This was a third-tier sea beast. Initially, when the third-tier sea beast first landed, the United Nations dispatched their first generation of mechas, which could not withstand even 20 minutes before being torn apart by the beasts. Yet now, with four third-tier sea beasts standing before the civilizational pioneer, it took merely the blink of an eye for the pioneer to annihilate one. Report, General. Origin 1 foot has shown no signs of life. The civilizational pioneer's time was recorded at a mere 12 seconds. While Sidu Chong was still reeling from the shock, the nearby monitor struggled to relay the report, clearly taken aback by such astonishing swiftness in execution. This individual, dispatching third-tier sea beasts, made it seem as effortless as crushing an ant. Situ Chong murmured to himself, his eyelid twitching in disbelief. Chapter 30. The one who maximizes the functionality of the beast-hunting mech. Not only were the commanders in the various combat rooms left astounded, but even the scientists who were concerned about Yu Xingzhou's safety paused their work, fixated on the grand screen. Although their expertise did not lie in this domain, they were acutely aware that the third-tier sea beasts represented the pinnacle of strength. Even a cataclysmic force would struggle to vanquish them with such ease. Professor Yu truly embodies both intellect and martial prowess. It was unexpected to discover that Professor Yu, who is so well-versed in various fields, possesses such formidable skills in combat as well. He is indeed a paragon for our generation. Perhaps Professor Yu is the only pilot capable of fully realizing the potential of the beast-hunting mech. In the Dragon Country Battlefield live stream. Wait, this seems a bit exaggerated. Is that a high-frequency light blade? How could it instantly slay a third-tier sea beast? This is absurd. Are third-tier sea beasts truly this easy to kill? Ha ha ha. It seems humanity is not far from the day of completely eradicating sea beasts. I saw someone online mention that the Civilization Pioneer was built by a streamer, who is also the pilot himself. The audience in the Dragon Country Battlefield live stream had descended into a frenzy. Such a decisive and swift extermination of sea beasts had never been witnessed since their emergence. Amidst the discussions, Yu Xingzhou had already taken command of the Civilization Pioneer, engaging fiercely with the remaining three sea beasts. The trio seemed indifferent to the instant demise of one of their companions. Unlike terrestrial animals, sea beasts lack emotional connections and the instinctual compassion for their kin. Thus, they merely dispersed their formation, surrounding the Civilization Pioneer. Professor Yu, we have formulated a combat plan tailored to the battlefield environment for you. You may execute it against the sea beasts. Professor Yu. Situ Chong's words were left unfinished as Yu Xingzhou had already initiated his actions, not even glancing at the device strategy. Typically, other pilots who defy the commands of the command center would likely face immediate removal from their pilot roles upon returning to base. However, Yu Xingzhou's unique status rendered Situ Chong anxious, yet hesitant to utter any objections. General Situ, dealing with sea beasts of this caliber does not necessitate the assistance of a predetermined plan. Furthermore, the attack strategy is overly cautious, which is counterproductive to my combat style. The power core of the Civilization Pioneer has yet to replace the Vortex electric core drive reaction device. Hence, prolonged combat is not advisable. With that, The Civilization Pioneer charged before the Sea Beast Origin 3, its left arm transforming into a reinforced fist. As the wrist-mounted circular thrusters propelled it forward, the fist struck the jaw of Origin 3. Before it could retaliate, the L-23 heavy mortar on the shoulder of the Civilization Pioneer unleashed a barrage of missiles at close range. The launch produced a dazzling blaze, shattering the glass of nearby skyscrapers in an explosive shockwave. The explosive sound was deafening, enveloping the entire battlefield in a shroud of vibrating air. The Sea Beast Origin 3 was struck directly by a missile, its massive form shattered in half, emitting a tremendous roar. Yet, the sea beasts were devoid of the capacity for pain. Their roars merely signified an escalation of their fury. The colossal tail of Origin 3 swept violently. But the civilizational pioneer had anticipated this, swiftly rolling to the side to evade the lethal blow. Meanwhile, Origin 2 and Origin 4 simultaneously opened their maws, gathering energy within. As purple lightning flickered around them, the energy spheres grew larger, and upon reaching their zenith, they were expelled towards the civilizational pioneer. Yuxingzhou furrowed his brow. Although the civilizational pioneer was a behemoth-class mech, being struck by these three spheres of lightning would likely damage half of its power system. In a moment of urgency, Yuxingzhou activated the system, intending to unleash the L-23 heavy mortar. Over 20 missiles were launched, hurtling towards the two spheres of lightning. Upon collision, a tremendous energy wave erupted, sending the civilizational pioneer tumbling far away. However, Yuxingzhou deftly maneuvered the system, extending the steel blades from its legs, anchoring them firmly into the ground to halt the mech's rapid descent. Instantly, the civilizational pioneer leaped into action, its right arm once again swinging out a massive high-frequency light blade, shimmering brilliantly. With each swing, a long trail of light followed, as the civilizational pioneer charged towards the Sea Beast Origin 3. After dispatching Origin 3, only two sea beasts remained on the battlefield. Yuxingzhou intentionally feigned a vulnerability, prompting both sea beasts to rush towards the civilizational pioneer. A grin spread across his face as he retracted the high-frequency light blade. Both arms of the mech swiftly reconfigured into sleek, black cannons. The right arm transformed into a plasma cannon, while the left became a heavy armor-piercing shell, the most devastating weapon against the sea beasts at close range. Targeting the oncoming Origin 2 and Origin 4. Plasma hand cannon charged, heavy machine gun loaded. Clear the chamber. As Yuxingzhou's command resonated, the civilizational pioneer's arms trembled violently. The immense recoil momentarily destabilized the mech, but the steel blades firmly planted in the ground prevented any backward tumble. In an instant, two surges of powerful energy erupted from the mech's arms, resembling two colossal dragons rushing towards the sea beasts. Plasma cannon firing. A dazzling blue-white beam of light pierced through the air from the right arm's barrel, radiating with terrifying heat and energy, aimed directly at the advancing Origin 2. Heavy armor-piercing shell fired. Simultaneously, from the left arm's barrel, a shell several times larger than a conventional round screeched forth, bearing cataclysmic force as it hurtled towards Origin 4. The two energies collided with the sea beasts in midair, resulting in a colossal explosion. The roars of the sea beasts, the thunderous detonations, and the rumbling of the mech intertwined, crafting a magnificent tableau of battle. After the shockwave subsided, Yuxingzhou swiftly adjusted the position of the pioneer of civilization, his gaze firmly fixed on the heart of the battlefield. As the dust settled, the two sea beasts lay battered and on the verge of collapse, yet they were not entirely vanquished. Yuxingzhou once again unleashed a high-frequency light blade, propelling the pioneer of civilization forward with remarkable speed. He then leapt into the air, executing a diagonal maneuver, and gathered strength in his right arm. With a decisive strike, he severed the bodies of the two sea beasts. Signs of life from Origin 2 and Origin 4 have vanished. All sea beasts within radar range have been eliminated. Chapter 31. Abandoning the repair plan for the third-generation aircraft when the voice of the artificial intelligence KM resonated throughout the major command centers. Everyone was jolted back to reality. The gathered personnel stared at the live broadcast with a somewhat dazed expression. No one had anticipated that the simultaneous emergence of 7 third-tier sea beasts would present an insurmountable challenge for the Dragon Kingdom. In fact, from the outset, the Dragon Kingdom had prepared to deploy nuclear weapons, with aircraft already equipped with warheads, stationed on the tarmac and ready for immediate takeoff. However, The pioneer civilization managed to eliminate the 4 third-tier sea beasts landing in the South China Sea in less than half an hour. This feat not only shattered the Dragon Kingdom's record for hunting sea beasts, but also marked an unprecedented occurrence throughout the entire Calamity era. Situ Chong was left utterly astonished. He was aware of Yu Xingzhou's exceptional proficiency in piloting beast-hunting mechs, but he could hardly fathom that you had reached such an extraordinary level. General, Professor Yu. It took a mere 31 minutes and 45 seconds to slay 4 third-tier sea beasts, reported the monitoring officer, swallowing hard and speaking with a stutter. The entire command center remained enveloped in a profound shock. Situ Chong inhaled sharply, quickly addressing Yu Xingzhou. Professor Yu, since all the sea beasts have been eliminated, please return at once. The corpses will emit significant radiation. It is far too perilous. What about the battlefield at Port Island? They are still engaged in combat, but 4 third-generation aircraft can certainly handle 3 sea beasts. With the assistance of the guidance system, they will likely finish within 2 hours. Yu Xingzhou intended to offer his assistance, but upon checking his remaining energy, only 40, he reluctantly abandoned the thought. The pioneer civilization had not yet replaced its power system, and being able to eliminate 4 sea beasts was already at the limit of its capabilities. General Situ, please dispatch a recovery team promptly to retrieve the remains of the sea beasts as soon as the radiation dissipates. Understood. Before departing in the pioneer civilization, Yu Xingzhou gazed at the 4 sea beast corpses before him, his brow furrowed in deep concern. The simultaneous landing of 7 sea beasts in one country had accelerated the timeline by a full 8 months compared to his previous life. Most critically at that time, humanity had already fully developed the primordial level mechs. Yet in this life, without his presence, humanity would be far from mastering primordial level mech technology, implying that the Dragon Kingdom could potentially suffer devastating losses, perhaps losing half its population once again. The more Yu Xingzhou pondered, the more perplexed he became, and his sense of urgency intensified. He could not comprehend why the trajectory of his rebirth diverged from that of his past life, nor could he ascertain whether future events would also change. Thus, he resolved to accelerate the advancement of the technological tree. With this thought in mind, he activated the pioneer civilization and hastened back to the base. While on the road, I took the opportunity to review the system tasks. Task, within 2 months. Enable human civilization to possess 15 primordial mechs. The blueprints and formulas have all been provided. I hope other nations can expedite the construction of the primordial mechs. In Neon Country, Dr. Yazaki, based on the blueprints you supplied, the primordial mechs are already under development, with the first expected to be manufactured in 10 days. Your proposal is even more advanced than the global announcement made by Dragon Country. You truly are remarkable. Undoubtedly, soon our illustrious Neon Empire will emerge as the foremost nation in the realm of beast-hunting mechs. Chief Scientist Yuta Higashiya of Neon Country reported respectfully to Tomoki Yazaki, the genius scientist they had discovered near Mount Fuji. His research techniques have reached astonishing heights. Thus, despite Dragon Country's prior global announcement of the primordial mech blueprints, Yazaki swiftly presented a more simplified version. Yuta, you may apply to the United Nations for additional material shipments and simultaneously develop multiple primordial mechs. Understood. I will consult Prime Minister Kenjiro Yamamoto immediately. Just as Yuta Higashiya prepared to leave to seek the Prime Minister's approval, Tomoki Yazaki called out to him. Yuta, who developed Dragon Country's primordial mechs. Dr. Yazaki was genuinely regretful. Ever since the previous incident in which Dragon Country's capital was invaded by marine beasts, they had completely severed all communication with the outside world, including the United Nations. Therefore, we remain ignorant of how they achieved such a technological explosion in such a short time. After a pause, Yuta's face lit up with excitement. But it doesn't matter. The great Neon Empire has you, Dr. Yazaki. We are on the cusp of surpassing Dragon Country. Most importantly, those foolish individuals in Dragon Country have generously shared their hard-earned technology with the world. Once we have completely eradicated the marine beasts, we shall use the very technology they developed against them. With that, Yuta hurried off to contact the Prime Minister. Tomoki Yazaki watched his departing figure, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Eradicate the marine beasts? Foolish human civilization, lacking even a level 1, dares to dream of annihilating a superior civilization's biological weapon? Upon returning to the base, Yu Xingzhou learned that even in a battle with a 4-to-3 ratio at the Hong Kong battlefield, they had still suffered the loss of a third-generation mech. One had sustained severe damage, its right arm torn off by a marine beast, and the pilot had lost nerve perception in that arm. He immediately ordered the Winter Enforcer to be recalled for rapid repairs. Additionally, he instructed that a substitute take the place of the original pilot. All mech pilots were commanded to repeatedly study Professor Yu's combat footage. Upon returning to the Operations Command Center, Yu Xingzhou coincidentally encountered General Situ Chong issuing orders to his subordinates. Thus, he swiftly interrupted General Situ. General Situ abandoned the repair plan for the third-generation mech. Why? Rubbish ought to be discarded. When Yu Xingzhou uttered this phrase, his expression remained calm and composed, as if he were discussing something utterly mundane. Yet, to Situ Chong's ears, it sounded particularly jarring. Rubbish? Even if the third-generation mecha pales in comparison to the primordial-grade mechs, it embodies the tireless efforts of countless scientists and mecha technicians of the Dragon Kingdom. How could it be deemed as rubbish? As the chief scientist of the Dragon Kingdom, how could Yu Xingzhou make such a statement? Chapter 32. It seems that Yu Xingzhou had foreseen these events. Professor Yu. Although the combat capabilities of the third-generation mechs pale in comparison to those of the Honghuang-class mechs, they are, after all, the fruit of our nation's labor. Your statement seems a bit. Noticing that General Situ Chong had misconstrued his intention, Yu Xingzhou smiled and clarified. General Situ, you have misunderstood my meaning. What I propose is that all pilots of the third-generation mechs be upgraded to operate the Honghuang-class mechs. The third-generation mechs that remain undamaged should continue to serve. Should they sustain damage in future battles, we should not waste time on repairs. General Situ-chan's expression softened upon hearing this. Having witnessed Yu Xingzhou's remarkable scientific capabilities, he held a deep respect for him. The earlier remarks had almost created a rift between them. Situ Chong nodded. I understand, Professor Yu. I will order that all the scrapped mechs be dismantled, salvaging the useful parts and components for the new mechs, which will also save considerable time in the development of new models. Yu Xingzhou immediately shook his head. No, dismantling also requires time. We should simply send all the unusable first to third-generation mechs directly to the mech graveyard. When our technology matures further, we can consider the allocation of their components. Could this increase the burden of material shortages? Do not worry. As I mentioned before, the technology for extracting the metals we require from the sea beasts is nearing successful development. With the remnants of the sea beasts we bring back this time, we can conduct our first batch of experiments. Situ Chong wished to say more, but the confident and calm demeanor of Yu Xingzhou ultimately silenced him. Yu Xingzhou was no longer merely the chief scientist of the Dragon Nation. He also wielded authority over all research and technological mobilization. Once Situ Chong departed, Yu Xingzhou's expression turned serious. Given that the sea beasts could evolve ahead of time, the situation regarding the humanoid sea beasts had become even more unpredictable. To prevent any significant upheaval, it seemed he would have to prepare additional precautions. Lost in thought, he called to a logistics officer busy registering the daily necessities for various scientists at the command center. The officer, aware of Yu Xingzhou's esteemed position, approached with utmost respect. Professor Yu, how may I assist you? Uncle Lu, you are much older than I am. Just call me Xiao Zhou. No, Professor Yu. You are well aware that here, age is not the sole criterion for respect. You are the beacon of hope for our nation and humanity. I am merely an ordinary logistics officer. Lu Yaowang was startled by Yu Xingzhou's humility. In the entire command center, aside from Elder Qin, no one dared to address Yu Xingzhou without reverence. He was a logistics officer unworthy of such honor. Yet Yu Xingzhou smiled and waved his hand. All right, Uncle Lu. You may call me Professor Yu, and I shall call you Uncle. Let us each adhere to our own titles. El Yaowang found himself at a loss for words, and Yu Xingzhou continued. Uncle El, I recall that your duties extend beyond merely supplying the scientists in the laboratory. You are also the administrator of the mecha graveyard, correct? Indeed, Professor Yu. The mecha graveyard falls under my purview as well. Yu Xingzhou nodded knowingly. Then, Uncle El, I should be permitted to visit the mecha graveyard, shouldn't I? Ordinarily, access to the mecha graveyard is restricted to the administrator, with only those authorized by General Situ allowed entry. However, if it concerns you, you may come at any time. Very well, I shall visit when I have the opportunity. That sounds good, Professor Yu, but do keep in mind that the mecha graveyard contains nothing but completely decommissioned mecha shells or useless parts, essentially. Just a heap of scrap metal. If you are seeking to conduct research, surely the laboratory would have more up-to-date resources? At this juncture, Yu Xingzhou's smile faded, and he returned to his usual composed demeanor. Uncle L, that is not something you ought to inquire about. El Yawang realized he had broached a sensitive topic and promptly fell silent. In the ensuing days, Yu Xingzhou immersed himself in the laboratory. Apart from meal and rest breaks, he busied himself with the development of new technologies. Whenever the scientist struggled to comprehend the blueprints and various equations he provided, he would patiently elucidate them. Simultaneously, news arrived from the international arena. During the last landing of the sea beasts, the beautiful nation lost 2 third-generation mechas. The Russian Federation lost 1 third-generation and 2 second-generation mechas, while Israel lost 2 second-generation mechas. This represented the highest casualty rate since the onset of the sea beast landings, due to the beautiful nation's failure to construct the Wall of Hope on a national scale. They not only lost 2 mechas, but an entire city's worth of humanity was slaughtered by the sea beasts. Professor Yu, we have now become proficient in extracting metals from the remains of the sea beasts, Qin Qingxing informed Yu Xingzhou as he approached. Then let us commence the extraction of metals from the remains we brought back last time. If my calculations are correct, the bodies of 7 sea beasts should yield at least 4,000 tons of metal, which is more than sufficient to construct a primal-grade mecha. By the way, Professor Yu, the Western Journey series primal-grade mecha is now 90 complete. Should we proceed with the development of a new series of mechas? Yu Xingzhou pondered for a moment before responding slowly. Following the plan of the Western Journey series, we shall continue constructing the primal-grade mecha. We must not cease until designs for the more advanced apocalypse-grade mechas are finalized. Possessing a greater number of beast-hunting mechas is essential for ensuring the safety of the Dragon Nation. Understood, Professor Yu. The Sea Beast Research Institute has conducted a comprehensive analysis based on the intervals of recent sea beast landings, integrating 4-dimensional data and landing locations. The next sea beast landing is anticipated in 4 days. Such a frequency of landings exceeds the previous rates by 40. However, Yu Xingzhou merely nodded and replied, I understand. Before falling silent again, Qin Qingxing, recognizing the cue, returned to his own station to continue his research. Meanwhile, in the office of the Dragon Kingdom's president, Qin Guozhong and Situ Chong stood before a computer, which was displaying the footage of Yu Xingzhou's recent conversation with Qin Qingxing. The Psychological Assessment Department has just forwarded their findings. When Professor Yu received the information from Qin Qingxing, his heart rate remained remarkably steady, showing no signs of acceleration. Furthermore, there was no indication of involuntary pupil constriction in response to the unexpected nature of the revelations. Clearing his throat twice, Qin Guozhong swallowed a pill before inquiring. What conclusion has the assessment department reached? Situ Chong glanced at the report in his hands, hesitated momentarily, and then responded with uncertainty. The assessment department states that Professor Yu is exceedingly calm, so much so that it is as if he had been aware of these matters beforehand. Chapter 33. The Fantasies of Trump. The assessment department remarked that Professor Yu was unnaturally composed, almost as if he had foreseen the unfolding events. Situ Chong wore an exceedingly peculiar expression. If Yu Xingzhou truly possessed foreknowledge of these occurrences, how had he managed such a feat? Did he possess the gift of prophecy? However, upon hearing this news, Qin Guozhong did not appear overly astonished. He stroked his chin and chuckled, saying, Situ, there is no need for such surprise. Yu Xingzhou, through his individual prowess, has managed to develop technologies that elude even the collective efforts of the entire scientific community of Longhua, which attests to his extraordinary capabilities. Thus, it is not particularly astonishing that he anticipated these events. Qin Guozhong's words eased Situ Chong's concerns. Indeed, Yu Xingzhou had single-handedly overcome research challenges that humanity had grappled with for centuries, which was indeed formidable. Once the topic was concluded, Qin Guozhong slowly inquired. It has been over half a month since Longhua severed all ties with the outside world. Although I have a rapport with United Nations President Barron, and the UN will likely refrain from taking action against us, I fear that other Western nations may be stirring under this pretext, closely monitoring our borders. Rest assured. Old Qin, Situ Chong replied with unwavering resolve, while simultaneously expressing his frustration. Civilization is perilously close to collapse, yet these individuals remain oblivious to the necessity of unity. Gazing at the world map on the wall, Qin Guozhong spoke earnestly, Situ, you must remember that human history has never been a narrative of unity. In times of crisis, people's selfishness and greed often become more pronounced. These Western nations may very well be clandestinely scheming to exploit this opportunity for their own gain. Only when the specter of extinction looms will humanity unite in the face of death. Clearly, our current predicament has not yet instilled a sense of extinction in them. Damn those sea beasts. This time, they have made landfall in such numbers. Trump seethed with fury. The recent incursion had resulted in the loss of 2 third-generation aircraft for the United States, and the devastation had claimed the lives of a city's inhabitants. Although the free nation of America showed little regard for the lives of its civilian population, among the deceased were 6 of the nation's foremost scientists in the field of mechatechnology. They had perished without reason due to the assault of the sea beasts. Those 6 fools, instead of sheltering in the White House bunker, they insisted on venturing to that accursed place in Florida. In the face of Trump's wrath, his secretary hesitated to speak. Only when Trump's anger began to subside did the secretary cautiously say, "Mr. President, we have intercepted some intelligence from manhwa via our satellites." At the mention of manhwa, a long-forgotten smile graced Trump's face. When the signals first appeared, we detected 7 sea beast signals from manhwa, and we lost 2 of our 7 third-generation aircraft. In their nation, they possess merely 5 third-generation aircraft. Faced with the onslaught of 7 sea beasts, what means do they have to resist? I fear that half of the Dragon Kingdom has already been laid to waste by these creatures. Trump, brimming with confidence, proceeded to peruse the documents before him. Unbeknownst to him, his secretary had already broken into a sweat, for he had previously reviewed that report, which contained no such news of the Dragon Kingdom being razed to the ground. Sure enough, as Trump flipped through the pages, his initially jovial demeanor morphed into one of increasing dismay. In a fit of rage, he hurled the document against the wall. Damn it! How on earth did the Dragon Kingdom manage this? The report stated quite clearly that, according to satellite signals, for sea beasts that had landed in the South China Sea were completely obliterated within 35 minutes of encountering the mecha deployed by the Dragon Kingdom. Most astonishingly, the Dragon Kingdom had dispatched only a single mecha to the South China Sea. Mr. President, according to our researchers' assessments, the mecha sent to the South China Sea is likely the Dragon Kingdom's first primitive-level mecha, the Civilization Pioneer. Even a primitive-level mecha could not possibly vanquish 4 third-tier sea beasts in such a short span of time. Trump was no fool. He understood the formidable nature of the sea beasts and recognized that a primitive-level mecha could not possess such overwhelming power. The only plausible explanation for this phenomenon was that the Dragon Kingdom had concealed even more advanced weaponry. Otherwise, how could a single mecha eliminate 4 third-tier sea beasts in such a brief period? If the sea beasts were truly so easily dispatched, humanity would have eradicated them long ago. I had a feeling that the Dragon Kingdom's decision to seal its borders was part of a grand conspiracy. At last, these individuals have revealed their true intentions. Trump's expression gradually shifted to one of exhilaration. He felt as if he had unearthed a vital clue. Previously, the Dragon Kingdom had deliberately publicized the technologies we had yet to conquer, all to divert attention and lower the vigilance of other nations. Their strategy was to ensure that their isolation would not incite global outrage, thereby creating an illusion that they, despite their closed borders, remained committed to the advancement of humanity. In reality, they had long since developed advanced weaponry capable of effortlessly annihilating sea beasts, signifying that the Dragon Kingdom would henceforth become a bastion impervious to invasion by these creatures. The secretary, now grasping Trump's implication, widened his eyes in disbelief and stated, "Mr. President, are you suggesting that the Dragon Kingdom intends to leverage this period of isolation to vigorously advance its technological and military capabilities? While we toil to eliminate the sea beasts, they will emerge as the new world power, supplanting us." Precisely. Trump snapped his fingers and declared, "Immediately reach out to other nations and inform them of the Dragon Kingdom's scheme. We must prepare a response." However, Trump is currently unaware that around the globe, factories dedicated to the construction of mechs are being established. The beautiful nation is poised to soon become the most technologically backward in the realm of mech advancements. Chapter 34. The Fear of October. The Dragon Kingdom severed its ties with the outside world. It was the 31st day. That night, after several sleepless days, Yu Xingzhou finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep at his desk in the laboratory. If it hadn't been for Chen Qingshan's inquiry about an unresolved formula, the still-active reaction device in the lab might have gone unnoticed. If the reaction were to continue unchecked for an extended period, it could potentially lead to a catastrophic explosion. Oh dear Professor Yu, you must take a moment to rest. If you continue to push yourself, the sea beasts may remain unvanquished, yet your health will surely falter. Chen Qingshan hurriedly turned off the reaction device, and then roused Yu Xingzhou from his slumber, intending to summon security to forcibly escort him to his quarters for rest. However, upon waking, Yu Xingzhou immediately grasped Chen Qingxing's arm. His eyes were bloodshot, resembling a ferocious beast. Chen Lao, do not rush. I have matters to instruct you. Continue with the research. Professor Yu. Chen Qingxing interjected, his usual reverence for the summer now entirely replaced by an expression of urgency and concern. Professor Yu, you must not instruct me further, nor should you engage in any research at this moment. You have been working for 53 consecutive hours, and we researchers cannot sustain such prolonged mental exertion. Even an Iron Man would not withstand this strain. I implore you, please rest. Despite being a fervent scientist, Chen Qingxing understood that the advanced knowledge he possessed, along with the Dragon Kingdom's position at the forefront of human civilization, was made possible by this young man in his 20s. Observing Chen Qingxing's earnest demeanor, Yu Xingzhou nodded, acknowledging that he had indeed been overexerting himself. I understand, Chen Lao. However, before I rest, there are several matters I must urgently convey to you. Seeing Yu Xingzhou relent, Chen Qingxing breathed a sigh of relief and nodded in response. Professor Yu, please proceed. First, immediately issue an order to the Biological Research Institute to commence the study of human body fusion, since the power source for the Apocalypse-class mechas is nuclear energy. Pilots, regardless of how well-sealed their protective suits are, will inevitably be subjected to varying degrees of radiation, significantly diminishing their lifespan and physical capabilities. Only through body fusion, or the enhancement of the physique, can we ensure that the turnover rate of mecha pilots is not excessively rapid, thereby prolonging the lives of our exceptional pilots. Second, expedite the construction of the mecha space station, which will play a crucial role in the impending nuclear power era. Third, initiate research into human hibernation technology. In the course of technological advancement in the Dragon Kingdom, we are likely to encounter a phenomenon of technological specialization. At such times, when certain fields are not prioritized for research, we should allow the leading scientists in those fields to enter hibernation, awakening them when it becomes imperative to develop those areas in the future. This is to ensure that there is no gap in the top talent across various research domains in the Dragon Kingdom. After Yu Xingzhou uttered these words, the temples of his head began to throb violently. He recognized that this was a migraine induced by prolonged mental exertion. He truly needed to rest. However, standing before him, Chen Qingxing was rendered utterly speechless by what he had just heard. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke softly. Professor Yu, while these plans may seem aimed at advancing human civilization into the cosmos, with our current level of scientific understanding, achieving this is nearly impossible. I am aware of that. You replied. For the past few days, I have been drafting reports advocating for the development of these technologies. Now, you may proceed to research them at your discretion. With that, Yu Xingzhou retrieved a storage card from his pocket, containing all the necessary technologies related to the 3 plans he had just mentioned. Chen Qingxing did not immediately take the storage card. Instead, he regarded Yu Xingzhou with a complex expression, his eyes filled with confusion. Professor Yu, if the sole purpose is to defeat the sea beasts, we do not require such an extensive long-term research strategy. According to KM assessments, if humanity fails to eliminate the sea beasts within a decade, their evolutionary rate will accelerate to 1 evolution every 10 days. At that point, no matter how powerful humanity becomes, it will be impossible to eradicate the sea beasts. So, what exactly is the purpose of your plans? I suspect it is not merely about the sea beasts, is it? Yu Xingzhou was taken aback by Chen Qingxing's insight, surprised that this scientific maverick could discern the discrepancies in the 3 plans so swiftly. However, he quickly masked his astonishment and fixed his gaze on Chen Qingxing's aged and murky eyes. Old Chen, can I trust you? Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Qingxing replied. Professor Yu, you may not trust me, Chen Qingxing, but you must certainly believe in my fervor for science. No, I do not require you to profess your zeal for science. I am asking you, can I trust you? Chen Qingxing was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing as he sank into contemplation. Soon after, it seemed he had an epiphany, his eyes narrowing in realization. He appeared to grasp why Yu Xingzhou had issued these 3 directives. No, rather than being commands, they were deployments. Thus, Chen Qingxing relaxed his tense demeanor and smiled at Yu Xingzhou. Professor Yu, you can place your complete trust in me. I, Old Chen, shall be your most formidable weapon. Yu Xingzhou nodded with a smile and proceeded towards the resting quarters. Before entering, he cast a glance at the waning crescent moon in the night sky, and then turned back to Chen Qingxing before finally stepping into the room. At that moment, only Chen Qingsheng remained in the laboratory. However, the elderly scientist was already drenched in cold sweat, his frail body trembling slightly. He suddenly lifted his gaze toward the moon in the night sky, his expression betraying profound terror. From that night onward, Chen Qingsheng suffered from a severe case of selenophobia. Even the most skilled physician in the Dragon Kingdom is unable to ascertain the source of the profound fear that the elderly Chen Qingsheng harbors towards the moon. This time, Yu Xingzhou slumbered for a remarkable 15 consecutive hours, undisturbed by any intrusions. This tranquility was afforded by the sleep monitoring device installed in his resting quarters. The moment Yu Xingzhou succumbed to sleep, Qin Guozhong issued the highest command. Nothing holds greater significance than Yu Xingzhou's repose. Ah, what a blissful slumber it was! There is a saying that goes, "Give me a bed, and I could sleep until the end of the world." Rising from his bed, Yu Xingzhou stretched languidly, feeling a noticeable uplift in his spirit. Moments later, the long-awaited mechanical voice of the system finally resonated by his ear. Human civilization now possesses 15 primordial-grade mechs. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and successfully acquiring 3,000 technology points. Current civilization technology tree level 145. Required for upgrade 8,000 technology points. Chapter 35. The Active Hunt for Marine Beasts. 145 level. Yu Xingzhou murmured softly. Based on 2 upgrades of the technological tree, he deduced that each upgrade seemingly granted only 2 levels. It appeared there was still a considerable distance to reach a level 2 civilization. Soon, the system issued a new task. Establish a level 1 civilization space station, enabling a specific nation within human civilization to possess 40 hunting mechas of the 3rd generation or above. Upon learning of this task, Yu Xingzhou's brow furrowed deeply. Each task escalated in difficulty progressively. This particular assignment had reached a notably challenging level. 40 hunting mechas of the 3rd generation or above. Furthermore, they must be owned by a single nation, rather than the entirety of human civilization. Based on Yu Xingzhou's current assessment, the nation with the highest number of 3rd generation hunting mechas on Earth should be the Dragon Kingdom. Including the civilization's pioneers and the 4 mechas from the Journey to the West series, the Dragon Kingdom currently possessed 5 mechas of the 3rd generation or above. However, given the resources available to the Dragon Kingdom, it could at most construct an additional 10 primordial-grade mechas. If the production of mechas were to continue, there would be insufficient funds and resources for the development of the space station and the space elevator. In other words, resources had become the foremost issue. With this thought in mind, Yu Xingzhou quickly completed his morning routine and contacted Qin Guozhong. "Xiaoyu, have you rested well?" "Yes, Elder Qin, I have finished resting. I hope you can issue a notice to convene a meeting in 2 hours. Qin Guozhong readily agreed. "No problem, but who will be attending the meeting?" "The training officers responsible for training mecha pilots, as well as the leadership from the Marine Beast Combat Department at all levels." "Understood. I will issue the command now." As long as there were no significant disputes regarding Yu Xingzhou's requests, Qin Guozhong would choose to accommodate them. 2 hours later, in the highest military conference room of the Dragon Kingdom, present were the individuals Yu Xingzhou had previously mentioned to Qin Guozhong. "Xiaoyu, I have gathered those you requested. But due to security considerations, many cannot be here in person and will participate via projection." Yu Xingzhou waved his hand dismissively. "That is perfectly fine. Their participation suffices." Without further ado, he commenced the meeting. "General Situ, the Dragon Kingdom has not yet announced the newly developed scientific technologies to the world, correct?" "Indeed. It is anticipated that this evening we will globally announce the metal preparation technology derived from marine beast corpses, as well as technologies capable of supporting controllable nuclear fusion high-temperature materials." Yu Xingzhou nodded and then stated, "Aside from the metal preparation technology from marine beast corpses, we shall publicly disclose the other technologies to the world. This, Professor Yu, as you know, once the metal preparation technology is disclosed globally, other nations will also be able to develop hunting mechas in large quantities, which would be beneficial for humanity." "I understand. Yet it is not the opportune moment to unveil this technology to the world. However, it is imperative to announce it domestically within the Dragon Nation, and to do so immediately following this conference." Situ Tianchong wished to inquire further, but was halted by Qin Guozhong. Observing this, Yu Xingzhou nodded and proceeded to address the main agenda of the meeting. Upon hearing these words, all present instinctively straightened in their seats. Though these individuals were officers tasked with combating the sea beasts on the front lines, They were acutely aware of Yu Xingzhou's esteemed position. Nevertheless, the words that followed rendered the entire conference room utterly silent. 3 days hence, we shall proactively dispatch mechas into the ocean to seek out and hunt the sea beasts. Yu Xingzhou spoke with a calm demeanor, his expression betraying no hint of turbulence. Yet, upon hearing this proclamation, the pupils of the others constricted sharply, their faces displaying shock. To voluntarily descend into the sea in pursuit of the sea beasts? Was this some kind of jest? However, Yu Xingzhou paid no mind to the bewildered gazes of the assembly and continued. The journey to the West series of primordial-grade mechas has now been completed, including the civilization's pioneers. The Dragon Nation currently possesses 5 primordial-grade mechas. Thus, the task of venturing into the sea to actively hunt the sea beasts is not insurmountable. To swiftly eradicate the sea beasts, we must produce a substantial number of hunting mechas to carry out extermination operations. Following this statement, the attendees gradually regained their composure from the initial shock. The chief commander of the Qinling mountain base stood up immediately. I oppose this. With the first voice of dissent raised, a second, third, and fourth swiftly followed suit. Almost half of those present rose to oppose the decision. This proposition was indeed difficult to accept, and the presence of dissent was anticipated by Yu Xingzhou. He regarded those who voiced their opposition, his expression remaining largely unchanged. What are your reasons for dissent? Since the emergence of the sea beasts and the onset of the cataclysmic era for humanity, the ocean has long been regarded as a forbidden zone. All docks and bases on the sea have been destroyed by the multitude of sea beasts. It is well known that the ocean has devolved into a paradise for these creatures. To now voluntarily dispatch mechas into the ocean would be akin to sacrificing the pilots in the mechas without cause. Yu Xingzhou nodded. And what else? It is a well-established fact that sea beasts are silicon-based organisms, and existing in the ocean, not only can thermal imaging fail to detect their biological signatures, but we are also unable to deploy subsequent missile support. Should we encounter sea beasts in the water, our combat effectiveness would be significantly diminished. Furthermore, if mechas are sent into the sea and provoke those lurking sea beasts, inciting them to retaliate and land upon the Dragon Nation would be tantamount to courting disaster. Yu Xingzhou surveyed the room, noting that no further objections were raised. It appeared that these 3 concerns were the foremost worries among the assembly. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Xingzhou slowly spoke. I believe that these 3 reasons do not pose a problem. Firstly, the most advanced sea creatures currently possess only a 3rd-tier classification, while we have already attained the formidable primal class mechs, which vastly surpass in combat prowess. Secondly, the mechs entering the ocean will be personally led by me. Even in the absence of guided support, there shall be no diminishment in our combat capabilities. Thirdly, should there arise a scenario where dispatched mechs provoke the sea creatures into a frenzied assault on the Dragon Kingdom, we ought to feel a sense of elation. After all, our very purpose in venturing into the ocean is to hunt these sea beasts. If the sea creatures were to invade in large numbers, it would only facilitate our efforts to eliminate them. Thus, this should pose no issue whatsoever. Chapter 36, Achieving Metal Freedom. Yu Xingzhou effortlessly countered the 3 inquiries posed by the commander of the Qinling Mountain Mecha Base. No, Professor Yu, while you are an expert in the field of research, you are not a specialist in combat against marine beasts on the front lines. It is impossible to predict the unforeseen circumstances we might encounter when engaging in battle with these creatures in the ocean. You are oversimplifying the battlefield. The commander of the Qinling Mountain Base reiterated his opposition. He firmly believed that humanity should refrain from venturing into the ocean until they had attained a truly formidable strength. When the marine beasts first emerged, the United States dispatched 2 aircraft carriers and 6 nuclear submarines into the depths of the sea. However, they never had the chance to launch an attack, as they were overwhelmed by the relentless tide of marine beasts. The last nuclear submarine recorded a horrifying scene before its destruction, revealing a dark mass of grotesque creatures in the water. This terrifying image remains etched in the collective memory of humanity. Since then, no one has dared to contemplate sending any teams into the ocean to eliminate the marine beasts. I am well aware that the battlefield is ever-changing, but the ocean is not as terrifying as we might envision, especially now that we possess 5 primordial-grade mechas. Absolutely not. Regardless of Yu Xingzhou's arguments, the commander remained resolute in his dissent. At this juncture, others began to murmur, with Situ Chong also aligning himself with the opposing faction. Ultimately, it was Qin Guozhong who rapped the table, bringing silence to the gathering. Little Yu, Do you wish to send mechas into the sea to actively hunt marine beasts solely to recover more carcasses and manufacture additional mechas? Elder Chin. That is merely one of the reasons. Beyond that, our understanding of marine beasts is alarmingly limited. If we can venture into the ocean, it may provide us with greater insights into these creatures, significantly aiding our efforts to eradicate them in the future. Humanity has become excessively passive. We can only immerse ourselves in technological research while the marine beasts observe us from the depths. When they perceive a lack of clarity, they will dispatch themselves to the shore to assess the advancements in human technology. Do you not believe that if humanity remains in such a precarious position, we will inevitably be the defeated party in this imagined conflict between two nations? Upon hearing this, Qin Guozhong's brow furrowed deeply. This reasoning was understood by all present. Yet none possessed the courage to stake an entire dragon nation on such a gamble. Noticing the silence that enveloped the room, Yu Xingzhou pressed on. Elder Qin, fear not. In our initial endeavor, we will merely search for marine beasts in the nearshore waters, avoiding deep incursions that might attract undue attention. However, Qin Guozhong opened his mouth, realizing he could not articulate any more compelling rebuttals against Yu Xingzhou's arguments. As Yu Xingzhou had pointed out, humanity had indeed become excessively passive. Eventually, after a fervent exchange of words, Yu Xingzhou succeeded in overcoming the dissent, securing the decision to dispatch hunting mechas to the ocean to actively hunt marine beasts 3 days hence. However, in the end, Situ Chong put forth his final request. Professor Yu, we concur with your decision, but you must not go there in person. Should an emergency arise, at least you would remain unscathed. No, I must go personally. Furthermore, I cannot be the only scientist. I need to bring along several experts in marine beast research. Yu Xingzhou's rationale for this was to ensure that a greater number of humans become aware of the existence of anthropomorphic marine beasts. However, those who discover these creatures must meet several essential preconditions. If the general populace becomes aware of the existence of anthropomorphic marine beasts, they will undoubtedly report it to the higher authorities immediately. At that point, the existence of these beings would no longer be a secret, potentially alarming the anthropomorphic marine beasts that lie hidden among humans. Thus, Yu Xingzhou intended to guide only those individuals who could maintain their composure and rationality upon discovering the existence of these creatures. Bringing scientists specializing in marine beasts along on this expedition was Yu Xingzhou's first attempt. National announcement. The Dragon Kingdom has developed technology to fabricate metals using marine beast bodies. The Dragon Kingdom will achieve metal freedom. National announcement. In 3 days, the Dragon Kingdom will dispatch ancient-class mechas to the ocean to actively hunt marine beasts. Upon the release of these two global announcements, the entire Dragon Kingdom was shaken. The body of a marine beast can actually be used to produce metal? Aren't marine beasts silicon-based organisms? No wonder Elder Qin was so confident in severing communication and resource exchanges with other nations. It turns out our Dragon Kingdom has already achieved resource independence. Has the government gone mad? They are actually planning to proactively venture into the sea to hunt marine beasts, which are currently the rulers of their aquatic domain. Now, with 5 ancient-class mechas at our disposal, the initiative to hunt marine beasts seems to be a preparation for a complete eradication of these creatures. It is rumored that a particularly capable scientist was recruited by the Chinese Academy of Sciences a month ago. The rapid achievement of metal freedom by our Dragon Kingdom is likely linked to this scientist. The authorities have yet to reveal who the pilot of the civilization pioneer is, nor have they disclosed the identity of this enigmatic scientist. I sense that the government is conspiring about something significant. Recently, there has been no news from Dean Chenshiming. Ever since he joined the Chinese Academy of Sciences, he has not emerged. Could it be that he has yielded new research results? Across the nation, countless citizens were abuzz with discussion. The information released by the Dragon Kingdom's authorities was so astonishing that it caught nearly everyone off guard, particularly the second announcement, which incited a wave of trepidation among the populace. Although the Dragon Kingdom currently possesses 5 ancient-class mechas, the ocean is the stronghold of marine beasts, teeming with an unknown number of them. Furthermore, based on previous footage, it is clear to anyone with sense just how terrifying the destructive power of these marine beasts is. Is the Dragon Kingdom truly preparing to take the initiative? Meanwhile, at the Dragon Kingdom Mecha Pilot Training Academy, Gu Fei, who ranked first in the assessment of the 69th cohort of mecha pilots, felt a surge of excitement upon seeing this announcement. The national announcement proclaimed the Dragon Kingdom's achievement of metal freedom. 3 days hence, The Dragon Kingdom shall proactively dispatch formidable ancient-level mechas to hunt marine beasts. Gu Fei clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with fervor. The advent of metallic freedom signifies our liberation from resource constraints, empowering us to fabricate an abundance of mechas and more potent weaponry. Gu Fei, being astute, immediately connected the implications of this announcement to the transformative potential of metallic freedom. Metal serves as the quintessential material for mecha construction. With the Dragon Kingdom having attained this newfound liberty, the worries surrounding mecha materials have been vanquished. Soon, the kingdom will produce a multitude of mechas, consequently amplifying the demand for mecha pilots. As the top-performing student in the latest examination, he will directly earn the qualification to be among the first pilots. Gu Fei was exhilarated and thus intensified his training efforts. Simultaneously, the individual he admired most was none other than the pilot who pioneered the civilization of mecha driving. During his university days, Gu Fei's aspiration was to match the strides of his childhood friend, Yu Xingzhou. However, upon learning that Yu Xingzhou had plagiarized his mentor's research and was subsequently imprisoned, Gu Fei felt as though his worldview had collapsed. Thereafter, he relinquished the pursuit of advanced studies in academia and enrolled in a mecha pilot training academy. Xiaozhou, why did you resort to plagiarizing Chun Qiming's research? You were capable of achieving even greater heights than he. Chapter 37. The Objective, the Pacific. Elder Qin, this time, let the endless slaughter mecha remain at the gates of Longwood to prevent sea beasts from landing during our battle. I will pilot the civilizational pioneer in its stead. Yu Xingzhou had initially planned to take 4 journey to the West Series mechas along, but for the sake of the greater good, he decided to set a precaution. In his past life, humanity perished due to hubris. This serves as a means to quell the discontent of those individuals, leaving behind a primal-grade mecha to preserve our ember of hope. Qin Guozhang nodded in agreement with Yu Xingzhou's plan. The day before their expedition to the coastal waters to hunt sea beasts, Yu Xingzhou personally visited the mecha pilot training base. Although the officials had selected pilots for the journey to the West primal-grade mechas, Yu Xingzhou wished to assess their familiarity with the machines himself. Candidates could enroll in the Mecha Pilot Training Academy upon reaching the age of 18. Those who ranked within the top 10 of each training session would qualify as preparatory pilots. The top performer would directly gain the opportunity to pilot the mecha in its inaugural deployment. This time, due to the immense significance of the journey to the West primal grade mechas to Longwa, 3 experienced pilots were selected. The pilot of Tang Sanzang was named Chui Hang, age 36. Before becoming a mecha pilot, he served in the Tianlang Special Assault Brigade in the northwest region of Longwa. The pilot of Sun Xinger was Qi Tian, a 22-year-old who ranked first in the 60th cohort of the Pilot Training Academy, thereby securing the inaugural pilot qualification for the third-generation mecha, Dali. The pilot of Zhu Beiji was a 27-year-old woman named Shen Qingqing, who was not only an exemplary mecha pilot but also a scientist with remarkable contributions in the field of aerospace technology. Upon reviewing the personal profiles of the 3 pilots, Yu Xingzhou gained a general understanding of them. Among them, he was particularly familiar with Qi Tian, having undertaken numerous missions together in his past life, where Qi Tian ultimately became one of the few disaster-level mecha pilots. Yu Xingzhou raised his head and addressed the 3 with solemnity. Greetings, I am Yu Xingzhou, the pilot of the civilizational pioneer. I will be leading the mission to hunt sea beasts in the coastal waters. Before we set off, I need to outline the combat strategies we will employ when confronted by sea beasts tomorrow. You are all aware of my identity. You understand that the rapid technological advancement of Longwa within such a short span is largely attributed to this young man before you. Most importantly, the 2 battles involving the civilizational pioneer have been repeatedly shown to you during your training sessions, allowing you to learn from its combat techniques. You should all be well aware that the journey to the West Series mechas you pilot differ significantly from the former beast hunting mechas. The 4-dimensional capabilities of each mech are not universally developed. Thus, during combat, the primary responsibilities of each individual differ. The 3 nodded solemnly, fully aware that Yu Xingzhou's words served not only as a reminder but also as a testament to their abilities. They must leverage the distinct advantages of their respective mechs to secure victory in battle. Yu Xingzhou continued, expressing his desire for them to fully comprehend and trust in their mechs, thereby maximizing their potential. He emphasized that the mission's objective was to obtain the remains of the sea beast, and unless absolutely necessary, they should not fight recklessly. The foremost objective is to ensure the mechs remain undamaged, preserving the combat effectiveness of Long Nation, while the secondary goal is to eliminate the sea beast. Do you understand? The trio responded in unison, affirming their understanding. Yu Xingzhou nodded and proceeded to elaborate on the battle deployment for the following day. The night passed swiftly, with personnel at Long Nation's command centers mostly sleepless. This operation to actively hunt sea beasts marked not only a first for Long Nation but also for humanity. Consequently, monitoring staff on rotating shifts were urgently recalled. Accurate data collection regarding the sea beasts was imperative, as the insights gained could potentially come at the cost of several primordial-grade mechs. At the pinnacle of Long Nation's operational command center, a voice echoed through the broadcast. Civilization pioneer Tang Sanzang, Sun Xingzhe, and Zhu Beiji prepare to enter the cockpit. The four awaiting at the cockpit promptly entered their respective mechs. Neural gel infusion complete. Driver-mech interaction connection successful. Detachment from the tower's lifting frame. Entering the slide rail. Civilization pioneer calibration successful. Tang Sanzang calibration successful. Zhu Beiji calibration successful. Sun Xingzhe calibration successful. As the four mechs completed their calibrations, Long Nation's battlefield live stream commenced without delay. The mechs emerged from their hangars, igniting a wave of fervor among the viewers as they witnessed the three journey to the West Series mechs. Sun Xingzhe's appearance was strikingly impressive. The crimson finish and a design reminiscent of the Monkey King made it a mechanical incarnation of the legendary figure. If I am not mistaken, the rectangular mechanical box on Sun Xingzhe's back is the MS-E32 high-voltage current rod, correct? Is this indeed the latest primordial-grade mech? It seems that the beast-hunting mechs have transcended the traditional robot style. Observe how the designs of Sun Xingzhe and Tang Sanzang are streamlined, significantly reducing aerodynamic drag. If this proactive assault on sea beasts succeeds, it will undoubtedly establish a monumental precedent for countering these creatures. Heroes, press on. The discussions among Long Nation's audience were fervent, with comments cascading like a waterfall, their spirits kindled by the imminent battle. Everyone is acutely aware of the significance of this battle. Professor Yu, you may now approach the East China Sea. According to our plan, should we not encounter any sea beasts in the coastal waters, we shall proceed an additional 1,500 kilometers into the open sea. Our objective, the Pacific Ocean. The voice of Commander Situ Chong echoed through the communication channel. Yu Xingzhou piloted the newly upgraded vessel, the pioneer of civilization, leading the charge. He promptly activated the annular turbine plasma propulsion system. Simultaneously, the three mecha pilots trailing behind also initiated their systems, advancing towards the East China Sea at their predetermined speed. Sea beasts, you say? Can you truly believe that the humans you perceive as mere insects would strike preemptively at such an early stage? Yu Xingzhou mused within himself as the propulsion system reached its maximum charge. In an instant, the pioneer of civilization surged forward, closely followed by the three Shio series mechas, leaving four trails of vapor in the sky. Chapter 38. The Condition of the Sea. Encounter with Sea Beasts. The civilizational pioneer has arrived at the seaport. Tang Sanzang has reached the seaport. Sun Executioner has arrived at the seaport. The extermination of 8 realms has reached the seaport. Upon their arrival, the 4 mechas promptly reported to the command center. Simultaneously, they activated radar and thermal imaging to detect any signals of sea creatures in the vicinity. After a 5-minute reconnaissance, they finally received orders from the command center. According to Plan A, each mecha was to maintain a distance of 300 meters, descending into the sea in 1-minute intervals. The 4 pilots were instructed to keep communication channels unobstructed at all times. Situ Tianchong, stationed at the highest command center, focused intently on the images transmitted from the 4 mechas. Despite having commanded thousands of battles, the significance of this encounter was unparalleled. Every human on Earth was acutely aware of the dangers lurking within the ocean. The mightiest combat force of the Dragon Kingdom was poised to enter the depths. With the paramount figure driving human technology's ascendance, Yu Xingzhou, at the helm, causing beads of sweat to accumulate in Situ Tianchong's palms. Cui Hang, Qi Tian, and Shen Qingqing. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you 3 must spare no effort to ensure Professor Yu's safety. Received. The 3 pilots responded in unison. Subsequently, the 4 mechas began their descent into the ocean in an orderly manner, with the most agile among them, the Sun Executioner, leading the charge. After 3 mechas had descended without incident, Yu Xingzhou piloted the civilizational pioneer into the sea. As the civilizational pioneer gradually submerged into the profound ocean depths, the imagery was immediately relayed back. The 4 colossal machines trudged through the murky seabed, advancing cautiously for safety as the surrounding currents intensified and the light gradually dimmed. Yet, even in such adverse conditions, the Mecha S had emitted a powerful beam, akin to a beacon in the deep sea, guiding their path. No traces of sea beasts were detected in the near shore. To ease the tension among the others, Yushingzhou chuckled over the communication channel. There is no need to be so anxious. Even if there are sea beasts nearby, their ranks are unlikely to be formidable. How do you find the operation of your mechas compared to the previous generation? The three were evidently taken aback by Yushingzhou's casual banter amidst the mission, resulting in an initial silence. After a few seconds, Cui Hang, the pilot of Tang Sanzang, spoke first. The operating system has undergone an upgrade. And since the pursuit of four-dimensional data has been abandoned, the mecha feels considerably lighter. Naturally, the enhanced lightness was intended to augment the mecha's agility. With Cui Hang breaking the ice, the other two pilots relaxed as well. At that moment, Qi Tian remarked, "Professor Yu, if the opportunity arises, could you personally teach me some combat techniques when we return? I have rewatched your previous two battles in the Civilizational Pioneer no less than 100 times. No problem. During the practical exercise later, you can observe my maneuvers." Yushingzhou offered a faint smile, feeling an inexplicable oddity within. Since Qi Tian had enlisted before him, he had served as Yushingzhou's instructor for a period during his previous life as a mecha pilot. To his surprise, in this reincarnation, the roles had completely reversed. At that moment, Shen Qingqing's voice echoed through the communication channel, delivering her commentary on the journey to the West Series mechas, her tone cool and detached. "Professor Yu, I personally believe that your proposal to organize the beast-hunting mechas into squads is remarkably astute, as it indeed enhances practical combat. However, this design presents significant drawbacks. If the battlefield is fragmented by sea beasts, isolated mechas would find themselves in a precarious position. For instance, the Tang Sanzang and Sun Executioner, which are not particularly adept at defense, would be severely compromised by powerful assaults, likely leading to their destruction and the loss of their pilots." Yushingzhou did not refute her but continued, "You are correct, however. At present, our mechas far surpass the scale of the sea beasts, making such a fragmented battlefield scenario quite unlikely. In battles of equivalent scale, we will, of course, refrain from deploying such mechas. Once we develop the Apocalypse-class mechas, this strategy will be adjusted, so there is no need for concern." After receiving Yushingzhou's response, Shen Qingqing fell silent. At this moment, the four mechas had been submerged for 5 minutes, covering a distance of 20 kilometers, yet no sea beast signals had been detected. The earlier conversation had helped alleviate the tension among the group. The pilot of Tang Sanzang, Cui Hang, cheerfully remarked, "After we finish this combat, I'll treat everyone to my wife's delicious braised pork back at the base. Qi Tian has certainly enjoyed his fair share of it. Professor Yu, you must come and try it. I've heard you often work in the lab for hours on end, so this would be a perfect chance to replenish your energy." In response to Cui Hang's invitation, Yushingzhou smiled and replied, "Certainly, but be mindful, Cui Go. Chatting about personal matters during a mission could incur penalties from above." Cui Hang laughed heartily, unperturbed by the warning. "Professor Yu, you were the one who told us not to be tense at the start. I'm merely fulfilling your mission." As the group conversed, the mechas increased their speed, now 100 kilometers from the shore. This was precisely the location where all the nuclear submarines of the beautiful nation had been sunk by sea beasts last time. Thus, the ever-vigilant Sidu Chong interjected, "Everyone, please remain alert." Although the group continued their banter, they immediately focused intently upon receiving the command. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the entire formation, instilling a sense of unease. "What is happening?" Situ Chong inquired anxiously. "Report, Captain, it appears a massive object is approaching from the front," exclaimed Cui Hang, piloting the Sun Executioner, who was the first to detect the anomaly. Civilization Pioneer, exterminate the 8 realms. Tang Sanzong swiftly reacted, adjusting his mecha to optimal combat readiness. The heart rates of all the pilots quickened, instinctively holding their breath. "Everyone, remain vigilant and prepare for battle," commanded Sidu Chong. At that moment, several colossal figures emerged from the shadows. These were deep-sea behemoths, unlike anything humanity had ever encountered, their immense forms radiating a powerful luminescence akin to kings of the abyss. "Warning, warning, deep-sea creature signals detected." In the United Nations conference room, news of the Dragon Kingdom's deployment of mechas to hunt these sea monsters had reached numerous nations. The chief of the UN, Baron, convened an emergency meeting at once. "Madness! The Dragon Kingdom has truly lost its senses. Do they genuinely believe that with 5 ancient-grade mechas, they can eradicate the sea monsters once and for all? It must be remembered that the oceans are currently a paradise for these creatures. Several years ago, our nation dispatched 6 nuclear submarines and 2 aircraft carriers, all of which were annihilated in an instant. Chapter 39. The Dragon Kingdom lifts a stone only to drop it on its own foot within the conference room. Trump spoke with fervor. His concern for the Dragon Kingdom was not genuine. Rather, he believed that such actions could potentially provoke the sea beasts, leading to a chaotic invasion that would inevitably affect the United States as well. Furthermore, Trump's remarks were a strategic maneuver to incite anger among the representatives of various nations present. The Dragon Kingdom's unilateral decisions demonstrated a blatant disregard for the sentiments of other countries. Indeed, the actions of the Dragon Kingdom were nothing short of anti-human. Chairman Barron, we believe it is imperative to impose sanctions on the Dragon Kingdom. Under Trump's rhetoric, several leaders of nations dissatisfied with the Dragon Kingdom's recent actions voiced their protests. Chairman Barron of the United Nations wore a grim expression. The prior blockade imposed by the Dragon Kingdom had already drawn condemnation from numerous countries. However, it was soon after that the Dragon Kingdom, in an unconditional manner, publicly announced their technological advancements to the world, which quelled the discontent of many nations, leading the United Nations to temporarily acquiesce to the Dragon Kingdom's conduct. Yet this time, even with Barron's amicable relations with the Qin Kingdom, he found himself unable to speak on their behalf. According to information gathered from satellite surveillance, the Dragon Kingdom had dispatched 4 primordial-grade mechs to the Pacific. Experts from the United Nations speculated that even the primordial-grade mechs might not return safely from that perilous region. The number of dormant sea beasts lurking within the ocean remained unfathomable. As for whether the Dragon Kingdom's actions would incite the sea beasts, a definitive judgment could not yet be made. Nevertheless, imposing sanctions on the Dragon Kingdom was unequivocally inadvisable. Barron's voice remained composed. After a brief pause, he continued, due to the relentless assaults from the sea beasts, the human population has dwindled to less than half of its original size. And maintaining our current level of scientific advancement is already a remarkable feat. The Dragon Kingdom, as a powerhouse of technology, has made significant contributions. Without their primordial-grade mechs, humanity may not have developed them even to this day. However, before Barron could conclude his statement, he was interrupted by the Prime Minister of Neon Country, Kinjiro Yamamoto. Chairman Barron, even in the absence of the Dragon Kingdom, we could still develop primordial-grade mechs. I cannot speak for other nations, but the primordial-grade mechs constructed by our Neon Country were built from blueprints we developed independently. As he spoke, Kinjiro Yamamoto beamed with pride. Moreover, we can construct a primordial-grade mech in just 10 days, shorter than the minimum 15-day time frame proposed by the Dragon Kingdom. What? Barron was taken aback. Yamamoto swiftly uploaded the pre-prepared source code and data onto the computer before the assembly. After Barron instructed the attending technical personnel to verify the information, they confirmed the veracity of Yamamoto's claims. This revelation left the leaders from various nations staring at Yamamoto in astonishment. 10 days. Astonishingly faster than the proposal put forth by the Dragon Kingdom. This implies that, provided we possess sufficient materials and manpower, we could construct a colossal mech in just 10 days? A wave of excitement surged through the crowd. Presently, the frequency of sea beast landings occurs approximately every 10 days. If the construction speed of the mechs can reach this level, it signifies that the farthest advance of the sea beasts will only reach the coastline. Given the rapid pace of mech production, their numbers can surely accumulate, eliminating the scenario where multiple sea beasts land simultaneously and the mechs are insufficiently dispatched. Chairman Barron, our Neon Nation possesses such technology, yet we do not exhibit the same defiance as the Dragon Kingdom. I believe it is time to implement a policy of isolation against the Dragon Kingdom. Even if they eventually lift the blockade they have imposed upon themselves, we should remain indifferent, as they were the ones who excluded themselves from the human coalition. Upon hearing Yamamoto Kinjiro's words, he garnered the approval of numerous leaders from capitalist nations. A bead of sweat trickled down Barron's forehead. The initial establishment of a united mech defense within the United Nations was aimed at unifying the technological powers of humanity, allowing all of humanity to unite against the sea beasts. However, as mech technology advanced and the threat from the sea beasts no longer posed an existential risk to humanity, the struggles between nations resurfaced. Such a situation had been anticipated by sociological and international relations experts 2 years prior. When human technological advancement outpaces the development of civilization, the competitive dynamics between nations can never be eradicated. Barron suddenly realized that the Dragon Kingdom might have comprehended this conclusion. leading them to sever all ties with the outside world. Just as everyone awaited Baran to set an example, the expression of the technical personnel in attendance suddenly shifted. Chairman, the satellite has detected sea beast signals 800 kilometers from where the Dragon Kingdom's mechs have submerged. Upon hearing this, both Yamamoto Kinjiro and Trump exhibited a glimmer of excitement in their eyes. The Dragon Kingdom is about to bring misfortune upon itself. Warning, warning. Sea beast signals detected. The voice of the artificial intelligence KM reverberated across the 4 mechs and the various mech bases of the Dragon Kingdom. The mechs immediately disengaged from their automated progression mode and entered combat readiness. Following the pre-established combat strategy, they were instructed to maintain their composure. Yu Xingzhou communicated with the other 3 pilots over the comms, his expression turning grave. In his previous life, humanity never ventured into the oceans again, and this marked his inaugural engagement with sea beasts in the depths of the ocean. A sense of nervousness inevitably crept in. Soon, the colossal shadows emerged within the vision of the 4 mechs. However, upon discerning their size and appearance, everyone instinctively paused momentarily. First tier? Yu Xingzhou was momentarily taken aback, but a smile soon graced his lips. To his surprise, it was merely a few first-tier sea beasts. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, Yu Xingzhou promptly maneuvered the Civilization Pioneer to launch a 750mm heavy torpedo from its shoulder. Whoosh! Multiple torpedoes were launched instantaneously, hurtling towards the Tier 1 sea beasts. Qi Tian, stop dawdling. It's your turn. Yu Xingzhou promptly urged Qi Tian after the torpedoes were released. Understood. A mere few Tier 1 sea beasts. It had been quite some time since he had encountered such rudimentary creatures of the ocean. Qi Tian swiftly maneuvered the Sun Executioner towards the sea beasts. His right arm reached for the storage compartment on his back, extracting the 40-meter-long MS E32 high-voltage current rod. As the torpedoes struck the sea beasts, the seabed erupted, obscuring the visibility in the surrounding waters. Mech units simultaneously activated their highly penetrating searchlights. The Sun Executioner glided through the sea beasts like a phantom, moving with remarkable speed. In a flash, he dispatched 6 Tier 1 sea beasts. The signals of the sea beasts on the radar vanished completely. Subsequently, Qi Tian relayed the coordinates of the 6 sea beasts' remains to the Central Command. Reporting to Command Center, all sea beasts within visual range have been eliminated. Chapter 40. Are they enclosed humans? Report to the Command Center. All marine beasts within visual range have been eradicated. Following Qi Tian's report, excitement illuminated the faces of the Command Center staff. If these were the only low-level marine beasts inhabiting the coastal region, this operation could be deemed entirely beneficial. The dispatched mechs were of primordial caliber, making the extermination of these lowly creatures exceedingly effortless. Proceed forward while maintaining vigilance. Upon accumulating the elimination of 20 marine beasts, we shall return. As the Supreme Commander, Situ Chung steadied his exhilaration and commanded the Sun Executioners and other mechs. Simultaneously, he promptly notified the Marine Beast Recovery Department to head to the designated coordinates for the retrieval of the 6 first-tier marine beast remains. Acknowledged. We shall continue onward. The 4 mechs, upon receiving the command, navigated around the carcasses of the marine beasts and advanced. This time, as they reached the high seas, they encountered no further marine beasts. Witnessing this, all researchers from the Dragon Nation were filled with elation, including the citizens watching the live broadcast. This indicated that the ocean was not as terrifying as humanity had imagined. There were not vast numbers of marine beasts lurking within the depths. However, Yu Xingzhou furrowed his brows in concern. Something felt amiss. While the number of marine beasts was not as great as anticipated, their existence should leave traces of survival. Yet, why was there not even a single droplet of marine beast excrement? Yu Xingzhou's mind raced. If there were no remnants of marine beast excrement in the ocean, it suggested that these creatures might not dwell in the ocean without ever coming ashore. But if they did not reside in the ocean, where could they possibly be? The Civilization Pioneer led the other 3 mechs forward for another 1,000 kilometers. Having completely entered the edge of the Pacific Ocean, with less than 2,000 kilometers remaining to the Mariana Trench. At this point, the mechs had descended to a depth of 3,000 meters. Chui Hang's voice echoed through the communication channel. Professor Yu, my mech has detected a colossal object submerged in the seabed mud, approximately 500 meters ahead. It may be a sunken ship. Should we navigate around it? Colossal object? Yu Xingzhou hesitated momentarily before responding. Let us investigate, but be cautious of any hidden pits beneath our feet. Immediately, the civilization pioneer, leading the way, directed its spotlight towards the area reported by Cui Hang. After advancing another 400 meters, the group finally laid eyes on the colossal entity first discovered by Tang Xinzong. As the imagery returned to the command center and the live broadcast, all present fell into a stunned silence. The so-called colossal object was nothing of the sort. Beneath the depths of the sea, the inky water swirled with floating debris. Submerged in the mud was an immense marine beast's head, a head so vast that it surpassed that of all previously encountered marine beasts. Its entire body was buried in the sea mud, and the coral cave dozens of meters away appeared extraordinarily eerie. For it was not merely a coral cave, but rather the back of this colossal creature. Most notably, atop the sea beast's head shone a metallic surface that reflected light, as if it were adorned with a metallic helmet. Was this truly a sea beast? Cui Hang was taken aback, his voice trembling slightly, for the size was truly staggering. Judging solely from its head and the spine that extended nearly 100 meters away, this sea creature stood at least 100 meters tall. Fortunately, the beast's eyes were tightly shut, seemingly ensnared in slumber. Meanwhile, the artificial intelligence KM had finally completed the data reconnaissance on this unknown sea creature, uploading the information into the database. Codename: Deep Sea Apostle. Rank: 5th class sea beast. Height: 105 meters, based on known visuals. Weight: 2,802 tons, based on known visuals. As the crowd beheld the data, they collectively gasped in astonishment. What a jest! A 5th class! There is actually a 5th class sea beast here, my heavens! Amidst the shock, Situ Chong immediately issued a command. Civilization pioneer, Tang Sanzang, retreat immediately by 10 kilometers. No, retreat 30 kilometers. Maintain an absolute safe distance from this sea beast. The existence of this 5th class sea creature instilled a deep-seated fear within Situ Chong's soul. Should this beast awaken now, the 4 colossal mechs would undoubtedly meet their demise in an instant beneath the waves. Upon receiving the order, Tang Sanzang, Sun Xinger, and Zhu Beiji promptly began their retreat. However, in their hurried escape, they soon realized that Yu Xingzhou piloting the civilization pioneer remained firmly in place, showing no intention of retreating. Professor Yu, evacuate that area immediately. Situ Chong's voice grew urgent. General Situ, do not rush. I need KM to gather as much data on this sea beast as possible. A 5th class sea beast. This exceeds our understanding. The highest-ranked sea beast that has landed on land thus far is merely a 3rd class, with even 4th class beasts yet to appear. Yu Xingzhou's voice emerged, though it was notably hoarse. Indeed, upon discerning the 5th class sea beast submerged in the sea mud, he too had succumbed to immense shock. He recognized this creature known as the Deep Sea Apostle. In his previous life, the formal landing of the Deep Sea Apostle occurred in the summer of 2032. Yet now, it was merely January 2031, and this entity had already manifested in the depths of the ocean. The thought made Yu Xingzhou tremble involuntarily. This revelation was profoundly staggering. The discovery of the Deep Sea Apostle implied that high-tier sea beasts had, in fact, long existed on Earth. Thus, these beings are not gradually evolving from a lower tier to a higher one. Rather, they have existed on Earth since the very beginning. The advanced sea creatures could effortlessly land and decimate human cities in a single stride. Yet, they refrained from doing so, choosing instead to wait for humanity to advance its technology and create even more formidable mechs. So, what could be the reason behind their reluctance to land? Suddenly, a horrifying term surfaced in Yu Xingzhou's mind: captivity. Are they keeping humanity in captivity? Chapter 41. The gaze of the abyss upon the emergence of the term captivity in Yu Xingzhou's mind. He was engulfed in overwhelming dread. If high-level sea beasts had indeed existed from the very beginning, it would imply that intelligent beings capable of controlling or commanding these creatures were present on Earth. These entities manipulated the sea beasts to gradually ascend from the depths, instilling a sense of urgency within humanity to expedite technological advancement. Although the reasons behind their motives eluded him, it was certain that the current pace of human technological development had far surpassed the expectations of these intelligent beings. In his previous life, humanity faced a cataclysmic outbreak of sea beasts just as they were on the verge of creating ancient-grade mechas. In this context, his rapid ascent up the technological ladder, far exceeding the normal pace of human civilization, could potentially precipitate humanity's demise. With this thought, Yu Xingzhou was drenched in cold sweat. He concealed his speculations within, swiftly piloting the civilization pioneer to a location that would allow KM to fully observe the position of the Apostle of the Deep Sea. KM commenced a comprehensive scan of the Apostle of the Deep Sea. Scanning in progress. 30. Progress at 45. In the command center, Situ Chong watched the progress bar with bated breath, but immediately issued commands. Tang Sanzang. Sun Xingshi, activate battle readiness for Zhu Beiji, ensuring there are no threats to the civilization pioneer. Understood. The three mechas amplified their radar to maximum power. Progress at 55. Progress at 60. At that moment, the radar of the four mechas detected multiple red dots from various directions. Professor Yu, evacuate immediately. 8 sea beasts are rapidly approaching. Chui Hang's voice resonated urgently through the communication channel. Yu Xingzhou's gaze sharpened as he observed the progress bar reaching 72, filled with reluctance. This discovery exceeded his expectations. It was imperative to conduct a thorough scan of this fifth-tier sea beast to ascertain how long it had been present. Complete the scan quickly. Hold them off for a moment. Professor Yu, that's an order. Seeing Yu Xingzhou's refusal to retreat, Situ Chong's anxious voice echoed back. However, no response was forthcoming. Faced with this situation, Situ Chong had no choice but to command the other 3 mechas to intercept the sea beasts. Soon, the 8 red dots had entered the visual range of the mechas. KM swiftly identified their ranks, 6 third-tier and 2 second-tier. Witnessing this scene, everyone involuntarily gasped. Fortunately, the mechas dispatched were all of the primordial grade, possessing the capability to engage despite the overwhelming number of sea beasts. The most agile of them, Sun Xingshi, promptly drew the E32 high-voltage current rod from its back, activating its rear thrusters to launch an assault on the sea beasts. The driver, Shen Qingqing, operated the Zhu Beiji to activate its defensive mechanisms, standing alongside the vanguard of civilization to withstand the impending onslaught. A thunderous roar erupted from the 8 sea beasts upon sighting the mechas, reverberating throughout the entire marine expanse. The 6 third-tier sea beasts shared a common trait, their armored bodies and grotesque horn-like appendages atop their heads. With a powerful flick of their fins, they launched a swift assault towards the Sun Executioner. In the face of this abrupt attack, Qi Tian, the pilot of the Sun Executioner, reacted with remarkable agility. The mecha propelled itself off the seabed, tracing an elegant arc through the water, deftly evading the impending collision. Concurrently, the defensive apparatus of the Zhu Beiji radiated a brilliant light, forming a robust energy barrier that successfully thwarted the charge of 2 second-tier sea beasts. However, this was merely a probing strike from the sea creatures. After a brief regrouping, they commenced their genuine offensive. The 6 third-tier sea beasts divided into 2 formations, encircling the mechas from opposing directions. 2 second-tier sea beasts lingered in the rear, their claws clawing at the ground as they raised their monstrous heads. Soon after, the horn-like appendages on their heads began to gather crackling blue-purple lightning, coalescing into visible orbs of energy that were launched toward the vanguard of civilization in Tang, Shenzong. The Sun Executioner was preoccupied with the 6 sea beasts, unable to divert its attention. Nevertheless, the defense-focused Zhu Beiji activated its regional energy barrier once more, successfully blocking the 2 electric strikes. However, the tremendous force still propelled the mecha backward by nearly 100 meters. Progress at 90. Progress at 100. In the instant KM completed its scan, Yu Xingzhou immediately maneuvered the vanguard of civilization to pivot and unleashed high-frequency light blades, charging toward the encircling 6 third-tier sea beasts. Although the vanguard of civilization lacked the maneuverability of the Sun Executioner, Yu Xingzhou's adept combat skills allowed it to navigate the water with grace. The vanguard of civilization swung its arm, directing the high-frequency light blades toward the advancing sea beasts. One sea beast struck the vanguard of civilization with its tail, yet the mecha did not flinch. Instead, it severed the beast's tail with a decisive cut. Subsequently, it surged forward, swiftly transforming its left fist into a steel fist and delivering a series of relentless blows. Each strike landed solidly upon the beast's abdomen, shattering its hardened shell in mere moments. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Xingzhou unhesitatingly thrust the high-frequency light blades, swiftly dispatching the sea creature. At that juncture, the Sun Executioner had also completed the charging of its E32 high-voltage electric rod, splitting it into 2 segments. In an instant, Chui Hang maneuvered the mecha to deliver a right-footed kick to the rib of a sea beast, delivering a crushing blow, then wielding the electric rod to strike the beast's head. The grotesque horn-like appendage on the creature's head was obliterated, and millions of volts surged into its body. Half an hour later, all 8 sea beasts lay slain, and the oxygen supply for the 4 pilots was nearly depleted. My goodness, is this what a primordial-level mecha truly embodies? 8 sea beasts have been swiftly vanquished. Sun Xingzhe is truly magnificent. As if a celestial being descended to strike down 4 with a single blow. Tang San's possesses a frightening degree of power. If its sonic assault were to intensify, I fear it could shatter that second-tier sea beast entirely. It is surprising that the creatures of the ocean depths are not as formidable as anticipated. This expedition has indeed allowed humanity to vent some long-held grievances. The viewers in the live broadcast room witnessed the entire battle with uncontainable excitement. A total of 14 sea beasts were slain. At that moment, the 4 pilots promptly received orders from Sidu Chong. They were to immediately vacate the ocean and return at full speed. Acknowledged. Preparations for the thrusters are underway. We are about to set sail for home. The 4 understood that lingering here was unwise. Should more sea beasts appear, the oxygen reserves within their mechs would be insufficient to sustain further combat. Soon, after marking the coordinates of the sea beasts, the 4 mechs activated their thrusters and began their rapid retreat. Yet, none noticed that 1,000 kilometers away, 3 towering sea beasts, each 100 meters tall, emerged from the depths of the abyss, slowly making their way toward them. Chapter 42. Insects possess wisdom. As the 4 mechs emerged from the ocean back onto land, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Particularly, Situ Chong finally felt his anxious heart settle. However, the image of that 5th-tier sea beast remained vividly etched in everyone's minds. General Situ. The data on the deep-sea apostle scan by KM has been shared with the database. We must expedite the analysis by the Marine Beast Research Institute. This is of utmost importance. Convey Professor Yu. Understood, Professor Yu. Please return quickly. That encounter was quite terrifying. Situ Chong chuckled softly. Knowing that each time Professor Yu took the controls of a mech for a mission, his heart raced to the brink. The pilot of Tang Sanzang, Chui Hang, laughed heartily. His voice resonating through the communication channel. Professor Yu, once you return to the base, I'll have my wife prepare braised pork. You and the guys should come over to savor it. Chui, if you keep indulging like this, you might find yourself exceeding the weight limit in your next health check. Chi Tian couldn't help but interject with a jest. Ha ha ha, that won't happen. I may eat, but I never neglect my training, Chui retorted jovially. Meanwhile, Yu Xingzhou remained preoccupied, not engaging in their banter. Chairman, a voice interrupted, the satellite has captured footage of the 4 mechs from Long Nation safely resurfacing from the depths. Furthermore, they have successfully retrieved all the carcasses of the sea beasts they killed, totaling 14. As this statement reverberated through the United Nations Assembly, an immediate hush fell over the previously bustling room. The 4 mechs from Long Nation had returned unscathed. They had slain 14 sea beasts. The leaders from various nations stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. Among them, Trump and Yamamoto Kenjiro were particularly incensed, their faces flushed with anger. Everyone had assumed that Long Nation's audacious decision to deploy hunting mechs into the ocean would result in catastrophic losses, if not total annihilation. Yet, against all odds, they not only returned intact, but triumphed spectacularly. How had Long Nation achieved such a feat? Years ago, the beautiful nation's nuclear submarines had encountered dozens of sea beasts simultaneously, resulting in their swift obliteration. Yet, the 4 mechs dispatched by Long Nation had emerged unscathed. The data transmitted via satellite regarding the primordial-grade mechs had been thoroughly analyzed. It appeared that they had not developed all 4 dimensions uniformly in each mech, but rather focused on unparalleled advancements in specific areas. Could it be the unique composition of their team that led to such extraordinary combat efficacy? Regrettably, what transpired beneath the waves remained a complete mystery to us. The leaders of various nations whispered amongst themselves, marveling at Long Nation's resounding victory. Chairman Baron of the United Nations was equally astounded. Qin Guozhong, just how did you manage to accomplish this? In such a brief span of time, the Dragon Kingdom has astonishingly accomplished a multitude of eye-opening feats. Baron murmured, swiftly regaining his composure, and turned to address the assembly with a grave expression. By now, you should all recognize that the technological and combat prowess of the Dragon Kingdom has reached a rather formidable level. Many have recently mentioned the notion of imposing sanctions on the Dragon Kingdom. I implore you to refrain from such discussions in the future. The original intent behind the coalition of nations establishing the United Nations Mecha Defense Initiative was to unify humanity in the face of the marine beasts. To now pursue a dictatorial course contradicts that initial agreement. Furthermore, the Dragon Kingdom's proactive engagement has demonstrated to the world that the ocean is not as fearsome as we once believed. If we continue to advance our research and development, in due time, humanity will surely eradicate the marine beasts entirely. Baron's words illuminated a glimmer of hope among the leaders of numerous nations. Indeed, the Dragon Kingdom has now proven to the world that the ocean is not as terrifying as once imagined. Otherwise, the 4 mechas dispatched by the Dragon Kingdom would not have returned unscathed. However, a significant question lingers. Why has the Dragon Kingdom chosen to retrieve all the slain marine beasts? Let this meeting conclude here. We shall disperse, Baron declared, rising from his seat and exiting the conference room with his assistant. The leaders of the other nations promptly withdrew from the holographic projection, leaving only President Trump of the United States and Prime Minister Yamamoto Kinjiro of Neon Country. The two exchanged glances before departing as well. Upon returning to the base, Yu Xingzhou initially intended to head straight to the laboratory to examine the scan data. However, upon learning that the data was too extensive for the Marine Beasts Research Institute to provide a conclusion promptly, he had no choice but to postpone his inquiries. Subsequently, at the enthusiastic invitation of Cui Hang, he visited his lounge to savor some braised pork. Professor Yu, please do not wear such a stern countenance. Do try my wife's braised pork. It is unparalleled throughout the entire base. No 5-star chef could replicate it. Cui Hang cheerfully offered a bowl brimming with meat to Yu Xingzhou. Thank you, Brother Cui, and thank you to your wife, Yu Xingzhou replied, his mood less than buoyant, while Qi Tian and Cui Hang savored the dish without reservations. Being combat personnel who were less concerned about recent scientific discoveries, only Shen Qingqing, a fellow technician and pilot of Zhubajie, discerned Yu Xingzhou's unease. Professor Yu, you must be worrying about the 5th-tier marine beast discovered earlier, which has likely been slumbering in that location for quite some time, correct? Indeed. If high-tier marine beasts have existed for such a long time, what could be the reason for their reluctance to land and attack humanity? Shen Qingqing furrowed her brows, clearly contemplating this dilemma. In truth, Yu Xingzhou had already surmised that the absence of high-tier marine beasts on land might be due to their captivity of humanity. Prior to this, Yu Xingzhou would have likely approached the scientists of the Dragon Kingdom directly with this conjecture. However, in light of the recent discoveries, he hesitated to utter this term lightly. As humanity's technological advancement reaches a certain threshold, sea beasts will no longer conceal their formidable powers and will launch a substantial offensive. Yet, in assisting the Dragon Kingdom to rapidly ascend the technological ladder, I am inadvertently hastening humanity's demise. Moreover, the absence of any excrement from these sea creatures in the ocean indicates that they do not dwell exclusively within its depths. So, where exactly do they conceal themselves on Earth? Yu Xingzhou pondered these two pivotal questions, his gaze unconsciously drifting towards the window. Is this what constitutes an advanced civilization? Even discarded insects possess intelligence that surpasses that of humanity? The current state of Earth is precarious. It is not only humanity that is entangled with anthropomorphic sea beasts, but now even the origins of these creatures remain a mystery. Engaging in combat without knowledge of the enemy's position is an unfathomable terror. Chapter 43, The Apocalypse Class Mecha, is about to be unveiled. Professor Yu, please, it is time for a break. Set aside your work for now. A person is like iron, and food is like steel. One must be well fed to have the energy to think. Come, the braised pork is best enjoyed hot. Cui Hang gently pulled Yu Xingzhou from his reverie. With a sigh, Yu Xingzhou decided to momentarily cast aside his thoughts. Indeed, since his incarceration, he had not indulged in such rich cuisine. The aroma of the meat made his mouth water, and he quickly picked up his bowl, devouring a hearty portion. Damn, this is truly delicious. Hee, I told you, Professor Yu, my wife's braised pork is simply unparalleled. Cui Hang, with his muscular frame, chuckled, his robust figure resembling that of a strong bull. After finishing their meal, the group took a brief respite before Cui Hang and Qi Tian urged Yu Xingzhou to impart some combat experience. Generously, Yu Xingzhou summoned the other mecha pilots from the base, sharing all his combat knowledge with them. By evening, Yu Xingzhou received a call from Sidu Chong. Professor Yu, the analysis report from the Marine Beast Research Department has been completed. It would be best if you could come over immediately. Situ Chang's voice was somewhat somber, prompting Yu Xingzhou to realize that the analysis results might not be optimistic. Without hesitation, he made his way to the laboratory. Upon returning to the lab, he discovered that not only were Situ Chong and the scientists from the Marine Beasts Research Department present, but also Qin Guozhong had come in person. Many senior officials were in attendance, their expressions gravely serious. Little you have arrived. Yes. Elder Qin, what are the results of the data analysis? Elder Qin gestured to a scientist behind him to explain. The scientist stepped forward, adjusting his glasses. Greetings, Professor Yu. I am Luo Xin from the Marine Beast Research Department. Based on the data you retrieved from the Deep Sea Apostle, we conducted meticulous research and analysis, revealing that this marine creature has never exhibited any signs of evolution. Furthermore, the material accumulation on its surface can be traced back 3 years, indicating that this 5th-tier marine beast, codenamed Deep Sea Apostle, has existed at its current tier since its emergence, and has been dormant at the location where you discovered it for 3 years. Upon hearing this, Yu Xingzhou's expression darkened. As he had suspected, these marine beasts were not lying in wait in the ocean, slowly evolving. High-tier marine beasts had existed long before, even at the time of the initial landfall. Indeed, I had anticipated this conclusion before your analysis. Professor Luo, what is your current conclusion? Yu Xingzhou narrowed his eyes, gazing intently at Luo Xin. Luo represented the entire Marine Beasts Research Department, and they had now confirmed that these high-tier marine beasts had long been present in the ocean. There is a significant probability that they have realized the reason for the absence of advanced sea beasts on land, instead opting to gradually dispatch lower-tier sea beasts, is likely to be in order to foster humanity. Yu Xingzhou seeks to hear this assertion articulated by Razin or any of those present, rather than voicing it himself. After a moment of contemplation, Razin, stroking his chin, solemnly stated, based on discussions among our numerous researchers, we have arrived at 2 conclusions. First, advanced sea beasts indeed exist, yet they deliberately refrain from making landfall, engaging in the fostering of humanity. As for the purpose of this fostering, we are currently unable to ascertain. Second, it is possible that all advanced sea beasts, akin to the Deep Sea Apostle, remain in a dormant state, requiring certain conditions to awaken. Upon hearing Razin's words, Yu Xingzhou felt a flicker of excitement within. Indeed, the personnel from the Sea Beast Research Department have also deduced that these creatures are fostering humanity. However, Yu Xingzhou did not allow his elation to show. He deliberately feigned contemplation upon hearing these 2 possibilities. After a brief pause, he slowly spoke. Professor Razin, I personally lean towards the second hypothesis. After all, our 4 mechas were in such close proximity to the Deep Sea Apostle during combat and did not awaken it, which clearly indicates its inability to rouse itself. Otherwise, I do not believe the sea beast would have any reason to deliberately release us. Indeed, we currently favor this conjecture. Despite lacking knowledge of the conditions required for the sea beasts to awaken, we have at least discerned that humanity faces a greater crisis. No one knows whether these advanced sea beasts might suddenly awaken. Furthermore, there may be even higher-tier sea beasts lurking in the depths. Should they awaken before humanity develops mechas of equivalent capability, our civilization could face annihilation overnight. Upon finishing his remarks, the expressions of those present turned grave. It was evident that everyone was concerned about the potentiality of such an occurrence. Yu Xingzhou was acutely aware that the sea beasts were indeed fostering humanity. Their purpose in doing so was to await the arrival of their master, the unknown civilization that had once traversed into the solar system. Yet, with anthropomorphic sea beasts now existing among humanity, Yu Xingzhou feared that an early realization of the truth could provoke an untimely eruption from the advanced sea beasts. Let us not be overly pessimistic. Controllable nuclear fusion technology has already been developed. I have been working overtime recently, aiming to create the Apocalypse-class mecha within 3 months. At that time, even if a 5th-tier sea beast were to land, we would possess the capability to engage in battle. Yu Xingzhou reassured the assembly, continuing, we should proceed with the technological development as originally planned. Even with the confirmation of the existence of 5th-tier sea beasts, there is no need for panic. Qin Guozhong hesitated for a moment before cautiously inquiring, Young Yu, do you truly have confidence in developing the Apocalypse-class mecha in such a short time frame? Rest assured, Elder Qin. What I have provided is already a conservative estimate. It is possible that the final development time may not even require 3 months. Observing Yu Xingzhou's confident demeanor, Qin Guozhong felt a slight easing of his tension. The others present also appeared to have received a comforting assurance. They believe that the apocalyptic level mecha is on the verge of being unveiled. Yushingzhou clapped his hands with a smile and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, let us not linger here any longer. Let us hasten our research and development. The most pressing task at hand is to manufacture a multitude of primordial-grade mechas. We must ensure that even in the face of a massive invasion of sea beasts, we can respond with poise." Upon witnessing the chief scientist Yushingzhou's calm demeanor, the crowd felt their previous anxieties dissipate significantly. Subsequently, they returned to their respective stations, fully immersed in technological development. Yet, no one noticed that only Chun Qingxing's expression remained fraught with concern. He stood there, his gaze complex as he observed Yushingzhou. Chun Qingxing understood all too well that the ease Yushingzhou displayed was far from his true sentiments. Chapter 44. The deadlock humanity finds itself in. Yushingzhou once again immersed himself in research and development. However, unlike before, he had become notably more taciturn. In recent days, he had been engaged in solitary contemplation regarding humanity's survival strategies. Firstly, the high-level sea beasts refrained from coming ashore, effectively herding humanity into a vast enclosure. Earth had transformed into a colossal livestock farm. The reason for the sea beasts' confinement of humans was their anticipation of their masters, the unknown civilization that had introduced the sea beasts to Earth. It is almost certain that the ultimate goal of this enigmatic civilization revolves around the resources of Earth, as well as the remnants of humanity that managed to survive the final conflict. Within the human populace, anthropomorphic sea beasts lurked, their motives twofold. Firstly, to observe humanity up close and relay the latest developments to the intelligence controlling the sea beasts' landfall. Secondly, to seamlessly integrate themselves within human factions, as many mech pilots were, in fact, anthropomorphic sea beasts. This integration would facilitate their capacity to eliminate all human combat effectiveness in a matter of moments during the ultimate battle. For instance, they could obliterate space stations or pilot the most advanced mechs to annihilate lesser ones. Having analyzed this, Yushingzhou had nearly unraveled the entirety of the unknown civilization's plans. With the presence of anthropomorphic sea beasts, humanity would possess no secrets from them. Moreover, they could, at will, induce a rapid internal collapse of all human combat prowess at critical moments. Yushingzhou had witnessed this in his previous life. While the anthropomorphic sea beasts mingling among scientists might spur advancements in human technology, it was likely they would restrict it within certain bounds, allowing for a swift development pace, while simultaneously preventing humanity from acquiring the capability to eradicate all sea beasts. Combining all the information at his disposal, Yushingzhou finally clarified his thoughts. In essence, no matter how humanity progressed, they would remain ensnared in this deadlock. If technological advancement slowed, the anthropomorphic sea beast hidden among the populace would intervene, presenting humans with insurmountable technological breakthroughs. Conversely, if technological progress accelerated too rapidly, the intelligence would dispatch high-level sea beasts to land, thereby restraining human innovation. These entities. Without this technological tree, it seemed that humanity's struggles would be futile. Unless they could overnight develop the means to annihilate all sea beasts, otherwise, they would inevitably remain trapped in this impasse. Upon grasping this logical chain, Yushingzhou was drenched in cold sweat. This meant that even if humanity uncovered the entire truth, they would still lack the power to alter their fate. Such a change would be utterly impossible. This was the dimensional suppression of a higher civilization over a lower one. Fortunately, Yushingzhou possessed a level 145 technological tree, and he was not devoid of strategies to cope with this situation. He understood clearly that the only viable approach was to ensure that technological development did not stagnate. After all, only by elevating human technological capabilities could the technological tree itself evolve. However, it is imperative that we do not develop at a breakneck pace under the watchful gaze of anthropomorphic sea beasts, as this would inevitably attract higher-tier sea creatures. Moreover, to ascend the technological hierarchy swiftly, one must evade the line of sight of these anthropomorphic sea beasts, thus avoiding the premature arrival of the more formidable beings. To meet these criteria, it is essential to advance technology in a locale devoid of anthropomorphic sea creatures, ensuring that our progress remains unknown to humanity. Consequently, if even humanity is oblivious to these developments, the anthropomorphic sea beasts will be even less likely to uncover them. Once this plan crystallized in Yushingzhou's mind, he felt a sense of calm wash over him, dispelling the panic that had previously gripped him. He was now wholly committed to pursuing the successful realization of this strategy. Unknown civilizations? As long as we have not reached the 9th tier, there will always be a method to break through. with the backing of a ninth-tier civilization. It is only natural that my mechas can slay gods, is it not? A confident smile graced Yuxingzhou's lips. A week had elapsed since the Dragon Kingdom dispatched beast-hunting mechas into the depths of the ocean. During this interval, an additional 20 sea beasts had emerged from the abyss, launching assaults on multiple nations. However, under the defense of the primordial-grade mechas, the sea beasts failed to gain any advantage this time. The Dragon Kingdom, utilizing the 16 sea beast carcasses salvaged from the seabed, had procured 20,000 tons of metal. The second batch of the Journey to the West series mechas, comprising 10 units, was now under construction. Simultaneously, plans for the Shanhai Jing series and the Fengshen Bang series of beast-hunting mechas were also proposed, with an anticipated total of 30 mechas. Professor Yu, as per your instructions, we are releasing new scientific achievements to the nation every 2 days and providing real-time updates on future plans. The public sentiment is currently very stable, reported Situ Chong as he approached Yuxingzhou. I understand, General Situ. Please summon Elder Chun. I need to discuss matters concerning the mecha space station and human hibernation technology with him. Certainly. By the way, Professor Yu, the trial of Chen Qiming is about to commence. Would you like to witness it in person? This trial will be broadcast nationwide, ensuring you receive justice. It will also reveal to the public that the true father of Asian technology is not Chen Qiming, but Yuxingzhou. Upon hearing Situ Chang's words, a flicker of emotion crossed Yuxingzhou's eyes, his heart stirring with a hint of excitement. In his previous life, he had constantly yearned for the day he would be vindicated. Yet now, his singular focus was on salvaging human civilization, rendering his own vindication seemingly less significant. However, the thought of his grandmother still residing at home, alongside those who once trusted and cared for him, brought him back to reality. Thus, Yuxingzhou replied, I shall refrain from attending in person. There is no need to squander time on such trivial matters. I am grateful to Elder Qin for facilitating the nationwide broadcast. Pausing for a moment, he continued, I plan to return home in the next couple of days. It has been far too long since I last saw my grandmother. Professor Yu, we initiated protective measures for your grandmother, Chen Wan, quite some time ago. To avoid disrupting her daily life, we have deployed plainclothes security around her. You need not worry about her safety. As soon as I complete this research, I shall visit her. It would also serve as a respite for my weary mind. Yuxingzhou let out a sigh, his heart aching. In my previous life, my grievances remain unresolved, and I lack the courage to return to see my grandmother. I had resolved to slay more sea beasts on the battlefield, striving for the highest honors before returning. However, before I could even be awarded the highest commendation, the sudden onslaught of sea beasts led humanity to its demise. Grandmother, this time, I will finally be able to clear my name. I am not a plagiarist. Yuxingzhou murmured, his eyes growing moist with unshed tears. At that moment, Chen Qingxing received a message from Situ Chong and hurried to the laboratory. Professor Yu, you called for me. Since being afflicted with lenophobia, Chen Qingxing had not had the opportunity for a private conversation with Yuxingzhou. Old Chen, what is the current progress on the mecha space station, physical fusion, human hibernation technology, and the space elevator? Chapter 45. The bodyguard from the Falcon Special Forces Brigade currently. The technological hurdles have been surmounted. The mech space station and the space elevator are in the developmental stages, with the full completion of the mech space station anticipated within 3 months. At present, 2 modules have been successfully launched into low Earth orbit via rocket, with plans to dispatch the 3rd and 4th modules within a week. After a brief pause, Chen Qingxing continued, however, the ambition behind the rocket launches is immense. The endeavor to construct a space station by manhwa cannot remain concealed. It is likely that the United Nations and other nations have already taken notice. Yuxingzhou nodded slightly. It is of no consequence. This is not a state secret. If they are aware, so be it. As long as they do not intervene, it matters not. Indeed, the human hibernation technology, based on the data and blueprints you provided, has now entered the experimental phase, with an expected completion time of 1 month. And what of the physical fusion? Yuxingzhou squinted, as this was his primary concern. It pertains to the pilots of the Apocalypse-class mechs. Without this technology, pilots of nuclear-powered mechs would face a gradual decline in physical capabilities after 3 years of service, necessitating their discharge by the 6-year mark. The arduous training required to develop a proficient mech pilot is not to be underestimated. Such casualties are not something Yuxingzhou wishes to witness. More importantly, physical fusion plays a pivotal role in future strategies to counter anthropomorphic sea beasts. Chen Qingxing hesitated before responding, somewhat troubled, Professor Yu. You are undoubtedly aware that physical fusion is essentially what is commonly referred to as gene warriors. However, any technology in this domain is not devoid of side effects. No one can guarantee that individuals utilizing this technology will not experience fatal repercussions. Consequently, many members of the leadership are opposed to this technology. They deem it inhumane. This has also caused considerable distress for Elder Qin. Yu Xingzhou's expression remained largely unchanged. As he had anticipated, anthropomorphic sea beasts have infiltrated various levels of Longwa society. It is not surprising that there are opposing voices regarding this technology, but given Longwa's advanced technological prowess, such a multitude of dissenting opinions seems illogical. The only plausible explanation is that the anthropomorphic sea beasts are interfering with the promotion of this technology. They fear that once humanity masters the sophisticated physical fusion technology, unforeseen complications may arise during their impending assault. Elder Qin, I believe that the potential side effects of physical fusion should not be our primary concern at this juncture. With the establishment of effective hibernation technology, we can entirely mitigate this issue. Should individuals undergoing physical fusion experience side effects, we can simply place them into hibernation. When humanity develops the means to cure these side effects, we can awaken them, thereby creating a closed loop, correct? This point has also been suggested by some scientists, yet. Rest assured, Professor Yu, I comprehend the significance of this technology. I assure you that I will ensure its advancement proceeds smoothly. With Chen Xingxing's assurance, Yu Xingzhou finally felt a sense of relief. After discussing work, Yu Xingzhou finally relaxed his serious demeanor. With a tone of genuine concern, he inquired, Old Shun, I have heard that you are afflicted with lunar phobia. How are you faring now? A glimmer of insight flashed in Chen Xingxing's eyes as he raised his gaze to meet Yu Xingzhou's. He found no trace of any unusual emotion or unspoken message in his eyes, which left him momentarily bewildered. Doubts crept into his mind. Had he perhaps overinterpreted their conversation that night, or was it all merely a figment of his imagination? Nevertheless, Chen Xingxing quickly regained his composure and managed a wry smile. At 66, I never anticipated succumbing to such an odd ailment. The entire medical team has examined me thoroughly, yet they are still perplexed by the nature of this condition. It could be physiological, or it may stem from psychological origins. In any case, Old Shun, you must maintain a positive mindset. We bear the weighty responsibility of upholding the honor of the Dragon Nation and human civilization. Chen Xingxing paused for a moment, realizing he had not misinterpreted Yu Xingzhou's intent. Rest assured, Professor Yu. Once Yu Xingzhou completed his tasks, he stretched and departed from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, intending to visit his grandmother. It had been 4 long years since he last saw her. Professor Yu, this is Su Shan, a special operations soldier from the former Southwest War Zone Falcon Brigade. Your personal safety will now be under his guardianship. Wherever you go, you must be accompanied by Su Shan, given your unique status. It is imperative to ensure your safety. And I hope you can understand. Before leaving the academy, Situ Chong introduced a middle-aged man. Yu Xingzhou nodded, I understand. From now on, I shall address you as Brother Shan. He turned to Su Shan. Professor Yu, feel free to act as you wish. Su Shan's voice was deep and resonant, and he appeared to be a man of few words. Soon, Yu Xingzhou was seated in a prearranged armored vehicle, with Su Shan serving as his driver. Once inside, Su Shan touched his ear and stated, all units, proceed as planned. Brother Shan, is that bone conduction? Yu Xingzhou casually inquired, noticing Su Shan was not wearing any visible earpiece. Close enough, but slightly more advanced. Oh, I am rather curious. How many personnel have been dispatched to ensure my protection? Su Shan pondered for a moment before responding earnestly, I am your sole bodyguard. There are 5 visible sentinels and 25 covert observers. Our entire itinerary will be calculated 30 minutes in advance by the AI, KM. Thus, there will be more than 10 snipers along the route. And as long as you remain outside heavily fortified zones, an entire company will be on standby for support. Additionally, I possess the authority to deploy up to 3 mechs and various combat weapons on your behalf. Listening to Su Shan's explanation, Yu Xingzhou felt a mix of surprise and intrigue. He had not anticipated having access to such an extensive array of resources. However, at present, it seems unlikely that I will encounter any significant danger. Yet, with the advent of physical fusion, the emergence of mecha space stations, and the unveiling of apocalyptic-level mechas, the future remains uncertain. When that time comes, those anthropomorphic sea creatures will inevitably take action. Nevertheless, once they make a substantial move, they will surely reveal their vulnerabilities. providing an opportunity to discern their characteristics. Chapter 46. The Stirring of Humanity. On the journey to his grandmother's home, Sushan activated the car screen. According to investigations by relevant authorities, it was revealed that all the scientific technologies published by Chen Qiming, formerly hailed as the father of Asian technology, were derived from the plagiarism of others' research achievements. For years prior, as a university professor, Chen Qiming accused his student, Yu Xingzhou, of stealing his academic work. Yu Xingzhou was unjustly imprisoned for 4 years, but has now been released, and, within a matter of months, has developed groundbreaking technologies including colossal mechs, space elevators, nanomaterials, high-frequency light blades for mechs, and controllable nuclear fusion materials. It has now been established that the true plagiarist was Chen Qiming, while the innovative mind behind these technologies was his student, Yu Xingzhou. The case against Chen Qiming was set to be publicly broadcasted in a trial at the Supreme Court of Manhwa in 10 minutes. As Yu Xingzhou watched the host's report on the screen, he felt an indescribable emotion stirring within him. However, it was certain that after 4 years of bearing false accusations, he was finally on the verge of clearing his name before the entire nation. Noticing Yu Xingzhou's expression, Su Shan suggested, "Professor Yu, if you wish to attend the proceedings, we can alter our itinerary." "There's no need," Yu replied. "Very well." Su Shan pressed the accelerator, steering towards Yu Xingzhou's grandmother's home. Simultaneously, the news of Chen Qiming's case sent shockwaves throughout Longhua. Can you believe it? Chen Qiming is a fraud. What a shock. All the research outcomes he announced were actually his students' work. He still dares to call himself an academician. The official statements and the impending public trial underscored the gravity of the charges against this elderly man. How could this guy be a plagiarist? He always appeared so dignified at conferences. I feel nauseated. Chen should face the death penalty for deceiving everyone for so many years. Yet, on another note, is it really this Yu Xingzhou who is responsible for Longhwa's rapid technological advancements? I can't believe it. The government has finally acknowledged the true hero behind these breakthroughs. The real father of Asian technology is academician Yu. As this revelation spread across the nation, it incited a frenzy among the populace. Chen Qiming, in an instant, became the target of widespread condemnation. 10 minutes later, the scene shifted to the Supreme Court of Longhua. After days of interrogation, Chen Qiming was escorted in by court officers. The once revered scholar now appeared haggard beyond recognition, his formerly raven hair having turned completely white. Yet, no one felt pity for him. On the contrary, many radical individuals began to curse his lineage, vowing to unearth his ancestors' graves after vanquishing all sea beasts. As the trial progressed, the truth from years past emerged, and the name Yu Xingzhou quickly spread across the nation. Seated in the front passenger seat, Yu Xingzhou, upon witnessing the multitude of comments online, finally felt the weight that had burdened his heart dissipate. A soft knock echoed through the air as Yu Xingzhou stood before the threshold of his long-absent home. Taking a deep breath, he rapped upon the door that had not been touched in ages. "Who is it?" "Step closer, my eyesight is failing," came a frail yet familiar voice from within. A wave of emotion washed over Yu Xingzhou as he heard the words. "Grandma, it's me, Xiaozhou." He stepped forward, his voice trembling with emotion. "Grandma, it's me, Xiaozhou." The voice inside was clearly taken aback, and after a brief silence, the door swung open. Before him stood an elderly woman. Her hair as white as snow, her eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. "Xiaozhou?" she stammered, her voice quavering as if she could hardly trust her own sight. Yu Xingzhou nodded with a smile, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He opened his arms and embraced his grandmother tightly, savoring the warmth and familiarity that he had longed for. "Grandma, I'm back." His voice was laden with profound nostalgia and emotion. "My Xiaozhou, it truly is you. You've returned," the old woman murmured, tears streaming down her cheeks as she reveled in the tangible reality of her grandson. But in a moment, her demeanor shifted. She quickly glanced around as if to ensure their privacy. After confirming they were alone, she hastily pulled Yu Xingzhou inside. "What are you doing, Grandma?" he asked, momentarily taken aback by her caution. She placed a finger to her lips, whispering, "Shou, you've escaped from prison, haven't you? How could you be so reckless?" "Grandma, I didn't escape," Yu Xingzhou replied, a wry smile forming on his lips as he realized she had yet to see the news. He walked over to the television and switched it on. "Please, look at the news." "What is this?" Grandma hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly donned her reading glasses. As she absorbed the unfolding story on the screen, her body began to tremble, and tears flowed freely. She reached out to touch Yu Xingzhou's face. Thank goodness, thank goodness. I knew my Xiaozhou was a criminal. It was all that wretched Chen Qiming's doing. Grandma, not only have I cleared my name, but I am now the chief scientist of Longhua, Yu Xingzhou said, wiping his tears as he grasped her hand. He began to recount his current circumstances to her, piece by piece. Meanwhile, Su Shan remained vigilant outside the door. At the Longhua Mecha Pilot Training Academy, Gu Fei, the 69th Cohort S Mecha Pilot, had just completed a combat training session. Bare-chested and muscular, he wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel while turning on the television. Following the news was his favored way to unwind after rigorous training. However, as he absorbed the live broadcast, his mind was suddenly engulfed in a blank void. Chen Qiming has been found guilty of plagiarizing the research achievements of his student, Yu Xingzhou. The judgment has been rendered, resulting in his exile to Jingshui prison, where he is to await execution in 1 month. Yu Xingzhou has been bestowed with the prestigious title of Chief Scientist of the Dragon Kingdom. Xiaozhou. It's Xiaozhou, Gu Fei exclaimed with fervor, disregarding the peculiar gazes of the surrounding trainees as he swiftly retrieved his discarded clothing and dashed out of the training room. He was eager to share this joyous news with Yu Xingzhou's grandmother. Meanwhile, across various regions of the Dragon Kingdom, some individuals momentarily paused upon encountering news regarding Yu Xingzhou. Yu Xingzhou? A primordial-grade mech? Capable of harnessing and controlling high-temperature nuclear fusion materials. Chief Scientist? After this fleeting moment of astonishment, they rapidly resumed their normal demeanor, with no one noticing their peculiar reaction. Chapter 47, The Successful Development of Physical Fusion. Grandmother, after finishing lunch, I must return, for I am now the chief scientist, and I must personally oversee numerous research projects. It may be a long time before I can return to accompany you again. After a brief pause, Yu Xingzhou continued, why not come and live with me at the Academy of Sciences? The living conditions there are far superior to those at home, and you would be able to see me more often. Grandmother smiled and shook her head, rejecting this proposal. My dear, resources in our country are currently quite limited. Only scientists can enjoy such privileges, and since I cannot contribute, I shall not take up any resources. But it's all right, dear. Whenever you have some free time, just come back to visit me. I will always be waiting for you at home. Seeing that his grandmother was resolute in her decision not to leave with him, Yu Xingzhou could only sigh inwardly. However, he reassured her that there was no need for concern regarding safety, as the authorities had assigned personnel to guard the vicinity around the clock. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Grandma Li, open the door. It's Ah Fei. Startled by the knocking, grandmother hesitated for a moment before rising to open the door. In the next instant, a sweaty Gu Fei rushed in, excitedly exclaiming, Grandma, have you seen the news? Xiaozhou is not a plagiarist. Xiaozhou is not a plagiarist. It was actually Chen Qiming who plagiarized Xiaozhou's research and falsely accused him. The state has now conducted a public trial against him, and Xiaozhou will soon be released. Gu Fei spoke with fervor, his eyes glistening with emotion. Indeed, Yu Xingzhou was still the chief scientist of Longhua. Yes, you've seen the news. Huh. Xiaozhou. As Gu Fei spoke, he suddenly recognized the familiar voice. Turning around, he was greeted by the sight of his childhood friend, whom he had not seen in 4 years. Sitting on the sofa with a beaming smile. Ah Fei, it's been a long time. Xiaozhou, overcome with excitement, Gu Fei dashed forward to embrace Yu Xingzhou. I heard you've been out for quite some time, yet you didn't come to find me. I only learned of your news today. I knew all along that the truth back then was not as we had perceived. Hey, could you tone it down a bit? You're going to suffocate me. Yu Xingzhou patted Gu Fei's arm, his face slightly flushed. It was only then that Gu Fei realized he had been overly enthusiastic and quickly released his grip, offering an embarrassed smile. Ahem. I've been training too much and didn't control my strength instinctively. Huh. Wow, Xiaozhou, you've really made it. You've become the chief scientist of Longhua. What? The lockdown of Longhua was your decision. You were also the pilot of the civilizational pioneer? Oh my goodness. Gu Fei listened to Yu Xingzhou recount his experiences, his expression shifting from shock to disbelief, feeling as though his entire worldview had shattered. He had thought that after all his efforts over the years, Yu Xingzhou would protect him once he was released. Unbeknownst to me, I ultimately could not keep pace with my childhood friend. Ah Fei, you were the top scorer in the 69th Mecha Pilot Academy assessment, correct? Indeed. How did you know? Gu Fei nodded with excitement, his pride unmistakable in his eyes. Yu Xingzhou offered a faint smile. Perfect. You shall accompany me back to the Academy of Sciences shortly. A new batch of mechas is about to be unveiled, and you can become the inaugural pilot. This decision was not merely a favor stemming from Yu Xingzhou's friendship with Gu Fei. Rather, in my previous life, Gu Fei was regarded as the finest mecha pilot in the Dragon Kingdom, having eliminated a staggering 102 sea beasts throughout his service, ranking first globally. Thus, bringing Gu Fei back to the base was tantamount to bolstering the combat strength of the Dragon Kingdom ahead of time. After bidding farewell to Gu Fei's grandmother, Yu Xingzhou escorted him back to the Academy of Sciences. Given that Gu Fei was personally brought back by Yu Xingzhou and his commendable assessment results, Situ Cheng promptly appointed him as the primary pilot for the new batch of primordial-level mechas. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Throughout this period, Yu Xingzhou remained within the laboratory, meticulously drafting the blueprints and data for the Apocalypse-class mechas. In truth, he could complete these designs, formulas, and source codes within just a few hours, but only under the condition of possessing a 145-level technology tree. Ordinary humans could not directly comprehend such knowledge. Therefore, Yu Xingzhou was compelled to simplify all this information himself to make it applicable. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom maintained a complete severance of contact with the outside world, occasionally announcing its newly developed technological achievements globally. Plasma cannon development blueprints, gravity slingshot development blueprints, mecha muscle unit SXI, engine drive development blueprints. The third, fourth, and fifth chambers of the Dragon Kingdom Mecha Space Station have successfully launched and entered low Earth orbit. The second batch of the journey to the West Series mechas, including Victorious Fighting Buddha, Supreme Lord, Neza, and Toda King, has been successively unveiled. The classic of Mountains and Seas series mechas, such as Takia, Zhulong, Xiaonyo, Yaogu, and Choming have also been successively unveiled. The Investiture of the Gods series mechas, including Death Star, Bloodlight Star, and Doom Star, have been successively unveiled. Almost every day, the Dragon Kingdom issued global announcements. Initially, other nations did not perceive the significance. However, they soon realized that the Dragon Kingdom was making global announcements daily. During the weekly United Nations meetings, leaders from various countries discussed the incessant global announcements from the Dragon Kingdom. Oh my God, Almighty, the Dragon Kingdom is announcing new scientific achievements every day. This is nothing short of a miracle. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are truly remarkable. We are continuously upgrading our beast-hunting mechas based on the blueprints they provide, now capable of defeating even fourth-tier sea beasts. Hooray! The presidents of Britannia and the nation of the Rus wore broad smiles. However, Trump, in a fit of rage, slammed his hand on the table and rose. This is utterly impossible. The Dragon Nation is merely posturing. The United Nations and the countries that previously supplied resources to them have long severed their supply lines. They cannot possibly possess the steel necessary to construct mechs. Moreover, they have been continuously launching rockets in recent days, which means their metal supplies must be critically depleted. In my estimation, the Dragon Nation can at most have 10 ancient-grade mechs. The beautiful nation currently possesses only 15 ancient-grade mechs, and that is with the support of Zone 59. Thus, Trump remained unconvinced that a resource-strangled Dragon Nation could build 3 times the number of mechs compared to the beautiful nation. Among those present, only the UN chairman, Barron, maintained a calm demeanor. He gazed at Trump and remarked coolly, "Trump, if the Dragon Nation is merely bluffing, whom are they attempting to deceive? The sea beasts? Do you think the sea beasts would abandon their offensive upon witnessing such a plethora of mechs in the Dragon Nation and instead invade other countries?" Barron's words left Trump momentarily speechless. His face flushed red, and he could only return to his seat in silence. Yet many leaders, like Trump, remained skeptical that the Dragon Nation currently possessed over 40 ancient-grade mechs. After all, the consumption of resources required for such an undertaking was colossal, especially considering their severed supply lines. Thus, a greater number of individuals believed this to be nothing more than a display of bravado from the Dragon Nation. On that day, while Yu Xingzhou, Gu Fei, and Shui Hang were dining in the cafeteria, Chen Qingsheng approached them with measured steps, his expression brimming with excitement. "Professor Yu, the physical fusion technology has successfully been tested on primates." Chapter 48, The Arrival of the Fifth-Order Sea Beasts. "Professor Yu, the technology of physical fusion has been successfully tested on primates." Chen Qingsheng was filled with excitement. Now that the experiments have succeeded, and with Qin Guozhong's efforts, the proposal to apply this technology to mecha pilots has also received approval. Upon hearing this, Yu Xingzhou gently nodded and said, "Old Chen, have you eaten? Sit down and have some. The braised pork made by Brother Chui is quite delicious." Yes, I got so excited that I forgot to eat, Chen Qingxing replied as he sat down, ready to pick up his chopsticks. But couldn't help but add, however, Professor Yu, we have yet to gather volunteers for human trials, and it may take some time to prepare. You should understand that if this agent is used on humans and any side effects arise immediately, our current medical capabilities may not be sufficient to treat them. Therefore, many pilots are hesitant to risk jeopardizing their careers by volunteering for this high-risk technology. Upon hearing this, Yu Xingzhou's brow furrowed slightly. Old Chen, are you certain that there have been no abnormalities in the experiments on primates? I assure you, we have conducted 203 experiments without any issues, Chen Qingxing replied. Good. Then I shall be the first volunteer. After all, I am also a mecha pilot. Upon hearing this, Chen Qingxing immediately objected without hesitation. Absolutely not. When this technology was approved, many decision-makers took into account the possibility of not being able to gather volunteers in a short time. They anticipated that you might make this decision based on your previous behavior. Thus, it was explicitly stated in the proposal that you cannot participate in the volunteer activities. Otherwise, the physical fusion technology would be discontinued immediately. Hearing this, Yu Xingzhou's brow tightened. He was not at all inclined to waste time. The technology of physical fusion was of utmost importance, and wasting unnecessary time in finding volunteer pilots was simply unacceptable. At that moment, Gu Fei raised his hand. Then I will be the first volunteer. As far as I know, Xiaozhou is a key researcher, and I trust his technology. Then I shall participate as well. Since it has been successfully tested on primates so many times, I believe the risk should not be significant. Qi Tian, who was enjoying the braised pork, quietly raised his hand after swallowing his food. Professor Yu, this. Chen Qixing felt somewhat troubled. He knew that these individuals had a good relationship with Yu Xingzhou, and it might not be appropriate to let them be the first experimental subjects. However, Yu Xingzhou did not hesitate much and said, all right, since both of you are willing, you may be the first batch of volunteer subjects. Do not worry, the human hibernation technology is now very mature. Even in the event of unforeseen circumstances, we will promptly place you into a state of hibernation, and upon devising a solution to address any side effects, you shall be awakened. So there is no need for excessive concern. Yu Xingzhou remains untroubled because this technology has been derived from the technological advancements he has been intimately involved in throughout its development. Hence, the likelihood of unexpected occurrences is minimal. After confirming Gu Fei and Qi Tian as the two experimental subjects, Chen Qingxing promptly reported to the higher authorities. At this moment, Cui Hang, seated nearby, awkwardly scratched his head and said, Professor Yu, Old Chen, I think I will observe this time. As you are aware, I have a wife and children, and in matters of uncertainty, I prefer to err on the side of caution. However, I assure you, as soon as Xiaoqi and Fei complete their experiments without any side effects, I shall participate immediately. We understand. In fact, Brother Cui, if you are not inclined to pilot a nuclear-powered mech, there is no necessity for you to undergo physical fusion, Yu Xingzhou remarked. Yet, Cui Hang quickly interjected, no, as the sea beasts grow in rank, I must strive towards more advanced hunting mechs. Otherwise, what purpose would I serve? Sea beasts are merely a collection of monsters. And I often tell my son that when I go on missions, I am off to battle little monsters. Gu Fei and Qi Tian shall serve as the first batch of experimental subjects for physical fusion. Should any unforeseen incidents arise during the experiment, we will immediately activate the hibernation technology, ensuring their safety with a 90% likelihood of avoiding life-threatening situations. Of course, if unpredictable circumstances do occur, your families will receive the same privileges as the families of martyrs. Before the commencement of physical fusion, the experimental personnel briefed Gu Fei and Qi Tian on these matters. Upon receiving their final confirmation, the personnel presented the agreement for their signatures. Xiaozhou, I have faith in your scientific achievements, Gu Fei declared, his gaze resolute as he looked at Yu Xingzhou before entering the apparatus. Rest assured, there will be no mishaps. Had it not been for the higher-ups prohibiting my participation as a subject, I would be the one standing inside. You always speak so bluntly. Can't you offer me some encouragement? Gu Fei pouted, then removed all his clothing and stepped into the apparatus. Gu Fei's vital signs are normal. Qi Tian's vital signs are normal. The experimental chamber door closed, and a mist of agents began to be released. As the report from the personnel echoed, blue mist began to fill the chamber. Everyone held their breath for Gu Fei and Qi Tian. Old Chen, Professor Yu, is this technology truly reliable? Si Tu Cheng asked, his face etched with concern. Yu Xingzhou remained composed, There will be no issues, General C2. One must have faith in science. Fortunately, throughout the experimental process, no unforeseen incidents occurred. 10 minutes later, the experimental chamber slowly opened, and Gu Fei and Qi Tian emerged from within. The experimenters promptly examined their physical capabilities, confirming the absence of any anomalies before retrieving the strength testing apparatus. The two subjects then proceeded with the strength assessment, followed by tests of speed, memory, and intellect. Upon the conclusion of all evaluations, the anticipated results were achieved. Naturally, the physical fusion merely represented a breakthrough in corporeal strength, without any enhancement of cognitive abilities. Xiao, I feel like a bull right now, brimming with inexhaustible energy. Gu Fei exclaimed, his fists raised in exhilaration, instinctively opening his arms to embrace Yu Xingzhou. However, Yu Xingzhou narrowed his eyes and swiftly stepped back. Put on your clothes first. Don't come near me like that. All right. Gu Fei glanced down, hastily donning his trousers. Just as he managed to dress himself, the laboratory was suddenly illuminated by red warning lights. The voice of the artificial intelligence KM resonated throughout the room. Warning! Warning! Initially, the group remained unfazed by the alerts, accustomed as they were to the landings of marine beasts. Moreover, with 40 ancient-grade mechs at their disposal, even a dozen marine beasts invading the Dragon Kingdom seemed trivial. Yet, the moment KM announced the level of the marine beasts, their expressions turned to shock. Signal of a 5th-tier marine beast detected. What? Hey, 5th-tier marine beast? There haven't even been any sightings of 4th-tier marine beasts. How could a 5th-tier one land now? Situ Chang's complexion paled, his body trembling involuntarily. The usually composed Yu Xingzhou was momentarily frozen in disbelief. A 5th-tier marine beast? How could that be possible? Humanity has yet to develop the apocalypse-grade mechs. And yet a 5th-tier marine beast has landed. Chapter 49. 40 primal-class mechas guarding the nation's gate. Yu Xingzhou and Situ Chong promptly returned to the Supreme Command Operations Center. Upon witnessing the classification of the sea beasts with their own eyes, the anxiety that had gripped Yu Xingzhou's heart dissipated entirely. Indeed, they were 5th-tier sea beasts. The KM had not misinterpreted the signals. Curse be it. According to the normal timeline, 5th-tier sea beasts should not emerge for at least another year. Moreover, 4th-tier sea beasts had yet to make an appearance. And yet they had jumped directly to 5th-tier sea beasts. A cold sweat trickled down Yu Xingzhou's forehead. The current situation had utterly surpassed his expectations. Initially, he believed that due to the advancement of technology, humanity had managed to produce primal-class mechas ahead of schedule, thus making it likely that 4th-tier sea beasts would land early. However, with the Dragon Kingdom already in possession of 40 primal-class mechas, the landing of 4th-tier sea beasts should have posed little threat. What he had never anticipated was that the sea beasts would bypass the 4th tier altogether, directly landing as 5th-tier sea beasts. Situ Chang's expression was even more grim than Yu Xingzhou's. How many sea beasts were there in total? At Situ Chang's inquiry, the monitoring officer promptly reported, Report, General. A total of 6 sea beasts have been detected, 5 5th-tier sea beasts and 1 3rd-tier sea beast. Among them, 2 5th-tier sea beasts have landed in the Dragon Kingdom. Hearing the officer's response, Situ Chong inhaled sharply. Immediately dispatch 15 primal-class mechas. We cannot allow them to approach the Wall of Hope. These creatures are already towering near the height of the wall. At that moment, Qi Tian and Gu Fei, who had rushed over, volunteered, General Situ. Let us go this time. We have just completed our physical fusion and are stronger than ordinary pilots. Qi Tian, you should head directly there. Cui Hang and Shen Qingqing have already entered the cockpit. You are a key combat force of the first batch of Journey to the West series mechas and must not lag behind. After a pause, Situ Chong turned to Gu Fei. Gu Fei, you cannot go this time. You lack combat experience. And facing 5th-tier sea beasts is far too dangerous for you. General Situ, I assure you I'm fine. No further discussion. Under no circumstances can you be sent. Both you and Qi Tian are experimental subjects of physical fusion. One of you must remain at the base to facilitate the observation of experimental data. With that, Situ Chong shifted his focus away from Gu Fei. No matter how much Gu Fei insisted, Situ Chong paid him no heed. Subsequently, Situ Chong commanded the monitoring officer to retrieve the information on the 5th-tier sea beasts. Codename, Deep Sea Apostle Level, 5th-tier sea beast height, 104 meters weight, 3,120 tons landing site. Magic City, codename, Rampaging Battle Axe Level, 5th-tier sea beast height, 99 meters weight, 3,270 tons landing site. Magic City, as the information of these two colossal beasts appeared before everyone. They were all struck with terror at the horrifying statistics. Professor Yu, it would be prudent for you to refrain from attending this time. The 5th-tier sea beast is making its inaugural landing, and we are currently equipped with only primitive-grade mechs, which are significantly outmatched. Situ Tiao, concerned that Yu Xingzhou might once again insist on engaging in combat, preemptively intervened. However, Yu Xingzhou shook his head. I shall not go this time. I will remain here to command. That is indeed wise, Situ Tiao nodded, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, his expression betraying the gravity of the situation. Before long, the aircraft tasked with capturing footage of the frontline combat reached the skies above the city of demons. Images from that location were transmitted, revealing the creature known as the Deep Sea Apostle, the very sea beast that Yu Xingzhou had encountered while venturing into the depths of the Pacific Ocean with Cui Hang and others. Accompanying it was another beast dubbed the Rampaging Battle Axe, which bore enormous axes on both its head and tail. The axe at its rear dragged along the ground, leaving deep gouges in its wake. The 200-foot-tall sea beasts traversed the land like demons emerging from the depths of hell. Reports indicated that the two sea beasts were advancing at a pace 3 times faster than any previously recorded. The Glutton, Torch Dragon, and Prison Bull, mechs dispatched from the Weihai base, would be the first to encounter them in half an hour. The remaining mechs required an additional 25 minutes to reach the battlefield for interception. The monitor, observing the data on the screen, elucidated the situation to Yu Xingzhou and Situ Tiao. While others were unaware of the combat prowess of 5th-tier sea beasts, Yu Xingzhou was acutely aware. With the current weaponry of primitive-grade mechs, even 5 of them together would stand no chance against a single 5th-tier sea beast. The disparity in strength was simply too great. According to analyses conducted by scientists in the previous life, 5th-tier sea beasts had developed rudimentary combat awareness. This meant that they were no longer mindless charges, but rather a cadre of intelligent warriors. Coupled with the immense difference in power, Yu Xingzhou could already foresee the devastating losses that awaited them in this battle. General Situ, instruct the mechs at Weihai base to maintain their distance from those two sea beasts for the time being. We must wait for the rest of the mechs to arrive before attempting interception. Primitive-grade mechs are simply no match for 5th-tier sea beasts. We should avoid unnecessary sacrifices. However, given the speed at which those creatures were advancing, delaying interception for another half hour would leave them only 400 kilometers from the Wall of Hope. After a brief pause, Situ Tiao spoke gravely. In that case, should they breach our defenses, the humans behind the Wall of Hope will be in grave danger. Fear not. During this interval, we shall mobilize other mechs to guard the area in front of the Wall of Hope. Although we are outmatched in terms of scale, we possess sufficient mechs to engage them in a war of attrition. Yu Xingzhou wiped the sweat from his palms. Fortunately, the previous system task had provided Longhua with 40 primitive-grade mechs. Otherwise, the landing of these two 5th-tier sea beasts would have resulted in catastrophic losses for Longhua. Meanwhile, President Tran of the beautiful nation was anxiously perspiring, as their own 5th-tier sea beast had also made landfall. The two colossal mechas dispatched first have already been annihilated by this 5th-tier sea beast. What the hell? How could there be a 5th-tier sea beast? This wretched creature has rendered our colossal mechas utterly helpless in less than half an hour. Trump immediately commanded General William, a 5-star general, continue to deploy mechas. We must not allow that monstrous entity to advance any further. Mr. President, we currently have 5 mechas still fueling, and only 5 colossal mechas are available for immediate dispatch. Given the combat prowess of that 5th-tier sea beast, these 5 mechas may not suffice to thwart it. William was equally drenched in cold sweat. He had never encountered a sea beast with such ferocious combat capabilities. The 2 colossal mechas sent previously hadn't even had the chance to showcase their full potential before being utterly destroyed. Trump cursed angrily. Send those 5 mechas at once. I will request support from the United Nations immediately. The Dragon Nation has landed 2 5th-tier sea beasts. I shall see whether they will abandon their external communications and seek assistance from the United Nations this time. 40 colossal mechas? What a farce. Chapter 50, Gravitational Slingshot under the command of Yu Xingzhou. The beast-hunting mechs of the Weihai base arrived, but refrained from directly intercepting the 5th-tier sea beasts, Deep Sea Apostle and Rampaging Battle Axe, maintaining a distance of 10 kilometers. They employed long-range weaponry to attempt to impede the creature's advance. To everyone's astonishment, the 2 5th-tier sea beasts seemed to have coordinated their efforts in advance, completely disregarding these inconsequential attacks. Meanwhile, Deep Sea Apostle, leading the way, utilized its formidable shell to absorb a significant portion of the assaults meant for rampaging battle axe. What in the world? Are the sea beasts actually cooperating now? C2 Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. The other commanders shared his shock. Previously, there had been no instances of coordinated combat among sea beasts. However, Yu Xingzhou was not overly surprised. The higher the tier of the sea beasts, the greater their intelligence. The current synergy between these two fifth-tier beasts was merely a rudimentary form of cooperation. As they reached the 6th, 7th tiers, or even higher, their combat coordination and tactical prowess would only intensify. Half an hour later, the beast-hunting mechs from other bases finally arrived. Dozens of mechs positioned themselves in front of the two fifth-tier sea beasts and launched a direct assault. Deep-sea Apostle and Rampaging Battleaxe countered by leveraging their respective advantages. Deep-sea Apostle absorbed the attacks with its robust shell, while Rampaging Battleaxe swung its long, axe-tipped tail in an attempt to breach the human defenses. The coordinated assault of dozens of mechs unleashed a dazzling array of firepower, including anti-aircraft artillery, missiles, and plasma cannons. Yet, these attacks seemed to inflict minimal damage upon the two fifth-tier sea beasts. Deep-sea Apostle shell acted as a natural shield, reflecting and deflecting most of the assaults. Conversely, Rampaging Battleaxe struck one of the mechs with its massive axe tail, sending it flying and crashing heavily to the ground. The remaining beast-hunting mechs quickly adjusted their formation, establishing a denser line of defense. Simultaneously, they began employing more advanced weaponry in hopes of inflicting significant damage upon the two sea beasts. However, the combat prowess of the fifth-tier sea beasts exceeded their expectations. The synergy between Deep-Sea Apostle and Rampaging Battleaxe grew ever more seamless. They alternated between jointly absorbing attacks and launching counteroffensives, ensnaring many mechs in a fierce struggle. Chui Gu Chi Tian. Find a way to separate them, then concentrate fire to eliminate Rampaging Battleaxe. Without this creature, Deep-Sea Apostle's combat effectiveness will be greatly diminished, Yu Xingzhou instructed, pressing the communication button to convey his tactical deployment. Upon receiving the orders, Chi Tian maneuvered Sun Executioner to swiftly charge towards Rampaging Battleaxe, moving with remarkable speed. Concurrently, Endless Slaughter and other long-range attack mechs targeted Deep-Sea Apostle with their energy weapons. The two sides acted independently, compelling the Deep-Sea Apostle to raise its protective shell against the onslaught. Consequently, the Rampaging Battleaxe was stripped of its formidable defense. It emitted a fierce roar, and green liquid began to seep from the surface of the axe at its tail. Striking directly at the forefront Sun Executioner, Chi Tian reacted with remarkable swiftness, deftly dodging the blow. However, the green liquid still splattered onto the electric box on his back, which was essential for charging the Sun Executioner's signature weapon, the E32 high-voltage current rod. Upon contact with the surface of the electric box, the liquid instantly corroded it. Electric box malfunction. Electric box malfunction. Electric box malfunction. Cursed be it. That liquid possessed extreme corrosiveness, capable of eroding even aluminum-titanium alloys. Chi Tian cursed, as his most reliable E32 high-voltage current rod was rendered utterly useless. Following this, the accompanying maneuverable mecha targeted the Rampaging Battleaxe, launching an attack simultaneously. Seizing the opportunity, Chi Tian activated the newly installed gravitational slingshot. A gravitational tether extended from the wrist of the Sun Executioner, and he pressed the button. In an instant, a powerful gravitational force attracted the scattered metallic debris, coalescing it into a massive iron mass hurled toward the Rampaging Battleaxe. The metallic mass soared with astonishing velocity, akin to a meteor streaking through the night sky. The creature could not evade in time and bore the brunt of the impact. Immediately after, the colossal form of the Rampaging Battleaxe pivoted, abruptly rising from its previously prone position. The pilot of the foremost prison bull mech was startled to discover a gargantuan mouth filled with fangs situated on the belly of this fifth-tier sea beast. With a thunderous roar, the Rampaging Battleaxe unleashed a torrent of green, highly corrosive liquid from its belly's maw. Alarmed, the prison bull pilot's face paled in fear. He could not evade, and the corrosive liquid struck the mech's body instantaneously. In an instant, the machine emitted thick smoke, transforming into a pool of molten iron. The other nearby mech pilots were taken aback by this spectacle and swiftly maneuvered to evade. Yet, the Rampaging Battleaxe swung its tail swiftly, and the axe at its end cleaved through Tao Tai. The mech was instantly severed, its cockpit brutally split open. Before the pilot could activate the escape system, the Rampaging Battleaxe extended its claws, tearing off Tao Tai's head and crushing it in a single motion. A deafening explosion erupted, resulting in the immediate loss of 2 primordial-grade mechas. Enraged, Chi Tian utilized the gravitational slingshot once more. Another massive metallic mass hurtled toward the rampaging battle axe. Under the influence of gravity, the metallic mass acted like a compressed spring, unleashing tremendous energy in an instant. The collision between the metallic mass and the axe produced a thunderous sound, and the immense impact caused the rampaging battle axe to tremble violently, splattering green liquid everywhere. Seizing the moment, Chi Tian launched his attack, swiftly maneuvering the Sun Executioner toward the sea beast. Though devoid of weapons, he remained unafraid. He understood that the sea beast's defenses had been significantly compromised. The fist of the Son of Punishment struck forcefully against the creature's shell, producing a dull thud. In agony, the sea beast howled, its body beginning to tremble, clearly suffering from grave injuries. Chi Tian did not relent in his assault. While evading the sea beast's sweeping tail, he relentlessly unleashed a barrage of strikes. Each blow seemed to rend the beast's flesh, causing its vitality to swiftly diminish. At last, after a fierce impact, the body of the rampaging battle axe could no longer withstand the immense pressure and was pierced through by a single punch. It let out a final, anguished cry, and its massive form collapsed, shaking the very earth beneath it. Chapter 51. The Sea Beast's Self-Detonation. In order to eliminate the rampaging battle axe, the Dragon Kingdom suffered the loss of 2 primal-grade mechas. Among them, one lay heavily damaged and incapacitated. All remained vigilant. The aggression of 5th-tier sea beasts was exceedingly formidable, and even with our ample number of mechas, we could not afford to be complacent. Chi Tian cautioned the other mecha pilots over the communication channel. Meanwhile, far away in the Supreme Command Center, Situ Chang's brows were tightly knitted. Professor Yu, the 2 destroyed mechas are essentially irreparable. Should we still retrieve them? Of course. Yu Xingzhou replied calmly. Retrieving the damaged mechas was a crucial element of his plan. These discarded mechas would play a pivotal role in the future. Ultimately, in the process of vanquishing the Deep Sea Apostle, the Dragon Kingdom lost an additional 3 primal-grade mechas. In truth, during the battle with the Deep Sea Apostle, the absence of the rampaging battle axe, a sea beast of unparalleled combat prowess, significantly diminished its offensive capabilities. Consequently, all ranged attack mechas maintained their distance, launching strikes from afar. Once its shell was shattered, the agile mechas swiftly deployed high-frequency light blades against it. However, no one anticipated that the 5th-tier sea beast, Deep Sea Apostle, would resort to self-detonation. As it realized its advance was hopeless, ominous red light radiated from its head, quickly engulfing its entire form. Within a mere 5 seconds, the crimson glow enveloped it completely. The attacking mechas that had rushed forward were caught off guard, and the explosion of the Deep Sea Apostle unleashed an overwhelming wave of energy, obliterating them in an instant. The distant mechas, sensing the imminent threat, activated their energy shields akin to those of Zhu Baji. The explosive energy from the Deep Sea Apostle was entirely deflected. Thus, with the first landing of 2 5th-tier sea beasts in the Dragon Kingdom, the nation paid the price of 5 primal-grade mechas to successfully eliminate them all. Immediately transport the remains of the 2 5th-tier sea beasts here, Yu Xingzhou commanded with a grave tone. The monitor seated before him, and Situ Chong interjected, Professor Yu. Only the corpse of the rampaging battle axe is intact. The Deep Sea Apostle was reduced to mere silicon-based remnants after its self-detonation, rendering it impossible to extract metals. Regardless of how little remains, find a way to bring it back. If metal extraction is unfeasible, let the Sea Beast Research Department conduct a study on them. These creatures have destroyed 5 primal-grade mechas and claimed the lives of 3 pilots. Their remains shall not be spared. Yu Xingzhou's eyes burned with fury. Upon hearing his words, Situ Chong promptly issued the order. All remains of the 2 5th-tier sea beasts must be retrieved. In truth, Yu Xingzhou's insistence on transporting the corpses of the Deep Sea Apostle and rampaging battle axe back stemmed from ulterior motives. In his previous life, regardless of the class of sea beasts, there has never been an occurrence of self-detonation. Yet this time, this 5th-tier sea beast astonishingly exhibits the ability to self-destruct. What on earth is happening? Initially, humanity managed to engage the 5th-tier sea beast even before the development of the Apocalypse-class mechs. Subsequently, the 5th-tier sea beast surprisingly acquired self-detonation capabilities. Where did it all go awry? Yu Xingzhou furrowed his brow tightly, his premonition growing increasingly ominous. The current situation starkly contrasts with his past experiences, affirming his earlier speculations. The sentient entity controlling the sea beasts, having noticed the rapid advancement of human technology, promptly dispatched higher-tier sea beasts for landfall. This time, the entity bypassed the 4th tier, allowing the 5th-tier sea beast to land directly. It was evident that it recognized humanity's technological progress had surpassed its expectations. Originally, Yu Xingzhou had anticipated such a scenario and had concealed the anthropomorphic sea beast within Long Nation, disseminating this information. Thus, he immediately sealed off Long Nation and personally rewrote the program for the artificial intelligence KM in the Long Nation sector, ensuring no possibility of communication with the anthropomorphic sea beasts. Consequently, the anthropomorphic sea beasts could not exit Long Nation, and the network was rendered inoperative. Under the surveillance of AI KM, any attempt to relay messages to the outside world would undoubtedly be detected by Yu Xingzhou at the earliest opportunity. However, despite these precautions, the sentient entity controlling the sea beasts seemed to have discovered that Long Nation now possessed the technology to utilize sea beast corpses for metal production. Therefore, it deliberately dispatched 2 5th-tier sea beasts to Long Nation and altered their abilities to incorporate self-detonation. As long as the sea beasts were not killed instantaneously, they would choose to activate their self-destruct mechanism when faced with no escape, leaving no intact corpses for Long Nation to utilize. Yet, the technology for producing metal from sea beast corpses had only been disclosed internally within Long Nation, never to the outside world. How did the controlling entity come to know of it? Could it be that communication among anthropomorphic sea beasts employs long-range brainwave transmission? Yu Xingzhou pondered this but swiftly dismissed the notion. Such a phenomenon would contravene the normal biological structure. Even if brainwave communication existed, it could not occur over vast distances. But if it were not brainwave transmission, how had the anthropomorphic sea beasts concealed within Long Nation managed to relay information? Yu Xingzhou massaged his temples, burdened by the weight of his thoughts. He had believed that his meticulously devised plan was flawless. Little did he anticipate that the information transmission capabilities of the anthropomorphic sea beasts would exceed his expectations. It seemed imperative to expedite the plans for the space station and space elevator. Yu Xingzhou silently resolved, also deciding to temporarily halt humanity's rapid ascent up the technological ladder. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system gradually resonated. Mission: ensure that human civilization in Long Nation possesses 43rd generation or above beast hunting mechs. Please expedite the construction of a Level 1 civilization space station. As fortune would have it, upon completing this task, a brief respite was in order. Yu Xingzhou squinted towards the cerulean sky, where 5 space station modules in low Earth orbit were visible. Only 2 more modules remained before the mech space station could fully commence its assembly process. Damn it, we've lost 2 more mechs. Trump seethed, his frustration palpable. Hasn't the United Nations already dispatched reinforcements? How could we sustain such losses while encircling a mere creature? His fury was nearly explosive. The accursed 5th-tier sea beast had been on land for 3 hours, and the beautiful nation had already suffered the loss of 4 primordial-grade mechs. Despite the support of 6 such mechs sent by the United Nations, General Williams' countenance was equally grim. None had anticipated the formidable combat prowess of the 5th-tier sea beast. Let our country's mechs withdraw to the rear and allow the United Nations mechs to take the front lines. Just as William was about to issue this command, a voice crackled through his earpiece. Upon hearing the report, a cold sweat trickled down his forehead, and his face drained of color. Trump, sensing the unease among his subordinates, inquired, "What is it?" "Mr. President, news from the command center indicates that the 5th-tier sea beast has been slain." "Really? This is splendid news. Why do you appear so pale?" William swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Before its demise, the sea beast self-destructed. None of the 5 mechs we dispatched survived, and only 2 of the 6 mechs from the United Nations remain intact. Chapter 52. The completion of the Watcher Mecha Space Station. When Trump received the news, he nearly fainted in disbelief. The beautiful nation possessed only 12 primordial-grade mechas in total. With 5-tier sea beasts having landed, they dispatched 7 primordial-grade mechas to confront the threat. Now, the command center shockingly reported that none of the 7 mechas had survived. How could these damned 5-tier sea beasts self-destruct? Trump sat pale and trembling in his chair, his corpulent frame shaking with rage. 5-star General Williams' expression was equally grim. "Mr. President, our nation's Sea Beast Research Department has already deployed drones to the front lines to recover the remains of the sea beasts. Normally, sea beasts are living organisms and should not possess self-destruct capabilities. This contradicts fundamental biological principles. I believe we will soon have answers. Upon hearing this, Trump's expression softened slightly. After a moment, he regained his composure and inquired about the situation in Dragon Country. The primordial-grade mechas constructed by our beautiful nation are all four-dimensional. Unlike Dragon Country's models that have undergone only unilateral development. If we have lost so many mechas, Dragon Country must have incurred even greater losses, especially with 2 5-tier C beasts having landed there. Pausing for a moment, a chilling smile crept across Trump's face. It is likely that Dragon Country has not even managed to eliminate those 2 5-tier sea beasts. They have squandered so much money constructing a fragile wall of hope, and it appears it will all come to ruin. However, as he listened to his president's words, William stood by, drenched in cold sweat, fearing to utter a single word. This was due to the recent confirmation from the command center. Dragon Country had only lost 5 primordial-grade mechas in this battle. With no military support from any other nation, Dragon Country had succeeded in slaying both of the colossal beasts. According to footage captured by our nation's satellites, Dragon Country indeed possesses 40 primordial-grade mechas. William, why the silence? Trump inquired, puzzled, but soon realized the cause of William's reticence. A smile spread across his face, his flesh quivering. William, rest assured, I am in excellent spirits. Share with me the current status of Dragon Country. I wish to be entertained. Upon hearing this, William became even more reluctant to speak. Previously, Trump's personal physician had diagnosed him with a heart condition, and William feared that revealing the truth might trigger a heart attack. That would render him a criminal in the eyes of the beautiful nation. Just as William remained silent, Trump's secretary rushed in, panic-stricken. Mr. President, what is it? Why the rush? Trump frowned, displeased with his secretary's demeanor. The secretary took a deep breath and quickly explained, This is dire. Our satellites captured footage just an hour ago. Dragon Country has already slain the 2 5-tier sea beasts that landed in their territory, losing only 5 primordial-grade mechas in total. What? Upon hearing this, Trump's eyes widened in astonishment. Standing beside him, William was taken aback, his mouth twisting in disbelief. Before he could intervene and stop the secretary, the latter continued, Moreover, satellite images have confirmed that the Dragon Kingdom indeed possesses 40 colossal battle mechs. My goodness. The footage captured by the satellite showing 40 of these titanic machines stationed before the Wall of Hope is utterly breathtaking. Do they truly have 40 of these formidable mechs? Only 5 have been destroyed in the current conflict? Trump echoed in shock, his corpulent frame quivering, almost toppling backward. Witnessing this scene, the secretary gasped in alarm, Mr. President. What is wrong? William, trembling with rage, seethed at the secretary's indiscretion, realizing that the carefully concealed information had been carelessly divulged. General William, come here and assist the president. Call for a doctor immediately. With fury, William strode over to the secretary and slapped him across the face, exclaiming, You fool. If anything happens to the president, you will bear the blame for the entire nation. The news of the Dragon Kingdom's possession of 40 colossal battle mechs swiftly circulated among nations, eliciting awe at their astonishing construction speed. Simultaneously, curiosity abounded regarding the source of the metals used to fabricate such an arsenal of hunter mechs. In the subsequent month, after developing the blueprints for the apocalyptic class mechs, Yushingzhou promptly abandoned the pursuit of more advanced weaponry. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning this to anyone, choosing instead to withhold further research breakthroughs. He feared that if the Dragon Kingdom continued to advance at such an alarming pace, the arrival of 6th and 7th tier sea beasts would be imminent. At that point, the Dragon Kingdom would lose its capacity to contend. Thus, until the next phase of his plan was realized, Yushingzhou resolved to halt any further technological advancement in the Dragon Kingdom, ensuring that the sea beast classification remained temporarily confined to the 5th tier. During this month, all 7 modules of the mech space station were launched into low Earth orbit. 15 astronauts journeyed aboard a manned rocket to these modules, collaborating with Earth to assemble the station, culminating in the final stages of its construction. Meanwhile, the technology of physical fusion reached maturity. All mech pilots, including Yushingzhou, underwent this transformative process. Professor Yu, the Watchtower mech space station has been successfully established and commenced its orbit around Earth 6 hours ago, reported Chen Qingsheng as he approached Yushingzhou to relay the progress. Upon receiving this news, a system notification echoed in Yushingzhou's mind. Human civilization Dragon Kingdom now possesses 40 battle mechs of 3rd generation or above, and has successfully constructed a Level 1 civilization space station. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and earned 8,000 technology points. Current civilization technology tree level 170. Upgrade requires 20,000 technology points. Chapter 53. The emergence of Apocalypse-class mechs, Winter's Enforcers. Task: develop Calamity class or higher mechs. Upon attaining a level 170 civilization, Yu Xingzhou felt a considerable enhancement in the reservoir of knowledge within his mind. Over the past month, he endeavored to study marine beasts but soon realized that this so-called technological tree seemed to merely equip him with knowledge commensurate with the level of mechanical technology and other disciplines such as physics and mathematics. His understanding of chemistry was already quite feeble, and particularly in biology, he had made almost no advancements. It sufficed that reaching a level 1 civilization would enable the construction of Calamity-class mechs, and level 170 was more than adequate. As for the new task, there was no immediate rush. Once the Calamity-class mechs were developed, the 9th-tier marine beasts would inevitably make their appearance, drawing the final battle closer. With this thought, Yu Xingzhou turned to Chen Qingxing and inquired, "Old Chen, did you just mention that the space station has commenced its orbit?" "Indeed." "Good. Then let's have the 15 astronauts aboard the space station concurrently construct the Apocalypse-class mechs alongside Earth." 5 days prior, Yu Xingzhou had proposed the concept of the Apocalypse-class mechs, which elicited nationwide jubilation across Longhua. Chen Qingsheng, intrigued, could not help but ask, "Professor Yu, shouldn't we first construct a few primordial-class mechs? After all, the Apocalypse-class mechs are nuclear-powered and require a full month for a single unit's construction. The Watcher Mech space station can only handle the creation of 2 mechs simultaneously. It would be more prudent to first produce 2 sets of primordial-class mechs as a contingency. That is unnecessary. Constructing primordial-class mechs at the space station would be a waste of time. We should proceed directly with the construction of the Apocalypse-class mechs." Yu Xingzhou furrowed his brow. From the outset, his intention in launching the mech space station was to ensure that more formidable beast-hunting mechs remain stationed there. Should a large number of marine beasts emerge and land at various coasts of Longhua, they could be directly deployed from the mech space station to intercept them along their paths, saving a considerable amount of time compared to dispatching mechs from the base. Moreover, since learning of the marine beasts' captivity of humans, the mech space station had gained even more critical significance. Yu Xingzhou needed to ensure that the combat power of the beast-hunting mechs currently possessed by the space station was as high as possible. "Understood, Professor Yu." Chen Qingxing replied without further argument. Yu Xingzhou then stated, "For the time being, do not send any new astronauts to the space station. I will personally select them in due course. I must submit a request to the relevant departments for that." "Not a problem." Noticing that Yu Xingzhou's attention had shifted away from him, Chen Qingxing hesitated momentarily before cautiously asking, "Professor Yu, have you encountered challenges in your recent research projects?" "Old Chen, why do you say that? Previously, you could conquer a new technological challenge within 3 days at most. However, it has now been 8 days since your last scientific endeavor." Upon hearing this, Yu Xingzhou exhibited little change in expression. He was aware that any delay in presenting his research would undoubtedly attract attention. Yet, he was not overly concerned about being detected by the lurking anthropomorphic sea beasts. This was because the technological prowess of Longhua in the realm of aerospace had unequivocally reached the level of a Type 1 civilization. At this juncture, a lack of significant breakthroughs was entirely normal. After all, even amidst a technological explosion, it is implausible for humanity's scientific advancements to accelerate at such a pace within mere months. The current situation was already somewhat miraculous. Thus, the deceleration in Yu Xingzhou's progress on scientific projects was not particularly alarming. In fact, the inability to produce new research at this time was quite typical. "Indeed, Chen Lao, my capabilities have reached their limit for the moment. Any further breakthroughs will undoubtedly come at a considerably slower pace compared to before. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that the Apocalypse-class mechs have already been developed, and the highest-tier sea beasts currently only reached the 5th rank." Yu Xingzhou spoke in a calm tone, his gaze unwavering. As long as he refrained from advancing the level of human mechs, the sea beasts would remain at the 5th rank temporarily. Higher-tier sea beasts would not descend in the near future. The development of disaster-level mechs necessitated addressing the issue of anthropomorphic sea beasts. Otherwise, humanity would inevitably face defeat in the end. Once Chen Qingxing departed, Yu Xingzhou stood in the laboratory, murmuring to himself. Regrettably, he could not devise a method to differentiate anthropomorphic sea beasts. Moreover, Humanity had not considered this aspect at all. After all, even the most imaginative minds could hardly conceive that normal sea beasts, towering dozens or even hundreds of meters high, could exist alongside anthropomorphic sea beasts resembling humans. This was precisely what made the sea beasts so terrifying. Yu Xingzhou felt a twinge of frustration, as the plans he needed to implement must circumvent the surveillance of the anthropomorphic sea beasts. Otherwise, the plans would be rendered unfeasible. It was imperative to ensure that the astronauts dispatched to the space station were definitively not anthropomorphic sea beasts. After much contemplation, Yu Xingzhou realized that evading the anthropomorphic sea beasts was impossible. Hence, he resolved to venture into the sea once more after the development of the Apocalypse-class mechs, hoping to gather additional information about the sea beasts and subsequently devise a method to identify anthropomorphic sea beasts. Half a month later, the first batch of 3 Apocalypse-class mechs emerged from Manhwa: Atomic Fission, Old Dawn, and Winter Enforcer. The remaining Apocalypse-class mechs would be retrofitted from the original Primal-class mechs. The primary distinction between the Primal-class and Apocalypse-class mechs lay in the upgrade of their power systems to nuclear energy, significantly enhancing their combat endurance by several dozen times. Moreover, Yu Xingzhou refrained from deploying more formidable technological weaponry. After all, if modifications were solely undertaken, the original 30-odd primordial-class mechas would swiftly transform into Apocalypse-class mechas. This would inevitably attract 6th-tier sea beasts. Thus, the current Apocalypse-class mechas are, in essence, merely primordial-class mechas with their power systems replaced, lacking significant upgrades in weaponry. On that day, Yu Xingzhou conveyed to Situ Chong his intention to venture into the sea once more. What? Professor Yu, you intend to go back into the sea? Absolutely not. No one can guarantee that there won't be sea beasts of 5th tier or above lurking in the depths. Under no circumstances will I allow you to descend into the ocean again. Situ Chang's expression changed drastically upon hearing Yu Xingzhou's words, resolutely opposing any notion of allowing him to personally return to the sea. Chapter 54. Exploring the Mariana Trench. General Situ, we have successfully developed the Apocalypse-class mecha, and the most formidable sea creatures currently known are merely of the 5th tier. Thus, even if we encounter them, the threat is minimal. However, that is not an option. General Situ Chong expressed without hesitation. Professor Yu, our previous descent into the ocean to hunt sea beasts was aimed at acquiring their corpses for metal preparation. But now, if we require the bodies of these creatures, there is no need to venture into the depths. For every few days, various tiers of sea beasts wash ashore, providing sufficient material for our needs. Therefore, it is entirely unnecessary to take such considerable risks by hunting sea beasts in the ocean. Yu Xingzhou shook his head slightly. General Situ, I do not believe there is any danger in the sea. How can there be no danger? During your last expedition, there were numerous sea beasts. Indeed, we encountered many lower-tier sea creatures on our last dive. But General Situ, have you not noticed that we did not observe any waste from these beasts in the ocean? If these creatures truly inhabit the sea, it is inconceivable that there would be no excrement. As living beings, they must produce waste, yet we encountered none last time. General Situ was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing. He turned to the scientist from the Sea Beast Research Department beside him. The scientist understood and elaborated on Professor Yu's point for General Situ's clarity. General, Professor Yu is correct. Our cameras captured no excrement from sea beasts during the last dive. However, historical records of sea beast landings indicate that their waste is substantial. It has been found on Port Island and Hokkaido in Neon Country. Their excrement is also highly toxic, which should mean that if these creatures were discharging waste in the ocean, the resulting pollution would render the waters uninhabitable for humans for 2 centuries. Pausing for a moment, the scientist continued, thus, we are speculating whether the sea beasts may not inhabit the ocean at all. Upon hearing this, General Situ's expression shifted, instinctively uttering, if the sea beasts are not in the ocean, then where is their habitat? The scientist remained silent for a moment, glancing at Yu Xingzhou. After receiving a nod from you, he proceeded, General Situ, you misunderstand. Our assertion that sea beasts do not live in the ocean pertains only to regions accessible to us. In reality, prior to the emergence of these creatures, humanity had explored merely 5 of the ocean, and the deepest point we have reached is only 10,927 meters. Thus, the ocean still holds many secrets for us. We cannot ascertain whether these sea beasts exist in the deeper waters. At this juncture, Yu Xingzhou interjected, therefore, General Situ, the purpose of my journey is to uncover the origins of these sea beasts. We are currently unaware of the enemy's lair. How can we hope to prevail in this military competition? This time, General Situ fell into contemplation. After a lengthy silence, he sighed. Professor Yu, do you truly feel compelled to venture into such a perilous place? We may select some exceptional mecha pilots to embark on this journey, while you, as a behind-the-scenes figure, will merely observe the monitoring screens in the laboratory, for they shall undoubtedly return with all necessary data. No, it is only through personal involvement that one can uncover the myriad nuances often overlooked. Furthermore, I am not convinced that there exists anyone more adept at piloting mechas than I. Situ Chao was utterly silenced by Yu Xingzhou's rebuttal. He gestured for Yu Xingzhou to wait a moment, as he needed to consult with the higher-ups. Half an hour later, Situ Chao returned to the command center. Professor Yu, your request has been approved. Are the pilots accompanying you to the depths of the ocean chosen by yourself? Yes. I would like Gu Fei and Cui Hang to join me. Very well. In 1 hour, you may commence this mission. An hour later, Yu Xingzhou entered the cockpit of the atomic fission. Xiaozhou, are we heading to the Mariana Trench? Are we about to shatter humanity's deep-sea diving record? The voice of Gu Fei crackled through the communication channel, brimming with enthusiasm. Cui Hang chimed in with a cheerful tone. Professor Yu, after the mission, let us go enjoy some braised pork together. Haha, Brother Cui, I'll bring a few bottles of baijiu. It's rather disheartening to see you drink so sparingly. Yu Xingzhou jested. However, he was well aware that, as a mecha pilot, consuming alcohol was strictly prohibited. Yet, after sharing a few meals of braised pork in Cui Hang's lounge, he had learned from Cui Hang's wife, Li Miao, that Cui Hang had not taken a day off in an entire year. Their son was only 4 years old. Thus, Yu Xingzhou resolved to advocate for a well-deserved break for Cui Hang, allowing him to spend quality time with Li Miao and their child. This was precisely why he chose to undertake this mission alongside Cui Hang. He was confident that, with any groundbreaking advancements achieved, his current position would enable him to secure a vacation for Cui Hang. Professor Yu, please do not tempt me with alcohol. If General C and the other commanders hear of this, I shall find myself confined. Rest assured, Brother Cui, that will not happen. As the three conversed, they completed their neural synchronization. Transfusion of the required relay gel completed. Connection between pilot and mecha established successfully. Atomic fission calibration successful. Old Dawn calibration successful. Winter Enforcer calibration successful. Disengage from the tower's lifting frame. About to enter the sliding track, 3 apocalyptic-class mechas emerged from the hangar. Their colossal metallic forms were especially awe-inspiring under the twilight. Each step seemed to reverberate through the very ground beneath them. The cold, hard metallic aura emanating from them starkly contrasted with the surrounding air. Gu Fei sat within the cockpit of the Winter Enforcer, acutely aware of the immense power of the nuclear-powered mecha, as though an indescribable force propelled him forward. He inhaled deeply, then activated the mech's communication system. Xiaozhou, this nuclear-powered mech is truly exceptional. Even without employing the thrusters for flight, the sensation of acceleration is already overwhelming. Haha, and this is merely the first generation of the nuclear power device. I eagerly anticipate the second generation, the catastrophe-level mech. Yu Xingzhou replied. At that moment, the voice of Situ Chong resonated through the communication channel. Atomic fission, Old Dawn, Winter Enforcer. Activate thrusters and proceed at full speed to the designated maritime area. Received. The 3 mechs immediately engaged their thrusters, and in the twilight's lingering glow, their silhouettes streaked across the sky like meteors, swiftly vanishing into the distance. The roar of the thrusters reverberated over the ocean, intertwining with the crashing waves to compose a stirring battle anthem. Chapter 55. Encounters beneath the sea armed with previous experiences. The Dragon Kingdom has come to understand that the habitats of marine beasts do not lie solely within the vastness of the ocean. Thus, 3 mechas soared directly towards the vicinity of the Mariana Trench and prepared for descent. Deploying sonar detection device. Sonar detection device successfully deployed, initiating. Prior to the arrival of the 3 mechas, a nearby mecha base had dispatched helicopters to await their entry into the sea. To ascertain whether marine beasts lurked in the surrounding waters, it was imperative to deploy the sonar detection device in advance. This apparatus utilizes sound waves for exploration, allowing for precise mapping of the seabed's topography and the identification of life forms within its detection range. Before long, as the sonar device activated, images began to populate the screens of the 3 mechas. Subsequently, sound waves radiated through the surrounding waters. casting an invisible net in an attempt to capture any hidden traces of life beneath the waves. In my view, the sonar detection is entirely unnecessary. If there happen to be marine beasts present, this marks my inaugural flight in the Apocalypse-class mecha, providing an excellent opportunity to test the newly equipped weaponry. Gu Fei's barely contained excitement resonated through the communication channel. Yuxingzu was well acquainted with Gu Fei's nature. This fellow was, without a doubt, a battle enthusiast. Presently, the Apocalypse-class mecha, in terms of combat capability, bore little difference from the primordial class, save for its enhanced power. Should they encounter a fifth-tier marine beast, the confrontation would not unfold as effortlessly as one might envision. It would be prudent to temper one's expectations. Come on, Xiaozhou, don't be so quick to dampen my spirits, Gu Fei muttered. At that moment, the sonar detection concluded. Professor Yu, you may proceed into the sea. There are no signs of marine beast activity within a 20-kilometer radius. Understood. Yuxingzu deactivated the thrusters, maneuvered the atomic fission into position, and plunged directly into the depths from the sky. The mecha, atomic fission, traced an elegant arc through the air before submerging into the profound ocean. The impact of the seawater caused a slight tremor within the mecha, but it quickly stabilized. Simultaneously, Eldritch Dawn and Winter Executor also descended into the waters not far away. The three mechas activated their stabilization devices, and it was not until they had descended 3,000 meters that they finally made contact with the seabed. In the depths of such dark waters, the surroundings were pitch black. Upon activating their powerful searchlights, the three metallic giants commenced their forward progression. At this juncture, the commanders and monitors within the command center felt a palpable tension in the air. Professor Yu, you must remain ever vigilant. The seabed harbors countless unforeseen changes, and there is virtually no means of providing combat support from the land. Do not let your guard down, came the concerned voice of Situ Chong through the communication channel. Yuxingzu acknowledged with a solemn expression. The three mechas moved in synchrony, and the marine creatures of the deep instinctively veered away from the colossal intruders. Even the dominant great white shark of the ocean yielded to their presence and trepidation. Meanwhile, the helicopter hovering above the ocean remained steadfast in its position. They consistently maintained a velocity comparable to that of the mechas. Just as the mechas were about to surpass the range of the previous sonar detector, the helicopter would deploy a second batch of detectors. This served as a precautionary measure for the beast-hunting mechas. Should any signals of marine creatures be detected within a 20-kilometer radius, the beast-hunting mechas could swiftly enter combat mode. The speed of fifth-tier sea beasts was astonishingly rapid, particularly within the ocean, where they exhibited far greater agility than on land. After more than 2 hours, the three beast-hunting mechas were a mere 500 kilometers from the Mariana Trench. Surrounding them, underwater volcanoes and coral formations proliferated, while marine life became increasingly scarce. The silence that had enveloped them prompted Gu Fei, typically more vivacious, to finally break the stillness. He initiated a conversation, saying, Xingzhou, before our departure, I specifically researched the Mariana Trench. I heard it is the lowest point on Earth, swallowing over 3 billion tons of seawater each year. Could it be that the sea beasts reside in the depths of this trench, devouring all the water? Before Yu Xingzhou could respond, a monitoring officer in the communication channel interjected, Driver Gu Fei, the term swallowing does not imply that the water disappears entirely. Instead, this seawater eventually transforms underground into ions and hydrated compounds. The Mariana Trench lies at the intersection of the Pacific and Eurasian tectonic plates, surrounded by volcanoes and coral reefs. When the Pacific plate exerts continuous downward pressure, the surrounding seawater is drawn down alongside the subterranean rocks. This explains the annual consumption of 3 billion tons of seawater, which ultimately returns to the surface with the magma during volcanic eruptions. This is part of Earth's internal circulation mechanism, maintaining systemic balance and facilitating the evolution of life on our planet. Upon hearing this extensive professional explanation, Gu Fei felt his eyelids twitch. Hey, why the lengthy lecture? I merely thought the atmosphere was overly somber with everyone remaining silent, so I tried to spark a conversation. Instead, you've turned it into a geography lesson. Listening to Gu Fei's complaints, Yu Xingzhou chuckled. Fei, our conversation is being monitored by hundreds of technicians and scientists. Naturally, they will correct any professional inaccuracies. I didn't mean to. However, before Gu Fei could finish, the radar of their beast-hunting mechas simultaneously displayed a red, which flickered for an instant before vanishing. Huh, did you all see that? A red dot appeared on the radar, only to disappear in the blink of an eye. Gu Fei exclaimed, wide-eyed. Yes, Yu Xingzhou also frowned. Taken aback. A signal that lasted less than a second? But if that red was indeed a marine creature signal, the artificial intelligence KM should have reported it immediately. Even if it appeared for just 0.0001 seconds, KM would have detected it. Prepared to enter combat mode. Although the situation remained unclear, Yu Xingzhou promptly issued commands. Situ Chong, having overheard the conversation among the three, felt a surge of tension. Professor Yu, what is happening? Just now. A red dot flickered on our mecha radar for a second before vanishing. We cannot ascertain whether it was a signal from a sea beast. It merely flickered. ZZZ, ZZZ, ZZZ. Before Situ Chong's words could fully transmit, the communication channel erupted with a jarring electrical noise. Yu Xingzhou realized the gravity of the situation. General Situ, can you hear us? ZZZ. ZZZ, ZZZ. Yet, the channel was overwhelmed by the irritating static, severing all connection with the command center. Gu Fei and Chui Heng quickly grasped the urgency and attempted to manually reconnect. However, after several attempts, they were met with nothing but that vexatious electrical sound. A wave of dread washed over Yu Xingzhou. Fei, Brother Chui, stay alert. That red, that was indeed a signal from a sea beast. It has the capability to jam or disrupt our communication systems. Chapter 56, Breakthrough. As Yu Xingzhou's words echoed, a colossal shadow surged forth from behind a volcano in the distance, racing with astonishing speed towards the Winter Enforcer. Fei, be careful, Yu Xingzhou shouted. The speed was so rapid that he had no time to maneuver the mecha to shield Gu Fei. Fortunately, Gu Fei reacted with remarkable swiftness, catching sight of the shadow just in time. With no opportunity to evade, he activated the defense system. The Winter Enforcer's mechanical arms converged at the chest, assuming a defensive stance with the aluminum-titanium alloy shield deployed. The shadow collided violently with the Winter Enforcer, sending shockwaves that rippled through the surrounding waters. Despite the activation of the defense mechanism, the immense force propelled the mecha several hundred meters away, crashing its back against the coral. The coral shattered instantly. It was at this moment that the three of them discerned the true form of the shadow, and KM's voice resonated in the air. Codename, the Clamor rank, Tier 5 Sea Beast height, 104 meters weight, 3,590 tons landing zone. Mariana Trench the Clamor was exceedingly grotesque, sporting 3 horns on its head, with a ghostly blue flame flickering between them. Its overall appearance resembled an oversized kangaroo, its limbs adorned with silicon-based muscles marked by red lines, akin to the veins of a human body. With a jarring clash, the Clamor opened its mouth, yet no sound escaped. However, in the next heartbeat, sparks erupted from the bodies of the Winter Enforcer, Old Dawn, and Atomic Fission. Inside the cockpit, the three witnessed portions of the circuitry short-circuiting. Indeed, the sound waves emitted by this sea beast exerted a significant impact on electronic devices. Yu Xingzhou spoke gravely, then attempted to contact Gu Fei. Fei, are you alright? Damn, this creature packs quite a punch. It hurts like hell. Fei's labored breath responded, confirming his safety. Yu Xingzhou immediately maneuvered Atomic Fission to unleash high-frequency light blades toward the sea beast. Yet at that moment, the entire seabed began to tremble, and from the abyssal trench ahead, several more sea beasts emerged. KM promptly reported, all are Tier 5 sea beasts. What on earth is happening? Are we still unable to establish contact with Professor Yu and the others? Since 5 minutes ago, the communication channels with the 3 mechas had devolved into static, severing all lines of communication. Situ Chong swiftly commanded the operators to attempt reconnection, but after numerous futile attempts, there was still no response. They must have encountered the sea beasts. This creature possesses infrasound attacks that completely disrupt our communication signals. Moreover, Professor Yu and his team are situated at a depth of 10,000 meters. If they do not vacate that area, it is unlikely we can re-establish contact. As the operators continued their attempts, Situ Chong's composure began to fray. He immediately contacted the other mechas, dispatched the Death Star, Bloodlight Star, and Reaper Star stationed at the Way High base to the sea area where Professor Yu and his team have gone missing. At all costs, we must ensure Professor Yu's safe return. Yes, General. They have been arranged for departure and are expected to reach the coordinates of Atomic Fission in 4 hours and 35 minutes. Situ Chong was anxious, yet helplessly so. Currently, Dragon Country possessed only 3 Apocalypse-class mechas, while the other Primordial-class mechas were still undergoing upgrades. With the speed of these Primordial-class mechas, it was utterly impossible for them to reach the Mariana Trench as swiftly as the Apocalypse class could. Over 4 hours. Is this truly reinforcement? The sea beast capable of severing the communications of 3 Apocalypse-class mechas in an instant must be at least 5th tier. Or perhaps, there exists 6th tier or even higher beings in that region. Standing nearby, Chen Qingsheng wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. Professor Yu's assessment seemed accurate. The habitat of the sea beast should indeed lie within the Mariana Trench. Cui Gu, we will cover Xiaozhou's retreat. It matters not if we perish here. But Xiaozhou must not die in this place. Without him, Dragon Country and humanity will lose their ability to contend with the sea beasts. Gu Fei's voice resonated through the communication channel as he maneuvered Old Dawn to activate its plasma chest cannon, directly piercing through the 4th-tier sea beast confronting him. Indeed, emerging from the trench were not only 6 5th-tier sea beasts, but also 7 or 8 others of varying tiers. In an instant, the 3 hunting mechas found themselves completely encircled. Professor Yu, find an opportunity to break through. I and Fei will hold them off here. Cui Hang's breath came in rapid bursts. During the previous battle, Old Dawn had been rammed by the sea beast multiple times, with its left arm torn away. Now, seawater began to surge into the cockpit. The missiles carried by Yu Xingzhou's atomic fission had all been expended, leaving only the high-frequency light blades and the gravity slingshot as his bare-handed weapons. What a joke. There are so many sea beasts here. It seems their lair truly lies within. Yu Xingzhou, drenched in sweat, gazed at the seemingly endless tide of sea beasts emerging from the trench. And he too began to feel a sense of panic. As Yu Xingzhou contemplated his next move, Gu Fei maneuvered Winter and forced her to leap into action, utilizing its rail gun to shatter 2 third-tier sea beasts, thereby forcing a breach in the sea beast's relentless encirclement. Xiaozhou, take the chance. Yu Xingzhou understood that he could not afford to linger in battle. Seizing the moment, he activated his thrusters and soared toward the opening created by Gu Fei. However, at that instant, the 3 horns atop the raucous one unleashed a burst of ghostly blue flames, hurtling directly towards atomic fission. Yu Xingzhou had no time to evade. At the critical moment, the Olden Dawn stood in front of nuclear fission, shielding it from the impending blow. In the next instant, an ethereal blue flame engulfed the body of the Olden Dawn. Brother Cui, Yu Xingzhou exclaimed. Yet, he dared not halt. He could only press forward with renewed vigor. Chapter 57. For us soldiers. This is often referred to as sacrifice for the country. Even though the Old Dawn was enveloped in a haunting cerulean glow, reaching temperatures near 10,000 degrees, its thermal shield could still endure for a mere minute. The Old Dawn stood resolutely against the advancing raucous ones, activating its final reserves of energy, preparing to unleash one last volley from its chest cannon. Cui Gu, do not fire the chest cannon anymore. Your mech will explode. You are courting death. Gu Fei shouted, desperation lacing his voice. Cui Gu, activate the escape pod. I will come to rescue you immediately. Yet, deep down, Gu Fei understood that Cui Hang's fate was sealed. This was the abyss of the deep sea. Even if Cui Hang managed to escape the cockpit, the crushing pressure would obliterate him instantly, leaving no chance for survival. Inside the cockpit of the Old Dawn, Cui Hang came to a similar realization. He fished out a crumpled cigarette from his breast pocket. This cigarette had been gifted to him a decade ago by his squad leader during his service as a border guard at the frontier between Manhwa and Asan. That day, he had not even had the chance to light the cigarette before the sentry sounded the alarm. A contingent of Asan soldiers had crossed the border, provoking the forces of Manhwa, and reports of armed conflict at the front lines had emerged. Cui Hang quickly stowed the cigarette back into his pocket and rushed to support his squad leader. It was nighttime, and the number of soldiers stationed was few. Yet many Asan troops had arrived. In that skirmish, Cui Hang's squad leader fell in battle. This cigarette remained the only keepsake from his squad leader, cherished by Cui Hang for a full decade. Now, with the cigarette poised between his lips, he searched his person for a lighter, but found none after a futile search. I almost forgot. It is forbidden to carry a lighter during missions. Cui Hang chuckled bitterly. It appears that in this lifetime, he would never have the opportunity to smoke this cigarette. He took a deep breath, hoping to savor a hint of tobacco flavor, but alas, time had rendered it tasteless. At that moment, the chest cannon of the Old Dawn charged to 99. Cui Hang smiled and spoke into the communication channel. Courting death? No, Fei. You're mistaken. We soldiers typically refer to this as sacrifice for the country, with resolute determination gleaming in his eyes. He pressed the launch button of the chest cannon. Fei, Professor Yu, please remember to tell my wife and son that I love them. In the next instant, the Old Dawn, engulfed in azure flames, erupted in a dazzling display of light as it self-destructed. The colossal energy surged forth instantaneously, resembling a brilliant star that had abruptly exploded in the night sky. The Old Dawn, a nuclear-powered mech, unleashed an immense force that transformed into searing flames, violently radiating in all directions. It ignited the closest raucous one and two other fourth-tier sea beasts. They were reduced to mere ash in the wake of this energy. Regrettably, being submerged in the deep sea, the intense shockwave could only propagate through the water, producing a muffled explosion sound. Gu Fei and Yu Xingzhou watched as Cui Heng sacrificed his life to provide them with a chance to escape, their eyes simultaneously misting with emotion. Their mecha trembled precariously under the onslaught of energy. Meanwhile, the surrounding sea beasts exhibited no concern for their fallen comrades, having evaded the shockwave. They charged relentlessly towards Yu Xingzhou. This time, their singular target was Yu Xingzhou alone. Damn it! Xiaozhou, these brutes are after you. You must flee. We cannot let Brother Chui's sacrifice be in vain. Gu Fei shouted, brandishing a high-frequency light blade in an attempt to fend off the pursuing sea beasts. At that moment, Yu Xingzhou had already distanced himself by several kilometers. Despite Gu Fei's efforts to attack the creatures, they remained unfazed, fixated solely on Yu Xingzhou. In that instant, a horrifying thought dawned upon Yu Xingzhou, a trap. On the way to the Mariana Trench, they had encountered no sea beasts. Yet here they faced an overwhelming number. This was undoubtedly a trap. In such profound depths, even if the Dragon Kingdom dispatched other mechas now, it would be too late. Regrettably, the realization came too late. Yu Xingzhou glanced back at the pursuing sea beasts, gritting his teeth as he directly maneuvered atomic fission to detach the shoulder-mounted mortar, thereby lightening the entire mecha's weight. Full power escape. Yu Xingzhou strained to ascend towards the ocean's surface. Ultimately, with Cui Heng piloting the Winter Executor to intercept, Yu Xingzhou successfully broke through the encirclement, propelling himself at full throttle towards the surface. However, due to the overwhelming speed, he felt as if his insides were being crushed. Had it not been for the enhancement of physical fusion, his organs would likely have shattered under such immense pressure. Upon bursting through the surface, blood streamed from his nostrils as he mustered his final strength to activate the autopilot mode of atomic fission, setting its destination to the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, Modu. In the next instant, he lost consciousness. Time passed, and he felt as though he had been rescued from the cockpit of the mecha. Soon after, he heard numerous voices nearby, the tone suggesting a heated argument. However, due to the damage inflicted on his eardrums during the rapid ascent from the depths, he could not discern their words. Before long, he succumbed to darkness once more. When Yu Xingzhou opened his eyes again, he found himself lying in a dimly lit room, the air thick with humidity. He moved his limbs, feeling only a general soreness, with no other discomfort apparent. "Ah, you're awake?" A man's voice reached his ears, sounding oddly familiar. Turning his head, he saw a man perched on a chair beside the bed, wearing a cryptic smile. "Where's this?" "The underground fortress." Yu Xingzhou paused momentarily, finally recalling the voice of the man before him. It was this very individual who had delivered the parts for the civilization pioneer that he had assembled after leaping from the silent water prison in his exoskeleton armor. Although I had never seen him at that time, I had heard his voice. "Are you the black market dealer with whom I traded previously?" "Indeed." "Haha. Esteemed chief scientist of Longhua, Yu Xingzhou, welcome to the underground stronghold of the black market merchant." Chapter 58. The Underground Fortress of the Black Market Merchant. The notion of an underground fortress belonging to a black market merchant momentarily stunned Yu Xingzhou, who then realized he had been rescued by one such merchant. The black market dealer before him smiled broadly and jested. "I must say, the official research on body fusion is truly remarkable. Were it not for your acceptance of this technology, you would have already reported to the King of Hell. When we retrieved you, your ears and nose were completely bloodied. Upon examination, we found that your eardrums were entirely shattered. To our astonishment, within less than 24 hours, your eardrums have remarkably healed themselves." Yu Xingzhou felt no surprise. At that moment, while piloting the atomic fission at full throttle, he had been aware that the body fusion granted him a healing capacity 4 to 5 times that of an ordinary person. He took a sip of water from the table, finding relief for his parched throat. After a brief pause, he inquired of the black market merchant. "Are you the leader here?" "No. I am Zhao Nan, merely a captain of the execution division. If you feel well enough now, I can introduce you to our leader." Yu Xingzhou stood up and tested his mobility, confirming that aside from slight muscle soreness, he felt no other discomfort. He nodded to Zhao Nan. "Indeed. But where is my atomic fission? You collapsed at the port of Magic City. We were conducting a search mission there and conveniently retrieved you from the cockpit. To be honest, we initially intended to demand a substantial reward from the officials for your return, but upon discovering your identity, our leader decided against it. As for the mecha you piloted, we lack the audacity to retrieve it. It has likely been transported back to the mecha base by the officials of the Dragon Nation. Why? Yu Xingzhou questioned, puzzled. Logically, these black market merchants would seize such a golden opportunity to extort a hefty reward from the authorities. Zhao Nan shook his head. I cannot say. That is the leader's decision. I am merely a squad leader without the authority to discern such matters. Subsequently, Zhao Nan escorted Yu Xingzhou to meet the leader of the black market merchants. Throughout the journey, Yu Xingzhou observed the underground fortress, which was vast yet sparsely populated. He encountered numerous advanced devices within, far surpassing his expectations. Are these technologies acquired through trade with the officials? He inquired. Most are. But a small portion has been independently developed by our researchers, Zhao Nan explained. Simultaneously, Yu Xingzhou learned from Zhao Nan that 15 hours had passed since he was rescued from the port of Magic City. He could easily imagine Si Tuchong dispatching countless individuals to search for him at that very port. May I contact the officials? Apologies, Professor Yu, but I lack the necessary authority here. You may inquire with our leader when you see him later. However, I doubt he would agree, as it would completely expose the location of our underground fortress. Yu Xingzhou nodded, sensing that he would likely not receive such an opportunity. He was not particularly concerned that these black market merchants would threaten his life. They merely sought the freedom to survive and generally would not resort to violence against someone in his profession, even if they were inclined to act against him. He still possessed his exoskeleton armor. Should the need arise, he could activate the nanobelt at his waist. At that thought, Yu Xingzhou's expression sharpened, and he instinctively reached for his waist, only to discover that the nanobelt had vanished. Zhao Nan, observing Yu Xingzhou's movement, chuckled, Professor Yu, the high-tech belt at your waist is temporarily under our custody. After all, it can equip you with exoskeleton armor within seconds. And should you feel displeased and decide to destroy our underground fortress while wearing it, we would all be in dire straits. By the way, our researchers are quite curious about how you developed that technology. With humanity's current capabilities, creating a replica would be quite challenging. Once nanotechnology is fully matured, mass production should be feasible. At that moment, they arrived at a door where Zhao Nan paused. Professor Yu, I shall leave you here. I am not authorized to enter the leader's office. All right. After Zhao Nan departed, Yu Xingzhou pushed open the door. Upon entering, he immediately spotted a man seated on the sofa, half of his head shrouded in black cloth. The man rose with a cheerful demeanor upon seeing Yu Xingzhou. Professor Yu, greetings. You are the leader of the black market merchants? Indeed, I am. My name is Yuan Jinghao. Yu Xingzhou maintained a neutral expression as he stated. Return my belt and let me leave this place. Certainly. Yu Xingzhou was taken aback by Yuan Jinghao's willingness. He had just learned from Zhao Nan that it was Yuan Jinghao who decided not to demand compensation from the Dragon Kingdom on his behalf. Thus, Yu Xingzhou immediately surmised that Yuan Jinghao likely intended for him to assist in developing certain technological blueprints. However, Yuan Jinghao's readiness to release him caught him off guard. Subsequently, Yuan Jinghao retrieved Yu Xingzhou's belt from a nearby drawer and tossed it to him. Professor, you may leave at any time. But I hope you will not disclose the exact location of our underground fortress to the Dragon Kingdom upon your departure. Consider it our remuneration for saving you this time. Understood. Yu Xingzhou squinted as he accepted the belt, preparing to exit. He needed to return to the command center immediately to reassess the plans. Given his prior encounter in the Mariana Trench, he was now certain that the anthropomorphic sea beasts had transmitted the information. Otherwise, their motives would not have been so singularly focused on eliminating him. Deep within the Mariana Trench lies a veritable sanctuary for sea monsters, a realm where intelligent beings capable of commanding these creatures may also reside. However, just as Yu Xingzhou was preparing to depart, he was unexpectedly halted by Yuan Jinghao. Professor Yu, please hold on a moment. Are you truly so swift to regret letting me go? Yuan Jinghao waved dismissively. No, Professor Yu. You have misunderstood my intent. I merely wish to inquire why, in this epoch of natural disasters, you are so fervently advancing the aerospace industry. Shouldn't our primary focus be on the research of beast-hunting mechas to utterly eradicate the sea monsters? Yu Xingzhou furrowed his brow, perplexed by Yuan Jinghao's insinuation. Nevertheless, he replied, The vigorous development of the aerospace sector is essential for enhancing the technology of mecha space stations, which is intrinsically linked to beast-hunting mechas. In the future, we can enable space stations to pinpoint precise coordinates for direct deployment, a method far more efficient and swift than dispatching mechas from the base to intercept sea monsters. Is that so, Professor Yu? You surely harbor ulterior motives, do you not? What do you mean? Yu Xingzhou's gaze hardened. Yu and Jinghao remained silent, merely reaching out to remove the black cloth that shrouded half of his head. In an instant, the fabric was entirely stripped away. Upon revealing the other half of Yu and Jinghao's head, Yu Xingzhou's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately pressed the button on his nanobelt, triggering the exoskeletal armor to envelop him. It was a humanoid sea monster. Chapter 59. The Zero-Order Sea Beast in the Dragon Kingdom's Supreme Combat Command Center. Situ Chong paced anxiously within the command room. Following the loss of contact with the three hunter mechas, Atomic Fission, Old and Dawn, and Winter Enforcer, Situ promptly dispatched 10 primordial-class mechs to the Mariana Trench for support. However, they soon discovered Atomic Fission at the port of Magic City, but Yu Xingzhou in the cockpit had vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, they found the severely injured Gu Fei on Hong Kong Island, while Winter Enforcer was nearing destruction. From Gu Fei's account, after losing communication with the command center, various tiers of sea beasts emerged from the trench, their singular objective being the assassination of Yu Xingzhou, the pilot of Atomic Fission, in a valiant effort to protect Yu's escape. Chui Hang made the ultimate sacrifice. After Yu successfully fled, Gu Fei exerted every ounce of strength to escape, ultimately reaching Hong Kong Island, while Winter Enforcer sustained extensive damage from the sea beast's assault. Upon learning of Yu Xingzhou's disappearance, Situ Chong immediately dispatched troops to conduct a search and rescue operation in the vicinity where Atomic Fission had fallen. Yet, 15 hours elapsed without a trace of Yu Xingzhou. Situ, have you not yet located Yu Xingzhou? Qin Guozhong hurried into the command room, his gaze fixed on Situ Chong. Situ's expression was grave. I apologize, Elder Qin. The forces dispatched have scoured nearly 20 kilometers around the area where Professor Yu went missing, yet he remains unaccounted for. Qin Guozhong's countenance faltered, aging visibly in that moment. However, a glimmer of hope soon emerged in his eyes. At least we have not found his corpse. Continue the search and deploy an additional 20 mechs to the vicinity. If any sea beasts land, they must be exterminated at the earliest opportunity. Qin Guozhong approached the monitoring screen, his demeanor laden with gravity. Based on the intelligence provided by Gu Fei, it was now nearly certain that the true lair of the sea beasts lay within the Mariana Trench. Yet, with Yu Xingzhou's fate uncertain, did humanity truly possess the capacity to eradicate the sea beasts entirely? In the underground fortress of the black market merchant. When Yu Xingzhou beheld Yu and Jinghao remove the black cloth from his head, his pupils dilated in shock, prompting him to activate his exoskeleton armor. Indeed, the portion of Yu and Jinghao that had been concealed was a half-transformed visage, still not fully human. As Yu Xingzhou prepared to launch an attack, Yu and Jinghao merely smiled with ease, wrapping the remaining half of his head in the black cloth. Just as I suspected, Professor Yu, you are familiar with this entity. Upon hearing Yu and Jinghao speak, Yu Xingzhou's brow furrowed into a deep frown. Are you a sea beast, or are you human? I am human. To be precise, a human who has not fully transformed into a sea beast. Yu Xingzhou was profoundly astonished. This was the first time he had encountered a humanoid sea beast since his rebirth. Yet, he had never seen anyone in a form so half-beast. Half-human as Yu and Jinghao. Taking precautions, Yu Xingzhou refrained from engaging with the exoskeleton armor, maintaining a vigilant stance. Yu and Jinghao smiled faintly and remarked, Professor Yu, you must be aware that half of my mind is that of a marine beast, a personified marine creature. Yu Xingzhou slowly responded. Upon hearing Yu Xingzhou's reply, Yu and Jinghao appeared somewhat surprised. Oh, is that how you refer to them? Indeed, you possess far more expertise than I do. I simply call this entity a Type 0 marine beast. After a brief pause, Yu and Jinghao spoke earnestly. Professor Yu, you may rest assured that my consciousness remains distinctly human. This creature poses no threat to me, for it has already failed. What do you mean? Yu and Jinghao elaborated. It sought to completely transform into me, but it has failed. His words prompted Yu Xingzhou to raise an eyebrow. Upon contemplation, it seemed that there should indeed be no issue. Otherwise, Yu and Jinghao would not have returned the nano belt to him. Based on past experiences, it was evident that while these personified marine beasts were somewhat more formidable than ordinary humans, they were not beyond defeat. A mere physical transformation would render the task of vanquishing these entities exceedingly simple. Yu Xingzhou removed his exoskeletal armor and regarded Yuan Jinghao with utmost seriousness. At this moment, he comprehended why Yuan Jinghao had unconditionally rescued him. It was apparent that Yuan Jinghao possessed a profound self-awareness regarding the personified marine beasts and had likely discerned his intentions. Mr. Yuan, if it is convenient, could you recount the events that transpired with you? Certainly, Yuan Jinghao replied. My motive for saving you was indeed tied to this matter. Had you not recognized my appearance earlier, I would have likely eliminated you immediately, ensuring you could not depart with this information. With a calm smile, he produced a cigar and lit it. This incident occurred 3 years ago. At that time, our black market merchant group was not as extensive as it is now. During a retrieval mission, due to a miscalculation by someone in our ranks, a significant portion of our team succumbed to poisoning. I swiftly commanded the others to evacuate. But before we could leave the scene, several entities emerged from the carcasses of the marine beasts, appearing neither human nor ghostly. Before we could ascertain what they were, these entities charged toward us, making contact with all present. Subsequently, my body began to undergo a bizarre transformation, and I lost sight in my right eye. Yet, the metamorphosis soon ceased, and when I glanced at the others, I found them experiencing the same transformation, their physiques gradually resembling those strange entities. I was terrified and immediately drew my weapon to shoot them. It seemed that during the transformation, these entities exhibited no aggression, allowing me to easily eliminate them all. At this juncture, Yuan Jinghao struggled to swallow, continuing. When I fled back to the base and caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror, I was horrified to discover that half of my face had taken on the appearance of those eerie beings. Subsequently, I formulated numerous hypotheses, ultimately arriving at a plausible conclusion. The reason I was not assimilated by these ghastly entities may lie in the fact that I have a brain tumor, a pathological condition that prevented their successful assimilation of me. I have bestowed them with a name, referring to them as the Zero-Order Sea Beasts. This revelation remains a closely guarded secret, as I discreetly excised a fragment of tissue from the assimilated visage of one of these creatures for analysis. To my astonishment, their genetic sequences were nearly identical to those of the sea beasts. Thus, I designated them as Zero-Order Sea Beasts. Though they lack the imposing stature of their larger counterparts, they possess the remarkable ability to assimilate upon the mere touch of a human. Through extensive research, I serendipitously discovered that my blood exhibited no significant difference from that of an ordinary human. However, when in proximity to those colossal sea beasts, an extraordinary fusion could occur. I surmised that this might serve as a means to distinguish between humans and the Zero-Order Sea Beasts. Shortly thereafter, Yuan Jinghao's countenance darkened ominously. In secret, I collected a considerable amount of blood from the members of my organization, only to uncover that many of them were, in fact, Zero-Order Sea Beasts. Chapter 60. I await you in the future. I discreetly collected a significant amount of blood from the members of my organization and discovered that many of them were, in fact, Zero-Class Sea Beasts. Upon hearing this, Yu Xingzhou felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine. In an organization comprising black market merchants, the infiltration of so many anthropomorphic sea beasts was an alarming revelation. Clearly, these anthropomorphic sea beasts aim to monitor the entirety of humanity on Earth. Yuan Jinghao took a drag from his cigar, his Adam's apple bobbing slightly, before continuing with difficulty. When I uncovered this profoundly terrifying truth, I grappled with it for an extended period. Ultimately, I silently noted which individuals had transformed into sea beasts, and over time, I seized opportunities to eliminate these people one by one. However, fearing to alert other Zero-Class Sea Beasts, I was compelled to fabricate the deaths of some normal members. It took me over half a year to completely eradicate all Zero-Class Sea Beasts within the organization. Yuan Jinghao's account came to an end here. He puffed on his cigar, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Yu Xingzhou understood well that Yuan Jinghao had personally slain so many of his own people. Even if they had all been assimilated into anthropomorphic sea beasts, they had perished bearing the familiar faces that Yuan Jinghao once recognized, even devoid of emotions. Such grotesque slaughter would push Yuan Jinghao to the brink of collapse. Yet, Yu Xingzhou found little room for sympathy towards Yuan Jinghao. Instead, he felt an exhilarating rush, for he had gleaned from Yuan Jinghao the means to identify anthropomorphic sea beasts. Even if these sea beasts had assumed human form, their blood would show no abnormalities upon testing. However, the moment it was mixed with the blood of actual sea beasts, their true nature would be revealed. Mr. Yuan, I am quite curious. How did you ascertain that I was also aware of the existence of anthropomorphic sea beasts? No, I cannot be certain. It is merely speculation on my part. Previously, you engaged in transactions with Zhao Nan, utilizing discarded mecha components to construct a formidable hunting mecha of the Hong Wong level. After you piloted the civilization Pioneer to slay a sea beast, you followed the Dragon Kingdom's officials back, after which the Dragon Kingdom severed all ties with the outside world. Subsequently, domestic advancements in scientific research progressed at an exceedingly strange pace. Coupled with the recent sentencing of Chun Chiming for theft, it is not difficult to surmise that these developments bear your signature. After a brief pause, Yuan Jinghao continued, if an organization like ours can be infiltrated by zero-class sea beasts, then it is highly likely that the area beyond the Wall of Hope is already overrun by these beasts. By severing all connections with the outside world, I suspect you did so to prevent communication among the zero-class sea beasts, thereby implying that you are indeed aware of their existence. Naturally, this alone does not provide absolute certainty, but the recent news of the Dragon Kingdom vigorously advancing its aviation sector lends credence to my conjecture. As for your earlier mention of the mecha space station, aimed at enhancing the combat capabilities of the hunting mecha, I need not elaborate on your true intentions, do I? Yu Xingzhou was utterly astonished. To my surprise, my thoughts were completely discerned by Yuan Jinghao. Upon reflection, I quickly came to terms with it. As the leader of the entire black market merchant organization, his ability to sustain a group of individuals outside the Wall of Hope for such an extended period is a testament to his exceptional capabilities. Moreover, his awareness of the existence of anthropomorphic sea beasts suggests that, upon closer examination, it is not particularly difficult to deduce. You are an astute individual, Yu Xingzhou remarked earnestly, locking eyes with Yuan Jinghao. He then inquired, I wish to know why you are willing to share this information with me, yet not with the official authorities of the Dragon Nation. Professor Yu, you are still probing me, and your caution is commendable, Yuan Jinghao replied with a knowing smile. How could I possibly disclose this to the Dragon Nation's officials? Shall I inform them of the existence of zero-tier sea beasts? Both of us are intelligent enough to comprehend the intricate relationship between sea beasts and humanity. It is far from a mere military engagement. The classification of sea beasts has long surpassed the capabilities of the current hunting mechas. The existence of zero-tier sea beasts clearly indicates their intention to monitor all human beings on Earth. Once the majority of humanity becomes aware of their presence, I fear the sea beasts would launch an immediate offensive, leading to the swift extinction of humanity. So, you dare not inform anyone in the official ranks, fearing they might be anthropomorphic sea beasts? Or perhaps, you are concerned about potential leaks? Indeed, I initially intended to keep this matter to myself, as there seemed to be no viable way to break the deadlock, until I discovered your remarkable presence. At first, I perceived you as a fool for daring to pursue your ambitions so openly. However, I later realized you were cleverly obscuring the vision of the zero-tier sea beasts. At that moment, I sensed that you shared my sentiments. We are akin to the only two hunters in a dark forest. Yu Xingzhou regarded Yuan Jinghao with admiration. It must be said, this individual possesses remarkable prowess. Perhaps there are many others like him among humanity, yet they find themselves in circumstances akin to Yuan Jinghao's. Fully aware of the anthropomorphic sea beasts yet unable to disclose this knowledge to anyone, they lack the authority that Yu Xingzhou possesses to enact plans against these sea beasts. Mr. Yuan, my gratitude extends to you. Prior to this, I was merely aware of the existence of anthropomorphic sea beasts but lacked the means to identify them, hindering the advancement of my plans. However, with your insights, I believe my strategy can progress smoothly. You are a hero to humanity. Ah, a hero? I am but a brain tumor patient with only a few months left to live, Yuan Jinghao replied with a self-deprecating chuckle, then lowered his gaze to draw on his cigar, lapsing into silence. Yu Xingzhou understood that Yuan Jinghao had shared all he intended to. Therefore, he rose to depart. With the information provided by Yuan Jinghao, the plan to combat the anthropomorphic sea beasts had now taken shape. By the way, Mr. Yu, do you have any remains of the anthropomorphic sea beasts? I could conduct a clandestine study. Yuan Jinghao shook his head, expressing his reluctance to retain the corpses, fearing that should they be discovered by other zero-tier sea beasts, our organization would face utter annihilation. As far as I am aware, these creatures can communicate through brainwaves, albeit within a limited range. Thus, your decision to seal off the Dragon Kingdom was indeed sagacious. The zero-tier sea beasts within the Dragon Kingdom are confined to the information you have restricted, unable to relay it to the outside world. Brainwave communication? Limited range? Yu Xingzhou pondered aloud, his curiosity piqued. If this were the case, then his journey to the Mariana Trench should have prevented those high-tier sea beasts from collectively attacking him. Yet, their intent to eliminate him was unmistakable. How had the information escaped? Very well, I understand. By the way, the hibernation technology in the Dragon Kingdom has matured significantly. Although your brain tumor cannot be cured at present, you can enter hibernation until the technology advances to facilitate your treatment. Yu and Jinghao's gaze sharpened, a glimmer of hope evident in his eyes. Am I eligible for the hibernation technology as well? Yu Xingzhou nodded, his tone resolute. As long as I am here, you shall be. Mr. Yuan, your intelligence is commendable. I require allies such as you. After a brief pause, Yu Xingzhou smiled gently and opened the office door. I will commence preparations for your hibernation upon my return. Await my news. Mr. Yuan, I look forward to your awakening in the future. Chapter 61. We should stand side by side upon departing from you when Jinghao's office. Yu Xingzhou soon spotted Zhao Nen waiting a short distance away. Professor Yu, are you leaving now? Yes, Yu Xingzhou nodded. Realizing that remaining in the underground stronghold of the black market merchant served no further purpose. Having uncovered numerous truths, he only needed to return safely to the Dragon Nation to commence the next phase of his plan. Very well, I will escort you out of here, Zhao Nen replied, leading Yu Xingzhou into an elevator. He then produced a piece of black cloth and handed it to Yu Xingzhou. Professor Yu, please wear this cloth. I ask that you do not remove it until I instruct you to do so. This is also to ensure the safety of our organization. I hope you can understand. Of course, I understand. Once the cloth was in place, Zhao Nen pressed a button. Soon, Yu Xingzhou felt the elevator ascend rapidly. Approximately a minute later, it came to a gentle halt. He was immediately greeted by a pungent odor, indicating he had reached the surface. By correlating his sensory experience with the duration of the elevator ride, Yu Xingzhou deduced that the black market merchant's stronghold was likely situated around 60 meters underground. After being guided forward by Zhao Nen for a short distance, Zhao Nen released his grip once Yu Xingzhou seemed to adjust. After walking for about 5 minutes, Yu Xingzhou could no longer restrain his curiosity. Are we there yet? However, he received no reply. He pulled down the black cloth, obscuring his vision, and turned around, only to find Zhao Nen had vanished without a trace. The surroundings revealed nothing but ruins ravaged by sea beasts. It was evident that the location of this underground fortress was exceptionally concealed. Without hesitation, Yu Xingzhou pressed the button on his nano belt, activating the exoskeleton armor, and subsequently launched a distress signal flare. Approximately 20 minutes later, a helicopter and an armored vehicle swiftly approached. Professor Yu. A fully armed soldier leaped from the armored vehicle, his face alight with excitement upon spotting Yu Xingzhou. He promptly retrieved his radio and announced, "Report to Command Center. Squad 27 has located Professor Yu. The coordinates have been shared, requesting escort for Professor Yu back to base. Report to the General. Squad 27 has found the Professor." A commander immediately relayed the information to Situ Chong. Hearing this, Situ Chong felt an immense sense of relief. He promptly dispatched an escort team, ensuring the safe return of Professor Yu. Understood. Situ Chong communicated this news to Qin Guozhong, bringing a wave of reassurance to all. Conversely, the expressions of some personnel in the command center were not as jubilant. When Yu Xingzhou returned to the Wall of Hope, his mood was far from lighthearted. During the journey, he reflected on the Mariana Trench, remembering the sacrifices made by Cui Hang and Gu Fei to allow his escape, particularly the sacrifice of Brother Cui. Yu Xingzhou felt a heavy weight upon his heart. Despite having grown accustomed to the life and death separations among pilots in his previous life, the death of Cui Hang struck a profound chord within Yu Xingzhou. This sacrifice was made solely for his salvation, and even more poignantly, Cui Hang had a wife and child. Unavoidably, Yu Xingzhou recalled Cui Hang's words just after embarking on a mission. "Professor Yu, once the mission concludes, let us indulge in some braised pork." Was Cui Hang's sole desire truly the taste of braised pork? Perhaps. It was his affection for his wife that he cherished most. Upon returning to the Supreme Operational Command Center, Situ Chong personally greeted Yu Xingzhou. "It is splendid to see you safe, Professor Yu," he exclaimed. "After you lost contact, I immediately dispatched support mechs and helicopters. But by the time we discovered the atomic fission, you were no longer within." Yu Xingzhou nodded gently. "Indeed, I was rescued by black market traders. Which is why you were unable to locate me." "Black market traders?" Situ Chong furrowed his brow. "They released you so easily?" "Haha. There is no need to dwell on this matter. These individuals merely sought a more comfortable existence amidst the apocalypse. Through the news, they likely recognized my significance to the Dragon Nation and humanity, Thus they released me upon my recovery. Sidu Chong wished to inquire further, but it was evident that Yu Xingzhou preferred silence, so he refrained. After a brief rest, Yu Xingzhou promptly immersed himself in research. The following day, upon hearing that Xia Tian had returned, Gu Fei, despite his fractured arm, made his way to the laboratory. Xiaozhou, how wonderful that you are unharmed. When I heard of your disappearance, I was nearly terrified to death. Yu Xingzhou glanced at Gu Fei's arm. Is your arm still not healed? Oh, it's not a significant issue now, considering I underwent physical fusion. However, having injured the bone means recovery will inevitably take longer compared to other injuries. Well then, apply to General Situ for training in space operations. In the future, the individuals sent to the mech space station will be personally selected by me, and you will be the first. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Fei rejected the proposal. No, I wish to remain on Earth. We should fight side by side. Ah Fei, I command you in my capacity as your superior, not merely as a suggestion, Yu Xingzhou replied, his expression serious. I have my own plans for your assignment to the mech space station. Just as Gu Fei contemplated responding, Chen Qingsheng entered the laboratory. Professor Yu, Elder Qin has convened an urgent meeting and requires your presence. Very well, I shall attend immediately. Ah Fei, you should accompany me. Chen Qingsheng hesitated. The meeting will be attended by researchers and high-ranking commanders. Gu Fei's presence. That is of no concern. I will explain to Elder Qin. Very well. Chen Qingsheng said no more, and together, Yu Xingzhou and Gu Fei proceeded to the conference room. Yu Xingzhou could surmise that the primary reason for Qin Guozhong convening this meeting was likely the collective assessment by numerous researchers and commanders regarding their recent expedition to the Mariana Trench, where they had discovered these marine creatures had evidently attempted to encircle him. Seizing the opportunity presented by this assembly, Yu Xingzhou also intended to decisively advance the arrangements for personnel to the Mecha Space Station. Previously, he had hesitated to implement this plan due to the uncertainty surrounding which humans were anthropomorphic sea beasts. However, with a method now available to discern these anthropomorphic entities, he felt no reservations. It was imperative that those dispatched to the Mecha Space Station be unequivocally confirmed as genuine humans. Naturally, to avoid arousing the suspicions of the anthropomorphic sea beasts, it was also necessary to incorporate a few of them into the group to instill a sense of security. Yu Xingzhou silently affirmed this to himself as he glanced back at Gu Fei. His decision to send Gu Fei to the Mecha Space Station stemmed from the fact that Gu Fei was currently his most trusted ally. Consequently, the task of eliminating the anthropomorphic sea beasts in space would naturally fall to him. Chapter 62. The Lunar Exploration Initiative. Upon arriving at the conference room, Qin Guozhong was already present alongside dozens of researchers and commanders. Old Qin, let's allow Gu Fei to partake in this meeting as well, he suggested. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Guozhong ultimately acquiesced. As the meeting commenced, a researcher from the Marine Creature Research Department took the floor. Following the incident involving Professor Yu and his team at the Mariana Trench, our analysis of the combat footage from the Winter Enforcer indicates that the origin of these marine creatures lies within the Mariana Trench. Furthermore, it appears these creatures have received directives. Their targets are unmistakably singular: to eliminate Professor Yu at all costs. Our conjecture suggests that these creatures have developed a rudimentary intelligence, enabling them to follow commands to focus their attacks on specific individuals or locations. Upon hearing this, Yu Xingzhou was not taken aback. It was precisely as he had suspected. The researchers from Longhua had come to this realization. Although Yu Xingzhou had long been aware of this, he could not ascertain whether those present were conflating the anthropomorphic marine creatures. Thus, he maintained a gravely contemplative demeanor. Indeed, when those creatures had only me in their sights, I harbored such suspicions immediately. Yes, Professor Yu, one of the researchers interjected, if these creatures can heed commands, it implies the existence of an intelligent entity issuing those commands. Yet, this raises a new concern. Why would this entity specifically direct these creatures to attack you? And how does it even know of your existence? Yu Xingzhou remained silent, fully aware that he should appear contemplative at this juncture. After all, thoughtlessly articulating a conclusion would only draw all attention towards himself. However, in the next moment, Gu Fei stepped forward, boldly proclaiming, "Isn't this obvious? If there truly exists what you refer to as an intelligent entity commanding the marine creatures, it must recognize Professor Yu's significant contributions to Longhua and human civilization. If Professor Yu is not eliminated promptly, humanity will inevitably develop hunting mechas capable of annihilating these creatures." Yu Xingzhou glanced at Gu Fei. Although he did not exhibit a significant reaction outwardly, internally he silently acknowledged, "Ah Fei, you truly are my mouthpiece." The other researchers exchanged glances, pondering this assertion. We have considered this possibility as well. However, if this were indeed the case, it leads us to the second question. How does this intelligent entity know of Professor Yu's substantial contributions to manhwa and human technological advancement? Gu Fei paused momentarily, tentatively positing, "Is there a marine creature infiltrator among humans?" The room fell into a profound silence. However, while others were stunned by Gu Fei's statement, Yu Xingzhou internally exclaimed, "Goodness! Gu Fei, you truly are remarkable." It indeed bore a hint of a foolhardy genius. Such a notion, however, was utterly implausible. The concept of an infiltrator necessitated a vested interest. If a human were to act as an infiltrator for the marine creatures, what possible benefit would they derive? Moreover, how could humans possibly communicate with these marine beings? Moreover, it is of utmost importance to note that Professor Yu's existence is known solely to the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. His name has never been publicly announced on a global scale. It is inconceivable that even the sea beasts could acquire such information, as currently 90% of humanity remains oblivious to Professor Yu's existence. The researcher who spoke first categorically dismissed Gu Fei's conjecture. Gu Fei, feeling somewhat dejected, withdrew into silence. Yu Xingzhou's lips twitched slightly. Although the researcher's denial adhered to logical reasoning, Yu Xingzhou instinctively sensed that this individual was akin to an anthropomorphic sea beast. At that moment, Chun Qingsheng rose to speak. Indeed, the question of how the intelligent entities became aware of Professor Yu's existence remains unresolved. However, it is certain that the sea beasts are no longer the mindless beings humanity once perceived them to be. The Mariana Trench incident has demonstrated that, from a certain perspective, the sea beasts can be regarded as a weapon, a tool from which we hypothesize the concept of intelligent entities. I believe we must deepen our research into the sea beasts, for its significance is on par with that of studying more advanced hunting mechas. Chen Qingshen's remarks garnered the agreement of several attendees. Yet Yu Xingzhou felt a weight in his heart. From the very beginning, he had contemplated proposing this very plan, but he feared that such an unsubstantiated suggestion would inevitably arouse the suspicion of the anthropomorphic sea beasts. Thus, he had refrained from voicing any opinions that might steer humanity towards focusing on the research of sea beasts. Furthermore, there was no guarantee that none of the participants in this meeting were entangled with anthropomorphic sea beasts. Chen Qingsheng's proposal could very well lead to catastrophic consequences. It was imperative to arrange for Elder Chen to be incorporated into the mecha space station as soon as possible, Yu Xingzhou silently mused. Subsequently, Situ Chong took the initiative to speak. In summary, from this point forward, we must ensure that Professor Yu does not leave the confines of the Wall of Hope. Should he step outside now, he would likely face an onslaught from numerous sea beasts. Henceforth, Professor Yu must operate strictly within the safest confines. Another commander set an example, and even Qin Guozhang nodded slightly in agreement. Yu Xingzhou understood that he truly could not leave the Wall of Hope at this juncture. However, it mattered little, for he had already unraveled all there was to know about the anthropomorphic sea beasts. There was no longer any necessity for him to personally conduct investigations. With the sea beast lair now identified in the Mariana Trench, the primary focus must be on developing more advanced hunting mechas. Armed with sufficiently powerful hunting mechas, we could proactively venture forth to eradicate all sea beasts. After a brief pause, Yu Xingzhou continued, "Of course, to achieve this, it is imperative to expedite the development of the mecha space station and, if necessary, to initiate a lunar colonization plan. The territory behind the Wall of Hope can no longer sustain the construction of additional mecha factories. Therefore, I believe establishing numerous mecha factories on the moon is a more rational approach." Upon uttering these words, Yu Xingzhou felt a surge of excitement within him. This is the final piece in his grand scheme, moon landing. Previously, he lacked a reasonable opportunity to initiate the lunar expedition. For if the anthropomorphic sea beasts were to become aware, they would begin to scrutinize Yu Xingzhou's intentions. However, with a plausible rationale now at hand, the proposal for lunar exploration becomes entirely justifiable. In the eyes of the anthropomorphic sea beasts, they would perceive Yu Xingzhou as genuinely intent on constructing numerous beast-hunting mechs, thereby directly obliterating their stronghold. Yet, the anthropomorphic sea beasts remain oblivious to the fact that Yu Xingzhou has long been aware of their schemes. Thus, they continue to believe that the evolution of human beast-hunting mechs is under their vigilant surveillance. Should the threat to their existence truly approach, they would launch an all-out offensive. For both the anthropomorphic sea beasts and the intelligent entities, they are convinced that humanity can never triumph over them. However, Yu Xingzhou's plan is to instill the belief that all human endeavors are under their watchful eyes. Chapter 63. Yu Xingzhou to the Moon. Yu Xingzhou proposed a plan to construct a mecha factory on the moon, which swiftly garnered the support of numerous researchers. I believe Professor Yu's proposal is exceptionally feasible. Currently, the 700 million inhabitants of Longwar reside behind the Wall of Hope, where a multitude of mecha factories have been established. This has significantly impacted both the living environment and quality of life. By relocating a substantial number of mecha factories to the moon, we could alleviate considerable burdens in the region. Indeed, with the Watcher Mecha Space Station now fully operational, it can serve as a transit hub between Earth and the moon. According to Professor Yu's plan, intercepting sea beasts and precisely deploying them to designated coordinates via the Mecha Space Station is indeed a commendable suggestion for the robust development of beast-hunting mechas in space. Given the emphasis on advancing the mecha field in space, should Professor Yu consider relaxing the selection process for astronauts? Several researchers rose to express their views on this plan, while also posing their inquiries. Yu Xingzhou attentively absorbed their remarks. Thus far, no one present at the meeting had raised any objections. However, this does not imply that there are no anthropomorphic sea beasts among those who support the plan. For these beings, the initiative poses no threat, as they can still blend in and monitor human activities on the moon and the space station. Once the assembly fell silent, Yu Xingzhou spoke slowly. Since there are no objections, we shall immediately proceed with the lunar landing plan after the meeting. As for the selection of astronauts, I do not intend to ease the criteria. Many researchers must remain on Earth, as I require their expertise for technical discussions. As for the mecha pilots heading to the space station, I also need to personally select them, as they will be directly piloting mechas for deployment to Earth from space, where physical fitness and combat experience are paramount. After speaking, Yu Xingzhou scanned the room, noticing that some individuals seemed inclined to speak, but ultimately refrained. Observing this, he quickly added, "If there are no dissenting voices, I have no further remarks." Following this, Qin Guozhong took over the meeting's leadership and announced several related matters. However, Yu Xingzhou paid little attention, his mind consumed with the urgency of advancing all his plans. Of course, the mecha graveyard was also a crucial aspect of his agenda. After the meeting, Chen Qingxing approached Yu Xingzhou. "Professor Yu, I would like to apply for the opportunity to conduct research on the moon." Yu Xingzhou looked at Chen Qingsheng in astonishment, clearly taken aback. "Old Chen, weren't you recently afflicted by severe selenophobia? Now you wish to personally travel to the moon?" "Indeed. It is precisely because of this peculiar ailment that no doctor has been able to cure me. Now, every night when I see the moon, I feel fear. Therefore, I wish to visit the moon myself. Perhaps that will remedy my condition." After a brief pause, Chen Qingsheng let out a bitter smile. Perhaps this is what they call fighting fire with fire? Yu Xingzhou hesitated for a moment, yet still wore a look of concern. "Chen Lao, I fear I cannot acquiesce to your request, for I need your expertise by my side." "Professor Yu, my journey to the moon does not conflict with remaining by your side. I shall not be on the moon for an extended period. I merely wish to seize this opportunity to visit it once, after which I will return to Earth. However, Chen Lao, your physical condition does not meet the requirements for rocket travel." "Professor Yu, the technology of Dragon Nation in the aviation sector is remarkably advanced. Even a child can safely venture into space, so you need not worry at all." Seeing Chen Qingsheng so resolutely determined to go to the moon, Yu Xingzhou could only nod in agreement. "Very well then, but you can only be arranged for the second batch of personnel at the earliest." "No problem." After bidding farewell to Chen Qingxing, Gu Fei immediately inquired, "Xiao Shou, what batch will I be in for the mech space station?" "Naturally, you will be in the first batch, and I shall accompany you as well." Since the conclusion of the meeting, Dragon Nation swiftly embarked on its lunar landing initiative, launching rockets into space, dispatching lunar rovers, and a multitude of intelligent heavy-duty robots to the moon. Yu Xingzhou temporarily set aside his research to select researchers for the lunar mission and pilots for the mech space station. During the selection process, all participants were required to undergo physical examinations. Thus, it became customary to draw blood from each candidate for testing. Yu Xingzhou seized the opportunity to discreetly mix the prepared sea beast blood with each participant's blood. As anticipated, he observed that many pilots' and researchers' blood seamlessly merged with the sea beast blood. To his astonishment, he discovered that a third of the candidates were anthropomorphic sea beasts. Damn, no wonder the mechs of Neon Nation could so swiftly turn against us, with Dragon Nation now implementing a comprehensive blockade. It is only logical that there are so many anthropomorphic sea beasts. After a moment of internal shock, Yu Xingzhou allowed some of the anthropomorphic sea beasts to enter the mech space station and the moon. However, among those who ventured into space, only 1/5 were anthropomorphic sea beasts. This was Yu Xingzhou's strategy to ensure that, in the future, humanity in space could swiftly eliminate all anthropomorphic sea beasts. Indeed, Yu Xingzhou's plan was to leverage this opportunity to ensure that no anthropomorphic sea beast could blend in among the humans in space. Of course, this approach may seem futile, as new personnel would continue to be dispatched into space thereafter. Therefore, it was imperative to sever the pathways through which personnel were sent from Earth to space. During this period, sea beasts continued to land in various parts of the world. Yet, Yu Xingzhou remained unfazed. For Dragon Nation had already deployed a substantial number of apocalyptic-class mechs to intercept them. Simultaneously, the mech space station executed 2 precise coordinate deployments. The interception of sea beasts yielded remarkably positive results. A month later, 45 intelligent heavy-duty robots had been successfully deployed on the moon, sufficient materials to construct 3 mech factories, and were already in place. The roster of personnel for the initial team to enter the mech space station and the moon was also fully compiled. Upon receiving this list, Sidu Chong felt quite astonished. Professor Yu, are you also heading to the mech space station? Indeed. I wish to personally observe it to ensure the mech space station can operate smoothly in the long term, and perhaps identify areas for upgrades. Situ Chong hesitated momentarily before nodding in agreement. Traveling to space is no issue, as long as you refrain from piloting a mech into battle. That shall not be the case. The sea beasts are exceedingly eager to eliminate me, and I certainly cannot allow them to succeed, Yu Xingzhou replied with a faint smile. After a night's rest, with the assistance of specialists, Yu Xingzhou donned his spacesuit and approached the rocket destined for the mech space station. Chapter 64. He will be the most crucial element as Yu Xingzhou and Gu Fei settled into the rocket, an unprecedented thrill surged within them. Xiao, I never dared to dream that I would one day board a rocket bound for space. It feels almost surreal. Stay composed. Just over a decade ago, humanity could scarcely envision the creation of humanoid battle mechs like the Beast Hunter, could we? Indeed. While Yu Xingzhou and Gu Fei conversed, the voice of the rocket monitor echoed through the cabin. Attention, astronauts, please don your helmets. Launch is imminent, and we will commence the countdown in 1 minute. The occupants exchanged glances, immediately complying with the instructions to secure their helmets. The helmets, equipped with advanced communication systems and life support mechanisms, ensured their safety throughout the flight. Seated within the rocket, they sensed a gentle vibration as it underwent its final preparations. 10, 9, 8, 4, 3, 2, 1 launch. The monitor's resolute voice resonated through the cabin. In the next instant, they were all engulfed by a powerful thrust as the rocket surged forth like a mighty dragon, breaking through the atmosphere and racing into the vastness of the cosmos. Rocket discarding escape tower. Booster separation in progress. Booster separation successful. Stage 1 rocket separation in progress. Stage 1 rocket separation successful. Aero ship separation. Propulsion module sail deployed. A series of announcements continued to sound as the control stations and launch command center on Earth meticulously documented various data. As the rocket pierced through the atmosphere, the entire vessel was enveloped in searing flames, yet the interior remained a haven of comfort. Astronaut 1, life signs normal. Astronaut 2, life signs normal. Astronaut 14, life signs normal. Yu Xingzhou gripped the handrail tightly, observing the rapidly changing scenery through his helmet's display, from the azure sky to the inky blackness of space in an instant. Gu Fei closed his eyes, savoring every vibration and surge of acceleration, his heart brimming with exhilaration. The rocket continued to accelerate, liberating itself from Earth's gravitational grasp and entering the expanse of space. In that moment, a profound sense of ease and freedom enveloped the cabin's occupants. On their helmet displays, Earth gradually diminished in size, and the cosmic tapestry unfolded before their eyes, a breathtaking vista unlike anything they had ever witnessed. Soon, their capsule successfully docked with the space station. Moments later, Yu Xingzhou and the others unfastened their seatbelts and began to enter the mech space station. They traversed the docking corridor, their steps light as if treading upon an endless sea of stars. The interior of the space station was spacious and pristine. The crew members who had landed over a month prior welcomed them warmly. Subsequently, Yu Xingzhou, Gu Fei, and the other astronauts were organized for a series of adaptive training sessions to familiarize themselves with the station's environment and operational protocols. Yu Xingzhou stood before the window of the space station, gazing at the serene lunar landscape, his eyes narrowing slightly. A profound sense of mission and urgency surged within him. His meticulously crafted plan was now 70% complete, with the remaining 30% anticipated to be finalized within a month. Professor Yu, how are you feeling? The voice of Sita Chong crackled through his earpiece. Rest assured, General Situ, those who have undergone physical fusion adapt swiftly to the void of space. There is no need for concern, Yu Xingzhou replied calmly. Before making his way to the laboratory of the Watcher Mecha Space Station, where he swiftly immersed himself in research alongside several other scientists. In the ensuing days, the Dragon Nation consistently launched rockets, ferrying researchers and pilots to the space station. Yu Xingzhou remained engrossed in his laboratory work, occasionally engaging in discussions with scientists back on Earth. It was not until a week later, when the initiative to send engineers and researchers to the moon was set in motion, that Yu Xingzhou finally emerged from the confines of the laboratory. Fei, accompany me to the moon for a visit, he suggested. What for? Didn't we agree you'd stay for 2 weeks before returning to Earth? Gu Fei queried. Stepping out of the training room, wiping the sweat from his forehead, his expression one of perplexity. The intelligent heavy industrial robot has successfully completed the construction of the first mecha factory. I intend to inspect it and then return directly to Earth. After all, there has been no precedent for constructing hunting mechas on the moon. It is crucial that I personally verify everything is in order. Once confirmed, I need not return to space again, as life in the cosmos remains somewhat awkward for me, Yu Xingzhou explained succinctly before submitting a request for lunar travel to Earth. The Dragon Nation raised no objections to Yu Xingzhou's request and promptly granted approval. Subsequently, he and Gu Fei, accompanied by 5 researchers, boarded the manned spacecraft, departing from the space station to embark on their journey to the moon. Chairman Baron, the Dragon Nation has been persistently launching rockets into space over the past few months. Their so-called plan to accurately deploy mechas to Earth coordinates from the space station has been successfully executed twice, yielding commendable efficiency in intercepting sea beasts, the assistant reported. Noting the chairman's furrowed brow, after a lengthy pause, Baron slowly inquired. Did they not recently issue a global announcement regarding their intention to construct laboratories and mecha factories on the moon? Indeed, Chairman. Should we not also consider emulating the Dragon Nation's actions and establish a mecha space station of our own under the United Nations? That is worth considering. Notify the leaders of various nations and convene a meeting to discuss this matter, Baron instructed. Understood. Once the assistant had departed, Baron approached the window, gazing contemplatively into the vast sky. Dragon Nation, what are you truly up to? The manned spacecraft carrying Yu Xingzhou and Gu Fei landed smoothly on the lunar surface. An AI-controlled lunar rover arrived to greet them, and the footage of their lunar landing was transmitted in real-time back to the command center of the Dragon Nation. Professor Yu, you are currently unable to venture outside for space operations. You must await the arrival of the first batch of lunar engineers and their support team before proceeding with the next phase of the plan. A decision made with your safety in mind. Understood, General Situ. I merely came to ensure that the lunar construction mechs are functioning properly, after which I shall return to Earth. Meanwhile, at the Supreme Command Center of the Dragon Nation, General Situ Chong stood before a large screen, observing every move of Yu Xingzhou after his lunar landing. Shortly thereafter, Chen Qixing arrived at the command center. Elder Chen, what brings you here? General Situ inquired, somewhat perplexed, as researchers like Chen Qixing rarely visited the command center. Chen Qixing smiled calmly. General Situ, as you may know, I have applied for qualifications to travel to the moon. Now that Professor Yu has landed, I wish to take a closer look at the lunar surface to prepare myself psychologically for the upcoming landing. Ah, very well. Very well. Elder Chen, I hope your journey to the moon will help alleviate your fear of the lunar landscape. Chen Qixing nodded, then turned his gaze to the large screen, his expression growing gravely serious. He needed to closely monitor Yu Xingzhou's whereabouts on the moon. Although Yu Xingzhou had never mentioned it to him, Chen Qixing was acutely aware of his mission. In Yu Xingzhou's plans, he would play a pivotal role. Chapter 65. An unexpected turn of events. During the waiting period, Yu Xingzhou feigned diligence in the laboratory and the mech factory, meticulously inspecting the operational programs. In truth, he held unwavering confidence that no issues would arise, having thoroughly verified everything multiple times back on Earth. Yet, he had to maintain the facade of being industrious, otherwise. The anthropomorphic sea beasts mingling among the Earth Command Center's monitors would inevitably grow suspicious. Over the course of nearly 2 months, Yuxingzhou had not made any significant breakthroughs in the realm of beast hunting mechs, merely refining the apocalyptic class mech. Consequently, there had been no higher-tier sea beasts landing for the time being. Professor Yu, do you find any shortcomings in the construction program of the mech factory or the laboratory equipment? Inquired the personnel responsible for lunar supplies, addressing Yuxingzhou with utmost respect. There are no issues at all, and those on the moon need not worry about sea beast attacks. We can subsequently transport some individuals entering hibernation to the moon. This will alleviate the resource pressure on Earth, ensuring the safety of hibernating researchers even if, one day, the sea beasts were to breach the hope wall of Dragon Nation. Your proposal has been duly noted, and it will be implemented following the meeting. Dragon Nation had established a compact yet complete ecological garden on the moon, representing the pinnacle of human achievement thus far. In the absence of continuous material supplies from Earth, this ecological garden could sustain 400 individuals for 8 months autonomously. For Yuxingzhou's plans, this was already sufficient. After waiting half a day in the lunar laboratory, Yuxingzhou finally welcomed the first batch of researchers and engineers landing on the moon. Professor Yu, your application for the Lunar Surface Survey mission has been approved. In 5 hours, your team will comprise you, Gu Fei, and 3 researchers, accompanied by 6 soldiers to ensure your safety, informed Sida Chong from the Earth Command Center. Yuxingzhou responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement and resumed his work. Half an hour before embarking on the Lunar Surface Survey mission, Yuxingzhou ventured to the restroom, a place where detection by Earth's personnel was utterly impossible. He retrieved a palm-sized box from his pocket, conducting one final verification. Inside the box were storage cards crafted from nanotechnology, containing vital data that could liberate humanity from its deadlock. Transmitting these storage cards was the true purpose of his lunar surface survey. Old Chun, you are a crucial link in this plan. A significant portion of humanity's fate rests upon your shoulders, Yuxingzhou silently proclaimed. Although he wished not to place the weight of all humanity's destiny upon a single individual, circumstances left him with little choice. Given the limited time available for humanity and the omnipresent anthropomorphic sea beasts, he found himself bereft of further opportunities. Ultimately, Yuxingzhou tucked the box into his pocket and exited the restroom. General Situ, preparations for the lunar exploration mission may commence. Yuxingzhou and Gu Fei donned their specially designed space suits, joining their companions aboard the lunar rover. A researcher, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, Professor Yu, what specific aspects shall we survey? There is no need for undue formality. This is merely a preliminary survey of the lunar surface. The future of humanity's endeavors on the moon is bound to expand significantly. Once we attain a profound understanding of the moon, humanity could even realize the long-imagined lunar colonization plan. Yuxingzhou articulated without hesitation, having long since prepared his remarks. From an outsider's perspective, there seemed to be no issue. After all, Yuxingzhou now held the title of chief scientist, which posed no conflict in laying the groundwork for the future of manhwa and humanity. Concurrently, this would elicit a sense of glee among the anthropomorphic sea beasts. For them, as long as Yuxingzhou refrained from rapidly advancing the beast-hunting mechas, all his efforts would be in vain. Should the sea beasts launch a full-scale assault, humanity's aspirations for future development would dissolve into mere illusions. 3 hours later, the lunar rover arrived at a location 80 kilometers from the mecha factory and laboratory, an area untouched by human feet until now. Professor Yu, please wait here with a few of the professors while we conduct a preliminary reconnaissance of the surroundings for safety, stated Zhou Wen, the leader of the accompanying military team. Yuxingzhou nodded, unhurried by the moment. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zhou Wen's voice resonated through the communication channel. Professor Yu, you may disembark from the lunar rover to conduct your survey. Understood, Yuxingzhou replied. Casting a glance at Gu Fei and the other 3 scientists as they exited the rover and commenced their exploration of the lunar surface. Meanwhile, within the command center of Longhua, Chen Qingxing was fully alert, intently observing the footage transmitted from Yuxingzhou's perspective. To ensure the safety of all researchers, Zhou cautioned. Professor Yu, for your safety, please limit your survey within a 3-kilometer radius. Should you need to venture farther, please inform me in advance. Understood. In truth, there is no need for such tension on the moon. There are no sea beasts here. Relax, relax, Yu Xingzhou remarked with a jovial smile. As the survey commenced, Yu Xingzhou initially engaged in dialogue with the three scientists. Gradually, he began to walk slowly towards the distance, with Gu Fei closely following his side. The other three scientists and the military personnel refrained from excessive interference, remaining within the safe zone. Approaching the edge of the safe range was a hill. Yu Xingzhou proposed, Fei, let us go take a look. All right, but do take it slow. This is our first lunar expedition, and we mustn't fall, Gu Fei cautioned. Just as Situ Chang's voice echoed through the communication channel. Professor Yu, you are permitted to advance only to the hill. Do not proceed further, or you will exceed the safety perimeter. I am aware. Yu Xingzhou responded softly, his gaze firmly fixed upon the meteorite fragments upon the hill. A barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. However, just as they were on the brink of triumphantly reaching the summit, Yu Xingzhou suddenly inhaled sharply and feigned a stumble. In an instant, his body lost its equilibrium, and he tumbled backward, rolling down the slope. Gu Fei, witnessing this, felt a surge of anxiety as he instinctively reached out to catch Yu Xingzhou. Yet, in the moon's low-gravity environment and vacuum state, his movements were rendered sluggish. Ultimately, he failed to grasp Yu Xingzhou. After rolling twice on the ground, Yu Xingzhou's helmet struck a large meteorite with a violent impact. Immediately, his body was propelled upward, akin to an uncontrollable cannonball, crashing heavily back to the surface. To make matters worse, he landed perilously close to a jagged shard of meteorite. In that split second of collision, the helmet shattered instantaneously. This unforeseen turn of events sent shockwaves of panic through everyone in the command center. This is bad, Situ Chong exclaimed in terror. Chapter 66. The second human civilization due to the violent collision. The imagery surrounding Yu Xingzhou was in a constant state of upheaval. In the next moment, the scene flickered, transforming into a mosaic from his perspective. His camera had malfunctioned. Situ Chong was rendered pale with fright, unable to fathom that Yu Xingzhou had suddenly fallen. He frantically maneuvered the controls, attempting to establish a line of communication with Yu Xingzhou. But his calls echoed unanswered in the communication channel. Gu Fei stood frozen, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief, quickly making his way down the slope. In an instant, he was drenched in cold sweat. Everyone understood that a damaged helmet in space was tantamount to a death sentence. Within the command center, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Every individual fixated on Gu Fei's perspective, hoping for news of Yu Xingzhou's safety. As Gu Fei approached, he saw that Yu Xingzhou's spacesuit had been compromised. At that moment, Yu Xingzhou was adorned in his exoskeleton armor, which could effectively serve as a spacesuit in the vacuum of space, even proving to be lighter than a traditional lunar suit. Observing this, Gu Fei exhaled deeply, relief washing over him. Before Gu Fei could utter a word, a voice crackled through the communication channel in his helmet. Do not respond yet. Listen to me. I have isolated you in a short-range communication channel using the exoskeleton. The command center on Earth cannot hear me, but they can hear you. Do not worry, I am fine. I intentionally fell to ensure my words were inaudible to those on Earth. Firstly, report my status to the Earth Command Center. Thereafter, I will explain our next course of action. As Yu Xingzhou spoke, Gu Fei's pupils constricted sharply. After a brief moment of surprise, he quickly grasped that Yu Xingzhou's actions were crucial, conveying information of great significance. Thus, Gu Fei promptly reported to the Earth Command Center. This is a report to command. Yu Xingzhou's lunar suit is compromised, and he is now utilizing his exoskeleton armor, which serves the same purpose as the lunar suit. He is safe. Upon hearing this, the personnel at the Earth Command Center collectively sighed in relief. Through Gu Fei's perspective, they beheld Yu Xingzhou clad in the full-coverage exoskeleton armor. Situ Cheng immediately instructed Gu Fei, do not move. Zhou Wen and the others are already on their way to you. Once Gu Fei completed his report to the command center, Yu Xingzhou spoke rapidly. We have 7 minutes before Zhou Wen arrives. Do not speak, simply listen to me. They will not be aware that I am conversing with you. They will assume we are together awaiting rescue. I am taking this approach because there are anthropomorphic sea beasts infiltrating the human population on Earth. As their name implies, these beings resemble humans. I cannot expose their existence. Should I do so, the sea beasts would launch a full-scale assault, and the higher-tier sea beasts would immediately land. Humanity would stand no chance of victory. Currently, human activities are under the vigilant surveillance of anthropomorphic sea beasts. They have confined humanity. And as long as humans lack the complete capability to annihilate these creatures, a full-scale assault will be temporarily averted. Thus, I can no longer pursue the development of beast-hunting mechs on Earth, as this would hasten humanity's demise. I am unable to relay all my plans to you in time. Faye, you must remember that anthropomorphic sea beasts also exist aboard the space station and within the lunar research base. You, like me, must feign ignorance of their presence. However, do not fret. They were deliberately placed there by me to avoid attracting the attention of the sea beasts on Earth. I have compiled a list of personnel who are anthropomorphic sea beasts, which I have left beneath the sink in the restroom of my lounge at the research base, where there are no surveillance cameras. When we return to the base, you can pretend to use the restroom in my lounge and retrieve it. At this point, Yu Xingzhou noticed Zhou Wen and others hastening towards them, with less than 500 meters separating them. Yu Xingzhou continued, remember, once I leave space, your sole task will be to immediately devise a means to sever all connections between the space station and the lunar base with Earth. Subsequently, you will take command of these two locations and swiftly eliminate all the anthropomorphic sea beasts on the list, establishing a second human civilization. Upon hearing this, Gu Fei's eyes were filled with shock. He opened his mouth instinctively to inquire further, but quickly recalled Yu Xingzhou's earlier admonition not to speak, for people on Earth could listen in. He suppressed his urge and nodded gravely at Yu Xingzhou. Seeing that Gu Fei understood, Yu Xingzhou ceased further conversation. At that moment, Zhou Wen arrived with 3 soldiers by Yu Xingzhou and Gu Fei's side. Zhou Wen promptly assisted both of them back to the landing vehicle. The survey mission was cut short due to Yu Xingzhou's damaged spacesuit. The shattered suit was successfully recovered. Once everyone returned to the lunar module, Yu Xingzhou heard C2 Chang's voice through the communication system. Professor Yu, you nearly frightened us all to death. Thankfully, you had that full-body exoskeleton armor. Yu Xingzhou offered a wry smile, his expression reflecting a sense of relief. I felt my heart sink. Fortunately, this full-body exoskeleton armor shares the same functionality as the spacesuit. Professor Yu, you must return ahead of schedule, C2 Chong said solemnly. I understand, General C2, Yu Xingzhou replied without protest, instinctively reaching for the pocket where he had previously kept the nano storage card, which had vanished. No one was aware that during the brief 7 minutes Yu Xingzhou lost contact, he had completed the final phase of his plan. Furthermore, no one noticed that since Gu Fei returned to the lunar module, he had scarcely uttered another word. His expression was exceptionally grim. To outsiders, it seemed that Gu Fei was merely reproaching himself for failing to apprehend Yu Xingzhou moments ago. However, the truth was that his heart was overwhelmed with dread. He did not possess a comprehensive understanding of Yu Xingzhou's elaborate scheme. He was only aware that you intended for him to seize control of the space station and the lunar base, thereby establishing a so-called second human civilization. Xiaozhou, you placed too much trust in me. A wave of panic washed over Gu Fei. Yet, he was acutely aware that humanity found itself ensnared in a deadlock. Should he fail to accomplish the tasks assigned by Yu Xingzhou, humanity would indeed face total annihilation at the hands of the sea beasts. Chapter 67. The plan unfolds. Yu Xingzhou and his companions returned to the lunar base aboard the lunar rover. They were promptly attended to by several experimental personnel assigned by Sidu Chong, who conducted a thorough examination of his physical functions. Only after confirming that he was uninjured did the people on Earth finally breathe a sigh of relief. Gu Fei, standing nearby, appeared composed, displaying the requisite tension and concern. However, internally, he was beset by a whirlwind of thoughts, repeatedly reflecting on Yu Xingzhou's earlier words. Xiaozhou, if what you said is true, then the current predicament of Earth and humanity has descended into a perilously dangerous state. Gu Fei pondered silently, stealing a glance at the seemingly unfazed Yu Xingzhou. Fei, following the recent incident, General Situ has ordered my early return. Henceforth, all matters pertaining to the lunar base will rest upon your shoulders, Yu Xingzhou said, approaching Gu Fei with a calm demeanor. He then placed a reassuring hand on Gu Fei's shoulder. Gu Fei nodded solemnly, acutely aware that the most crucial list of anthropomorphic marine beasts lay in the restroom, a detail Yu Xingzhou had previously communicated to him. The risk of retrieving it now was undeniably high. It would be more prudent to wait until after Yu Xingzhou's departure. Recognizing Gu Fei's understanding, Yu Xingzhou fell silent, patiently awaiting the arrangements for his return to Earth orchestrated by Situ Chong. Immediately arrange for Professor Yu's return to Earth without any mishaps. Otherwise, all of you will face a military tribunal. Situ Chong commanded gravely, his expression serious and his tone weighty. The recent incident involving Yu Xingzhou had left him on edge. 5 hours later, Yu Xingzhou boarded the designated return capsule, heading back to Earth, while Gu Fei, adhering to their prior agreement, remained at the lunar base. With a breath of relief, he thought, now, the plan is fully set in motion. As long as Ah Fei remains vigilant, the second human civilization will be secure. The next phase involved executing their original strategy. Ah Fei would employ every conceivable method to sever communication between the space station, the lunar base, and Earth, thus ushering in the critical stage of technological ascendance of the second human civilization. Yu Xingzhou's mind was consumed with these plans, and thus far, everything was firmly within his control. Upon returning to Earth, Yu Xingzhou was secretly escorted back to the command center of Longhua. After undergoing another comprehensive examination, he finally welcomed a moment of respite. Standing before his bed, he gazed toward the moon, his eyes shimmering with contemplation. Marine beasts. Humanity perceives you as silicon-based, low-intelligence life forms. Yet, in truth, you are far more astute than we are. So, what level of civilization is your creator? Yu Xingzhou mused aloud, his expression increasingly grave. The impending conflict between humanity and the marine beasts was poised to escalate into a harrowing phase in the months to come. I, Yu Xingzhou, will not permit you extraterrestrial civilizations to obliterate the entirety of human civilization. Upon contemplating this, Yu Xingzhou stood by the window for an extended period before finally returning to his bed to slumber. Meanwhile, at the lunar base, Gu Fei had acquired the list. He gazed at the names inscribed upon it, taking several deep breaths, his expression resolutely transforming. He understood that, aside from Yu Xingzhou, he was the most critical figure in the second human civilization initiative. Rest assured, Xiao Zhou, I shall undoubtedly fulfill my mission. Gu Fei turned his gaze towards the direction of Earth, clenching his fists tightly. The end.